This is clearly a terrifyingly powerful Hulk. It could smash down a World Trade Center with a single punch and kick a super tank into a pile of scrap metal with a single kick. When ordinary people see it, they're either so frightened that they run away with their heads covered, or they don't even have a chance to escape and are trampled into mincemeat. But there was a man dressed in a white priest's robe who, when faced with this monster, not only showed no fear, but also laughed excitedly. The next second, he pulled a bunch of bottles and jars out of his backpack. Red, green, purple, blue, all sorts of colored potions were still bubbling and bubbling, and they didn't look like anything legitimate at all. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand and flung all the potions at the Hulk. Everyone thought he was courting death. But no one expected that after being hit by the potion, the Hulk first felt itchy all over and began scratching frantically. Then, as if under some strange curse, he clutched his stomach and burst into laughter, rolling around on the ground. In a short while, this terrifying monster, which had been so arrogant just moments before, actually laughed itself to death. The cause of all this absurdity dates back 500 years. On that day, a planet of unknown origin suddenly appeared in space and hurtled towards Earth at an extremely high speed. Although Earth wasn't destroyed instantly, the impact completely changed the world. From then on, monster-infested zones appeared in various countries, with countless monsters resembling those in video games descending into reality. Cities fell, civilizations collapsed, and humanity was pushed to the brink of extinction. Fortunately, humanity also evolved during this catastrophe. Some awakened their professional abilities, becoming superpowered individuals, and began fighting against the game monsters that invaded from another world. There is no inherent hierarchy among professions, but they can be broadly categorized into three types: combat professions, support professions, and life professions. Talent levels also vary in strength, with the highest being SSS and the lowest being E. However, the vast majority of people cannot even awaken their talents and can only become ordinary professionals. Each character will have their own attribute panel and a unique character inventory. The inventory has a total of 250 slots, but can only store game-related items, such as equipment, skill books, potions, crafting gems, etc. The man in the white priest's robes was named Li Xuanla. Although he had successfully awakened and was fortunate enough to become a professional, the problem was that the profession he awakened to was a support priest, a class that no one had high hopes for. In this era where strength reigns supreme, combat classes are the truly sought after. They can grind monsters, level up, enter dungeons, and even earn money. As for priests, in many people's eyes, they're nothing more than utility characters who can only hide in the back and heal others. Some even mocked him on the spot. So what if you successfully awakened? Priests still have to pay for combat pros to carry them, right? You might as well not awaken and come with me to grind for money. Little did they know that Li Xuanla, upon awakening his profession, also acquired an incredible system. The system immediately bestowed upon him an SSS-level talent, immortality. The effect of this talent was simple and brutal. He could be injured, but he would never die. Even more outrageous, the system also gave him a god-level skill, poisonous healing. This skill can be cast on targets whose level is 10 times its own. Once it hits, the target will continuously lose health equal to 1% of their maximum health per second, and this effect cannot be dispelled for a full 100 seconds. The most insane thing is that this poison can be stacked infinitely. The skill cooldown is only 1 second, and the casting range is also level multiplied by 10 meters. At this moment, Li Xuanla walked forward while checking his attributes on the panel. Name: Li Xuanla. Level: 1 occupation, priest, health, 100%, 100 morality, intelligence, 1 stamina, charisma, 20 strength, 1 talent, undying, only able to be injured, not die, skills, poisonous healing, healing spell, free attribute points, 5. His charm is a whopping 20 points, all from system rewards. He just completed his class change yesterday and is still level 1, with 5 free attribute points remaining. He gains an additional 5 attribute points for each level he gains. Li Xuanla's thinking was very realistic. Although he wouldn't die, he would still feel pain from injuries. Since he wouldn't die, he should try to take as few hits as possible. The simplest way to avoid being hit was to run fast enough. Without hesitation, he immediately added all 5 attribute points to stamina. Stamina not only increases endurance, but also affects speed. Being fast is the key. As for the idea that priests should add intelligence, he didn't even consider it. In Li Xuanle's view, the first thing the poisonous milk, should do is to save his own life. He even started to fantasize about a kite-flying style of attacking while running, and the more he thought about it, the more reliable it seemed, and he couldn't help but feel secretly proud. As for attributes like attack and defense, they aren't directly displayed on the panel. Rather, they represent a comprehensive picture. The higher the level and the better the equipment, the stronger the overall combat power will be. The so-called five-dimensional attributes, jokingly referred to by students as morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, are the most basic indicators of growth. Among them, morality is the most special as it relates to whether one can get a permanent position and may even affect future career path. Just as Li Xuanle was pondering, he suddenly felt his arm being grabbed. He turned his head and saw Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao was staring straight ahead, his face filled with infatuation. Following Zhao Hao's gaze, a girl with outstanding temperament stood not far away. She was wearing a school uniform, tall and slender, with delicate features and a high ponytail. She was as clean and beautiful as a porcelain doll. She held a magic wand in her hand, clearly a mage. Several well-equipped boys surrounded her, chatting enthusiastically with her. "Look, that's Ya Bingxue, the school beauty, my goddess!" Zhao Hao exclaimed excitedly in a low voice. Li Xuanle glanced at her. She was indeed very beautiful, but quickly looked away, saying with a hint of disdain, "You're a swordsman. Is this appropriate?" Zhao Hao retorted, unconvinced. "Can a swordsman like beautiful women?" Li Xuanle shook his head. "Look at Li Chun. Is the top student in the grade. He is a sword saint, but he lives like an ascetic." Zhao Hao smiled wryly. "That's a hidden profession. How can I compare to him?" Li Xuanle sighed, his tone full of disappointment. "I'm so disappointed in you." Zhao Hao was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Li Xuanle lowered his voice mysteriously. The secret to becoming a swordsman summarized by the senior. The first move of the sword manual is to first slay the one you desire. If you have no woman in your heart, your sword will naturally flow like a god. Zhao Hao immediately retorted, "Then why don't you slay her?" Li Xuanle said solemnly, "That's why I'm the pastor." Zhao Hao looked doubtful. "I'm not well educated. Don't try to fool me." Li Xuanle's tone was extremely firm, and he added casually, "We're brothers. Would I lie to you?" Zhao Hao sneered. "You've ripped me off enough already?" Clearly, he'd already learned his lesson. Li Xuanle chuckled dryly and began to earnestly spout nonsense. "Heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon this person." Zhao Hao interrupted him directly. "Is this your excuse for ripping me off a month's worth of food expenses?" Li Xuanle patted his chest and assured him, "Don't worry, I'm going to take off this time. I'll make up for all the past debts. This time, you just lie back and watch me perform in this super dead dungeon." Zhao Hao looked unconvinced. "You? A healer who only knows healing spells." He was too lazy to argue anymore and even started thinking about how to die gracefully later. Soon, Yang Yu led the two to the dungeon building and stopped in front of the entrance to the Super Ghost dungeon. She respectfully said to the middle-aged bald man next to her, "Director Tang, these two students would like to enter the dungeon to experience it." Tang Wu was scrolling through short videos when he was suddenly interrupted. He frantically swiped a few times, only to find the screen filled with pictures of women in black stockings. He quickly locked the screen and gave an embarrassed smile. "My phone was just randomly scrolling, sorry." Yang Yu pretended not to see anything. "I didn't see anything." Zhao Hao, however, honestly added, "This is an algorithm recommending based on interests." The air instantly fell silent. Yang Yu's expression changed, and she glared at him fiercely. Tang Wu, also feeling a bit embarrassed, coughed and changed his subject. "What are you doing here?" Yang Yu immediately explained his purpose. Let them experience the cruelty of the monsters. Arrange for them to enter the Super Ghost dungeon. Tang Wu nodded after listening. "Perfect, there's another group that's going in too. Let's go together." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of 6 people walked in, from men and 2 women, among whom Xia Bingxue was particularly eye-catching. Zhao Hao excitedly grabbed Li Xuanle. "That's Xia." "I know." Li Xuanle looked disgusted, thinking to himself that this guy was too spineless. The girl in the lead spoke up. "Hello, Director Tang. My name is Tan Huan. We want to challenge the Super Ghost Dungeon. Tang Wu was somewhat surprised. There aren't many people who take the initiative to challenge you. Just the 6 of you? Tan Huan nodded proudly. We're all in the top 10 of the academy. Tang Wu smiled. Young man, you certainly have guts. His gaze swept over everyone, then turned to Xia Bingxue. I think I've seen this one before. Tan Huan explained. She's Xia Bingxue, the school beauty. Tang Wu suddenly realized and jokingly called the boys her protectors. Xia Bingxue nodded politely. Hello, Director Tang. After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Wu's expression gradually turned serious. The Super Ghost Dungeon has 10 levels, and no one has cleared it yet. Are you sure you want to go in? Tan Huan remained confident. We can. Tang Wu smiled without saying anything, and then said, the dungeon is a 10-player dungeon. The 6 of you, plus these 2, can go in together. Tan Huan looked at Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao, somewhat surprised. You guys are going in too? Yang Yu nodded. Let them go in and suffer a bit. Tan Huan looked at the 2 men's equipment, which was obviously rather shabby, so he reminded them. Let's make it clear first, we might not be able to take care of you. Li Xuanle waved his hand. Don't worry about us. You haven't even got all your equipment? Tan Huan was even more surprised. Li Xuanle calmly replied, we didn't have time, so we only brought weapons. In reality, the 2 of them simply didn't have any money. What's your profession? Tan Huan asked. I'm a priest, and he's a swordsman. This statement caused a stir among the crowd. Tang Wu frowned. A priest? Don't you know the importance of professions? Li Xuanle casually replied. They're the same, both serving the people. Seeing that Li Xuanle was unwilling to elaborate, Tang Wu didn't press further and directly activated the instance. A deep blue halo unfolded in the room, mysterious and dazzling. Going in order. Tan Huan and Xia Bingxue were the first to step into the halo, followed closely by the 4 boys. Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao exchanged a glance and also stepped into the halo. After everyone went inside, Yang Yu couldn't help but ask, Director Tang, do you think they can pass the test? Tang Wu shook his head, his tone very certain. In my experience, it's absolutely impossible. Why do you say that? Yang Yu continued to press. Tang Wu released the button and said in a low voice, there was a year when all the top 10 students in the grade went out, and even some had hidden professions, but they still failed and only made it to the 4th level. He couldn't help but sigh. This dungeon is more like a warning to the students. Yang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. What warning? Tang Wu's expression was solemn. A warning to everyone that the monsters in the game are almost impossible to completely eliminate. His eyes showed worry. Even that small island nation next door has been destroyed, and humanity's situation will only become more and more dangerous. Yang Yu recalled the news he had just seen and nodded silently. After a dizzying spin, Li Xuanle opened his eyes and found himself surrounded by Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and 6 others. They were in a place resembling an arena, with a hard, smooth floor and towering stone walls all around, with no exit in sight. In the center of the area stood 3 lighthouses, each 7 or 8 meters tall, appearing exceptionally sturdy, while 4 dark openings were distributed in the stone wall. Li Xuanle glanced at them, judging them to be the monster's entrances and exits, then looked at the lighthouses and noticed that it seemed possible to climb them. His eyes lit up, and he grabbed Zhao Hao. Brother, do you trust me? Zhao Hao was taken aback for a moment. To be honest, I don't quite believe it. Li Xuanle said seriously. You could believe me this time. How did you allocate your attributes? A swordsman naturally allocates labor and constitution. Zhao Hao said matter-of-factly. Li Xuanle lowered his voice. Before level 20, put all your points into constitution, and I'll carry you. Zhao Hao was shocked. Swordsmen don't put points into strength? Are you serious? Li Xuanle asked back. Do you want to survive, or are you only thinking about output? Zhao Hao was stunned. It's definitely about survival. That's right, body is the key. Li Xuanle nodded and said, you're not a hidden class, so in the early stages, focus on maximizing speed and survivability. Zhao Hao pondered, so, running away is the best option? Smart. Li Xuanle smiled. Zhao Hao suddenly realized, so, you as a priest didn't also max out constitution, did you? Li Xuanle said calmly. You guessed right. Zhao Hao's eyes widened. Shouldn't priests max out intelligence? Li Xuanle grinned. I'm not an ordinary healer. I'm a poison healer. Poison healer? Zhao Hao looked doubtful. Simply put, I can poison. Li Xuanle said confidently. Don't worry. This time I'll show you something different. Zhao Hao hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then what should I do? First, climb the lighthouse. Second, before level 20, put all your attribute points into Constitution. Zhao Hao grabbed him again to confirm. Can I really trust you? Li Xuanle patted his chest and said, if it doesn't work, I'll make up for it with attribute gems. Okay, I'll remember that. Zhao Hao finally nodded. The two each chose a lighthouse and quickly climbed to the top to sit down. Li Xuanle held a tattered staff in his hand, while Zhao Hao gripped a long sword that looked like scrap metal. Both appeared quite unremarkable. Xia Bingxue stared at their actions, her face full of confusion. Tan Huan and the other well-equipped boys were also utterly speechless. It was one thing for the priest to hide, but for the swordsman to follow suit was simply too cowardly. Tan Huan quickly regained his composure and began to give instructions. Ignore them. We'll stick to the original formation. Ice and snow, stand in the middle. Knights, tank the damage. Swordsmen, attack. Archers, position yourselves. I'll be responsible for assassinations. The group quickly took their positions, shielding Xia Bingxue in the center, ready for action. Meanwhile, Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao sat leisurely atop the lighthouse, observing without any sign of tension. Just then, several large characters appeared in the sky. First trial. The next second, a low roar came from all four cave entrances simultaneously, followed by the slow emergence of monsters. 2 from each entrance, 8 in total. Li Xuanle immediately recognized them as stone giants. Their bodies were as hard as rock, with long limbs, sharp claws, and an overwhelming aura of dominance. As the distance closed, he could see the monster's attributes. A level 1 monster with extremely high strength and defense, and also possessed area of effect stomp and boulder throwing skills, and could even attack aerial targets. Upon seeing this crucial information, Li Xuanle's heart sank slightly, and he secretly judged. If it were an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand this challenge at all. He already knew the mechanics of the Super Ghost Dungeon. The monster levels would be matched based on the highest level member of the team. If the highest level is 30, then the first level will be against level 30 monsters, and the levels will gradually increase in difficulty. However, challengers are restricted to levels below 30, a rule that is inherently very harsh. Li Xuanle narrowed his eyes, vaguely sensing something was wrong. If I don't intervene, this first level is probably going to be a disaster. The stone giants have a combined attribute score of 20, equivalent to a level 4 job advancement user, with their attributes concentrated in strength and constitution. This means they have high attack power, strong defense, and decent speed. What's more troublesome is that there are 8 of them, while the opposing team consists of only a group of level 1 players, a disparity that is practically overwhelming. However, Li Xuanle wasn't panicked. He possessed divine skills and an immortal talent. For him, clearing the level wasn't a problem. The key was how to minimize injuries and suffering. Zhao Hao, looking at the charging stone giants, turned pale. Brother, I feel like I'm going to die here. Li Xuanle glanced at him. You're standing on a 7 or 8 meter high lighthouse, and this one is only 3 or 4 meters high. Even if you jump, it won't reach your knees. What are you panicking about? Zhao Hao was still uneasy, but I always feel like it's going to throw stones. Then you'd better hide. Li Xuanle was too lazy to say more. Just then, a stone giant passed by under the tower. Li Xuanle seized the opportunity, raised his hand, and a green light fell down, which was the skill, Poisonous Healing. A pale green halo immediately appeared above the stone giant's head, and its health began to decrease by 1% per second. It seemed to sense the anomaly, instantly becoming enraged, turning to glare at Xia Bingxue and the others, and charging towards them furiously. Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow. You've got the wrong people. Seeing that the target was about to escape the range, Li Xuanle added another layer of poisonous milk, directly stacking it to a second layer. Another halo appeared above the stone giant's head, and its health loss rate increased significantly. Unfortunately, the opponent had already run far away, and he couldn't continue stacking it for the time being, so he had to give up for now. Otherwise, he really wanted to try and see if the poison could be stacked infinitely. On the other side, Archer Zhang Tian saw the stone giant suddenly go berserk and hurriedly fired an arrow. Clang! The arrow hit the stone giant and bounced off, causing almost no damage. Zhang Tian's expression changed, but when he looked at the health bar again, he was stunned. No, its health has dropped by 10%, and it's still dropping. He was momentarily doubtful about life, and even began to wonder if he had triggered some hidden effect. Upon hearing this, Xia Bingxue and the others immediately checked the situation and indeed found something amiss. Tan Huan made a decisive decision. Focus fire on this one first. As soon as he finished speaking, the mage, archer, assassin, and swordsman attacked simultaneously, unleashing their full firepower and unleashing a frenzied barrage of attacks. Zhao Hao watched from the sidelines, his heart pounding with fear. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They were both swordsmen, but his equipment was dazzling, while his looked as shabby as a beggar. The difference was simply too great. Li Xuanle, however, was speechless, inwardly rolling his eyes. This stone giant was already doomed. Why was it fighting so desperately? He originally wanted to speak up and remind them, but thinking about the equipment distribution, he simply kept quiet. He planned to wait until these people couldn't hold on any longer before making his move. After all, equipment meant money, and he didn't want to let others benefit from it for nothing. Soon, under the combined assault of the crowd, the stone giant collapsed to the ground with a mournful howl, raising a cloud of dust and dropping a low-level piece of equipment. Tan Huan picked up the equipment and said, "We'll distribute it all after we get out. No objections?" Everyone nodded in agreement, clearly not including Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao in their calculations. Li Xuanle glanced at the time. The stone giant had lasted for a little over 40 seconds, while their attacks had barely shortened the duration. In other words, his poison injury accounted for at least 80% of the damage. At this moment, the remaining 7 stone giants had approached and begun a fierce battle with Xia Bingxue and the others. Li Xuanle stood on high ground, resting his chin on his hand and watching coldly. Since the other party had said before entering the instance that everyone would mind their own business, he naturally had no psychological burden. Zhao Hao couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, is it really okay for us to just watch like this?" Li Xuanle replied calmly, "If you think it's inappropriate, you can go down and help." Zhao Hao immediately chickened out. "Forget it, with this equipment, going down there would just be suicide." "Then what did you say?" Li Xuanle raturta marcilessly. Just then, someone on the battlefield suddenly shouted, "Dragon Rider, Holy Shield!" Drawn by the sound, Li Xuanle looked up and saw that the person was surrounded by golden light, their aura noticeably enhanced. Tan Huan exclaimed in surprise, "Wang Hao, you're the hidden class Dragon Knight." Wang Hao smiled smugly. "That's right. And your dragon?" "Haven't found it yet." Tan Huan raised an eyebrow, his tone becoming cautious. "That won't last long either. We can only manage 2 more levels at most." Wang Hao, however, was somewhat unconvinced. "Can't we just clear it?" Tan Huan shook his head. "Impossible. We underestimated this dungeon." "What a blunder," Tan Huan muttered to himself. They had chosen the level 1 Super Dead dungeon because of the low monster levels and their equipment advantage, thinking they could easily crush them. But reality had slapped them in the face. The strength of these level 1 monsters far exceeded their expectations, and the next 9 levels would only be more terrifying. They had clearly underestimated the dungeon's difficulty. Xia Bingxue also looked surprised and said to Wang Hao, "I really didn't expect you to be a dragon knight." Wang Hao smiled smugly, "Just lucky." The 2 women's gazes made him feel a little smug, and he immediately decided, "I'll be the main tank and take care of the monsters. Chen Yuan, you can decide what to do next." Chen Yuan verbally agreed, but inwardly he was very unhappy. Watching Wang Hao steal the spotlight, he thought to himself, "You've got all the limelight. Even the school beauty might be biased towards you." Even though everyone's equipment was similar, the hidden class still managed to give him an edge, which filled him with both envy and jealousy. The battle continued, and after Wang Hao revealed his identity as a Dragon Knight, the team's pressure was indeed reduced considerably. However, Li Xiang, who was in charge of the attack, was finding it increasingly difficult. He frowned and said, "My weapon has been enhanced with attributes, so why is the damage against the stone giant so low?" Tan Huan explained that the stone giant's defense was inherently high, making it naturally difficult to defeat. Li Xiang was even more puzzled. Then why did the first one die so quickly? Tan Huan shook her head. She vaguely remembered that the monster had 2 light green halos above its head, but she didn't see them clearly at the time. She just felt something was strange and even wondered if there was a problem with the dungeon. The formation was now quite clear. Wang Hao was responsible for holding back 6 stone giants, while the rest focused their fire on one. With the golden light enhancing his defense, He attacked while simultaneously pulling the monster away, making the situation appear relatively stable. But only Wang Hao himself knew just how painful it was. The stone giant was not only thick-skinned and tough, but it could also throw stones, and he would be hit from time to time, getting covered in dust and dirt, but he had to force himself to keep quiet, cursing inwardly. I'll never pretend again next time. Li Xuanle watched with great interest, thinking Wang Hao's performance was quite good. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, had it much easier, only needing to hold off one monster. Seeing Wang Hao's disheveled state, he secretly gloated. A dragon knight without a dragon. Let's see how long you can last. Finally, the second stone giant fell, taking a full 6 minutes. In other words, it took them this long to clear a single monster, which was extremely inefficient, and the atmosphere in the team became tense. Just then, Zhao Hao suddenly yelled, "Holy crap, there's a stone giant below me." Everyone looked, and sure enough, a stone giant was staring at him. Li Xuanle calmly said, "Don't panic, it can't reach you." Zhao Hao immediately relaxed and even started to provoke him. "Come on, hit me," Zhao Hao taunted, making a face. The stone giant was actually enraged, roaring as it slammed its fist into the lighthouse pole, causing the entire lighthouse to shake violently. Zhao Hao, startled, immediately stopped and stood obediently at attention. But the stone giant didn't stop. Instead, it began to smash wildly. Zhao Hao panicked and shouted, "Wang Hao, lure it away." Wang Hao's face darkened. "I'm already overwhelmed here. Figure out yourself." As Wang Hao ran, he observed the surroundings and suddenly noticed Li Xuanle on the lighthouse. Remembering that the man was a priest, he immediately had an idea and ran towards him, shouting, "Brother, give me a heal." Li Xuanle nodded and cast a healing spell. Wang Hao felt slightly better, but couldn't help frowning. Why is the effect so poor? Li Xuanle was a little embarrassed. Without equipment, the effect is only SOSO. Wang Hao was speechless, but the monster behind him was already catching up, so he could only continue to run for his life. On the other side, Zhao Hao just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the stone giant pull a huge rock from the ground, and his face turned deathly pale. The next second, he screamed in terror, "Help! It's gonna hit people with that rock." Chapter 7, boss. I saw you make your move. TSK, TSK, TSK. A grown man aspiring to become a swordsman, actually scared like this by a monster. Li Xuanle looked at Zhao Hao on the lighthouse, his eyes practically overflowing with disdain, and couldn't help but mutter, "What a coward!" Xia Bingxue and her companions, who had just dealt with a stone giant, heard Zhao Hao's cries for help and were speechless. Was he really that afraid? However, they quickly rushed towards Zhao Hao's location, not specifically to rescue him, but because there happened to be a lone stone giant there, perfect for them to continue their hunt. At that moment, the stone giant grabbed a rock the size of an adult and hurled it at Zhao Hao in the lighthouse. My God! Zhao Hao's face paled. His hand slipped, and he slid down a meter. The rock almost grazed his head as it flew past, scaring him so much that he hurriedly climbed back up, afraid of falling into the stone giant's attack range. Li Xuanle watched with satisfaction. Ri Tian, your response was very clever. Zhao Hao forced a smile. Damn it, that was really scary, mainly because I didn't have any equipment. He attributed everything to not having any equipment, never mentioning that he was a coward. On the other side, Dragon Knight Wang Hao couldn't hold on any longer. He circled around and ran back to below Li Xuanle, hurriedly shouting, "Brother, give me another heal." Li Xuanle didn't hesitate and cast a healing spell. Wang Hao finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother, did you add any points to your intelligence stat?" Li Xuanle comli. Wang Hao fell silent instantly, watching the catching stone giant, and could only helplessly continue his escape. He simply couldn't understand how a priest could use his skills without adding intelligence. That was basic common sense. In his mind, Li Xuanle had already been categorized as one of the worst performers. At this moment, Li Xuanle looked at the 5 stone giants passing below and simply raised his hand, applying the poisonous milk debuff to all of them and healing each one twice. He felt the progress was too slow. If it dragged on for another half hour, they wouldn't even finish the first round. Since that was the case, he might as well clear out a few stone giants first, enter the next round as soon as possible, and let these people be carried away by the monsters sooner. A pale green halo appeared above the heads of the 5 stone giants. Their health began to drop steadily, and they became even more ferocious, chasing Wang Hao at a significantly faster pace. Wang Hao, terrified, frantically accelerated, wondering, why have these monsters suddenly gone berserk? Could chasing them so intensely increase my attributes? He didn't even notice that the two pale green halos were the real death traps. Meanwhile, Xia Bingxue and her group of 5 had surrounded the stone giant beneath Zhao Hao's lighthouse, unleashing a barrage of magic, longswords, arrows, daggers, and spears. Their equipment was superior, and their attributes were significantly stronger than Li Xuanle's and Zhao Hao's. Zhang Tian, in particular, had even inlaid a 1-star labor attribute gem into his bow, adding 5 points to his labor stat, worth a full 2,000 xia coins on the market. This price was equivalent to 2 months of Li Xuanle's living expenses. Only a rich second generation could afford a play like this. Even so, the stone giant was still very resilient, its health not dropping quickly. Before he knew it, Li Xuanle found himself leveling up. Clearly, the experience gained from the deaths of the previous stone giants had given him a level. Without hesitation, he allocated his attribute points to Constitution. For him, the most suitable fighting style in the future would be to poison the enemy, create distance, and slowly wear them down. He could even imagine the frustration of others who disliked him but couldn't defeat him. While fleeing for his life, Wang Hao suddenly realized there was no movement behind him. He turned around, and his pupils contracted sharply. Holy crap! How come all those stone giants are dead? Zhao Hao was the first to notice that area and indeed saw all 5 stone giants lying on the ground. He immediately looked at Li Xuanle, his eyes asking, "Did you do this?" Li Xuanle nodded slightly and winked at him. Zhao Hao raised an eyebrow, his whole body tensing with excitement. Could it be that his brother was really taking off? Did he finally have a chance to ride on his coattails? Thinking of this, the slight annoyance he felt at being tricked vanished instantly, and his gaze towards Li Xuanle became exceptionally ardent. Hearing Wang Hao's exclamation, Tan Huan, Xia Bingxue, and the others all looked over. They saw that all 5 stone giants had fallen, and several pieces of equipment had dropped to the ground. Everyone was stunned. They had spent so much effort killing just one. How come Wang Hao had killed 5 in the blink of an eye? Was there a bug in this dungeon? Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, the last stone giant seized the opportunity and slapped Chen Yuan, who was closest to it, sending him flying several meters before he crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ouch! That hurt like hell. Chen Yuan's scream brought everyone back to reality, and they realized that there was still 1 stone giant left to deal with. The group immediately repositioned and continued their attack on the last stone giant. Wang Hao also rushed into the fray, taking Chen Yuan's place. Chen Yuan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, lay on the ground, completely exhausted, taking hemostatic medicine while staring at the stone giant in terror. He felt that if he took 2 more hits, he might really die on the spot. Li Xuanle's gaze, however, fell on the few pieces of equipment that had dropped on the ground. He hesitated, wondering whether to go down and pick them up. Although they were low level, they were better than nothing, and he could sell them for some money. But then he thought about the 9 more levels ahead, where the equipment would definitely be better, and he dismissed the idea. It wasn't worth losing face over something so small. Once these people were eliminated from the dungeon in the next level, he could do whatever he wanted. Boom! Finally, the last stone giant crashed down. Just then, Tan Huan suddenly shouted, "Boss, I just saw you make your move." Chapter 8. The Magic Cloak? Interesting. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. A big shot? Could there be some kind of expert hiding here? But there were only a few people present, and apart from Wang Hao, the Dragon Knight, who seemed a bit out of place, there didn't seem to be any other special figures. Xia Bingxue looked at Tan Huan in surprise. Huan, what are you talking about?" Tan Huan was very confident, stepped in front of Li Xuanle, and stared straight at him. "Big boss, stop pretending. I saw you make a move." This revelation stunned Xia Bingxue, Wang Hao, and the others. Even Zhao Hao on the lighthouse was somewhat surprised. Chen Yuan, who had just gotten up from the ground, looked thoughtfully at Li Xuanle upon hearing this. Wasn't he a priest? How did he become a big shot? Li Xuanle remained calm. What big shot or not? He was inwardly surprised. He had been quite discreet in his actions, yet Tan Huan had still discovered him. It seemed that none of the people on the rankings were simpletons. Tan Huan, chin in hand, said confidently, "Don't forget, I'm an assassin with keen observation skills." From the moment the first stone giant died mysteriously, I suspected you and the swordsman on the lighthouse, so I've been keeping an eye on you. Li Xunla retorted. So? Tan Huan pointed to the battlefield. So, I saw it, that faint green halo above the stone giant's head. That was you who created it, wasn't it? Li Xunla was pondering how to answer when a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. The task presented 3 options. Deny being a big shot, reward, a title, openly admit to being a hidden big shot, reward, a 1-star labor, attribute gem, or remain silent and act aloof, reward, 1 point of beauty attribute. Li Xunla barely hesitated before choosing the second option. Attribute gems could be sold for money, about 2,000 xia coins each, which was much more valuable than titles or beauty points. He cleared his throat, feigning profundity. Okay, I admit it. I am indeed a hidden master. These are a piece of cake for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Huan's eyes lit up. Xia Bingxue and the others stared wide-eyed. A priest dared to call himself a hidden master? Zhao Hao in the lighthouse almost slipped and fell, cursing the guy for being such a show-off and not afraid of being proven wrong later. Soon, the system reward arrived in his account. Li Xunla checked his backpack and, sure enough, found a pale blue gem with a faintly rotating star on it. This was the first time he had ever seen a real attribute gem. Although he couldn't use it himself, the thought of selling it for 2,000 coins made him happy. Before, the system always gave him things like beauty attribute points, which were all show and no substance, nothing compared to a gem. At this moment, Xia Bingxue, Wang Hao, and the others all gathered around, bombarding them with questions. Did he take down the first stone giant? Did he also kill the next 5? Then they only managed to take down 2? How did a priest manage that? There were too many questions, and Li Xunla was too lazy to answer them all at once. Just then, the system beeped again. This time, there were 2 options. Say aloofly, I have my own clever plan, don't pry into other people's business, and you'll be rewarded with a level 2, 1-star magic cloak, or patiently answer all the questions, and you'll be rewarded with a pair of school beauty black stockings. Li Xunla looked at the options and fell into a brief moment of thought. The magic cloak should be able to sell for money. Even if the school beauty's black stockings could be sold, their origin would be hard to explain. So he decisively chose the first option, adopting a nonchalant air. I have my own clever plan. Don't pry into other people's business. Everyone fell silent instantly, as if under a spell. Zhao Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Big brother, you're really putting on an act. Li Xunla raised an eyebrow. You better be quiet. Zhao Hao rolled his eyes and sat on the lighthouse without saying a word. Li Xunla proudly examined his newly acquired magic cloak. A level 2, 1-star item. It granted +8 to intelligence and +2 to beauty. Good stuff, and he could exchange it for some money. After a moment of silence, Tan Huan spoke first. Since you don't want to talk about it, we won't ask. However, we'd like to team up with you. What do you think? Xia Bingxue was taken aback and quickly tugged at Tan Huan, as if asking why she made the decision without consulting her. Tan Huan gently patted her wrist, indicating that she shouldn't worry. Li Xunla was somewhat surprised. Forming a team? Didn't we say before that everyone would do their own thing? Tan Huan gave an awkward smile. We underestimated you before. Now we want to cooperate, so let's overcome every obstacle and hopefully succeed. Success. Li Xunla fronat. Who gave you that confidence? Xia Bingxue, Wang Hao, and the others were also puzzled. One more priest, and they could clear the level. The first level was already this difficult, and there were still 9 more to go. They might even lose members in the next level. Tan Huan, however, shrugged. Unity is strength. You have to have dreams. What if you encounter a ghost? Li Xunla thought for a moment and shook his head directly. I don't want to team up with you guys. Tan Huan was puzzled. Why? Li Xunla answered decisively. This way, all the loot will be mine, and I can sell it for money. Chapter 9, Holy crap. How can there be such a despicable monster? Huh? This isn't appropriate. Wang Hao's tone was hesitant, and the others around him also looked puzzled. Everything should go to Li Xunla? He's a priest, holding a broken wooden stick. What gives him the confidence to do so? Tan Huan was also in a dilemma. She originally wanted to cooperate, but Li Xunla's condition was too harsh. If she agreed, she wouldn't know how to explain it to the others. Li Xunla, however, remained calm and simply said, Okay, then I'll clear the level myself after you're carried away. His words weren't loud, but they struck everyone like a thunderclap. Everyone froze, wondering if they'd misheard. Xia Bingxue was the first to react, staring at him and asking, "Clear the level? Are you sure you can clear it?" Wang Hao and the others all turned to look at Li Xuanle, trying to discern the truth in his words. Tan Huan paused for a moment, then quickly changed his tune. "Boss, we just want the title of challenge. If you help us through, you can sell us suitable equipment at above market prices. How about it?" Before Li Xuanle could speak, Wang Hao and the others started chattering amongst themselves. Some said they would acknowledge him as their leader if he could really clear the game. Some said they would be willing to be his underlings. Some were skeptical, and some even threatened to eat shit on livestream. Tan Huan quickly reminded everyone that if they didn't team up, they would only make it to the 3rd or 4th level before being kicked out of the dungeon by monsters. But if they could actually clear it, they would not only gain fame, but also level up. For them, money and equipment were not a problem. What they lacked was the fame and fortune from clearing such a super powerful dungeon. Upon hearing this, everyone wavered. Clearing such a dungeon was indeed something to brag about for years. Xia Bingxue thought for a moment, then looked at Li Xuanle. "If there's any equipment we can use, can we buy it at double the market price?" Upon hearing this, Li Xuanle thought the terms were good and nodded in agreement. His main goal was to make money. The equipment could be sold for a high price, and he wouldn't have to lure monsters himself, saving him time and effort. As for losing a little experience, it wouldn't matter much. He would continue grinding later. Seeing that no one objected, Tan Huan formally said, "Brother Li Xuanle, we've reached an agreement. You can take everything. We'll just take the experience points." After saying that, she took out the piece of equipment she had just picked up from her backpack and handed it to him as well. Wang Hao then asked, "Li Xuanle, are you really confident you can clear the level? Do you want us to lend you some equipment?" Li Xuanle shook his head. "I don't need the equipment. But let me make this clear first. Clearing the level is possible, but whether you can survive to the end depends on your own abilities. Find a way to stay alive." Wang Hao grinned. "Got it, it's just about hiding." Everyone then realized why Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao had climbed the lighthouse pole from the start. They'd already planned their safety positions. Li Xuanle waved his hand. "Zhao Hao, go down and pick up the equipment." Zhao Hao was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up, and he quickly slid down from the lighthouse pole, shouting as he ran, "That lighthouse pole is mine. Don't you dare try to take it." Everyone fell silent. Who would want to take his lighthouse pole? But just then, Archer Zhang Tian quietly climbed the 3rd lighthouse pole. That was the last one left. Wang Hao and the others immediately cast disdainful glances at him. "Zhang Tian, are you serious?" Zhang Tian replied shamelessly. "As everyone knows, archers are ranged classes. The higher you stand, the farther you can shoot. I'm not being cowardly. It's a tactical necessity." Everyone scoffed in unison, completely disbelieving. Such a statement might have been plausible under normal circumstances, but now it sounded like pure stubbornness. However, they didn't dwell on it. Soon, Zhao Hao finished picking up all the equipment on the ground, even taking the one from Tan Huan's hand, then quickly climbed back up the lighthouse pole, grinning from ear to ear. These pieces of equipment could easily sell for hundreds or even thousands of dollars. This is only the 1st level. The items dropped in the next 9 levels will only be more valuable. It might not mean much to rich kids like Xia Bingxue, but it's incredibly tempting for Zhao Hao and Li Xuanle, who are used to being poor. At that moment, several large characters appeared in the sky again. 2nd stage. Li Xuanle immediately shouted, "Remember, lure the monsters to the base of this lighthouse pole, and I will take action. You just need to save yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, monsters poured out of the 4 dark openings of the arena once again. This time, it wasn't stone giants, but a dense swarm of small monsters. They were short in stature, with red eyes, sharp claws, exposed fangs, red hats on their heads, and carrying steel forks and spears. Goblins. Li Xuanle recognized the monster type at a glance, and then checked its attributes. They were only level 2, with 2,000 health points. Their attack and defense weren't outrageous, but their skills were extremely annoying. These goblins can throw stones, steal player items, and become invisible for short periods. They also move very quickly. Most absurdly, their stats show a morality score of -5 and a charm score of -2. Li Xuanle was stunned. Holy crap, how could there be such a despicable monster? Negative morality was one thing, but negative charm too. Just how many wicked things had it done? How many innocent women had it abducted? Despite his initial shock, he quickly realized the biggest problem with this level, the sheer number of them. There were at least 100 goblins on the field, and they were extremely agile, with a stamina attribute as high as 12. Without his presence, this group probably wouldn't even have been able to hide properly and would have been sent away sooner or later. Chapter 10, there are so many innocent victims. It's unbelievable. Li Xuanle carefully considered his poisonous healer skill. He was now level 2, increasing the skill range to 20 meters, allowing him to poison up to 20 targets simultaneously. At this rate, the goblins wouldn't be able to withstand it after just a few rounds. While dodging the monsters, Tan Huan exclaimed in surprise. How did they become level 2 monsters? And there are so many of them? Did anyone level up to level 2? Li Xuanle sat on the lighthouse pole, his tone calm. I leveled up to level 2, so what? Everyone fell silent. No one had expected the first to level up to be a priest. It was somewhat absurd. Li Xuanle, however, ignored their shock and shouted, Hurry up and lure the monster over here, so I can make my move. Wang Hao, Chen Yuan, Li Xiang, Xia Bingxue, and Tan Huan reacted immediately, pulling the monsters towards the lighthouse. Faced with the dense horde of goblins, battle formations were meaningless. Survival depended solely on positioning. They all knew that if it weren't for Li Xuanle, a powerful figure, they would have had a very hard time getting through this level. Hundreds of level 2 goblins were more than enough to tear ordinary challengers to shreds. Every second, Li Xuanle would cast the poison healing spell on the monsters below. Regardless of whether the target was actually poisoned, he would keep stacking it. As a result, some goblins had 4 or 5 green halos above their heads, while others had 1 or 2, and their health was dropping rapidly. Tan Huan, Xia Bingxue, and the others were clever. They led the monster around the lighthouse. They quickly discovered that Li Xuanle's green aura had an absurdly short cooldown. It could be cast 1 second and then cast again the next. Upon closer inspection of the monster's health depletion, everyone was even more alarmed. This skill not only dealt high damage but also stacked with a short cooldown. It was definitely not an ordinary skill. Envy and jealousy were instantly written all over their faces. On the other side, Wang Hao, while luring the monsters, looked at Zhang Tian and said with dissatisfaction, Zhang Tian, how can you be so shameless? The school beauty is luring the monsters down below. What's with you sitting on a lighthouse? Zhang Tian blushed and felt embarrassed, so he could only slide down from the lighthouse pole to join in luring the monsters. Wang Hao glanced at Zhao Hao and Li Xuanle again. Zhao Hao had no equipment, and Li Xuanle was a priest, so he didn't say anything more. At this moment, a goblin saw Tan Huan and Xia Bingxue, its eyes turning red, and excitedly shouted, All the beauties are ours. The goblin, with a poison ring around its head, charged straight at Xia Bingxue. Xia Bingxue panicked upon seeing this and quickened her pace. Wang Hao, who had been watching her closely, immediately shouted, Don't panic, let me handle this, and rushed forward to shield her. Zhao Hao, perched atop the lighthouse, watched with disdain, his heart filled with resentment. If his equipment weren't so poor, he would definitely have gone down and shown off too. After all, Xia Bingxue was his goddess, but unfortunately, the current circumstances didn't allow him to boast. All 6 people on site were doing the same thing, luring monsters. Ordinary level 1 challengers couldn't outrun goblins at all, but their equipment was good and their attribute bonuses were considerable, so they could barely keep up with the goblin's speed. However, they can only run. Once they start attacking, their movements will inevitably slow down, and they could be surrounded by goblins in the next second. They are now completely struggling to survive, and the slightest mistake could mean their instant death. Zhao Hao stared longingly at the equipment that had dropped on the ground, his heart itching with desire. He really wanted to go down and pick it up, but there were still too many monsters, and going down rashly would only get him surrounded. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. Damn it, seeing it but not being able to touch it is so frustrating. Time ticked by, and after about 5 minutes, all of the 100+ goblins finally collapsed. Tan Huan, Xia Bingxue, and the others were panting heavily, but thankfully no one was seriously injured, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xuanle remained calm throughout, knowing all along that these goblins would eventually be poisoned. After this wave ended, everyone leveled up. Li Xuanle reached level 3, and everyone else reached level 2. Without hesitation, he added more attribute points to Constitution. Now his Constitution has reached 16 points, theoretically making him faster than a goblin. Poisonous milk has also been upgraded to a 30-meter range and 30 targets. Along the way, goblins threw spears at him, but he narrowly dodged them. Zhao Hao also put all his attribute points into Constitution. He was completely impressed by Li Xuanle's divine skills and decided to prioritize survival in the early stages. After all, those were over 100 goblins with stats equivalent to a level 5 advanced human, and Li Xuanle dealt with them so easily, killing them without even drawing blood. If this isn't a true powerhouse, what is? Li Xuanle was about to call Zhao Hao to pick up the equipment when he turned around and found that the guy had already rushed over, moving very quickly. He raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, this guy is really good for nothing, but he's number one at picking up scraps. There were probably 8 or 9 pieces of equipment lying on the ground, which could probably be sold for some money. Besides being shocked by Li Xuanle's skills, Tan Huan, Xia Bingxue, and the others all focused their attention on the equipment. Xia Bingxue asked first, is there any equipment that a mage can use? Tan Huan chimed in, if there's any level 2 equipment, we can buy it at double the market price. Wang Hao immediately said, if there's any equipment that increases constitution, I'll buy it first. He had figured it out. Whoever was faster would be more likely to survive to the end. The others had clearly seen it too. Chun Yuan laughed. Wang Hao, you've got a brilliant plan. If there's an extra body bonus, I want to buy it too. Li Xiang also chimed in, saying he wanted to buy one as well. Listening to their discussion about equipment, Li Xuanle suddenly remembered that he had a level 2, 1-star magic cloak in his bag. It had +8 to intelligence and +2 to beauty, but the style was somewhat feminine, which he didn't like. So he directly asked, I have a level 2, 1-star magic cloak here, +8 to intelligence and +2 to beauty. Anyone want to buy it? Wang Hao immediately spoke up, how much? I'll buy it, I want to give it to Xia Bingxue. Li Xuanle was stunned, thinking to himself that this was truly a fool. But the next second, Li Xiang also blurted out, no, I'll buy it, I want to give it to Xia Bingxue. Chen Yuan also joined in, wait, I'll do it, don't try to take it from me. Xia Bingxue was somewhat stunned. Li Xuanle hadn't expected there to be more than one victim, and calmly said, 1 star is a little more expensive than no star. 1,000 or 800 will do. Wang Hao tentatively asked, 1,000 or 800? Is 600 okay? Chapter 11 Linyu? Soloing an extremely difficult dungeon. Chen Yuan laughed, thinking Wang Hao was being petty. That cloak was worth at least 800. Li Xiang disagreed, though. Giving something worth 800 to the school beauty showed no sincerity. Chen Yuan was too lazy to argue, and simply told Li Xuanle to bring out the magic cloak for him to see. Li Xuanle was speechless. What could be so special about a cloak? But he still took out the feminine magic cloak. The azure cloak, once revealed, shimmered with light, both dazzling and mysterious, truly a sight to behold. Chen Yuan immediately bid 800. Li Xiang quickly raised it to 900, and Wang Hao, not to be outdone, immediately bid 1,000. Li Xuanle watched the bidding and was secretly delighted. He hadn't expected that a cloak could be auctioned off like this. He immediately shouted, 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yuan raised the price to 1,100. Li Xiang shouted 1,200, and Wang Hao followed suit with 1,300. Zhao Hao, Zhang Tian, and Tan Huan were dumbfounded. These guys were really rich and foolish. The cloak was actually only worth 800 or 900. Li Xuanle was about to ask if there were any higher prices when Xia Bingxue said calmly, 2,000. I'll buy it myself. Everyone sighed in dismay. They knew Xia Bingxue was rich, but how could they let her be the sucker? Several people immediately advised Li Xuanle to give the school beauty a fair price, saying that they couldn't do something against their conscience, and that if they had the cloak, they would have given it to her directly. Li Xuanle became increasingly suspicious. These people were clearly trying to use him as a pretext to elevate him to a moral high ground and force him to give himself away to Xia Bingxue. But he wasn't short of money. Giving it away? Impossible. He immediately made a decision. All right, 2,000, Xia Bingxue is yours. Wang Hao and the others were completely dumbfounded. Everyone else was lining up to give the school beauty gifts, but never got a chance. And Li Xuanle, of all people, had the opportunity and dared to extort money from her. They all agreed that this guy was probably destined to be a straight man for life. However, the group also breathed a sigh of relief. Beautiful women generally prefer strong men, and they had been worried that Li Xuanle, being handsome and powerful, would become a competitor. But now it seemed this straightforward guy had virtually no chance. Zhao Hao couldn't help but speak up, feeling that 2,000 was inappropriate. Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow and glared at him. "What's it to you? Stay on the pole." After saying that, he quickly slid down from the lighthouse pole, handed the magic cloak to Xia Bingxue, and asked, "Cash or WeChat?" Xia Bingxue put on her cloak and was about to pay when her face flushed slightly. She asked if she could pay after leaving the dungeon. Li Xuanle immediately understood that she probably didn't have that much money on her, so he readily agreed. He didn't think the school beauty would renege on her debt, so after collecting the money, he nimbly climbed back up the lighthouse pole. Wang Hao and the others looked at him like he was some kind of oddball, only able to marvel at his awesomeness and relieved to have one less rival. The group bought some more equipment from Zhao Hao and then quietly waited for the third level to arrive. Not long after, 3 large characters appeared in the sky again. Third level. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon building, a handsome student appeared at the entrance to the super dead dungeon managed by Tang Wu. His expression was calm, but his tone was firm. "Director Tang, I want to solo the super dead dungeon." Tang Wu looked at him alone, his face full of doubt, even wondering if he had misheard. "You're going to solo the super dead dungeon?" The other person nodded in confirmation. Tang Wu asked him his name and class, and he replied, "Lin Yu, Class 1, Grade 3, also known as the Kunping class." Tang Wu knew about the Kunping class and asked about his profession. Lin Yu replied casually, "Summoner." Tang Wu was startled and immediately guessed that he might have summoned a powerful summoned beast, pressing for details. Lin Yu shook his head, indicating that it was inconvenient to say at the moment. Tang Wu was disappointed, but he understood. He asked again, "Are you sure you want to solo the Super Ghost Dungeon?" Lin Yu replied without hesitation, "Absolutely sure." Tang Wu frowned, reminding him that the Super Ghost Dungeon was almost always a death sentence, and no student had ever succeeded in challenging it. Lin Yu, however, smiled and simply said that he was confident enough. Looking at this confident young man, Tang Wu inexplicably began to trust him, and thus prepared to open another instance. Lin Yu understood the implication and asked if someone had already entered. Tang Wu told him that a team composed of the top 10 students in the grade had entered the dungeon. Originally 6 people, they later became 8. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he asked if Xia Bingxue was among them. Tang Wu was somewhat surprised. Lin Yu, however, calmly stated that those people had made too much of a fuss, making it difficult to remain unaware of them. But their actual combat strength was just so, even inferior to Li Chun, a sword saint. Tang Wu narrowed his eyes, understanding his meaning. "You don't even take Li Chun seriously?" Lin Yu's tone was light, but full of weight. "He is only number 1 on the surface. I really don't take him seriously." Tang Wu was immediately filled with unease. The Sword Saint class was a hidden class, universally acknowledged as the strongest in one-on-one combat, and Li Chun was also the undisputed number 1 in this year's class. Yet this Lin Yu seemed completely unfazed. Tang Wu stroked his beard, growing increasingly curious. What kind of monster had Lin Yu summoned? Chapter 12? How is that possible? We've entered the 5th level. Even Li Chun, a sword saint, had never mentioned soloing the super dead dungeon. Tang Wu looked puzzled but nodded nonetheless. "All right, I don't know where you get your courage, but I hope to see a miracle." With that, he stood up and pressed a mysterious button, and a deep blue vortex entrance appeared. "Lin Yu, go in, good luck." "Thank you. I appreciate your kind words." Lin Yu, full of confidence, went straight into the super dead dungeon. After Lin Yu entered, Tang Wu immediately let go, then picked up his phone and dialed Guan Shangyue, the dean of Fengshu Academy. Guan Shangyue was a level 72 swordsman. When the call connected, Tang Wu's tone became shrewd. "Dean Guan, there's something going on. A student says he's going to solo the super dead dungeon, and he's very confident." Guan Shangyue was taken aback. "Solo? Is it Li Chun, the sword saint?" "No." "Then who is it?" "Lin Yu, the summoner." Guan Shangyue was clearly surprised. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "The summoner class has a very wide skills ceiling and floor. If the summoned beast is strong enough, it is indeed possible." Tang Wu recalled Lin Yu's confident gaze. "I suspect his summoned beast is very powerful." Guan Shanyue's tone held a hint of anticipation. "Keep a close eye on him. If he can pass all 4 trials, notify me immediately, and I'll come and see for myself." Wulong City hasn't produced a top-tier professional in a long time. As one of the three major academies, Fengshu Academy, like Tunglong Academy and Heibai Academy, is struggling to attract outstanding students. Of course, what all students truly yearn for is a higher-level academy. Xia Kingdom only has 3 academies: Super God, Super Spirit, and Super Mortal. Among them, the Super God Academy is ranked first, and almost every student who can enter it is capable of standing on their own. After Tang Wu agreed, Guan Shanhua hung up the phone. But as soon as Tang Wu turned around, he discovered that Xia Bingshue's team had already made it to the 4th level. That was a team with 2 burdens. He had originally thought they would only reach the 3rd level at most, since the ghosts in the 3rd level were best at stealth attacks. What surprised him even more was that Lin Yu's solo progress had also quickly passed the 1st level. Tang Wu's expression immediately became interesting. Interesting, really interesting. Unfortunately, he could only see the level progress, not the actual gameplay. After watching for a while, he picked up his phone again and started scrolling through Douyin. As expected, it was another dancing girl. Inside the dungeon, Li Xuanle remained firmly atop the lighthouse pole. He had already reached level 4, and his poisonous healing skill could now affect 40 targets simultaneously, with a range increased to 40 meters. With more targets and a wider area of effect, his monster clearing speed was naturally much faster. Almost no monster can last more than 2 minutes against him. He's also wearing level 3 equipment, the Swift Boots, which increases his Constitution attribute by 8 points. Now his Constitution attribute is 29 points, theoretically making him incredibly fast. The 6 people on the ground were still responsible for luring monsters and running away, all panting heavily. One of them couldn't help but complain, "I feel like with this kind of fighting, all you need to do is run fast enough." Another person immediately chimed in, "I think so too." Some even suggested allocating all points to Constitution, but this was immediately rejected. After all, this tactic only worked with Li Xuanle, and once attribute points were allocated, there was no going back. Zhao Hao, on the other hand, became a complete cheerleader, either basking in the experience and equipment or cheering from the sidelines. After cheering, he excitedly checked his inventory. There were already 20 pieces of equipment inside, making him grin from ear to ear. Once they left the dungeon, all of this would be money. Besides, he had basically replaced all his own equipment, making it look brand new. Zhao Hao even considered going down to lure the monster, but after hesitating for a long time, he still felt it was unnecessary. Anyway, one more person wouldn't make a difference, and one less person wouldn't make a difference either. Staying on the lighthouse pole was fine. The monsters in the 4th level are the Frost Serpent Demons, and there are only 6 of them. However, these monsters have thick and long bodies, high defense, and high speed. They can also release Ice Crystal Fangs and Frost Breath, and their attacks have a freezing effect, belonging to magic damage. Li Xuanle preferred monsters that were few in number but high in strength. Since his damage reduction mechanism was based on a percentage, stronger monsters were useless. He directly applied 6 stacks of poisonous healing to all 6 Frost Serpent Demons. In less than a minute, all 6 Frost Serpent Demons had fallen. Level 4 cleared. Zhao Hao rushed off to collect the equipment as usual, his smile impossible to hide. He suddenly realized that being a lackey was really great, and clinging to a powerful figure was truly satisfying. Inside the dungeon building, Tang Wu was watching Douyin's girl dance when he casually glanced at the dungeon progress. The next second, his pupils contracted sharply. "I actually cleared the 4th level." He rubbed his eyes and checked again carefully. That's right, the 4th level is complete. But that's Xia Bingshue's team, with 2 burdens in tow. How could they be so fast? The Frost Serpent Demons in the 4th level are no ordinary monsters. There are 6 of them, with magical attacks and area of effect slowing and freezing effects. They are extremely difficult to deal with even in reality. Tang Wu even got up to check the equipment, and only after confirming that everything was normal did he recover from his shock. He turned off the emulator and immediately dialed Guan Shanhua's number. Guan Shanhua answered the phone and asked, "What's wrong? Did Lin Yu pass the 4th level?" "No." "Then what happened?" Tang Wu took a deep breath. Someone did pass the 4th level, but it wasn't Lin Yu. Guan Shanhua was a little impatient. "Stop beating around the bush. Just say it clearly." Tang Wu said in a deep voice, "Xia Bingshue's team passed the 4th level and entered the 5th level." "What? Entered the 5th level?" Chapter 13. All the healers buffed with vitality? You're really toxic. Really, Tang Wu's tone was extremely serious. Although he himself thought it was unbelievable, the progress of the dungeon was undeniable. Xia Bingshue's team had indeed made it to the 5th level. Guan Shan was still somewhat incredulous. Even the strongest student in the past had only reached the 5th level. After confirming it several times, he immediately said in a deep voice, "Then I must go and see for myself." He then hurriedly hung up the phone. Reaching the 5th level means someone in the team must be putting in a lot of effort. If Fengshu Academy truly has some promising talents, then they might have a chance in the friendly tournament between the 3 major academies in Wulong City a month later. This so-called friendly match, ostensibly in exchange, actually represents the academy's strength. Whoever wins will receive substantial resource support from the municipal government, money, equipment, gems, and dungeon slots. Guan Shan thought of Li Chun, who had been specially granted permission to undergo life-or-death training in the wild, and Lin Yu, who had soloed the Super Dead dungeon, and his confidence immediately increased. If Xia Bingshue's team were added to the mix, Fengshu Academy might very well be able to turn things around this time. Fengshu Academy hadn't won first place for several years in a row. Inside the instance, Li Xuanle had already slid down from the lighthouse pole. The monsters in the 5th level were unusual. 20 flying monsters called Thunder Eagles, capable of claw attacks, pecking, and ranged lightning attacks. These monsters prioritized attacking aerial targets, and Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao, sensing danger, immediately rushed back to the ground. To everyone's surprise, the two ran incredibly fast. One a priest, the other a swordsman, their speed far surpassing the others. Tan Huan was the most confused. She was clearly an assassin known for her speed, yet she still couldn't catch up with Li Xuanle. She couldn't help but ask, "How can you, a priest, run faster than me?" Li Xuanle cast poisonous healing on the Thunderhawks within range as he ran, and casually replied, "Because I've maxed out Constitution." Tan Huan was stunned. "If you put all your points into Constitution, then the priest's skills are useless?" Li Xuanle calmly replied, "I'm not a normal healer. I'm a poison healer." This statement completely baffled Tan Huan, and she couldn't help but retort, "You really are poisonous." She then looked at Zhao Hao and noticed that he was also faster than her, and a bad feeling immediately arose. "You're a swordsman? You wouldn't have maxed out Constitution too, would you?" Zhao Hao nodded matter-of-factly. "Yeah, so what?" Tan Huan was speechless. The swordsman didn't add strength, and the priest didn't stack healing. These two people's stat allocation methods completely overturned her understanding. But Zhao Hao's question, which is more important, killing monsters or staying alive, left her speechless for a moment. After all, in this world, survival is indeed the most important thing. Tan Huan, who originally firmly believed in the supremacy of attack, was now somewhat shaken and even began to doubt whether he should also focus on enhancing his physical attributes. Wang Hao couldn't help but complain, saying that Li Xuanle had just given him 2 doses of healing, but he barely felt anything. He really was a self-centered, toxic healer. Everyone burst into laughter. Chun Yuan, Li Xiang, and the others joked that they shouldn't treat Li Xuanle as a priest, but rather as an extremely fast, highly poisonous mage. Archer Zhang Tian suddenly seemed to have a flash of inspiration, saying that he seemed to see a kite tactic in Li Xuanle's style. But before he could finish, Wang Hao and the others immediately criticized him, saying that his arrows weren't powerful enough, and even a day of kiting might not be enough to whittle down a monster. Zhang Tian smiled sheepishly and said nothing more, because although those words were harsh, they made a lot of sense. In less than 2 minutes, all 20 Thunderhawks in the 5th level had died from low health. Zhao Hao excitedly went to collect the loot, finding a total of 6 pieces of equipment. The most eye-catching item was a level 5, 2-star Swift Cloak with a plus 12 Constitution attribute. Zhao Hao immediately handed the cloak to Li Xuanle. "Brother, this one adds 12 points to Constitution. Do you want it?" Li Xuanle took it, glanced at it, and put on without hesitation. He would accept any equipment that added Constitution, and had even started considering buying Constitution attribute gems to sock it into his equipment in the future. His tactics were actually inspired by the alchemist in the game, the core of which was to run fast and be hard to kill. But he was even more outrageous than that playstyle, as he could both poison enemies from a distance and be immortal. As long as he continued to increase his speed, he could take less damage and suffer less pain. At this point, Li Xuanle had reached level 5, enabling him to simultaneously unleash the poisonous milk, debuff on 50 targets within a 50-meter radius. Furthermore, his Constitution attribute had reached a terrifying 45 points. At only level 5, he was already difficult for these monsters to encounter. The others had also leveled up to level 4, except for Zhao Hao, who had also allocated all his points to Constitution. The others had a more balanced attribute distribution, with their speed even below 20. Just then, large characters appeared in the sky again. Level 6. At the entrance to the Super Dead dungeon, in the dungeon building, Tang Wu had just hung up the phone and was about to watch some videos when he caught a glimpse of the interface out of the corner of his eye. He froze instantly, blurting out, "Holy crap." The information showed that Xia Bingshue's team had already entered the 6th level. They had only taken a few minutes to complete the 5th level. Tang Wu couldn't believe it. Those were 20 flying Thunder Eagles. How could they have been taken down so quickly? He even suspected there was something wrong with the dungeon system. But the next second, he glanced at Lin Yu's solo dungeon progress, and his pupils widened in shock again. He made it to the 3rd level all by himself? Chapter 14. The Super Devilish Dungeon is finally cleared. This is fucking unbelievable. Tang Wu's gaze swept back and forth between Lin Yu's dungeon and Xia Bingshue's team dungeon, completely dumbfounded. He could barely find a reason for Lin Yu soloing the dungeon. That kid probably had an extremely powerful summoned beast to make it through. But what made Xia Bingshue's team so strong? He simply put down his phone and stared intently at Xia Bingshue's team's progress. He remembered the monster in the 6th level clearly. It was a troll gorilla with high defense, high health, and high attack. A typical high 3 monster, and a 3-star monster at that, enough to easily wipe out a 10-person team. In reality, this monster would be considered a minor leader, and countless adventurers had perished at its hands. Tang Wu had just crossed his legs, ready to watch how they fought, when the dungeon information had already jumped to level 7. He slapped his thigh. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This troll ape should take at least half an hour. How could it be gone in just a minute or two? Could it be a bug in the dungeon? Tang Wu picked up his glass and took a big gulp, then spat out 2 goji berries, shook his head, and checked the information again. That's right, it's the 7th level. His mouth gaped open, his mind reeling with a series of holy crap. The next second, he immediately dialed Guan Shanyue's number. On the other end of the line, Guan Shanyue's voice was deep. "Old Tang, I'm on my way. Has anyone passed the 5th level?" Tang Wu, suppressing his shock, asked, "Old Guan, is this instance old and in disrepair? Something doesn't seem right to me." Guan Shanyue quickly denied it. "Impossible. This is a mature instance, only about 10 years old, and it's 90% new." Tang Wu immediately said, "How come the troll ape was taken down in a minute?" Guan Shanyue's tone changed. "What? The troll ape from the 6th level?" "Yes, we're already at the 7th level." "Was it Lin Yu or Xia Bingshue's team?" "Xia Bingshue's team." Silence fell on the other end of the phone. Guan Shanyue's heart also stirred. Could there really be a formidable figure hidden in that team? Perhaps a hidden class like a sword immortal, with skills like sword control and 10,000 swords returning to 1, each dealing terrifying damage. He hung up the phone immediately and sped towards the Super Ghost dungeon. Tang Wu realized the call had been disconnected, but he didn't care. He could only continue monitoring the 2 instance information. He was numb. Lin Yu's team was still getting smooth sailing, and Xia Bingshue's team was even more outrageous, clearing a level almost every 2 minutes. The later levels were all single-target bosses, each one ridiculously strong, but they seemed to pose no threat to them at all. Tang Wu felt his pocket, took out a medicine bottle, glanced at it, and muttered, "I took medicine, so how could this happen?" Not long after, Guan Shanyue arrived nearby. Before he even got there, his voice came over, "Old Tang, what's the situation now?" A few seconds later, a lean, wiry, and sprightly old man with graying hair appeared before Tang Wu. He was none other than Guan Shanyue, the dean of Phoenix Chick Academy and a level 72 swordsman. Tang Wu spread his hands, pointing to the instance information. "See for yourself. If you had come 2 minutes later, they would have already cleared it." Guan Shanyue looked in the direction of the information, his pupils shrinking. Level 10. The monster in the 10th level is a 4-star boss, the Thunder Serpent, capable of unleashing deadly lightning attacks and thunderstorm spells, possessing extremely strong ranged attack capabilities. 4 stars already represents the level of a mid-tier monster, its strength far surpassing that of the monsters before it. The monsters in this bizarre game have vastly different star ratings. Ordinary monsters have no stars. Beginner monsters are 1 to 3 stars. Intermediate monsters are 4 to 6 stars, and advanced monsters are 7 to 9 stars. As for 10-star monsters, no one has ever seen one. Guan Shanyue's eyes gleamed, his excitement growing. Could the legend of no one clearing the Super Ghost dungeon truly be broken today? Tang Wu then pointed to the other side. Old Guan, look at Lin Yu again. He's already reached the 4th level all by himself. Guan Shanyue stared at the information, his eyes wide. After a moment, he said excitedly, "This Lin Yu must have a very strong summoned beast." Tang Wu nodded repeatedly. "That's what I think too. It must be a super powerful summoned beast, but I don't know what it is." As the two were talking, a deep blue vortex suddenly appeared in the room. The next second, Tan Huan, Xia Bingxue, Wang Hao, and others emerged one after another, with Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao being the last to appear. Upon seeing Tang Wu and Guan Shanyue, everyone immediately greeted them. "Hello, Dean." Tang Wu immediately checked the dungeon status. Cleared. They actually cleared it. Guan Shanyue's face flushed with excitement as he looked at the others and exclaimed repeatedly, "Good. Very good. Excellent. You're the first to clear the Super Dead dungeon." At this point, he suddenly stroked his beard and said with great interest, "Don't tell me yet. Let me guess." His gaze swept over Xia Bingxue and the others, his eyes full of curiosity. "Among you, there must be some with hidden professions, right?" Tan Huan nodded first. Guan Shanyue became even more excited. "Okay, don't tell me. Let me guess who the hidden class is." Everyone was speechless. It was almost time to leave school, and the dean still wanted to play a guessing game. Guan Shanyue asked, "Is it a girl?" Tan Huan shook her head. "Then it's a boy." Everyone looked at each other, their words essentially meaningless. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Li Xuanle's mind as he stood at the back. "Ding! You have triggered a system task. Please accept it." He immediately checked the tasks. 1. Tell Guan Shanyue directly that the hidden class is Wang Hao, a Dragon Knight. Reward: 2-star Constitution, plus 10 attribute gems. 2. Remain silent and wait for Guan Shanyue to finish guessing. Reward: Beauty, plus 1 point. Upon seeing the first reward, Li Xuanle immediately stopped hesitating. He exclaimed, "Dean, the hidden class is Wang Hao the Dragon Knight." Guan Shanyue was stunned for a moment, then looked at Li Xuanle with annoyance. Who is this guy, daring to interrupt his interest? Chapter 15. Not a Dragon Knight? Who else could it be? Having seen many storms, Guan Shanyue wasn't angered by this. He glanced at everyone and asked, "Wang Hao, Dragon Knight? Which student is that?" Wang Hao immediately stepped forward. "Dean, it's me." Guan Shanyue smiled at him, his tone full of admiration. "I didn't expect the Dragon Knight to be so strong, actually managing to clear the Super Ghost dungeon. It's truly an eye-opener." Wang Hao, however, felt a little guilty and quickly explained, "Dean, the breakthrough wasn't because of me." Upon hearing this, Tang Wu and Guan Shanyue were both stunned. Not because of the hidden class? Then who could it be? Tang Wu couldn't help but press. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Guan Shanyue also stared at Wang Hao, wondering if there was another hidden class in the team. Wang Hao pointed at Li Xuanle. "It was because of him that we were able to clear the level." Instantly, Tang Wu and Guan Shanyue's eyes fell on Li Xuanle. Guan Shanyue looked astonished. Tang Wu also couldn't believe it. "But isn't he a priest? How is this possible?" Xia Bingxue nodded and said, "It really is because of him. Otherwise, we would have had to come out after the 3rd or 4th level at most." Guan Shanyue immediately asked, "What's his name? Which class is he in?" Tang Wu quickly explained, "His name is Li Xuanle. He's in Class 2, Grade 3, and his profession is priest." Yang Yu originally asked him to go in and experience the brutality of the monsters, but who knew he would clear it directly? Guan Shanyue subconsciously thought that Li Xuanle's strong healing ability made the team stronger and stronger as the battle progressed. But Tan Huan said seriously, "No, he can use poison." Poisoning? Guan Shanyue was stunned. Tang Wu was also shocked. A wet nurse who could poison? What kind of method was that? Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, and the poison is extremely potent. Guan Shanyue stared wide-eyed at Li Xuanle. "So, you can both heal and poison?" Li Xuanle was checking the 2-star body attribute gem in his backpack when he was suddenly called out. He could only quickly reply, "Yes, yes, yes, right?" Wang Hao suppressed a laugh and added, "But his healing is very weak. Rather than a priest, He's more like a poison mage disguised as a healer. A highly poisonous mage? Guan Shangyue walked to Li Xuanle's side, took his arm, and examined him closely. After looking him over several times, his expression suddenly became serious. I think you have a secret. Come with me. With that, he was about to lead Li Xuanle away. Tang Wu quickly stopped him. Wait, Lao Guan. Shouldn't this matter of passing the test be announced to the entire academy? Guan Shangyue stopped in his tracks. Of course it should be announced. Write down the name of everyone who cleared the dungeon to encourage other students to take on the challenge. Tang Wu nodded, indicating that he would take care of it. Guan Shangyue had only taken 2 steps when he turned back to remind him. If Lin Yu clears the Super Ghost Dungeon solo, it should also be announced to the entire college, and he should come to my office. Tang Wu agreed. Zhao Hao looked at Li Xuanle expectantly, about to speak, when Li Xuanle said directly, "Don't wait for me. You go first." Then he left with Guan Shangyue. As soon as Guan Shangyue left, Tang Wu immediately asked Xia Bingxue and the others with great interest, "Tell me, what exactly happened in the dungeon? How much of a role did Li Xuanle's poison play?" Tan Huan answered seriously, "It accounts for 99.99%. Tang Wu looked incredulous. Wang Hao added, "Let's put it this way, he could easily solo it himself." Xia Bingxue nodded, "We just hitched a ride." Tang Wu still didn't understand. How could he do it all by himself? Just with poison. Tan Huan explained, "Not only that, there's also speed." Tang Wu was even more puzzled. Tan Huan smiled and asked, "Director Tang, have you ever seen a priest with full physical stats?" Tang Wu shook his head repeatedly. "No." Tan Huan said, "Li Xuanle is a full physical stat, and he runs incredibly fast." Tang Wu's worldview was shaken. After thinking for a moment, he realized, so he used poison and escape tactics, relying on kite tactics? Tan Huan clapped lightly. "Director Tang is amazing, you guessed right." Tang Wu was somewhat pleased with the praise, but he still reminded everyone. In any case, congratulations on becoming the first group of people from Phoenix Academy to clear the Super Ghost Dungeon. But don't be arrogant. Lin Yu is already gone and alone. Xia Bingxue immediately asked, "I just heard the dean say that Lin Yu was soloing. What's the situation now?" Tang Wu said calmly, "He's already on the 5th level. Although his speed isn't as fast as yours, it's still pretty fast." Wang Hao was surprised. "The 5th level? Soloing?" Tang Wu nodded. "He's a summoner. He probably summoned a very strong summoned beast." At this point, Tang Wu was in high spirits. In this year's 3 Academies Friendship Tournament, our Phoenix Academy might really have a chance to take first place. Then he looked at Wang Hao. "You're a dragon knight, and you have great potential. Shouldn't you find a dragon pet to bring out your hidden class advantages?" Wang Hao nodded. "It should be." Tang Wu frowned. "This thing is hard to find. Even money may not be enough. Dragon knights are rare to begin with, and dragons among monsters are at least 8 stars or higher, with levels often reaching 80. Even Dean Guan Shangyue is only level 72. However, Tang Wu quickly regained his composure and comforted Wang Hao. "It's all right. Let's take it one step at a time." Wang Hao nodded. Actually, he wasn't too worried, because his family was indeed wealthy and had already begun searching for a dragon pet at any cost. Inside the dungeon, Lin Yu watched the giant summoned python grow stronger and stronger, a smile spreading across his face. "Little python, you really can grow stronger by devouring. At this rate, we'll be invincible." He couldn't help but burst into laughter. "So what if it's Sword Saintly Chun? He's absolutely no match for me." Chapter 16, The Cosmic Cube, the vast expanse of stars. Meanwhile, on a desolate mountaintop outside Wulong City, a young man's hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals. 2 long swords, under his control, pierced through the air, scattering and destroying monsters. He was none other than Li Chun, the only student from Phoenix Chick Academy to be specially permitted to leave the city by Guan Shangyue, the top student in his grade, and his hidden profession, Sword Saint. Li Chun suddenly sneezed, frowning and muttering, "Who's talking about me?" Meanwhile, in Guan Shanyue's office, Li Xuanle sat lazily in his chair, looking as relaxed as if he were back in his dorm. Guan Shanyue sat opposite him, staring at him with curiosity in his eyes. After being stared at for a while, Li Xuanle finally couldn't take it anymore and said, "Dean Guan, just ask me whatever you want. Don't look at me like that." Guan Shanyue picked up his old glass teacup, took a sip, spat out the tea leaves, then squinted at him and slowly asked, "A priest capable of poisoning?" Li Xuanle nodded. I accidentally obtained a strange skill that can release poison. Guan Shangyue pressed for the effects of the poison, and Li Xuanle first picked up the mineral water next to him and took a sip before mysteriously saying, "Dean, this poison is terrible. The damage is calculated as a percentage." Percentage? How so? 1% per second, lasting for 100 seconds. Guan Shanyue's eyes widened. Then getting hit is practically a death sentence? Li Xuanle calmly replied, "More or less." Guan Shanyue then understood why he had cleared the levels so smoothly and immediately asked about the skill cooldown. Li Xuanle's answer was only 1 second, and Guan Shanyue almost cursed, but he managed to swallow it back, only saying that it was the first time he had ever seen it. He then asked about the skill's origin and class restrictions. Li Xuanle casually replied that he found it, and that only priests could use it. Guan Shanyue knew he was lying, but didn't investigate further, since the skill book would disappear after use. After a moment's hesitation, Guan Shanyue asked about his attribute points. Li Xuanle answered truthfully that he had allocated all his points to Constitution, which meant maximizing his speed. Guan Shanyue leaned back in his chair and scrutinized him carefully. "I'd like to hear your self-assessment." Li Xuanle answered without hesitation, "Invincible." Guan Shanyue was taken aback, urging him to be serious. But Li Xuanle remained earnest, indicating he wasn't joking. Guan Shanyue stared at the nonchalant young man for a long time, then suddenly asked solemnly, "Do you think you could defeat Li Chun?" Li Xuanle said casually, "Too easy, it'll only take a minute." "Are you sure?" "Of course." Guan Shanyue's expression finally turned serious. "Since you're so confident, there are some things I should tell you. Do you know what the ultimate purpose of changing jobs is?" Li Xuanle thought for a moment. "To survive, to fight against the game monsters?" Guan Shanyue shook his head. "The monsters can't be killed all the time. That's not the main reason. The arrival of the strange game is related to fate." This was the first time Li Xuanle had heard this explanation. Guan Shanyue told him that Blue Star's luck was very bad, which was why game monsters frequently appeared. The root cause lay in the cosmic cube. When Blue Star's participants competed with all races, they didn't acquire enough luck. The cosmic cube? Li Xuanle was somewhat surprised. He had never heard of such a thing before. Guan Shanyue explained that ordinary people are not qualified to know these things. The academy only tells those who truly have potential. He valued Li Xuanle because he hoped he would understand that those with great talent should not only set their sights on the present, but also on the stars and the sea. Li Xuanle was stunned by these words. He originally thought that with his immortality and the divine skill, poisonous milk, he could roam freely on Blue Star. But now he realized that there was an even bigger world outside. Guan Shanyue continued, "The Cosmic Cube isn't a place you can just dream of right now. The entry requirement is at least level 100. The Super God Academy also requires level 30 or higher to qualify, and the Wilderness Secret Realms also have level requirements. Li Xuanle currently has 3 most important things to do. The Wilderness Training in 3 days, the friendly competition among the 3 academies within a month, and the entrance examination for the Super God Academy within 100 days. If he wants to know more secrets about the Cosmic Cube, he must be admitted to the Super God Academy." Guan Shanyue also bluntly stated that even he himself is not qualified to know the deeper content. Li Xuanle nodded thoughtfully. "Dean, I think I understand." Guan Shanyue added that he had only told Li Chun and Li Xuanle about this so far, and perhaps Lin Yu as well. Li Chun was a hidden professional swordsman, so his potential was self-evident. As for Lin Yu, he is a summoner and seems to possess a very powerful summon beast. He's currently soloing the super powerful dungeon. Guan Shanyue has clearly been keeping a close eye on his performance. When Li Xuanle heard about soloing, he curled his lip and said with a hint of arrogance, "What's so great about soloing? I can do it too." Guan Shanyue gave him an annoyed look. "I've noticed that your biggest characteristic is that you're not humble." Chapter 17, you're wrong. No one can fight me. Li Xuanle understood the implication in Guan Shanyue's words. "You're shameless." Just then, Guan Shanyue's phone rang. The caller was Tang Wu. He answered the phone, and Tang Wu immediately reported, "Old Guan, Lin Yu soloed the Super Dead dungeon and cleared it." Excitement immediately shone in Guan Shanyue's eyes, and he asked Tang Wu to call Lin Yu to his office. 2 consecutive super difficult dungeons were cleared by students, something that had never happened before at Fengshu Academy. Guan Shan became increasingly excited as he thought about it. Li Chun, Li Xuanle, and Lin Yu were probably not ordinary geniuses. As for who was stronger, He couldn't tell for the time being, but he already had the confidence to win the friendly tournament between the three academies. After hanging up the phone, Guan Shanyu looked at Li Xuanle. All right, the communication is over. You can go back and rest now. Remember the stars and the sea. Li Xuanle nodded, got up, and left the office. Outside, he glanced at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening, just in time for dinner. He casually opened WeChat, only to find a class group chat in an uproar. Everyone was discussing how he and Zhao Hao had actually cleared the super hard-to-clear dungeon with Xia Bingshue's team, with envious and jealous voices flooding the screen. But no one knew that the real key to leading the team to victory was none other than the seemingly unremarkable priest, Li Xuanle. Li Xuanle walked down the corridor and was met by a handsome young man. The man was calm and composed and stopped in front of him, asking, Li Xuanle? Li Xuanle was somewhat surprised. And you are? The young man replied calmly, Lin Yu. Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow. You're Lin Yu? You know me? Lin Yu nodded, looking him up and down. Teacher Tang Wu just told me that a priest can use poison and even cleared a super dead dungeon. You're really something beyond my expectations. Li Sun smiled and said, basic stuff, nothing serious. Lin Yu was taken aback. What do you mean? It's nothing. Lin Yu stared at him, his tone serious. Before, I only thought Li Chun could fight me, but now it seems that you might be able to too. Li Xuanle calmly replied, you're wrong. No one can fight me. Lin Yu was stunned, not expecting him to be so arrogant. Li Xuanle shrugged, as if he were simply stating a fact. Lin Yu remained silent for a moment, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. So when, shall we have a match? Li Xuanle put his hands in his pockets, turned, and walked away. Anytime, I'm ready. His nonchalant attitude showed he didn't take Lin Yu's words to heart at all. Lin Yu watched his retreating figure and muttered to himself, this guy, is he really that strong? A moment later, he shook his head and turned to walk towards the dean's office. In his view, a battle between him and Li Xuanle was inevitable sooner or later. Li Xuanle returned to the classroom and found that few people were left. Most had gone to eat. He immediately dialed Zhao Hao's number. Riqian, where are you? Zhao Hao's voice was a little weak. I climbed over the wall and left the academy. Li Xuanle was speechless. What were you doing climbing over the wall during mealtime? Selling equipment. Dozens of pieces of equipment that can fetch a lot of money. Li Xuanle's leap Wisha. This guy couldn't even wait until school was over. He had no choice but to say, then bring me some food. I don't want to eat in the cafeteria. Zhao Hao immediately asked, big brother, what do you want to eat? Roast chicken or roast duck is fine. Anything meat is fine. Hurry up, I'm hungry. The call had barely ended when an unknown number called again. Li Xuanle assumed it was an advertisement and hung up immediately. But the caller called back right away, so he answered. Xia Bingshue's clear voice came through the phone. Well, Li Xuanle, you dare hang up on me? Li Xuanle was taken aback. Who is this? It's me, Xia Bingshue. He was a little confused. How do you have my number? I got it for Zhao Hao. Are you in the classroom right now? If you are, don't leave, I'll come find you. Before Li Xuanle could ask any more questions, the call was already disconnected. A few minutes later, Xia Bingshue and Tan Huan appeared at the classroom door. Tan Huan called out, Li Xuanle, come out here for a second. The few remaining students in the classroom immediately looked over, and upon seeing Xia Bingshue, they all began to whisper amongst themselves. The school beauty had come to find Li Xuanle in person. This scene was more exciting than clearing a level in a game. Li Xuanle remained calm as he walked to the door and asked, what is it? Xia Bingshue looked at him and said, I still owe you 2,000 yuan. Do you want it back? Li Xuanle replied without hesitation, of course. Xia Bingshue took out her phone. WeChat transfer, add me. Li Xuanle scanned the code and accepted the money. But this scene had already been secretly filmed by classmates in the classroom and then sent to the class group, instantly causing a stir. Li Xuanle was unaware of the situation. Looking at the 2,000 xia coins that had arrived in his account, he was in high spirits. For the past 3 years, he had relied entirely on his mouth to make a living, and Zhao Hao had been sponged off by him countless times. Now, he was finally starting to see a turnaround in his life. Just as he was daydreaming about the future, Tan Huan suddenly spoke up. Hey, there's something else. How about we team up for the wilderness trial in 3 days? Li Xuanle refused decisively. No way. Tan Huan was puzzled. Why? Li Xuanle said calmly. It's simple. Teaming up means sharing experience. Tan Huan immediately chimed in. Then pay up? Chapter 18 is he, a mere nanny, trying to turn the world upside down. Before Li Xuanla could speak, Tan Huan added, "We'll pay you take us, thank you." Without giving Li Xuanla a chance to respond, she pulled Xia Bingxue and turned to leave. Li Xuanla shouted after them, "This job is very challenging. You'll need extra pay." Unfortunately, they were already far away, and it was unclear whether they heard him. That's it. He just said it and ran off, no sincerity at all. Li Xuanla pouted, and as soon as he sat down back in his seat, several gossipy classmates immediately surrounded him. "Hey, handsome, how did you hook up with the school beauty? You two even added each other on WeChat? Dude, you're playing with fire." Li Xuanla waved his hand. "Don't overthink it. I just sold her a piece of equipment and made 2,000 yuan. That's all." The others were even more shocked. Others would be eager to throw themselves at the school beauty, but he actually dared to make money from her. Some joked that he had offended the school beauty and thus had fewer competitors, while others laughed at his pockmarked face, saying that one less competitor meant a lower probability of success. The conversation quickly drifted to attribute points, with someone suggesting the knight should put all their points into beauty, only to be countered by the argument that he should just rely on his looks to tank monsters. Then someone else casually made fun of Li Xuanla, saying he only relied on his appearance. Li Xuanla immediately became displeased. "Get out of here. If you tease me again, I'll beat you up." The group then dispersed with smiles. It wasn't that they were afraid of him, but rather that handsome people do seem to have a certain intimidating presence when they speak. Li Xuanla picked up his phone to browse the news, but the college's WeChat group suddenly exploded. First, someone said that Lin Yu from Class 1, Grade 3, had soloed the Super Dead Dungeon, and then someone else revealed that the school beauty, Xia Bingxue, had taken the initiative to contact Li Xuanla from Class 2, Grade 3, and even added him on WeChat. The group chat erupted in groans. Some demanded the photos, while others cried out in anger, wondering how their goddess could have done such a thing. Soon, the photos were posted online, and a student named Wang Tong declared that he wanted to have a word with Li Xuanla. Another Wang Hao reminded him he couldn't win, but Wang Tong disagreed, calling him a coward and turning to go find someone. The group chat erupted in cheers, everyone waiting to see the drama unfold. Li Xuanla Bacha Spakalas. He was sitting in a classroom, and trouble had arisen from the WeChat group. He glanced at a few gossipy classmates and asked, "Who's been posting photos like this?" Everyone lowered their heads and pretended to be dead. It wasn't that he was afraid of anyone, he was just annoyed by the constant stream of visitors. One after another, it never seemed to end. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. "Ding! You have triggered a system task. Please accept it." Li Xuanla immediately checked the task. The first option was to proactively announce in the group that anyone causing trouble should go to the arena dungeon, with the reward being a pair of level 10 3-star cloud shoes. The second option was to wait for someone to come to him, then slap them in the face, with the reward being a +2 to the beauty attribute. Samsung's cloud soaring shoes sound like they should be pretty fast. Besides, he really needed to establish his authority. Now that he was already this strong, what was there to be timid about? He immediately chose the first quest and then sent a message in the group. "Anyone who wants to cause me trouble, come to the arena dungeon. I'm waiting for you." These words were like a bombshell dropped into the group chat, the screen filled with question marks. Some were surprised by Li Xuanla's audacity, while others inquired about who he was. Soon, someone replied that Li Xuanla was handsome, but his profession was only a priest. The group erupted in laughter. A healer daring to be so arrogant? Was he out his mind? Some even said they thought only someone like Lin Yu or Li Chan would dare to make such a boast. What's the use of being handsome? It doesn't put food on the table. Just then, Xia Bingxue suddenly spoke up in the group chat. "I think you guys better not mess with him." Her words only fueled the fire. Seeing the school beauty speak up for him, everyone became even more indignant, clamoring to prove their strength and show Xia Bingxue who was truly powerful. Soon, a group of people arranged to go to the arena dungeon to teach Li Xuanla a lesson and show him what cruelty was. Li Xuanla, however, looked relaxed, checking the group messages as he walked towards the dungeon building. The arena dungeon was located in the lobby on the first floor. Unlike the monster dungeon, it was open all the time, and students could freely enter and exit. Students in the academy often settle their feuds there. It's a place where you can kill your opponent without truly dying, and it's also a good place to hone your combat skills. So many people train there regularly. Not long after, Li Xuanle entered the arena instance. The space inside was spacious, and many students were engaged in combat training. He casually sat down on the edge steps, crossed his legs, and waited for those looking for trouble to come knocking. He even felt a little anticipation. He was now level 8, capable of casting a poison heal on 80 targets simultaneously within an 80-meter range. More importantly, after changing his equipment, his constitution attribute had reached 87 points. The number itself might not seem exaggerated, but a comparison revealed its absurdity. For example, Tan Huan, a level 7 assassin, only has 32 constitution even with equipment bonuses. This is because assassins can't just focus on constitution. They also need to consider the labor attribute, otherwise their attack power will be insufficient. The same applies to mages like Xia Bingxue. They must also consider intelligence, otherwise their skill damage won't be high enough. As for attribute gems, although they can be socketed into equipment to improve attributes, their quantity is limited, and they are ridiculously expensive. 1-star equipment can only be socketed with 1 gem, 2-star with 2, and 3-star with 3. Attribute gems only drop from real wild monsters. They don't drop from dungeon monsters. Li Xuanle cleared the entire Super Dead dungeon without getting a single one. The best gem he had was a 2-star Constitution attribute gem, a system reward, which added 10 points. Just then, someone in the arena dungeon suddenly shouted, "Where is that damned Li Xuanle?" Chapter 19 Li Xuanle. If you've got the guts, don't run away. Li Xuanle crossed his legs, glancing at the arrogant, muscular man in the distance, completely ignoring him. In his opinion, the man was far too rude. For someone as elegant as himself to speak to someone like that was beneath his dignity. So, he calmly pulled out his phone and started scrolling through the news. The boy shouted again, "Students, please leave. Something unpleasant is about to happen here. Give Wang Teng some face." Li Xuanle then realized that this guy was Wang Teng from the group chat. Behind him were more than 10 people, all fully equipped and looking menacing. The students in the arena immediately started talking. Some recognized Wang Teng, saying he was a well-known rich kid and a school bully, not wanting to cause trouble. The crowd quickly left the arena one after another. Wang Teng didn't forget to declare, from now on, this place can only contain Li Xuanle, and those who beat him up, daring to flirt with my goddess, they're asking for trouble. But the arena wasn't cleared out. Instead, students kept pouring in. Clearly, these people were all there for Li Xuanle. Li Xuanle was somewhat surprised by the massive crowd. There were at least 100 people, and the number was still increasing. The school beauty's influence was simply outrageous. At that moment, a boy not far away was engrossed in his training, completely ignoring Wang Teng. Wang Teng scanned the room, then shouted at the boy, "Are you Li Xuanle?" The boy replied, "No." "Then you want to beat up Li Xuanle?" "No." "Then what are you doing here?" "Training." Wang Teng's face darkened. "You're not giving me face?" The other party simply replied with 2 words, "No." Wang Teng immediately became furious and ordered his men to carry him out. The boy snorted coldly, his aura suddenly changing, as if a sharp sword had been drawn from its sheath, and he truly had the demeanor of a master. Li Xuanle was stunned, thinking that this guy seemed to have something going for him. Wang Teng also became interested and asked him his name. The boy casually gave his name, Tang Xiaosan. Wang Teng thought for a moment, hadn't heard of him before, so he waved his hand. "Brothers, carry him away." 7 or 8 men, armed with knives, spears, and clubs, charged forward. Tang Xiaosan roared, "How dare you!" His voice was so powerful that the men who charged forward were momentarily stunned, genuinely believing they had encountered a peerless master. Wang Teng didn't believe it at all and roared, "What are you standing there for? Get him!" The group charged forward again. The next second, the tables turned. Tang Xiaosan was carried straight out of the arena in a single move. Li Xuanle was stunned. It turned out this guy was just a show-off. He'd almost fooled him too. Wang Teng then turned his gaze to Li Xuanle and asked coldly, "Are you Li Xuanle?" Li Xuanle nodded, "Yes." Wang Teng immediately became excited. "Good. We found a real deal. Nobody can take this from me later. I'm going to teach this nanny a lesson myself." Meanwhile, the scene inside the arena was clearly projected onto the large screen outside the arena. Many students were taking photos with their phones and posting them in real time to the college group chat. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan were also keeping a close eye on the group messages. Looking at the photos, Tan Huan couldn't help but tease. Bingxue, you're such a troublemaker. This whole thing started because of you. Xia Bingxue looked somewhat innocent, saying she hadn't done it on purpose. Tan Huan, however, felt that no one could kill Li Xuanle. On the contrary, they might all be sent away by him. Looking at the growing crowd, Xia Bingxue wasn't sure either, as there were probably already at least 200 people in the arena. In the dean's office, Guan Shangyue also saw the news and laughed. Li Xuanle? Good. A young man who isn't arrogant isn't a real young man. I'll see what you're capable of. Class teacher Yang Yu also noticed the situation and was somewhat anxious. She wanted to ask the dean if he should intervene, since so many people surrounding a nanny seemed inappropriate. Guan Shangyue only replied with 4 words, "Let's wait and see." Yang Yu was stunned. This was clearly a group fight, but the dean forbade her to intervene, so she could only watch helplessly. Inside the arena, Wang Teng glared menacingly at Li Xuanle. Li Xuanle, why aren't you coming over here to die? Li Xuanle, too lazy to waste words, simply took out his staff and waved it a few times. The next moment, pale green halos appeared above the heads of Wang Teng and the others. Someone in the crowd immediately warned, "Big brother, you have a green halo above your head." Wang Teng angrily retorted, "You're the one who's being cuckolded." The man hurriedly explained, "It's true, and not just one. There are already 3, no, 4, and more like a hat." Before they could finish speaking, the group was inexplicably carried out of the arena. Wang Teng appeared outside the instance looking completely bewildered, as if he had no idea what had happened. Inside the arena, students were carried away one after another. Finally, someone realized something was wrong and shouted, "That green halo is suspicious. Li Xuanle is using dirty tricks. Let's take him down." Soon, archers and mages locked onto Li Xuanle, and the crowd swarmed forward. Li Xuanle then got up and turned to run. Someone shouted angrily, "If you're so capable, then don't run." Li Xuanle ran and shouted back, "Are you crazy or am I? You're trying to kill me. Why shouldn't I run?" The man yelled again, "Then slow down." Li Xuanle almost laughed out of anger. "Slow down? What kind of outrageous talk is that?" The man gritted his teeth and said, "Don't let me catch you." Li Xuanle turned around and said, "If you're so capable, catch me. If you do, I'll make your death a little slower." He was as fast as the wind, running through the crowd and always far ahead. Arrows couldn't hit him, and magic couldn't reach him either. Above the heads of everyone chasing him, 2 or 3 green halos were stacked. The more they chased, the more disoriented they became. A priest was running faster than anyone else. It was outrageous. In less than a minute, everyone in the arena was carried out of the arena instance. Chapter 20. Not a single one who can fight. That's it. In the vast arena, only Li Xuanle remained. He sat on the edge steps, legs crossed, looking relaxed, as if nothing had happened. The others who had been carried out of the instance were all stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Some exclaimed in surprise at how they had suddenly died, while others quickly realized the problem lay in the pale green aura. The rate at which health was drained was absurdly fast, killing someone in about a minute. Unwilling to give up, Wang Teng immediately led his men back into the arena, angrily questioning Li Xuanle about his underhanded tactics. Li Xuanle calmly replied, "Whether it's underhanded or overt, as long as we can take you down, that's good enough." Someone reminded Wang Teng to stop talking nonsense and just charge. Wang Teng also became alert and led his large group towards Li Xuanle. Li Xuanle activated his sprint again, creating distance while applying poison to everyone. Just 1 minute later, everyone was carried out of the instance once more, without even being touched by the hem of his clothes. In the arena, Li Xuanle's solitary figure stood out starkly. Seeing this, Guan Shangyue finally understood the source of Li Xuanle's confidence in his claim of being invincible. He had clearly seen Li Xuanle's methods. The poison not only caused terrifying blood loss, but could also stack. This ability was too monstrous, meaning Li Xuanle now had the potential to kill anyone, even Guan Shangyue himself. Of course, Li Xuanle wasn't without weaknesses. If he were controlled and trapped, unable to escape at close range, he would be in danger. Guan Shangyue secretly judged that this might not be an ordinary skill, but rather a talent that only a very few people would awaken. Yang Yu, who had been following the news closely, was also stunned. At first, she thought it was her imagination, But when the same thing happened a second time, she was completely certain that the green halo was anything but simple. The arena dungeon is exactly the same as reality, except that you don't actually die. In other words, Li Xuanle could kill people in the same way in real life. She suddenly realized that Ding Guan might have known Li Xuanle's secret all along, which was why he had them wait and see. Thinking about how Xia Bingshue's team cleared the super powerful dungeon, Yang Yu was even more shocked. Originally, everyone thought Li Xuanle had relied on a powerful figure, but now it seemed that the real ones relying on a powerful figure were probably Xia Bingshue and her team. Xia Bingshue and Tan Huan weren't surprised by the real-time messages in the group chat. Tan Huan sighed. Li Xuanle is indeed ridiculously strong. Over 200 people couldn't defeat him. Xia Bingshue also analyzed, if he used his poison against a powerful boss, it would be an absolute godsend. Tan Huan immediately realized why Xia Bingshue wanted to team up with Li Xuanle. It turned out she was after this. He jokingly asked if she was also attracted to his looks. Xia Bingshue blushed slightly and quickly denied it. The Academy's WeChat group exploded. Everyone was exclaiming that this healer was truly toxic, killing over 200 people in a single minute, twice in a row. Soon, a consensus was reached in the group. From now on, it's better to mess with Li Chun and Lin Yu than to provoke Li Xuanle. Inside the arena, Li Xuanle calmly asked, "Anyone else who's not satisfied? Come in now. Those who've died twice shouldn't bother." Silence reigned outside the instance. No one dared to move. Even Wang Tung, who had been the most vocal earlier, fell silent. He might be arrogant, but he wasn't reckless. He now knew very well that if Li Xuanle truly wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be difficult. Seeing that no one else was coming in, Li Xuanle stood up and casually said, "There's no one who can fight, so let's call it a day." Just when everyone thought the matter was over, the crowd suddenly stirred. A figure quickly swept past, shouting in a deep voice to make way, and then rushed directly into the arena dungeon. Once the newcomer had steadied himself, everyone could see his face clearly. It was Lin Yu, the one who had soloed the super dead dungeon. The scene instantly erupted in cheers. No one had expected to witness two formidable figures clash today. Li Xuanle looked at Lin Yu, somewhat surprised, and asked with a smile if he was also there to beat him up because of the school beauty. Lin Yu shook his head, his tone confident. "No, I just simply wanted to defeat you." Li Xuanle nodded, signaling him to make a move. However, Lin Yu did not approach. Instead, he stood a distance and calmly said that he had already observed that Li Xuanle's spellcasting range was less than 100 meters. As long as one stayed more than 100 meters away, one would not be poisoned. Li Xuanle was slightly surprised. This guy really had some skill. He was only level 8 now, and his casting range was indeed only 80 meters. However, as his level increased, this distance would inevitably continue to grow. Li Xuanle asked, "Then how will you challenge me?" "By summoning a beast." Lin Yu nodded, made a gesture with his hands, and whispered, "Swallowing python, come." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge void appeared before him, and a giant, colorful python slowly swam out. The python was at least 20 or 30 meters long. Its body is hard as steel, its scales shimmering with a cold light, as if it were wearing a layer of armor, looking both magnificent and dangerous. Everyone outside the instance was stunned, discussing what kind of monstrous thing this was. Some even thought that this giant python alone could wipe out their entire group. Inside the dean's office, Guan Shanhue was also amazed. The devouring python was clearly a ferocious beast, its ultimate form no less than 8 stars. Currently, its level was roughly equivalent to Lin Yu's, only 11 or 12, but once it grew up, it would be absolutely terrifying. Inside the arena, Li Xuanle was also taken aback, unable to help but marvel at Lin Yu for actually bringing out such a guy. No wonder he could clear the level so easily. Lin Yu calmly stared at him. "After all, you're not easy to deal with either." Li Xuanle remained composed, smiling faintly. "Then let's make our move. What are we waiting for?" Chapter 21 Lin Yu's Defeat. Phoenix Academy's number 1 Poisonous Milk. At this moment, the students outside the arena were in an uproar, all speculating about who was stronger between Li Xuanle and Lin Yu. Some favored the devouring python. After all, Lin Yu had soloed the Super Ghost Dungeon, becoming the first student to clear it single-handedly. Others thought Li Xuanle's kiting style was too outrageous, and he might not lose in a real fight. Soon, the onlookers even started placing bets on the outcome of this duel. On the other side, Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan were also watching the arena on their phones. Tan Huan thought the key was who could run faster, Li Xuanle or the giant python, and Xia Bingxue agreed, since they had both witnessed Li Xuanle's running-in poisoning tactics. Tan Huan suggested betting a month's worth of food expenses, and Xia Bingxue immediately agreed. After thinking for a moment, Tan Huan bet on Li Xuanle to win, and Xia Bingxue followed suit and bet on Lin Yu. Inside the arena, both sides moved simultaneously. Li Xuanle raised his hand and cast a poisonous milk spell, directly targeting the devouring python. As soon as the pale green aura appeared, Lin Yu controlled the devouring python to rush towards Li Xuanle. In Lin Yu's view, the devouring python would be doomed if it encountered Li Xuanle, the healer. More importantly, the devouring python possessed an incredible healing skill, restoring 1% health per second for 50 seconds with a cooldown of only 10 seconds. As long as it continued to heal, it was virtually invincible. Li Xuanle quickly created distance, his movements as swift as the wind. The devouring python, however, was equally astonishing, even slightly faster, but being still a minor adult, it couldn't catch up instantly. Lin Yu watched Li Xuanle run away and shouted a reminder. Li Xuanle, my devouring python has a healing ability. Your poison probably won't work. Li Xuanle narrowed his eyes and smiled. Heaven-defying health regeneration? Then I'll just cast a few more Yama's reaping spells. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran while constantly waving his staff. The green halos above the devouring python's head began to increase one after another. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Its health is plummeting. Lin Yu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately ordered, Devouring Python, Devouring Heaven Recovery Technique. A mysterious power surged from the devouring python's body, as if it were desperately trying to recover its life. Unfortunately, it was completely useless. Its health bar still rapidly dwindled, and within seconds, its massive form transformed into white light and vanished into the void. The entire battle lasted less than 30 seconds. The devouring python already had 14 or 15 pale green halos stacked on it by Li Xuanle. This was the first time he had applied so many layers of poisonous milk to the same target. Lin Yu was completely stunned, staring at Li Xuanle and asking, How is this possible? How can your poison be so potent? Li Xuanle smiled faintly. That was indeed a bit intense. Shall we go again? Lin Yu was silent for a moment, then said absent-mindedly, I'm not coming anymore. You win. He stared at Li Xuanle for more than 10 seconds, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Don't be too happy. I will definitely beat you. After saying that, he left the arena absent-mindedly. The students automatically made way for him. Although Lin Yu had lost, no one dared to underestimate him. Everyone knew that the devouring python was still in its juvenile stage, and once it truly grew up, no one would dare to underestimate it. Outside the arena, some bettors are happy while others are sad. Some people cried out that they had lost half a month's worth of food expenses. Some were glad that they only bet for a week, and some people made a month's worth of food expenses by betting on Li Xuanle and couldn't stop smiling. In the dean's office, Guan Shanhua was not surprised at all. He picked up his teacup, blew on it, took a sip, and calmly said, I knew Li Xuanle would win. The poison's cumulative effect is almost impossible to counter. Even when the devouring python grows up and faces him head-on, it may not come out on top unless other methods are used. On the other side, Xia Bingxue lost a month's worth of food money, but pretended not to care. Tan Huan chuckled and said that she would have to spend money next. Xia Bingxue said that she was just lucky, but secretly regretted it. She had originally wanted to bet on Li Xuanle, but Tan Huan beat her to it. Li Xuanle walked out of the arena with a flourish, casually smoothed his black bangs, and then blew on them, making his hairstyle much neater. The crowd also made way for him. The title of Phoenix Chick Academy's #1 poisonous milk was already widely acknowledged, though Li Xuanle himself was unaware of it. As he walked towards the classroom, he analyzed the poisonous milk effect. If only one poison ring was applied, the opponent would still have a chance to be saved by taking medicine, replenishing health, or getting a priest to heal them. But if you get 2 poison rings on your head, it's very dangerous. Who can restore double their health in 50 seconds? Unless you have several priests providing continuous healing. But nowadays there are very few priests, and even using potions is difficult. Even Lin used Devouring Python, with its incredible regenerative abilities, couldn't be saved by the multiple layers of poison rings. Li Xuanle secretly reminded himself that he must be more careful in the future and never accidentally kill two people with a slip of the hand. His tactics were also clear. If it was a kill target, the more poison rings the better. If it was just to teach a lesson, applying one poison ring and then healing to threaten the target would be enough. Just then, Li Xuanle suddenly felt his hand being grabbed. Turning around, he saw it was Zhao Hao. "Ri Tian, you're back?" Zhao Hao was overjoyed and nodded, asking him, "Guess how much I sold it for?" Li Xuanle kazwayigasa. "Wanidozan. 30,000? 40,000. Zhao Hao chuckled. 36,000. He was so excited that he danced around, holding two beggar's chickens wrapped in lotus leaves in his hand. "Hey bro, let's play PUBG. You get one, I'll get one." Chapter 22, let's not talk about chickens. Let's all be civilized. Let's not talk about chickens. Let's all be civilized. Zhao Hao was taken aback and casually asked Li Xuanle if he had ever been a rapper. The two chatted for a while about the difference between rap and rapper, but Li Xuanle got tired of joking and took the beggar's chicken, urging him to hurry back to the classroom. On the way, he tore open the packaging, and the aroma immediately wafted out. Li Xuanle couldn't help but swallow, secretly pleased. He used to live a frugal life, but now he could finally enjoy a good meal. He asked Zhao Hao how much a chicken cost, and Zhao Hao said 88, explaining that food was scarce and the chickens were all imported from the neighboring city. Li Xuanle rolled his eyes, thinking the shopkeeper was just bragging. As he walked, he casually checked the soaring cloud shoes in his backpack. These 3-star shoes required level 10 to wear, provided a significant boost to stamina, and also added strength, intelligence, and charm. The description said they could grant him wind-like speed and even glow. Li Xuanle felt a little regretful, as his level wasn't high enough yet. He could only wait until tomorrow to run the Super Ghost Dungeon a few more times to level up. Before the Wilderness Trials, the main thing they could do was run dungeons, and the most valuable thing in the school was the Super Ghost Dungeon. At this moment, Zhao Hao took out his phone and glanced at it. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, asking if he had challenged hundreds of people, including Linyu. Li Xuanle calmly corrected him, saying that it wasn't him challenging others, but rather others insisting on challenging him. Zhao Hao then asked him if he had knocked them all down, and Li Xuanle replied in a drawn-out voice, "Absolutely." Zhao Hao immediately gave him a thumbs up, praising his prowess. Li Xuanle didn't hold back, saying bluntly that whoever angered him would be in trouble. However, after hesitating for a long time, Zhao Hao finally revealed something. The equipment actually sold for 38,000, not 36,000. He saw a pitiful orphan and gave him 2,000. Li Xuanle was somewhat surprised after hearing this. Zhao Hao himself wasn't wealthy, yet he was meddling in other people's affairs. The key was that the money wasn't just his. He should have discussed it with Zhao Hao first. So, his tone hardened, reminding Zhao Hao that he shouldn't make decisions about such things on his own in the future. Seeing that he wasn't really angry, Zhao Hao quickly promised that he would never do it again. Li Xuanle stared at him for a while, and finally said that he would just believe him this once. Soon, the two returned to the classroom and finished the roast chicken. After eating, Li Xuanle saw a notification from their homeroom teacher, Yang Yu, in the class group chat. Because we will be leaving the city in 3 days to participate in a wilderness trial, students will have free access to the academy for the next 3 days. Students need to prepare equipment, skills, food, and recovery potions. It's best to prepare supplies for at least half a month. After the trial, some students may be selected to participate in the friendly competition between the 3 academies. Li Xuanle's eyes lit up immediately, and he called Zhao Hao to go out and find some equipment. Zhao Hao, however, didn't quite understand, thinking that they already had almost all the equipment they needed. Li Xuanle, annoyed that Zhao Hao didn't study hard enough, reminded him that his equipment could be upgraded and starred, and that he could also socket attribute gems, requiring only the corresponding upgrade and star rating gems. Zhao Hao was surprised and asked if he should immediately invest resources to enhance it. Li Xuanle said there was no rush, he just needed to check it out first, and Zhao Hao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon building, Tang Wu looked at the spirited Lin Yu with some surprise. Lin Yu was actually going to solo the Super Dead dungeon. Tang Wu reminded him that the higher the challenger's level, the stronger the monsters in the dungeon would become. Lin Yu nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. Tang Wu guessed that he might be resentful because he lost to Li Xuanle in the arena. Lin Yu didn't deny it, only saying that Li Xuanle had indeed made him understand what it meant to be outmatched and to be in a world of great power. But he also muttered to himself that Li Xuanle's ability to defeat him didn't mean he could defeat Li Chun. Moreover, there were still the wilderness trials, the grand competition between the three academies, and even the assessment at the Super God Academy, each step fraught with challenges. At this point, Lin Yu's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. He was determined to overcome all difficulties and enter the Super God Academy. Inspired by his imposing manner, Tang Wu nodded emphatically, praising him for his courage in the face of shame and promising future. He then stood up and pressed the Super Ghost Dungeon button, and the Azure Vortex reappeared. Lin Yu stood tall and confidently stepped into the vortex. His true trump card was his S-rank talent, the Ancient Contract Technique. This talent allows him to contract ancient ferocious beasts, and upon success, he can summon them to fight. Ordinary summoners can only contract ordinary monsters, but he has one chance each month to contract an ancient ferocious beast. Even if he fails, given enough time, he may be able to possess multiple ferocious beasts. Once he accumulated enough contracts, Lin Yu believed that very few people could suppress him. That was his greatest asset, and also his deepest secret. Therefore, he was full of hope for the future, with only one thought in his mind. In the future, Lin Yu will definitely have a place. Chapter 23. I'll support you, but how can you be so shameless? Outside the Phoenix Academy, Li Xuanle put his arm around Zhao Hao's shoulder and casually asked him how many skills he knew so far. Zhao Hao honestly replied that he currently only had Swordsman's Charge, which could dash 3 meters and deal damage. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanle immediately felt it wouldn't work. Zhao Hao was also helpless. All the other skills required spending money to buy skill books. Li Xuanle directly advised him not to waste money, but to buy some good equipment that increased constitution. Zhao Hao was unconvinced. He was destined to be a powerful figure in the future. Li Xuanle mercilessly exposed him, saying that even with his equipment, he didn't dare to fight wild monsters head-on, and that his personality was best suited for running away. He should give up on his swordsman dreams. Zhao Hao was immediately annoyed. As someone who dreamed of becoming a swordsman, he fantasized every day about sweeping across the battlefield with his cool skills, only to have his dream dismissed by Li Xuanle's single sentence. Naturally, he was unhappy. At this moment, Li Xuanle suddenly remembered that swordsmen had the skill of controlling swords. Zhao Hao immediately became excited, saying that the skill of controlling swords was incredibly cool, but unfortunately it was a 6-star skill book, which was priceless and extremely difficult to obtain. Li Xuanle patted his chest and said he'd get him a copy later, making it easier to escape. Zhao Hao's forehead instantly creased with annoyance. Everyone else learns sword control to kill enemies, but he's learning it just to escape. However, Zhao Hao also knew that there were very few people in the entire Wulong city who knew sword control techniques. These kinds of 5- or 6-star skill books couldn't be bought with money alone. Once they appeared, they would be snapped up immediately. In this world, all skills are learned through skill books. Once a skill book is used, it disappears, and the newcomer instantly acquires the skill without needing arduous practice. Therefore, skill books are always in short supply, driving their prices exorbitantly high. Of course, hidden professions are an exception. The skills of hidden professions are often enhanced, and lucky people may even automatically master advanced skills. But this is all up to fate, and no one can say for sure. Soon, the two arrived at an equipment shop near Fengshu Academy. The owner was a still attractive beauty, heavily made up, and very enthusiastic. Her eyes lit up as soon as she saw the two enter. Li Xuanle felt uncomfortable under her intense gaze, as if the woman wanted to devour him. He scanned the shop but couldn't find any good equipment, especially anything that increased his constitution. There was nothing suitable. Just as the two were about to leave, the beautiful boss couldn't help but try to persuade them to stay. Li Xuanle casually joked, "If I don't leave, are you going to support me?" The boss replied meaningfully, "I'll support you, but would you have a nerve to do that?" Upon hearing this, Li Xuanle immediately quickened his pace, leaving hastily under the beautiful boss's resentful gaze, which seemed to look at him as if he were a heartless man. That gaze was unsettling. A soft-hearted person might have actually left something behind. After they came out, Zhao Hao couldn't help but say that the beautiful female boss seemed to be interested in him. Li Xuanla smiled dismissively and said that with his looks, there were plenty of people interested in him. Zhao Hao then whispered to him why he seemed to have no interest in women, and even suspected that he might be impotent. Li Xuanla immediately bristled and told him not to talk nonsense. In truth, Li Xuanla knew that he had transmigrated because of a bowl of longevity noodles his girlfriend had cooked. From then on, he had kept a somewhat respectful distance from women. Seeing that Li Xuanla's expression was off, Zhao Hao quickly shut up, forcing a smile and saying it was just a joke. Li Xuanla added casually that he had a friend who was poisoned by longevity noodles cooked by his girlfriend, so it was best to keep your distance from women. Afterward, the two visited several more equipment shops, but unfortunately, they didn't find anything good. They were either ridiculously expensive or had terrible stats. The skill books were also mostly common, low-quality items that Li Xuanla didn't even consider. In the end, the two only bought some food and potions before returning to school. Along the way, Li Xuanla also realized that most of the equipment and skill books in the shop were leftovers, even inferior to his one-star equipment. Then a bold idea popped into his head. Since he couldn't buy good stuff, he'd just go and kill high-level ferocious beasts in the upcoming wilderness trials to get high-level equipment and skill books. After all, there wasn't a monster he couldn't kill. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In those 3 days, Li Xuanla and Zhao Hao ran the Super Dead dungeon 9 times in a row. Zhao Hao relied on a strong player the whole time, soaring through the ranks and leveling up to level 27. Li Xuanla also reached level 28, only slightly lower than Lin Yu. Lin Yu, however, was even more monstrous, having completed the Super Ghost dungeon 11 times and reached level 30. Lin Yu originally wanted to continue grinding, but Director Tang Wu reminded him that it wouldn't be very meaningful. The experience given by dungeon monsters is limited, and after level 30, the experience required to level up doubles each time. If you really want to level up, you have to go out into the wild and kill monsters. Not only do you get more experience there, but you also have a chance to get good items like equipment and gems. Since the Super Ghost dungeon was first cleared, it's been like a breach has been opened, and it's been challenged repeatedly ever since. However, only Li Xuanla and Lin Yu can treat it like a normal dungeon. Other students still face numerous difficulties when they go in. Countless people who have tried have come to realize that the gap between people is indeed ridiculously large. At dawn, hundreds, even thousands of students stood neatly in the playground of Fengshu Academy. Guan Shangyue stood on the platform, holding a microphone, and began to speak, announcing that the outdoor leveling training had officially begun and would last for half a month. He repeatedly warned everyone that the wilderness environment was far more complex than a dungeon. They would not only encounter monsters, but also students and adventurers from other academies. Human hearts are unpredictable. They must never entrust their backs to people they do not trust. Guan Shangyue kept talking on stage, while Li Xuanla stood in the crowd, listening with growing boredom, even yawning. Finally, he heard the words he had been waiting for. "Class, let's go." Chapter 24. The wild training begins, and the school beauty comes knocking. Half an hour later, the group passed through the teleportation hall and arrived at a forest shrouded in gray fog. Since the arrival of the eerie forest on Earth, the sky has been perpetually gray, with even lower visibility in the wilderness. It is precisely because this gray mist forest is so well hidden that it has been designated as the entrance to the wilderness trials by several major academies. The teleportation arrays for Phoenix Academy, Soaring Dragon Academy, and Black and White Academy are all located here, just in different directions. Outside the forest are numerous unknown and powerful monsters, while the high-risk monsters inside the forest have already been cleared out by the teachers, making it relatively safe. Within a 1-kilometer radius of the teleportation array, 20 teachers guarded the area, which served as both a camp and a safe zone. The rules were simple. Once inside, participants were free to form teams and undertake trials, but they had to return within 2 weeks. Li Xuanla was well aware of all this. As soon as he landed, he grabbed Zhao Hao without saying a word and said excitedly, "Hey, it's time for us to take off. Let's go take on some tough monsters." Once in the wild, he could finally unleash his full potential and go all out. He refused to believe that any monster could withstand his infinitely stacked Yama's deadly spell. He's currently level 28, with all his attribute points allocated to Constitution, giving him a base score of 141 plus 66 from equipment, for a total of 207. Zhao Hao is similar, with constitution reaching 198. Both of them possess physical abilities and speed far exceeding their peers. More importantly, his poisonous milk is poisonous. Spell has a range of 280 meters and can be cast on 280 targets at the same time, making it an amazing skill for clearing out enemies. Level, equipment, gems, and money. It all seemed to be waiting for him ahead. Zhao Hao immediately followed suit. Okay, big brother. He knew very well that all he needed to do was stick close to this powerful figure. Although they hadn't earned as much as the first time from the 9 runs of the Super Dead dungeon, they each still had 60 to 70,000 xia coins in their pockets. But this amount of money is simply not enough. A decent 3-star piece of equipment can easily cost 10 or 20,000, and some even 30 or 50,000. Li Xuanle's goals are clear now. Level up, make money, and collect equipment that increases constitution. As for the Academy Grand Competition and the Super God Academy, he doesn't care much about them. The two ran as fast as they could, and Li Xuanle instructed them as they ran. Reach in, I'll clear out wherever I go, and you're in charge of picking up the equipment. Remember, pick up the good stuff, don't stuff any junk into your bag. Zhao Hao nodded quickly. Understood, big brother. But just as the two had traveled a short distance, 2 figures suddenly appeared ahead. Li Xuanle almost instinctively used his death-taking technique, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan. Holy crap, what are you doing? I almost killed you all. Li Xuanle was speechless. Zhao Hao was also stunned. School beauty? Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan ignored him, only smiling at Li Xuanle. Xia Bingxue said politely, We've been waiting for you guys for a while, boss. How about we team up? Li Xuanle replied without hesitation. No way. Tan Huan approached with a smile. You ran off without saying goodbye? Why are you saying hello? I don't even know you guys. After saying that, Li Xuanle pulled Zhao Hao and started to leave. Xia Bingxue quickly spoke up. Li Xuanle, didn't we talk before? Can we take you with us this time for the wilderness trial? Zhao Hao hesitated for a moment. After all, the school beauty was his goddess. He asked softly, Big brother, did you say yes? I didn't agree to that. Should we bring it or not? No, I won't bring it. Why? Women can be troublesome sometimes, Li Xuanle said casually. Zhao Hao immediately shut up. You're the eldest brother, you're in charge. At this point, Tan Huan added, We've all changed our equipment to ones that boost constitution. We just want to get some experience from you. You can keep all the equipment that drops. We don't want anything else. Li Xuanle was somewhat surprised. Adding all their physical attributes meant that besides being fast runners, they had virtually no combat ability. Of course, aside from being good-looking, monsters weren't fooled by that. He looked into the depths of the gray fog, his tone still calm. But what does this have to do with me? Zhao Hao pulled him aside and whispered, Big brother, I think it's okay to bring him. Li Xuanle glanced at him. Reach in. You're here again? Zhao Hao quickly explained, Listen to me. Since they're fast, they're not really slowing us down. We'll definitely be killing a lot of monsters and collecting a lot of equipment over the next 2 weeks. And our backpacks might not be enough. Wouldn't it be great if 2 more people helped us collect things? Upon hearing this, Li Xuanle suddenly felt that it made some sense. Each person can hold 250 items in their backpack, so 2 people would have 500 slots. Even after deducting their own belongings, they could still carry at least 400 more pieces of equipment. Even if each item is valued at least 5,000, 400 pieces would still be worth 2 million, not to mention that high-level equipment is worth far more than that. Zhao Hao chuckled, right? Li Xuanle paused for 2 seconds, then turned to look at Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan. You may not know, but experience and equipment are like food and clothing to me. So if you want to join the team, you have to pay extra, and there are other conditions. Tan Huan was somewhat surprised. Tell me about it. Xia Bingxue also stared at him, waiting for his answer. Li Xuanle calmly said, I'll borrow your backpacks. You'll be responsible for picking up equipment and gems for us. You could decide how much to pay, but it can't be less than 200,000. Xia Bingxue raised an eyebrow slightly. Picking up equipment and gems? 200,000? Money is fine, but can we buy equipment from you? Chapter 25, Big Brother. I'll just pretend to be polite. We'll see how things go then, Li Xuanle said after thinking for a moment. If he could really get a few hundred decent pieces of equipment in the next 2 weeks, then giving away a few wouldn't be a big deal for him. Tan Huan nodded in agreement. This request isn't unreasonable. Xia Bingxue also agreed. She had thought Li Xuanle would make some outrageous demands, but it turned out he just wanted them to help collect equipment. Moreover, Xia Bingshua's family is in the equipment business. If she can secure a good supply of goods, her status within the family will rise accordingly. Tan Huan was a little puzzled. Don't you two have enough character backpacks? She didn't quite understand. The two backpacks together could hold 400 or 500 items. Could it be that so much equipment could really drop in half a month? But when she thought about how fast Li Xuanle could defeat the boss, she fell silent again. Monsters that others might struggle to defeat, even after a long time, could probably be taken down in 2 minutes by him. Zhao Hao immediately chimed in. You don't understand. My older brother is going to clear the area. That means we'll be picking up equipment along the way, but remember, don't pick up junk equipment. Li Xuanle remained silent. He suddenly realized that having a subordinate speak for him did give him a bit of a boss-like feeling. No wonder big bosses in movies often had their underlings relay messages. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan both raised their eyebrows after hearing this. Sure enough, this guy's appetite was bigger than they had imagined. Seeing that the two agreed, Li Xuanle casually said, Let's go. First, let's go south and clear out the monsters in the southern gray mist forest. Then we'll go east, west, and north. Tan Huan was taken aback. You want to clear out all the monsters around the gray mist forest? Of course. Li Xuanle took out his chewing gum and chewed it. When clearing the area, it would be best to run into a powerful boss and get some good equipment and gems. He spoke as casually as if he were going for a walk. After all, his immortality made him virtually invincible, and his poison could be stacked infinitely. He was really nothing to fear. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan exchanged a glance, only then realizing that Li Xuanle's ambitions were far more complex than they had imagined. Let's go, be careful. After saying that, Li Xuanle headed directly south into the gray mist forest. Zhao Hao followed behind, willingly acting as her protector. All four were quite fast, but Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan were clearly lagging behind. They were only level 17 or 18, and although they had acquired a set of equipment that boosted their constitution with the help of their families, giving them a constitution attribute of around 150, they were still a step behind Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao. Li Xuanle's body score is 207, and Zhao Hao's is 198. The gap is obvious, and the two women can only try their best to keep up. After walking 5 or 6 kilometers, before they had even left the gray mist forest, they began to encounter monsters frequently. Goblins, skeletons, and twisted tree spirits of level 10 or higher appeared one after another. But these monsters couldn't last long at all. They were usually wiped out by Li Xuanle in less than the length of a song. When the four of them emerged from the gray mist forest, Zhao Hao's backpack now contained 20 or 30 pieces of 1-star equipment, along with 3 1-star attribute gems. As for the unstarred equipment, the two of them didn't even bother to look at it. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan couldn't help but complain about their wastefulness. Li Xuanle simply replied, These equipment are for those who are destined to have them. Before they knew it, Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan had both leveled up. They hadn't expected that they would level up so soon after leaving the gray mist forest. After discussing it, the two decided to first allocate their attribute points to Constitution, and then focus on intelligence and labor later. They had already realized that their speed was still holding the team back. The four stood at the edge of the gray mist forest, gazing deeper south. Li Xuanle glanced at Zhao Hao, then looked at Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan, earnestly reminding them, We might encounter some tough opponents ahead. Just focus on staying alive. Don't think about saving anyone. If you die, it's truly over. Okay, big brother. Zhao Hao nodded immediately. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan also agreed earnestly. Li Xuanle was the first to emerge from the misty forest. He was dressed in a white priest's robe, holding a wooden staff, and looked like a harmless young man. The level 10, 3-star cloud-soaring shoes on his feet were still sparkling. Zhao Hao was much simpler. He had a goofy look and all the qualities of a loser. After leaving the forest, the light outside brightened slightly. Li Xuanle led the three of them south at a leisurely pace, chewing gum as they strolled along. At this moment, Zhao Hao suddenly pointed ahead suspiciously. Big brother, there seems to be a monster ahead. Looking over, everyone could vaguely see several dark shapes lying in the mist not far away. Li Xuanle immediately stopped in his tracks. You guys wait here, I'll go take a look. Tan Huan felt a little guilty, but still said, You're a priest after all, why don't I go? It wouldn't be right for her, the assassin, to just stand by and do nothing while the priest went to scout ahead. Li Xuanle waved his hand. Forget it. You guys be careful of your surroundings. The visibility is too low in this fog, and no one knows what's hiding. Remember, if you encounter a monster, run first. Xiao Bingxue reminded her. Then be careful. Li Xuanle glanced at her with some surprise. Tisk, it's quite rare to receive a word of concern from the school beauty. Zhao Hao, who was standing to the side, swallowed enviously and quickly said, Big brother, why don't I go take a look? Li Xuanle nodded on the spot. Okay, then you go. Zhao Hao immediately backed down. Hey, big brother, I was just pretending to be polite. Li Xuanle glanced at him disdainfully, then approached the dark figures ahead alone. After getting a clearer look, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Level 32 star hedgehogs. Holy crap, they're bigger than pigs. Chapter 26. If anyone offends me, I will punish them no matter how far away they are. He immediately checked the information about the hedgehog monster. Giant hedgehog, a 2-star monster, level 30, with 150,000 HP, 140 attack, and 120 defense. Its skills include long-range shot, invincible wind and fire wheel, and small steps. The description also states that this thing is powerful yet lewd, loves flirting. Its catchphrase is, who isn't a little baby who can roll around? After reviewing the information, Li Xuanle pondered to himself. This thing can not only roll, but it can also shoot out thorns from its body. It's truly outrageous. I just wonder which hurts more, these thorns or Rong Momo's needles. He glanced around and saw at least 30 or 40 giant hedgehogs in front of him. After a moment's thought, he immediately retreated and shouted to the people behind him, Back off! I'm about to unleash the poison. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xuanle waved his staff and cast the poisonous milk spell directly on the group of hedgehogs. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. The giant hedgehogs, having just begun to lose blood, immediately panicked. As if sensing danger, they searched for the culprit and quickly locked their sights on Li Xuanle, who was not far away. A group of hedgehogs, with their sharp, thin legs, rushed towards him at high speed. The scene was quite comical. Their bodies were as big as pigs, but their legs were ridiculously thin, as if they would be crushed at any moment. Some of the hedgehogs remained motionless, seemingly gathering their strength. The next second, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless long spikes shot out from their bodies, flying towards Li Xuanle like a rain of arrows. The sound of them tearing through the air dense and numerous, as if 10,000 arrows were being fired simultaneously. Li Xuanle felt a chill run down his spine. How painful would it be if I got stabbed in that? Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and retreated at full speed. At the same time, a strange thought flashed through his mind. Don't these spikes feel pain themselves when they shoot out? Unfortunately, the rolling hedgehog gave him no chance to think. Li Xuanle could only run while continuing to release poison and fly kites. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, being surrounded by this group of hedgehogs would be a terrible experience. Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and Tan Huan, who were not far behind him, saw that the situation was not good and ran faster than anyone else, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Li Xuanle glanced back, his feelings suddenly becoming complicated. Although he was the one who told them to run if things went wrong, these people were incredibly efficient. Their speed was almost as fast as his. It seems that life or death crises are indeed the best way to unleash potential. Despite the feelings, we still have to keep running. 20 seconds later, all the giant hedgehogs collapsed to the ground, lying completely sprawled out. Li Xuanle stopped and shouted into the distance, Zhao Hao, come on, give me some equipment. Big brother, we're here. A few seconds later, Zhao Hao reappeared with Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan. Seeing the equipment and gems that had dropped on the ground, Zhao Hao immediately gave a thumbs up. Big brother, awesome. You took care of everything in less than a minute. After saying that, he quickly rushed up to pick up the things, counting them as he went. 1 1-star gem with the labor attribute, 1 1-star gem with the constitution attribute, 1 level 5 equipment upgrade gem, and 1 equipment star up gem. There are 7 or 8 pieces of equipment, one of which is 2-star. Upon hearing about upgrade gems and star-enhancing gems, Xia Bingxue's eyes lit up, and she immediately looked at Li Xuanle. Hey, can you sell me these gems later? Li Xuanle glanced at her. I'm not called Hey, I'm called Li Xuanle, okay? Xia Bingxue didn't waste any words and said seriously, "Okay, Li Xuanle. I want as many of those gems as you have. Sell them to me later. How about it?" Li Xuanle rested his chin on his hand and looked at her. "Sell it to you? Can you even use it all?" Tan Huan explained from the side. "You don't understand, do you? Bing Xue's family specializes in this business." Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow, finally understanding why Xia Bingxue was so generous. It turned out her family really did have businesses. However, since the item belongs to him, why should he be obligated to sell it to her? Thinking of this, he shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'll sell these things to whoever offers the highest price." Tan Huan was somewhat surprised. Li Xuanle, Xia Bingxue's family background is not simple. I advise you to think carefully. Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow. "A powerful background?" Tan Huan asked mysteriously. "What is the name of this land we live in?" Zhao Hao blurted out, "Xia Kingdom." Tan Huan then asked, "What is Xia Bingxue's surname?" Li Xuanle didn't take it seriously. "So your surname is Xia? Or is your surname Xiaobing and your given name Shui?" He had barely finished speaking when he suddenly realized something, his gaze sharpening slightly. "You mean Xia Bingxue's family is related to the rulers of Xia Kingdom?" Tan Huan smiled, but deliberately didn't say it outright. "Well, you can guess slowly." Li Xuanle's eyes darted around, and he then said loudly, "I'm an orphan. I don't care about those things at all. I won't offend others unless they offend me. If they do, I will punish them no matter how far away they are." His voice was clear and loud, and despite his young age, he exuded a powerful aura. Zhao Hao was stunned, then gave him a thumbs up with admiration. "Big brother, you really are something else." Li Xuanle waved his hand gently, feigning modesty. Who isn't a baby who can roll around at some point? Seeing that he wasn't intimidated by his background, Xia Bingxue changed her approach. "How about this? For now on, I'll buy all your equipment at market price. As a long-term partner, I'll give you a Xiaoshang VIP card when we get back." Li Xuanle asked, "Xiaoshang VIP card? What's it for?" Xia Bingxue said calmly, "You can enjoy a 50% discount at all merchants under Xiaoshang." Zhao Hao was instantly so excited that he danced around. "Damn, this is a great thing." Chapter 27 Mysterious Cries for Help. 50% off. Upon hearing this condition, Li Xuanle immediately fell into deep thought. He had heard of Xiaoshang before. It was essentially a state-owned enterprise in the Xia Kingdom, with businesses spanning various sectors such as catering, real estate, equipment manufacturing, clothing, jewelry, and luxury goods. If you really had a Xiaoshang VIP card, you could use it for everything from food and clothing to housing and transportation, which would be very practical. Tan Huan, standing next to her, immediately felt envious and looked at Xia Bingxue resentfully. "Bingxue, you didn't give me a Xiaoshang VIP card. I'm not happy." Xia Bingxue hesitated. Huan, I'll apply again next time. I couldn't get it before. This card is hard to get. You have to have a legitimate reason for each one." Tan Huan nodded quickly, and Xia Bingxue then turned to Li Xuanle with anticipation in her eyes. "Li Xuanle, as long as we cooperate for a long time, you can sell me equipment, gems, and skill books in the future, and I will definitely get this card for you." She knew very well that if she could secure a stable source of goods, her status within the family would definitely rise. Don't let her status as a second-generation rich kid fool you. Competition within a large family is fierce. Her cousins are all shrewd and adept at handling situations, while she isn't good at it. Apart from being pretty, she doesn't have a strong presence. Now that she has the opportunity, she naturally wants to seize it. Zhao Hao, shamelessly standing to the side, asked, "May I have a chance to take one?" Xia Bingxue thought for a moment. "I'm afraid you can't, but Li Xuanle has a card. You can just use his, right?" Zhao Hao slapped his thigh. "That makes sense. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours." Then he looked at Li Xuanle. "Brother, can you agree to this? Half price on houses in the future, isn't that great? House prices are skyrocketing these days." Li Xuanle hadn't expected Zhao Hao to even think about buying a house. However, he also understood that if he were to acquire a large amount of equipment in the future, it would be troublesome without a stable sales channel. He couldn't possibly go door to door asking for supplies. So he nodded. "Okay, but the purchase price must be fair, otherwise there's no point in discussing it." Xia Bingxue smiled happily. "Don't worry, I definitely won't treat you unfairly." Looking at her smiling face, Li Xuanle suddenly felt like he'd been tricked. But then he saw her innocent expression. She probably wouldn't sell him out and let him count the money. He turned to Zhao Hao and asked, "Ri Tian, Have you finished looting the equipment? Big brother, we're done picking them up. Let's continue. Zhao Hao checked to make sure there was nothing of value on the ground, and Li Xuanla nodded and continued south. The three followed behind, feeling almost no pressure. A cold wind blew by, and the group continued deeper into the gray fog forest. Meanwhile, many students who were also heading south for their trials were bewildered. They encountered few monsters along the way, but instead saw a considerable amount of usable equipment carelessly discarded on the ground. They happily picked up the items and put them on, unable to help but discuss. Did some expert fight his way through ahead? These items could sell for tens or hundreds of dollars. Why are you just throwing them away? Picking up a dozen pieces would be enough for a month's living expenses. What a waste. Black and White Academy and Soaring Dragon Academy also began their wilderness trials at the same time, as if they had arranged it in advance. The Gray Mist Forest was filled with students from various academies. Black and White Academy students wore black and white uniforms. Soaring Dragon Academy students wore uniforms adorned with small golden dragons, and Phoenix Chick Academy students wore uniforms embroidered with phoenix chicks. 20 miles south of the Gray Mist Forest, beside a river valley, Zhao Hao couldn't help but ask, "Brother, how much further south do we have to go?" Li Xuanla casually replied, "Whatever happens, happens." Zhao Hao was a little worried. The further we go in, the more frightening the monster levels become. Li Xuanla didn't care at all. "Don't worry, there's no monster I can't kill. But what if we encounter flying monsters? We'll be at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Fortune and wealth are found in danger, so what is there to be afraid of?" Li Xuanla sat by the river valley, watching the calm river surface. Along the way, they encountered a wave of monsters every 3 or 4 miles, ranging from a dozen to over 100, including some 3-star and 4-star bosses. So far, they have cleared 7 waves of monsters, all without incident. To be precise, it was the monsters that were scary. The other 3 were basically just responsible for picking up equipment. Currently, they have acquired 98 1-star equipment pieces, 28 2-star pieces, 6 3-star pieces, and 2 4-star pieces, all of which are above level 30. In addition, they have 6 level 5 equipment upgrade gems, 4-star up gems, and 18 attribute gems. Only half a day had passed, and this haul had Zhao Hao incredibly excited. He'd never seen so many 2- or 3-star equipment before. Each piece was worth several thousand, even tens of thousands. At this rate, living the high life was just around the corner. He even regretted that if he had known Li Xuanla was so ruthless, he should have let him trick him a few more times in the past, so that their relationship would be more stable. Xia Bingshua's reaction was much calmer. Her family was in business, and she had seen plenty of 1- and 2-star equipment. What really caught her attention were 3- and 4-star equipment. In the ordinary market, 4-star was already considered top tier, 3-star was high tier, 2-star was mid tier, 1-star was beginner tier, and 5-star and above would basically only appear at auctions or in top-tier specialty stores, where they were expensive but unavailable. Keep in mind that even the incredibly powerful sword control technique is only 6-star. 5-star equipment, gems, and skill books are all rare and precious. Unfortunately, Li Xuanla hasn't encountered any 5-star monsters or obtained any 5-star equipment so far. However, everyone's levels increased. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan reached level 21, Zhao Hao reached level 29, and Li Xuanla reached level 30. Just as everyone was resting, urgent cries for help suddenly came from further south. "Help! Help us!" Chapter 28, I told my students something, and it was about a pastor. The cries for help were frightened and urgent, sounding like a man's, echoing incessantly in the dark valley, sending chills down one's spine. Li Xuanla immediately became alert, his expression darkening. He said to Zhao Hao and the other 2, "Quickly, find a place to hide." Zhao Hao looked at him nervously. "Big brother, aren't you going to hide?" Xia Bingxue was also a little worried and advised him to hide together. After all, no one knew what kind of monster might appear next. But Li Xuanla simply took out some chewing gum, put it in his mouth and chewed it, saying calmly, "Me? I'm not afraid of anything. You don't need to worry about me. He's immortal, so there's really nothing to be afraid of. The only thing he cares about is the pain of being injured, which just annoys him." Tan Huan was the most decisive. After scanning the area, she pointed to a boulder not far away. "There's a trough over there. Let's hide there first." Li Xuanla nodded. "Go ahead, don't worry about me, I'm tough." Seeing his confident and in control demeanor, Zhao Hao and his companions had no choice but to bend down and sneak over. On the way, Xia Bingxue whispered in admiration, "Zhao Hao, your older brother here is something else." Zhao Hao immediately became proud. "That's right, my elder brother is a man of few words but amazing talent when he speaks, a dragon among men and a red hare among horses." Xia Bingxue shook her head. "There is one drawback, though. She seems a bit cold." Tan Huan nodded repeatedly beside him. Zhao Hao thought for a moment, then suddenly said seriously, "I remember my older brother saying something that might be related to this." "What did you say?" "With no woman in my heart, I draw my sword as if guided by a god." Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan were speechless. Why would a priest draw a sword? On the other side, Li Xuanle stared in the direction from which the cries for help came. Soon, a dark figure sped towards them, not slow, but still not quite up to Li Xuanle's standards. The newcomer was a middle-aged man dressed in black, with disheveled hair, a thin and rough face, and a weathered appearance. He had also noticed Li Xuanle in his striking white robes and hurriedly rushed over. "Help! Help!" But after seeing Li Xuanle's age, his voice faltered, and his face was full of disappointment. "You're a student?" Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong with the students?" The middle-aged man cursed in frustration. "I thought he was a high-level adventurer. Damn it." Li Xuanle was immediately annoyed. "Don't underestimate me. I'm incredibly powerful." The man's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "What's your profession?" "Priest. Priest. Priest." The man's eyes, which had just lit up, dimmed instantly. He then asked, "Do you have any teammates?" Li Xuanle said calmly, "Tell me what you need to say first. There might be something." The man hesitated for a moment before speaking. "My name is Qin Chuan, and I'm a member of the Life and Death Adventure team. We accepted a mission to clear monsters from farmland. As you know, farmland is crucial for food production. However, we encountered powerful monsters, and my team members were all entangled and in grave danger. I initially thought you were a high-level adventurer." At this point, he deflated again. "I was talking to a student, and he was a pastor." But Li Xuanle's eyes lit up after hearing this. A powerful game monster. Wasn't that exactly what he was looking for? The stronger it was, the more likely it was to drop good equipment. He asked directly, "So you need rescue?" Qin Chuan nodded, but was already preparing to turn and leave. He simply didn't believe that a group of students could save someone. Most of them were below level 30, so going there would only be suicide. Li Xuanle called out to him, "Wait a minute. What level and star rating is that monster?" Qin Chuan turned around, his tone heavy. "Level 65, 5-star, 1,000-year-old tree spirit." Li Xuanle was overjoyed. 5-star monsters were rare and highly sought after. He had to take them down. He stared at Qin Chuan and said, "I can save you, but everything that drops from killing monsters is mine." Qin Chuan was stunned. What was this kid saying? Kill? Loot? Had he misheard? So he repeated, "Level 65, 5-star, 1,000-year-old tree spirit." Li Xuanle remained calm. "I know. Kill it, and the spoils are mine. Any objections?" Qin Chuan couldn't help but ask, "What level are you?" Li Xuanle lied without batting an eye. "Level 60. Qin Chuan was taken aback. In his understanding, a student could not possibly be at this level. He wanted to ask more questions, but Li Xuanle interrupted him directly. "Do you still want to save people or not? You've been rambling on for so long. If I say we can save them, then we can." Qin Chuan was speechless after being rebuked. Although he was not entirely convinced, seeing Li Xuanle's confident gaze, he decided to give it a try. "Then please come with me." Qin Chuan led the way quickly, while Li Xuanle turned back and waved to Zhao Hao and the other two, signaling them to follow. Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and Tan Huan emerged from behind the boulder and gave chase. Qin Chuan noticed the three behind them and couldn't help but ask, "Those three, are they also your teammates?" "Yes, he's my teammate. You don't need to worry about him. Just lead the way." Qin Chuan was still hesitant. They all seemed to be students. Having more people didn't necessarily help. That 1,000-year-old tree spirit had dozens, even hundreds, of powerful vines. With no other adventurers around, he had no choice but to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. Soon, the group arrived at a flat, cultivated field. Various crops were planted in the field, and at the edge, a towering giant tree with lush foliage and thick trunk was slowly twisting. Li Xuanle could tell at a glance that it was definitely not normal. Qin Chuan warned in a deep voice, "Be careful. This is a 1,000-year-old tree spirit. It just descended recently, and its attack range is about 200 meters. Be extremely careful. Li Xuanle's lips curled up, revealing a set of white teeth. 200 meters? A piece of cake. Chapter 29, Level 65, 5 stars, 1,000-year tree spirit. Li Xuanle was full of confidence and not flustered at all, his gaze fixed on the 1,000-year-old tree spirit in the distance. This tree spirit was ancient and eerie, its bark rough, a mix of dark brown and gray, while its branches and leaves were a deep, somber green. A pair of eerie green eyes, filled with resentment, stared intently at the group from the trunk. Staring into those eyes, the group felt a chill run down their spines. Around the tree spirit, 5 or 6 other people, men and women, were bound by thick vines, their faces flushed red, as if they were being strangled by pythons, and they were on the verge of death. Qin Chuan's face darkened, and he immediately warned, "These vines are extremely tough. Even I, a level 58 swordsman, can't cut them. You must not get entangled in them." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao quickly took 2 steps back. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan also retreated. They had never seen such a monstrous creature before. A 5-star monster. Getting close would mean being strangled to death, unlike the casual resurrection in a game. But Li Xuanle didn't take it to heart. He opened the message and carefully examined the monster. Millennial Tree, Spirit 5-star, Level 65, HP 6,500,000, Attack 398, Defense 298. It has 3 skills. Trant Earthquake can cause damage and knockback. Frenzied Entanglement, once it binds you, it is impossible to break free, and Endless Life can draw life force from surrounding plants to restore its health. The description is even more terrifying. This is an ancient tree that is cultivated for 1,000 years, but due to its long-term consumption of human blood and flesh, it has completely degenerated into a tree demon. Anyone who steps into its domain will be entangled and devoured to death. The note is also very straightforward. Do not easily enter its range, or you will suffer a terrible fate. Upon seeing the words, Endless Life, Li Xuanle chuckled lightly. Restore health? Wasn't that just showing off his limited skills in front of him? The next second, he raised the inconspicuous staff in his hand, waved it lightly, and a green light instantly hit the 1,000-year-old tree spirit in the distance. The 1,000-year-old tree spirit's health immediately began to drop, decreasing by 1% per second. It seemed to sense the danger and suddenly stretched out dozens or even hundreds of vines, twisting wildly in the air, creating an extremely bizarre scene. Qin Chuan was stunned and couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" Li Xuanle did not explain, but simply waved his staff again, and another green light fell on the tree spirit. The tree spirit became even more agitated. An eerie light shone around it, and nearby plants withered one by one, as if its life force had been forcibly drained away. Li Xuanle had been staring at its health bar. In just a moment, the 1,000-year-old tree spirit had recovered from 92% to 100%. However, this recovery was meaningless to him. He continued his attack, one pale green beam after another striking the tree spirit. In just a few breaths, 8 deadly halos had formed around the 1,000-year-old tree spirit. This drove the tree spirit completely mad. The number of vines on its branches suddenly decreased, but their length began to increase dramatically. In just a second or two, those vines stretched over 300 meters away, and they continued to grow. Li Xuanle sensed something was wrong and immediately prepared to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. The vine surged forward in the blink of an eye, rushing towards everyone like a tide, instantly binding Li Xuanle, Qin Chuan, Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, Tan Huan, and the others. Qin Chuan's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but curse. Why is this vine so long? His heart sank. He hadn't expected that not only had he failed to escape, but he had also dragged these students into the mess. Seeing everyone bound by the vines, he was filled with remorse. Zhao Hao was so scared he almost jumped out of his skin. Holy crap. Big brother, save me. He struggled desperately, but the rattan tightened more and more, and he couldn't break free at all. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan panicked as well. Girls are naturally afraid of such things, let alone when even Li Xuanle was entangled in them. Their faces immediately turned pale. Only Li Xuanle remained calm. Even as his body was strangled by vines, he showed no panic, simply saying, "Don't panic, stay calm. It's about to die." 3. 2, 1, D. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a loud bang resounded, and 1,000-year-old tree spirit's wildly waving vines instantly stopped. Its massive body began to shrink rapidly, like a collapsing skyscraper crashing to the ground. The vines that had bound the group withered and shriveled, as if dehydrated. What were once indestructible tendrils now broke apart like plastic with the slightest effort. All the trapped people looked like survivors of a catastrophe, their expressions blank, unable to react for a long time. Li Xuanle immediately got up and strode towards the spot where the 1,000-year-old tree spirit had fallen. He saw several items bursting out beside the tree trunk and immediately picked them all up. Gems, skill books, equipment, everything was included. After he finished picking them up, the others came to their senses. Qin Chuan stared at him wide-eyed in disbelief. You actually killed this 1,000-year-old tree spirit? Li Xuanle said casually, What's so strange about that? After saying that, he added, There are also tough monsters that I can help you with. But the condition is that you can keep whatever drops from them. Qin Chuan shook his head. I haven't encountered one yet. If you encounter one of these things and survive, you're lucky. After saying that, he quickly helped his teammates who were on the verge of death together and took out medicine from his backpack, feeding each of them some. Only then did he remember that Li Xuanle was a pastor, and he quickly asked, Have you learned healing magic? Li Xuanle nodded. Yes. Qin Chuan quickly pointed to his teammates. Can you help heal me? No problem. Li Xuanle readily agreed and cast healing spells on them one by one. However, the effects were rather mediocre, and the condition of the group did not improve much. Qin Chuan's expression was somewhat complicated. Brother, your healing technique doesn't seem to be working. Li Xuanle gave an awkward smile. It's a long story, so let's not go into it. Although the treatment was ineffective, Li Xuanle had saved their entire team after all, so Qin Chuan still spoke respectfully. Thank you for saving us. Li Xuanle waved his hand. It's nothing. After saying that, he gestured for Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and the others to leave. Seeing that they were about to leave, Qin Chuan quickly asked, Pastor, may I ask what your name is? Li Xuanle didn't even turn his head, only leaving behind 3 words, Zhao Ri Tian. Qin Chuan stood there, stunned, and muttered to himself, Zhao Ri Tian? What imposing name, no wonder he's so awesome. Chapter 35 Skill, Rejuvenating Wind. After the group had walked a distance, Xia Bingxue walked along, clutching her chest and panting, her face still showing signs of lingering fear. The image of being entangled by the 1,000-year-old tree spirit's vines was still haunting her mind. It was a life-or-death moment. Only then did she suddenly realize that compared to living, nothing else mattered. Tan Huan was still in shock, nodding and saying, This 1,000-year-old tree spirit is too outrageous. Its vines can extend that far. If Li Xuanle's poison hadn't been so potent, we would probably all be dead there. Li Xuanle looked into the distance and said indifferently, It's nothing special. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan rolled their eyes simultaneously. Can't you be a little more modest? Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow. Sorry, the word modest doesn't exist in my dictionary. The two fell silent. They'd seen shameless people before, but never one this thick-skinned. At this moment, Zhao Hao finally couldn't help but ask, Big brother, why did you give out my nickname when that person asked you your name? Li Xuanle chewed his gum and smiled. Guess. Zhao Hao shook his head. I can't guess. Li Xuanle smiled meaningfully. I just think your nickname is very imposing. Zhao Hao immediately pouted, realizing he'd been teased again. He then quickly got down to business. Big brother, what good stuff did that 1,000-year-old tree spirit drop? Li Xuanle then examined the spoils. After a moment, he laughed. 2 pieces of 5-star equipment, a 5-star labor attribute gem, and a 5-star skill book. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan immediately perked up and eagerly inquired about the equipment and skill books. The 5-star laborer gem, needless to say, adds at least 25 attribute points, making it quite valuable. However, what truly piqued their interest were the equipment and skills. Li Xuanle directly displayed the information. The 2 pieces of equipment were the Millennium Willow Staff and the Millennium Willow Necklace, both level 60, 5-star equipment. They primarily boosted intelligence and stamina, and also provided additional charm and strength. The notes indicated that they were formed from the body of a tree spirit, and could enhance magical power. The skill book contained a 5-star priest skill, Revival Wind. It had no level restriction, could be cast on multiple targets, restored health, and its effect was stronger with higher intelligence. It had a 10-second cooldown, and its casting range increased with level. Li Xuanle's eyes lit up when he saw the skill book. The next second, he used it without hesitation. After all, he was a priest. No matter how powerful the poison was, he still needed some real healing abilities. Previously, he only had the most basic healing spells, which could only restore a small amount of health to a single target. In addition, he hadn't invested much in intelligence, so the effect was so weak that he was embarrassed to use it. But the wind of rejuvenation was different. It was a 5-star group heal. Li Xuanle naturally wouldn't miss it. He casually waved his staff, and a gentle breeze swept by, instantly making everyone feel much better. Zhao Hao looked refreshed. Big brother, I feel like I was just blew by a gust of wind, and I feel so relaxed. Li Xuanle calmly said, Nonsense, that's the 5-star skill, Revival Wind. Zhao Hao suddenly realized why the wind was completely different from ordinary wind. On the other side, Xia Bingshue's gaze remained fixed on the staff and necklace, her eyes barely concealing her longing. As a mage, what she lacked most was top-tier magic equipment, and 5-star equipment was always priceless and unavailable on the market. More importantly, both pieces of equipment can be socketed with 5 attribute gems. If paired with an ideal 5-star intelligence gem, the combined attribute boost will be extremely significant, making it an irresistible temptation for mages. However, since these things were revealed by Li Xuanle, and he himself was a priest, he should be able to use them. So Xia Bingxue hesitated to speak up. Tan Huan saw through her thoughts and asked on her behalf, Li Xuanle, can these 2 pieces of equipment be sold to Bingxue? Li Xuanle was excited about his new skill when he heard this and took another look at his equipment. 5-star was indeed good, but the level 60 restriction didn't interest him much. Given his current situation, he might be able to wait for higher star equipment. However, giving it up is one thing, giving it up casually is another. So he said calmly, I also kind of like this top-notch equipment. Tan Huan laughed and said, with your skills, you might be able to get 5-star or 6-star equipment in a few days. Why bother competing with a weak woman? Li Xuanle shook his head. That's hard to say. What if we can't get it? Tan Huan sensed that there was room for negotiation in his words and continued. Is there still room for discussion? Li Xuanle said, it's not that it's unavailable. This kind of equipment is extremely rare. If you really want it, just pay the market price. Tan Huan looked at Xia Bingxue. Xia Bingxue thought for a moment and said, the price is hard to set. 2 pieces would cost around 100,000 to 200,000, mainly because there are very few 5-star equipment pieces, so the price fluctuates a lot. Tan Huan tentatively asked, then the friendship price is 150,000? Li Xuanle pondered for a moment. Actually, he could probably get a higher price if he sold it elsewhere, but comparing market prices would be troublesome. Besides, Xia Bingxue would be a long-term partner from now on, so 150,000 was acceptable. He nodded. Okay, 150,000 it is. After saying that, Li Xuanle handed the staff and necklace to Xia Bingxue. Xia Bingxue took the equipment, her face full of surprise, and her eyes lit up as she looked at him. Thank you. Li Xuanle shifted his gaze to the distant gray fog and casually said, it's a small matter. Cash or we chat? Chapter 31, Mysterious Light? What the heck is that? Upon hearing the price, Xia Bingshue's face immediately showed some embarrassment. She hadn't brought that much money with her this time, so she could only frankly say, I don't have enough money on me. Can I pay you back when we get back? She frowned slightly, then added, assuring him she wouldn't renege on her promise. After saying that, she put the equipment into her character's inventory. Li Xuanle, however, didn't seem to care at all, casually agreeing, okay, no rush. Then he looked south, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Let's go. Keep heading south. Wealth is still waiting for us. With that, he strode south. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan immediately followed, and Zhao Hao happily trailed behind. Along the way, the group occasionally checked the Academy's WeChat group. People kept posting pictures of monsters encountered during the wilderness trials. Skeletons, zombies, skeleton demons, ferocious beasts, and all sorts of eerie images, which frightened quite a few timid girls. Suddenly, a message caught everyone's attention. Someone claimed to have personally witnessed Lin Yu and Li Chun PKDNG, and even posted photos as proof. The group chat exploded instantly, with everyone eagerly asking who had won. The person who leaked the information said that the two fought and then wandered off, only to see Li Chun flying on his sword. This news caused even more excitement in the group chat. Some were surprised that Li Chun knew a 6-star sword controlling technique, while others pointed out that Li Chun was a hidden class sword saint, and it was indeed possible for him to automatically learn advanced skills. During wilderness trials, the academy does not prohibit students from fighting each other. Real combat can temper one's character, and PvP is commonplace. The academy only emphasizes that one cannot kill without cause. If the other party strikes first, one can naturally retaliate, even kill the other party, but only if there is evidence. Otherwise, if someone dies, the academy will be in danger, and the Xia Kingdom's law enforcement team could arrest them at any time. Unless they are so powerful that even the law enforcement team can't handle them, or if they live in the wilderness year-round. But the wilderness is extremely dangerous. Even criminals don't want to stay there for long. As Zhao Hao walked, he glanced at the group chat and couldn't help but say, "Big brother, it seems like Lin Yu and Li Chun are at odds." He even said that Li Chun knows sword control techniques. Li Xuanla paused, raising an eyebrow. Lin Yu and Li Chun? Sword control technique. He knew a little about both of them. He had fought Lin Yu before, and Lin Yu was extremely competitive. As for Li Chun, he was usually as low-key as an ascetic, and was almost unknown before switching to a hidden class. However, Guan Shanyue's high regard for Li Chun indicates that the man is indeed capable. Li Xuanla, however, doesn't care who wins or loses, since neither could defeat him anyway. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan were also surprised. They hadn't expected Lin Yu to fight Li Chun, and couldn't help but compare Li Chun to Li Xuanla. Since Li Chun knew sword control, his speed must be astonishing, while Li Xuanla's advantage lay in poison. If the two really fought, it would probably come down to who had the longer attack range. In their view, if Li Chun could kill Li Xuanla in close combat, Li Xuanla would be able to be afflicted with a poison ring before he died. In the end, it was hard to say who would win or lose. But what they didn't know was that Li Xuanla's true trump card was never speed, but his immortality. Xia Bingxue couldn't help but probe, "Li Xuanla, do you think you could beat Li Chun?" Li Sun laughed heartily, his tone relaxed. "Don't even mention Li Chun. Even if Li Chun and Lin Yu were together, they still couldn't beat me." Tan Huan sighed upon hearing this, then turned to Zhao Hao and said, "Look at your older brother, how confident he is. You should learn from him." Although Zhao Hao thought this was a bit of an exaggeration, he knew that if you're going to latch onto someone's coattails, you have to be prepared for the consequences, so he immediately chimed in, "Of course, even the two of them combined aren't a match for you, big brother. I need to learn that from you." Li Xuanla nodded in satisfaction. "That's right, your words are very insightful." Tan Huan muttered to herself, "These kinds of self-proclaimed goals are usually easy to be proven wrong, right?" Li Xuanla remained confident. "It doesn't exist." Time passed slowly as Li Xuanla led the three of them through a series of monsters. Along the way, they encountered another 5-star monster, but it too fell to the poison rings within 2 minutes, dropping 3 pieces of 5-star equipment and a star-up gem. By now, their inventory was quite impressive. They had 198 1-star equipment pieces, 68 2-star pieces, 26 3-star pieces, 9 4-star pieces, and 5 5-star pieces, in addition to a considerable number of upgrade gems, star-enhancing gems, and attribute gems. Xia Bingxue was thrilled. This was only the first day of the trial, and there were still more than 10 days to go. At this rate, her backpack probably wouldn't be enough to hold everything. She was already imagining how shocked her father would be when she presented all this to him back home. Meanwhile, their levels were also increasing. However, as Teacher Tang Wu had said, leveling up was very fast before level 30, but the speed slowed down significantly after level 30. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan reached level 27. Zhao Hao reached level 31, and Li Xuanla reached level 32. Li Xuanla estimated that at this pace, he would only reach level 40 at most in half a month, and might not even reach that level. After all, the experience required increases dramatically as you progress. As darkness fell, the day was drawing to a close. They had now ventured 50 miles south, and Tan Huan, somewhat worried, reminded everyone that they should find a safe place to spend the night. Zhao Hao immediately agreed, and the group began looking for shelter nearby. Half an hour later, they finally found a fairly large stone cave, big enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people. After observing for a moment, Li Xuanla decided to rest here for the night. The cave had only one entrance, large enough for 2 or 3 people to pass through, and inside were all stone walls, making it a natural shelter. As long as he guarded the entrance, he wouldn't have to worry about any accidents. Just as the group was about to take a short rest, a bright light suddenly flashed outside the cave. Chapter 32, A 6-star Secret Realm descends from the sky. A 100-layered demon tower. The light was so bright that they couldn't open their eyes, so Li Xuanla and the others could only retreat deeper into the cave, not daring to look directly at it. Several minutes passed, and there was still no movement outside the cave. Zhao Hao and the other 2 became increasingly anxious, their faces turning pale. Only Li Xuanla remained relatively calm. He noticed that although the light outside was still there, it was no longer as glaring. He thought for a moment, then looked at the 3 of them and said, "You wait here, I'll go out and take a look." Zhao Hao hesitated for a moment. "Big brother, are you really going?" Li Xuanla replied calmly, "I'm tough, don't touch me." After saying that, he walked out under the worried gazes of Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan. The 2 women watched his retreating figure, their feelings a mix of emotions. Although this guy was usually thick-skinned and spoke bluntly, he was always the one who stepped forward first whenever danger arose. Upon arriving outside the cave, Li Xuanla saw a wall of light radiating a jade-white glow, like a giant sphere covering an area of about a mile in radius, trapping their location within it. He strode to the edge, picked up a stone, and threw it at the wall of light. With a clang, the stone bounced back as if it had hit steel. Li Xuanla frowned slightly, cursing inwardly. This situation clearly indicated that he had been locked up. He looked around and quickly spotted a deep blue vortex in the center of the sphere of light. Upon closer inspection, it immediately looked familiar. It was almost identical to the entrance to the secret realm described in his textbook. The secret realm is a special entity that appeared after the arrival of the Eerie game. It is extremely dangerous, but it may also hold opportunities. Once you are enveloped by the light wall of the secret realm, you must either complete the game or break the light wall. Otherwise, you will have no way to get out. However, almost no one can break through the light wall of the secret realm, so there is usually only one way to enter the secret realm and complete the challenge. Li Xuanla walked to the vortex, and suddenly a message popped up in front of his eyes. 100-layer magic tower, 6-star secret realm. Level requirement. Challengers must be at least level 20. Secret realm notes. There are 100 levels in total. It is extremely dangerous, with a high chance of survival, but also presents great opportunities. The secret realm will exist for 1 month. Upon seeing this, Li Xuanla was not afraid at all. On the contrary, his eyes lit up. A 6-star secret realm, a 100-story magic tower. This was just the right time. He had initially been worried about finding monsters everywhere, but now that 100 levels were right in front of him, it would be enough for him to grind for a long time. As for danger, he didn't care at all. After all, he wouldn't die, so what was there to be afraid of? Li Sun returned to the cave in high spirits, his smile impossible to hide. As soon as Zhao Hao saw him come in, he immediately craned his neck and asked, "Big brother, how is it outside? Is it dangerous?" Li Xuanla, hands in his pockets, looking nonchalant, said, "Danger? This is where wealth and opportunity come from." Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan were completely confused. Tan Huan couldn't help but ask, "What kind of opportunity for wealth? Explain it clearly." Li Xuanla chuckled. "Have you ever seen a secret realm?" Tan Huan raised an eyebrow. "I've really never seen it before. I've only read about it in books." Xia Bingxue's expression hardened. "Secret realms are all risky. What level is this?" Li Xuanla unwrapped a piece of chewing gum, popped it in his mouth, and casually said, 6 stars. "What? 6 stars?" Zhao Hao exclaimed in surprise. Although he wasn't a great student, he knew the common sense that the higher the star rating of a secret realm, the more dangerous it was. Xia Bingxue looked at Li Xuanla, her expression even more complicated. There was a high possibility that 6-star or even 7-star monsters could be found in a 6-star secret realm. She knew that many adventurers specifically sought out secret realms for equipment and wealth, but even more died inside. She had a cousin who died in the secret realm. Therefore, in her view, the dangers of the secret realm far outweighed the benefits. But Li Xuanla seemed completely unconcerned. Xia Bingxue couldn't help but ask, "The 6-star secret realm is very dangerous. Do you really want to go in and venture in?" Li Xuanla chuckled lightly. The light wall has already trapped us. The secret realm will last for a month. If we don't go in, will your food and water last for a month? Tan Huan's expression changed. Confined for a month? Their supplies were only enough for half a month, and even if they used them sparingly, they would hardly last more than 20 days. Not to mention that the friendly competition between the three academies was starting in 20 days, and if they couldn't get back in time, they would lose all the rewards. Li Xuanle crossed his arms and looked out of the cave, his expression calm, as if the six-star secret realm before him was not worth mentioning at all. Zhao Hao quickly declared, "Brother, no matter what you decide, I'll follow you." After saying that, he walked over to Li Xuanle and patted him on the shoulder. Li Xuanle looked at Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan. "I will enter the secret realm in 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to consider. You can choose not to go, and the light wall will disappear naturally after we clear the level." Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan exchanged a glance, both hesitant. The cave fell silent, broken only by the chirping of insects and birds outside. After a moment, Xia Bingxue looked at Li Xuanle and said firmly, "I believe you. I'll go in with you." Tan Huan hesitated for a moment. "Bingxue, are you really going?" Xia Bingxue nodded. "He is indeed good at killing monsters, and if we don't gain experience in half a month, we will fall too far behind, and we may not be able to participate in the competition of the three major academies." Tan Huan thought for a moment and finally made up her mind. "Then I'll go in too." She also admitted that although Li Xuanle was arrogant, he had not made any mistakes along the way. Li Xuanle nodded, holding the chewing gum. "Okay, let's go then." He then looked at the two women and said indifferently, "You'll be able to protect yourselves once you're inside. Don't expect me to go out of my way to protect you." Zhao Hao looked at the chewing gum in his hand and suddenly said, "Big brother, I want some too." Li Xuanle gave him a disdainful look. "Do you want me to feed you?" Chapter 33, Hidden Profession, Sword Saint, Xia Li Bai. "That's not necessary." A strange smile appeared on Zhao Hao's face, as if he had thought of something amusing. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan, standing to the side, couldn't help but purse their lips, looking at the two boys with obvious disdain. Li Xuanle, hands in his pockets, walked confidently out of the cave, leaving behind only one sentence. "Follow me. Let's enter the secret realm." Zhao Hao chewed his gum and followed suit, mimicking his posture. Tan Huan and Xia Bingxue followed closely behind, but still stared at Zhao Hao with disdain. Li Xuanle's walk was stylish, but his looked like a simpleton. Upon reaching the azure vortex, Li Xuanle stopped and turned to look earnestly at Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan. "I'll say it again. I'm tough. If anything happens, just take care of yourselves. Don't worry about me, understand?" The two nodded solemnly. Zhao Hao tentatively asked from the side, "Big brother, what about me? Should I help you?" Li Xuanle glanced at him, showing no mercy. You must be the fastest one." Zhao Hao's forehead creased with annoyance. He was about to explain when Li Xuanle turned and stepped into the secret realm. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan followed, with Zhao Hao entering last. After they disappeared, the light wall and vortex of the secret realm vanished, as if they had never existed. Meanwhile, 30 miles southeast of the gray mist forest, as dusk fell, two figures faced off. "Li Shen, do you have the guts to fight me?" "Lin Yu, I have no interest in fighting you." The speakers were none other than Li Chun, the Sword Saint of Phoenix Academy, and Lin Yu, the summoner. Li Chun stood suspended in mid-air on his giant sword, his expression calm, clearly not wanting to fight. Lin Yu, on the other hand, stood atop the head of the colorful giant python, looking eager to try. Lin Yu laughed and said, "Are you afraid you can't beat me?" Li Chen's tone remained indifferent. "To be frank, you are no match for me." In his view, fighting is not child's play. Once a real fight begins, it is a matter of determining superiority and defeat, and life and death. Lin Yu scoffed after hearing this. "You're far too arrogant. I bet you'll never be able to beat me in the future." Li Chun calmly replied, "At least for now, you're not ready. Stop chasing me. When you're strong enough, I'll naturally take action against you." After saying that, he was about to fly away on his sword when a voice suddenly came from the surroundings. "Oh, Xia, originally just came here to try my luck, but I didn't expect to actually meet two top experts from Phoenix Academy, Li Chun and Lin Yu." Li Chun and Lin Yu both looked in the direction the sound came from. They saw a student step out of the shadows, his clothes embroidered with dragon patterns, his face dark, and his eyes sharp. The two recognized them immediately. They were from Tunglong Academy. Lin Yu stared at the other party and probed. Xia? Tunglong Academy? Could you be Xia Li Bai, the hidden master of Tunglong Academy, the Sword Saint? Xia Li Bai smiled slightly. It is indeed me. I did not expect that my reputation has spread to Phoenix Academy. He crossed his arms and looked at Li Chun, who was in midair. Li Chun, is this your sword control technique? Li Chun nodded readily. That's right. At this moment, a hint of seriousness crept into his usually calm gaze. He had naturally heard of the hidden profession of Sword Saint. The Sword Saint was practically the top profession among sword-wielding classes. Aside from the legendary Sword Immortals and Sword Gods, there were almost no stronger beings. The Sword Saint versus the Blade Saint was a clash of titans. The sword moved with elegance, the blade with dominance. Both were ridiculously powerful. Xia Li's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Li Chun, I'd like to fight you. Are you in? A fighting spirit ignited in Li Chun's eyes, but when he saw the 5-pointed star lights spinning on the large sword in Xia Li Bai's hand, his pupils contracted slightly, and he finally shook his head. It's not the right time yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew away on his sword. He wasn't afraid of fighting. He simply saw the situation clearly. Xia Li Bai wielded a 5-star weapon, while he was currently using a 4-star one. More importantly, that weapon was inlaid with attribute gems, guaranteeing extremely high stat boosts. In a real fight, even if he won, it would only be a narrow victory. Xia Li Bai watched Li Chun leave, his face full of disappointment. He had come with the 6-star skill, 1,000 overlapping blade shadows. Although it didn't look as elegant as the sword control technique, it was more powerful and domineering. This skill can unleash thousands of sword shadows, forming a dense, almost impossible to avoid, sword aura. It can also combine the sword shadows into one, unleashing a devastating strike. After Li Chun left, Lin Yu looked at Xia Li Bai, his fighting spirit surging. How about we give it a try? Xia Li Bai's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, come on. In the shadows, not far away, a figure, barely visible, was quietly watching this scene. He had a youthful face, wore black and white clothes, and had a faint smile on his lips. He shook his head slightly and muttered to himself, the power is not bad, but it's still a bit lacking. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot, as if he had never been there. Soon, students from Fengshu Academy who were passing by heard the commotion and all gathered around. When they saw Lin Yu locked in fierce combat with a stranger, they were all stunned. Lin Yu is one of the top experts in Phoenix Academy, while the person in front of him is about the same age, yet he can face off against the devouring python head-on and even gain the upper hand. Finally, someone exclaimed, this guy is from Tunglong Academy, and he even uses a knife. He can suppress Lin Yu's devouring python. He must be the knife saint, Xia Li Bai. The students of Fengshu Academy were immediately thrown into a panic. Good heavens, how dare they bully people from our academy? Brothers, let's go. Mage, Archer, get him. A group of people immediately prepared to attack. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xia Li Bai decisively withdrew and said, you Phoenix Chick Academy are really united. I'll retreat first, and I'll teach you a lesson when the 3 academies compete. After Xia Li Bai left, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could clearly sense that the opponent's combat power was superior to his own. Even with the help of the devouring python, he was still struggling greatly. Unless he contracts another ferocious beast or waits for the devouring python to continue growing, it's really not easy to deal with it now. Lin Yu gazed in the direction Xia Li Bai had left, his expression grave. This Xia Li Bai is not to be underestimated. Chapter 34 Shadow, Saint Assassin, Qin Wangchuan. Lin Yu's expression was serious, with a hint of worry in his eyes. He worried that the upcoming grand competition between the 3 academies might not be so simple. Within the Black and White Academy, there was also a hidden professional, Qin Wangchuan, the Shadow Assassin. The Shadow Saint Assassin is said to be one of the strongest hidden classes in the assassin class, far surpassing ordinary assassins. Rumors also suggest that above them are the Shadow Immortal Assassin and the Shadow God Assassin, but no one has ever truly seen them. These kinds of professions that lurk in the shadows are the most dangerous, especially since Lin Yu is a summoner and Li Xuanle is a poison healer. Both of them are ranged and fragile. Once an assassin gets close, they are very likely to be in trouble. But Lin Yu is unaware that Qin Wangchuan, lurking in the shadows, had witnessed his fight with Xia Li Bai. Afterwards, Qin Wangchuan left silently. In other words, the top combatants from the three academies have already briefly met in this mountainous region. The only one who hasn't shown up is Li Xuanle, the number one poisonous milk, a term used to describe someone who is overly cunning and unpredictable, from the Phoenix Academy. Li Xuanle's strength is both strange and powerful, yet for some reason, people always subconsciously overlook him. Perhaps it's because he carries the title of a priest, a healer. People are more inclined to focus on powerful and flamboyant figures like sword saints, blade saints, holy assassins, and dragon knights. Their head-on clashes, the thrill of battle, are what inspire the most admiration. As for poison milk, it sounds somewhat ridiculous. 50 miles south of the gray fog forest, Li Xuanle and his three companions stepped into the vortex, and after a dizzying spin, they entered a special space. From the outside, it looks like an ancient and mysterious tower, rising layer upon layer, perhaps 100 stories high. And at this moment, they are standing at the bottom of the tower. The space at the base of the tower was gloomy and dimly lit, yet extremely spacious, about 5 or 6 meters high and a kilometer in circumference. The light came from the luminous stones high on the four walls, barely illuminating the surrounding outlines. 3 powerful characters are carved on the stone wall. First pass. Below the large characters, there was a tightly closed door. Li Xuanle guessed that it must be the entrance to the next level, which would only open after passing this level. At the center of the space was a massive crimson 6-pointed star array, exuding an eerie aura. Li Xuanle immediately understood that the monster would most likely emerge from there. At this moment, Zhao Hao suddenly reminded him, "Big brother, look at the ceiling." Li Xuanle looked up and saw a 5-minute countdown appearing on the ceiling. After a moment's thought, he immediately said to the 3 of them, "The monster will appear in 5 minutes. This place is big enough for kites, so everyone stay alert and be ready to run at any time." Xia Bingxue and Tanhua nodded. Recently, after leveling up, they both focused their attribute points on stamina, afraid of holding their team back. Combined with their equipment and gems, their speed and survivability were already quite good. Zhao Hao chuckled. "Big brother, I'm best at running away. I know what you're doing even if you don't tell me." Li Xuanle rolled her eyes at him. "I was reminding the 2 of them, not you." He knew Zhao Hao too well. This coward would run faster than anyone else when in danger, so there was no need to worry about him at all. Then, Li Xuanle put his hands in his pockets and quietly waited for the monster to arrive. The space was deathly silent. When no one spoke, you could even hear each other breathing. As time ticked by, the oppressive atmosphere grew heavier and heavier. Xia Bingxue stood beside Li Xuanle, looking at his thin but upright back, feeling somewhat complicated. She truly came to know Li Xuanle from the Super Ghost Dungeon. Before that, she had hardly paid any attention to him. His theoretical grades weren't outstanding, but he was handsome, yet he always kept a low profile. This puzzled Xia Bingxue. Usually, handsome men are either attracting girls or on their way to attracting girls. But Li Xuanle was different. He seemed to deliberately keep his distance from girls. The more this happened, the more curious she became. Tan Huan, standing nearby, noticed Xia Bingxue staring intently at Li Xuanle and immediately began to speculate. Could it be that Bingxue had feelings for Li Xuanle? That look wasn't just ordinary attention. Tan Huan's eyes flickered slightly, and she secretly decided that she must find an opportunity to sound out Xia Bingxue later. Just then, Li Xuanle stared at the countdown and warned, "Watch out, the monster is coming." 3, 2, 1, boom. The crimson 6-pointed star array in the center suddenly lit up, and the next moment, skeletal monsters poured out of the array. Li Xuanle checked the information immediately. These monsters are called undead skeletons, 1-star monsters, level 20, with 20,000 health. Their attack and defense are both quite high, and their skills include Bone Spear Throw, Skeleton Charge, Undead Weakness, and Undead Regeneration, which has a chance to revive. The description of the undead skeletons is also very eerie. They're said to be the guardians of ancient tombs, who will attack anyone who trespasses on their territory, and can even be used as a medium to summon demons. The note even reads, "Beware, the skeletons of the dead are desperate criminals." Li Xuanle wasn't too surprised after reading the message. This secret realm already requires challengers to be at least level 20, so it's normal to encounter level 20 monsters in the first level. The real trouble is that this 100-story magic tower has a full 100 floors, and the level of monsters will definitely increase as you go on. Fortunately, these undead skeletons weren't very fast, so there was still room for them to maneuver. Li Xuanle took out an ancient wooden staff, and his gaze fell on the skeletal monsters that kept emerging. He casually reminded everyone, "Watch out, I'm about to unleash the poison." Chapter 35, Zhao Ri Tian. Can you please stop talking nonsense? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xuanle strode forward and gently waved his staff. Countless green lights shot out from around the staff, looking like a dazzling light show. But in reality, it was the Yama's deadly technique. The green lights seemed to have eyes, precisely targeting the skeletal remains of the undead that were constantly emerging from the six-pointed star formation. As soon as a monster appeared, it was immediately enveloped in a pale green, deadly aura. Li Xuanle is currently level 32. Within a 320-meter radius, he can simultaneously cast the Poisonous Healing spell on 320 targets. Whether it's an undead warrior, archer, or mage, none can escape his skill. Some monsters had 3 or 4 layers of poison on them, while others only had 1 or 2. But once they were hit by the Poisonous Healing debuff, their health would start to drop. At the same time, the undead skeletons sensed the danger and immediately launched a counterattack. Bone spears, magic, and arrows rained down relentlessly, overwhelming everything. Seeing this, Li Xuanle and his companions expertly turned and ran. His tactics were never direct confrontation, but rather a masterful use of kiting techniques. He ran when the enemy chased him, and he killed when the enemy was in disarray. Just then, Zhao Hao suddenly shouted, "Holy crap! Big brother, save me! I've been hit by an arrow!" As Li Xuanle ran, he glanced over and noticed that Zhao Hao indeed had an arrow stuck in his calf. Strangely, there was no blood. He immediately changed direction and ran to Zhao Hao's side to examine him. After only a second, Li Xuanle couldn't help but yell, "Zhao Ri Tian, you got an arrow in your trouser leg, not your leg. What are you yelling about?" Zhao Hao looked down and touched his pants, only to find that his trouser leg had indeed been shot through. He gave an embarrassed smile and said, "I thought I had been shot in the leg." Li Xuanle looked disgusted. "It hurts to be shot in the leg. Did you feel any pain?" Zhao Hao replied weakly, "I haven't had time to feel it properly yet." Li Xuanle, too lazy to say anything more, pulled the arrow from his trouser leg and tossed it aside, urging him to run quickly. Zhao Hao immediately followed, continuing to pull the monsters around. By this time, Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan had become quite skilled at escaping. In particular, Tan Huan, being an assassin, was more agile than the mage Xia Bingxue. Time ticked by, and the group had been running for a full 10 minutes, yet the monsters continued to spawn. Zhao Hao, his eyes gleaming with envy at the equipment and gems scattered on the ground, couldn't help but complain, "Just how many of these monsters are there?" Li Xuanle had long since discerned the pattern. The six-pointed star array produced almost 1 monster per second, approximately 60 per minute. At least 600 or 700 have been killed so far. If it weren't for the fact that his poisonous milk skill is incredibly powerful and deals area of effect damage, clearing out so many monsters would have taken an incredibly long time. Not to mention there are still 99 levels to go. As Zhao Hao ran, he exclaimed, "Brother, it has to be you!" Anyone else would have failed at the first hurdle. He thought that if he were to keep hacking away with his sword, he could probably keep hacking away until the end of time. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan were also wondering just how many monsters were hidden in this secret realm. The two were already panting heavily, their stamina clearly waning. Finally, after about 15 minutes, all the undead skeletons in the first level fell, and the six-pointed star array stopped spawning monsters. At the same time, the gate below the words "first level" opened automatically. The group stopped and began to count their spoils. There were at least 70 or 80 pieces of equipment on the ground, and this was only the first level. The loot on the 99th level would likely be even greater. Li Xuanle immediately reminded them, "Be careful when picking up equipment. Don't take the low-star items first. Try to get the high-star ones." Zhao Hao nodded immediately, and Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan also understood this principle. If your inventory is full, you'll only be able to discard lower-star equipment when you encounter better items later. After all, higher-star equipment is more valuable and deserves more space. Soon, The group picked out the valuable equipment and gems, leaving behind some less useful items. Li Xuanle looked at the group and asked if they wanted to proceed to the next level. Xia Bingxue said, "Let's rest for a bit, I'm a little tired." She did look unwell, and Tan Huan was also clearly exhausted. Zhao Hao nodded in agreement. "Brother, you've had a long day, you should rest." Li Xuanle didn't insist and nodded in agreement to rest first. He then went to check the entrance to the next level. Behind the door was a spiral staircase leading upwards, at the end of which was a locked iron door with a red button next to it. Li Xuanle guessed that as long as the button was pressed, the iron gate would open, leading to the second level. That was quite a thoughtful design. After looking at it, he turned and went down the stairs. Back at the entrance, he peeled a piece of chewing gum, put it in his mouth, and leaned against the wall to rest with his eyes closed. Zhao Hao also came over, leaned against him, and whispered, "What's going on up there?" Li Xuanle didn't even open his eyes and simply said, "There's an iron gate and a red button next to it. Pressing it should allow you to enter the second level." Zhao Hao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Then it should be quite safe to rest here. Li Xuanle nodded. They had already entered the secret realm, so the outside world couldn't find it, and there was no need to worry about anyone breaking in. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan leaned against the other side of the door, snuggling together and resting with their eyes closed. Not long after, Tan Huan opened her eyes again and reminded them, "You two boys, you're not allowed to take advantage of us while we're sleeping." Li Xuanle opened his eyes, glanced at her and Xia Bingxue, and only replied, "Can you stop being so narcissistic?" Tan Huan was annoyed and rolled her eyes at him. "We're girls, two beautiful girls at that. Is it unreasonable for us to warn you not to get any funny ideas?" Li Xuanle didn't reply and continued to rest with his eyes closed. Zhao Hao nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, it definitely won't happen. Last time, a beautiful female boss said she wanted to take care of you, and he didn't agree." Li Xuanle's forehead immediately creased with annoyance, and he said coldly, "Damn it, can you stop talking nonsense?" Zhao Hao immediately shut up, feeling deflated. Looking at him, Tan Huan figured he was all talk and no action. As for Li Xuanle, he was even less interested. This made Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan occasionally wonder if they weren't pretty enough. Chapter 36, Enlightenment. The true essence of infinite stacking. Li Xuanle closed his eyes to rest again. After passing the first level, his level only increased by 1, reaching level 33. Zhao Hao reached level 32, while Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan reached level 29. He quickly estimated that he had just killed over 900 monsters, a staggering number, but his level increase wasn't ideal. This was likely because the team was taking all the experience. If he had soloed, he would have leveled up much faster. Li Chun and Lin Yu almost always acted alone, so they leveled up much faster. Li Chun is now level 36, and Lin Yu is level 35. However, Li Xuanle is not anxious. For him, leveling up only increases casting range and the number of targets. What's truly terrifying is his poisonous milk ability. The poison damage is unaffected by level and can stack infinitely. With 99 more levels after the 100th-floor demon tower, he has no fear of running out of monsters to kill. Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through Li Xuanle's mind, and he became fully alert. Infinite superposition, infinite superposition. Had he been misunderstanding it all along? Previously, you would apply a second layer of poison to the same target every second. But since he could release so many green beams simultaneously, if multiple green beams hit the same target at the same time, would they also stack? Thinking of this, he suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them, and his breathing became rapid. In the past, he had always understood skills according to the habits of online games, and had never thought of concentrating multiple green lights on a single target at the same time. If this conjecture is true, it's incredibly absurd. He can currently release 330 beams of green light, which could originally hit 330 targets, but if they all hit a single target, wouldn't it explode instantly? Li Xuanle became increasingly excited, and couldn't help but slap his thigh. The sound startled Zhao Hao, who had just closed his eyes, and he opened them and asked, "Big brother, what was that sound just now?" Li Xuanle quickly suppressed his excitement. "It's okay, go to sleep." But his face was flushed, and he wished he could find a monster to experiment on immediately. Seeing that Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan were also looking over, he could only close his eyes again. But the moment he closed his eyes, he couldn't fall asleep even more. The conjecture burned like fire in his mind. He was almost 99% certain that this was the right path. No, I just can't sleep. Li Shunla got up and headed towards the spiral staircase. Zhao Hao noticed the empty space beside him and immediately asked, "Big brother, where are you going?" Li Shunla said softly, "I need to pass one more level before I can sleep. You guys rest first." Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan were taken aback. "You want to pass another level?" As Li Shunla went upstairs, he replied, "Yes, we have to pass another level." Zhao Hao immediately followed. "No way, I'll go too. I'll help you lure the monsters." Li Shunla nudda. Seeing this, Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan also got up and followed. They decided to accompany him through another challenge. Li Shunla didn't expect the two of them to come, but it didn't matter. If his guess was confirmed, his solo ability would become ridiculously powerful, and his monster-clearing speed would increase even further. He eagerly pressed the red button next to the iron gate. With a click, the lock opened. Li Shunla gave it a gentle push, and the four of them quickly entered the second level. In the center of the arena was still the scarlet six-pointed star magic circle, and the words "second level" were engraved on the stone wall. Below was another iron door, and a 5-minute countdown was hanging on the ceiling. As soon as they entered, the iron gate behind them clicked shut. Zhao Hao couldn't help but complain. "The door was locked as soon as we came in." This meant they weren't given any way out, but the group wasn't panicked. After all, with Li Shunla around, they could just coast along and win. Time ticked by. Finally, enormous monsters began to emerge from the crimson magic circle. Li Shunla immediately checked the information. That's a 2-star monster, the giant rock monster, level 24, with a whopping 120,000 HP. It boasts strong attack and defense, and can hurl boulders, create area of effect earthquakes, and summon boulders for defense. Its description is incredibly arrogant, as if it's provoking everyone to their deaths. The giant rock monster let out a deep roar and then charged towards the four of them. Thump, thump, thump. Each step felt like a 1,000-pound hammer slamming into the ground, shaking up dust and making Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and the others tense up. The monster size was incredibly imposing, and they kept emerging from the magic circle one after another, looking exceptionally ferocious. But Li Shunla remained completely unfazed. So what if it had 150 defense? His poison didn't consider defense at all. It only reduced health by a percentage. Without saying much, he waved his staff. More than 300 green beams shot out instantly, but instead of spreading out evenly as before, they struck the 4 giant rock monsters separately. 3 of them were hit by at least 100 green beams each. The other one was only hit by 30. The next second, the 3 giant rock monsters collapsed on the spot. Instant kill, a true instant kill. Li Shunla was overjoyed. He used to think that while layering poisons was invincible, it was ultimately a bit slow. Only now did he realize where his truly outrageous strength lay. When facing a small number of powerful enemies, he could easily concentrate hundreds of green beams onto a single target, instantly stacking poison damage and killing the opponent. The remaining giant rock monster, which had been hit by 30 green beams, only lasted about 3 seconds before collapsing to the ground. Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and Tan Huan were all dumbfounded. This ferocious, giant rock monster was instantly killed? Didn't Li Shunla's poison usually take time? At least 10 seconds. How could it kill instantly now? Li Shunla couldn't contain his excitement. He finally understood. This was the true essence of infinite superposition. Chapter 37, what do you mean by wearing a green hat? Can't you even speak properly? Zhao Hao couldn't help but exclaim first. Brother, what's going on? You're just cuckolding him. Li Shunla glanced at him irritably. What do you mean, wearing a green hat? Can't you speak properly? Zhao Hao quickly explained that the giant rock monster that died in about 3 seconds had dozens of green halos on its head, making it look like it was wearing a green hat. Li Shunla was speechless for a moment, almost driven to despair by him. This guy's associative ability was truly strong. He never learned anything good and always thought of the worst things. He ignored Zhao Hao and continued waving his wooden staff, sending out clusters of green light. The green light, which originally resembled daggers, coalesced into green spheres under his control. Li Shunla had a sudden inspiration and divided the green light into 7 clusters, 6 of which each contained 50 green beams, and the remaining cluster contained 30 beams, making a total of 330 beams. There were 7 giant rock monsters on the field. As soon as the green light fell, each monster could only last for 2 to 4 seconds at most, and had no chance to get close to them. After all, a single green beam can cause a 1% health reduction per second. 50 beams stacked together would amount to 50% health reduction per second. Who could withstand such damage? If the casting range were greater and the number of targets were greater, this skill would only become more outrageous. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan were speechless with shock at what they saw, with only one thought remaining. This is too perverted. Every now and then, 5 or 6 giant rock monsters would emerge from the crimson 6-pointed star magic circle. But as soon as they appeared, they were hit by the green light, struggled for 2 or 3 seconds, and then collapsed to the ground, dropping their equipment and gems. These monsters posed absolutely no threat to Li Xuanle and his companions. Zhao Hao, seeing that the monsters were far too numerous to kill, chuckled. "Big brother, looks like we don't need to run anymore." Li Xuanle nodded calmly. "Indeed, you can rest." Seeing that he was completely unfazed, Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and Tan Huan could only retreat to the edge and watch helplessly. Time passed slowly, and the monsters were in short supply. A few would appear every now and then a few more would pop up after a while. Li Xuanle gradually frowned, because the respawn rate was just too slow. It took a full half-hour to finish this level. It wasn't that he was slow at killing monsters, but rather that the monsters spawned slowly. If the later levels are even more drawn out, how long will it take to complete the remaining 98 levels? Excluding rest time, it's hard to say whether one can pass 10 levels in a day. If one misses the competition among the 3 major academies, then things will be in trouble. Time passed day by day, and 15 days went by in the blink of an eye. Li Xuanle and his companions were still stuck at the 78th level. They underestimated the complexity of the Demon Tower's secret realm. Some levels were actually mazes, and what's worse, there were monsters inside. This means they have to kill monsters and find their way at the same time, which takes much longer than simply clearing monsters. Each time they encounter a maze level, it takes at least half a day. Li Xuanle also figured out the pattern. Levels ending in 10, such as the 10th, 20th, and 30th, were basically mazes with monsters. Whether it was Li Xuanle, Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, or Tan Huan, they all found these levels extremely troublesome, because they were very likely to run into a monster the moment they turned a corner. If it weren't for Li Xuanle's resurrection ability, the other 3 would probably have perished inside long ago. Even he himself, knowing he wouldn't die, was still frightened many times by the sudden appearance of strange creatures. However, by the time they reached level 78, their rewards were astonishing. Their inventory was almost entirely filled with equipment and gems, and most of them were high-quality items. The inferior equipment had long been discarded, and what remained were at least some of the better 1-star gear. Li Xuanle even regretted not bringing 2 more people in to collect equipment. They now have 365 1-star equipment pieces, 256 2-star equipment pieces, 128 3-star equipment pieces, 68 4-star equipment pieces, and 21 5-star equipment pieces in their backpacks. In addition, there are more than 100 gems, including attribute gems, star-up gems, and equipment upgrade gems. Their equipment was mostly 4-star, with no less than 3-star. While they had some 5-star equipment, very few pieces were truly suitable for them. Items like bows, spears, shields, and long swords were useless. Even so, 4-star equipment is already considered top tier in the market, and 3-star equipment is considered high-end. For many people, these are luxuries. The only regret is that they haven't obtained a single 6-star item yet, because they haven't encountered a 6-star monster. The level progression was also slower than expected. Li Xuanle was the highest, only level 42. Zhao Hao was level 40. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan were only level 38. Zhao Hao couldn't help but say, "Brother, I feel like the leveling speed has slowed down significantly after level 30. Tan Huan nodded in agreement. Li Xuanle, however, remained calm. "Don't forget, we only used 15 days. Ding Guan has only reached level 72 after all these years." Xia Bingxue thought about it and realized that what she said made sense. She was actually the happiest person throughout the whole process, because the equipment in the 4 people's backpacks would eventually be purchased by her family. She knew very well the value of this batch of items. It would definitely shock her father and bring a lot of profit to the family. More importantly, this will greatly enhance her presence within the family. Li Xuanla didn't think much of it and said calmly, "Let's hurry up and move on to the next level." Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan nodded repeatedly. Tan Huan reminded them, "We need to finish this as soon as possible and go back to participate in the 3 Great Academies competition. I heard that the Champions Prize is very generous, and the Champions Academy will also receive a lot of financial assistance." Li Xuanla immediately became interested. "What kind of rewards are there?" Tan Huan said with great interest that there were high-level equipment and skill books, at least 5-star, and possibly even 6-star. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanla's interest immediately waned. "Isn't there a monetary reward?" Tan Huan shook his head and added, "There's definitely money, but many equipment and skill books can't be bought with money." Li Xuanla looked at her with disdain. "It seems that rich people talk like this." Tan Huan didn't reply, but she was thinking to herself, is money really that important? She has never lacked money, so naturally she has no interest in it. Li Xuanla said calmly, "Don't think too much about it. The competition between the 3 major academies starts in 5 days. We may not even be able to make it out." Zhao Hao gloated from the side. "Whether I participate or not, I'm just here to make up the numbers." Xia Bingxue asked with some concern, "If we can't get back today, won't the academy worry about us?" Li Xuanla replied casually, "This situation has probably happened to others before, and the academy teachers will make the judgment." Xia Bingxue nodded, and could only say softly, "I hope so." Chapter 38 Defeat Me. Wang Tung, and win 10,000 yuan. Li Xuanla led the 3 of them to continue their journey, refusing to waste any more words. The most important thing right now was to fight their way out of here. Otherwise, everything else would be meaningless. He was very confident of clearing the level. It was just a matter of time. He was now level 42 and could unleash a poison heal on 420 targets simultaneously within a 420-meter radius. If he were to divide the poisonous light into 4 orbs, each containing 100 beams of green light, he could instantly kill 4 targets. Furthermore, the green light, condensed by poisonous milk, travels an extremely high speed, almost reaching the speed of light, making it impossible for an ordinary person to dodge. Meanwhile, at Fengshu Academy, Guan Shanyue's office was quiet. Guan Shanyue sat in a chair, holding a notice and a list in his hand, which read, "List of participants in a friendship match between Tunglong Academy, Fengshu Academy, and Heibai Academy. The match is scheduled for April 20th, 2030, in the Dragon Ball dungeon of the Wulong City Arena. However, the date on the phone shows April 15th, less than 5 days until the match. The competition among the 3 academies is a long-standing tradition. Each academy selects its top 50 students in terms of combat strength to enter an artificial instance set up by Wulong City. The dungeon's theme is simple. Seize the 7 Dragon Balls and defend them for 5 hours. Whoever can hold out the longest wins. Because it's a man-made dungeon, death isn't considered real death. Guan Shanyue is very confident about this competition. This year's Fengshu Academy has Li Chun, Lin Yu, Li Xuanla, and Wang Hao, who has great potential for future success. Wang Hao is a hidden class, the Dragon Knight, but he currently lacks a dragon pet, making him appear weak. However, once he acquires a dragon pet, his strength will undoubtedly skyrocket. Of course, obtaining a dragon pet is largely dependent on luck. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Guan Shanyue looked up and said, "Come in." Yang Yu pushed open the door and entered, looking somewhat anxious. "Dean Guan, the situation is not good." Guan Shanyue's face darkened. The academy competition was about to begin, and this incident was certainly not good news. He immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Yu said with concern that after returning from the field training today, her class was missing 2 students. Guan Shanyue asked seriously, "Which 2?" Yang Yu replied, "Li Xuanla and Zhao Hao. I heard that Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan from class 3-1 also didn't come back." Guan Shanyue was taken aback and looked down at the list. Li Xuanla, Xia Bingxue, Tan Huan, and Zhao Hao were all on the list for the competition 5 days later and had already been submitted. Li Xuanla, in particular, was a crucial fighting force. He said in a deep voice, "Try calling Li Xuanla and Zhao Hao." Yang Yu said, "I've already tried calling, but it said the call couldn't be connected." Guan Shanyue frowned in thought. An inability to connect usually indicates a lack of signal. This often happens when entering dungeons or secret realms. Based on his understanding of Li Xuanla, that kid had all his attributes focused on physical His speed was ridiculously fast, and he was also clever, so he shouldn't lose his life easily. Guan Shanhua looked at Yang Yu. What do you think their situation is right now? Yang Yu hesitated. Li Xuanle was usually carefree and unpredictable, and Zhao had a very good relationship with him, so she wasn't sure. Guan Shanhua understood what she meant. You think they're in danger? Yang Yu nodded, then shook her head. She was indeed worried, but she had no evidence. Guan Shanhua shook his head and said, I don't think that guy is that easy to get into trouble with. He might be in some dungeon or secret realm right now. Yang Yu was still uneasy. Then this matter, Guan Shanhua said calmly, don't panic. Let the bullets fly for a while. Yang Yu asked, so, we're just going to ignore it for now? Guan Shanhua nodded, yes. Yang Yu thought of the 3 academies competition 5 days later and was about to ask again when Guan Shanhua said, I have my own plans. You should go back first. Yang Yu could only leave the office with doubts. At this moment, the Phoenix Academy's competitive dungeon became lively once again. After the wilderness trial, the students leveled up quickly, with many reaching around level 20. Their equipment and combat experience were also much better than before. As a result, a large number of students flocked to the competitive dungeon, looking for people to spar with. Just then, a loud voice rang out across the arena. Whoever can defeat me, Wang Teng, will win 10,000 yuan. A stir immediately broke out in the room. 10,000 yuan is quite attractive to ordinary students, but the prerequisite is that they must have real ability. Otherwise, they will only be embarrassed if they go up there. Wang Teng stood in the center of the arena, his face full of pride, as if he were the most dazzling person in the entire arena. His level had reached 31, while most students were only around level 20, a significant difference. Even more astonishingly, almost all of his equipment was at least 3 stars. Equipment of 3 stars or higher will be surrounded by pale gold stars. At this moment, Wang Teng was surrounded by more than 20 stars, which looked quite luxurious. He acquired this set of equipment at great expense. His family is wealthy, and this was part of his preparations for the major competition between the 3 academies in a few days. Wang Teng gripped his long sword, head held high, chest puffed out, his expression arrogant. After glancing around and confirming that he didn't see Lin Yu, Li Chun, or Li Xuanle, his confidence swelled even more. Those 3 real big shots were people he couldn't afford to offend. Even if they were dressed in luxurious gear, he wouldn't dare to touch them. Just as he was smugly observing, a voice suddenly rang out. Wang Teng, Grandpa's here to teach you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Everyone turned to look in the direction from which the sound came, and then a cacophony of voices erupted. Isn't this Tang Xiaosan, who failed to show off last time? His equipment looks pretty powerful too. Is he trying to show off again? He's all bark and no bite. If he can beat Wang Teng, I'll eat shit on live stream. Chapter 39 Tang Xiaosan Mental Skills. Wang Teng slowly looked across at the other side, his face filled with rage and murderous intent. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that before. His eyes seemed to spit fire, and he plunged his long sword into the ground. Tang Xiaosan. Wang Teng gritted his teeth and said. He never expected that this fake expert, who had been carried away in a single encounter last time, would dare to provoke him again. Tang Xiaosan stood in the center of the field, his aura undiminished, and replied directly, Grandpa is here. At this moment, his equipment had changed drastically, with light gold starlight flowing around his body, and he was holding a gleaming staff in his hand. Wang Teng gritted his teeth in anger. You glib-tongued piece of trash. I hope your strength is just as formidable. Tang Xiaosan, however, refused to back down and continued to taunt. Stop talking nonsense. Just bring it on. The onlookers immediately started discussing, all thinking Tang Xiaosan was incredibly audacious. Some guessed he had a powerful background. Others noticed his impressive equipment, but most were simply there to watch the spectacle. The next moment, Wang Teng moved. He charged out with his long sword, the blade slicing through the ground, sending sparks flying and dust billowing up in the wind. His movements were swift and ruthless. I'll see if you're any good. Wang Teng roared, leaping high into the air and slashing down with his long sword, heading straight for Tang Xiaosan. Tang Xiaosan stood still and simply waved his staff. In an instant, a spherical space with a radius of 5 meters appeared out of thin air, centered on him, filled with silver-white threads. Just as Wang Tung rushed into that space, his figure suddenly froze, and his eyes became dazed. The knife in his hand lost its target, and he seemed to be under mental control. Tang Xiaosan seemed to have anticipated this scene, and calmly said, "Come on, dance for Grandpa." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Wang Tung actually twisted his body and jumped up, his movements crooked and awkward, shouting, "Everybody, let's get hyped." The scene was incredibly cringeworthy, but he himself was completely unaware of it. The crowd erupted instantly, some suspecting that Tang Xiaosan had learned a mental skill. Others thought that mental skills were extremely difficult to obtain, but considering that even a healer like Li Xuanle had a poison skill, it didn't seem surprising that a mage could have mind control. Wang Tang's henchmen finally couldn't sit still any longer. Seeing Wang Tung make a fool of himself in public, they were terrified. If Wang Tung woke up and found out what he looked like, he would probably explode with rage on the spot. The group hurriedly threatened Tang Xiaosan, demanding that he release Wang Tung immediately or face dire consequences. However, they only dared to shout. None of them stepped forward, fearing they might become the next Wang Tung. Tang Xiaosan didn't care at all and sneered, "If I could just start a fight and then back down like that, wouldn't I lose face?" After saying that, he glanced around at everyone and asked them if they wanted to hear Wang Tung sing. The surrounding people immediately fell silent, and no one dared to speak. There might be someone recording a video outside, and anyone who stirred up trouble would be in deep trouble if Wang Tung came knocking on their door later. After all, Wang Tung has always been the school bully, and his family is rich and powerful, so ordinary students don't dare to mess with him. Even Wang Hao, the hidden class dragon knight, who is also a rich second generation, is not too willing to go head-to-head with him. Tang Xiaosan ignored all of that and directly ordered, "Sing a song for Grandpa." Wang Tung immediately stopped dancing and started singing. After only 2 lines, Tang Xiaosan covered his ears. The voice was so awful that he immediately regretted it and shouted, "Shut up." Then he looked at Wang Tung and said calmly, "You humiliated me last time, so it's reasonable for me to humiliate you this time, isn't it?" Meanwhile, inside the 100-layer demon tower, Li Xuanle was resting against a stone wall, completely unaware of what had happened at Phoenix Academy. Of course, he didn't care to know. Zhao Hao, admiring his equipment, excitedly asked Li Xuanle, "Big brother, look at the stars on my clothes. Aren't they super cool?" Li Xuanle glanced at it casually. "You're handsome, but who here has worse gear than you?" After saying that, he reached into his pocket. His expression changed. "Damn, I'm out of chewing gum." They had been in the secret realm for 15 days, and although they had been rationing their food, it would only last them a few more days. Therefore, they had to complete the mission as soon as possible. Zhao Hao chuckled awkwardly, saying he never imagined he'd be wearing 3- or 4-star equipment, any one piece of which would cost tens of thousands. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan turned to look at him after hearing this. Tan Huan rubbed her temples and explained that 3-star equipment starts at 20,000, 4-star at 30,000, and 5-star equipment is practically priceless. As for Zhao Hao's outfit, she estimated it to be at least 150,000. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao immediately hugged Li Xuanle's leg. Feeling so touched, he was almost embarrassed. Li Xuanle looked at him with disdain. "If you're embarrassed, then wear something cheaper." Zhao Hao immediately changed his tune, saying there was no need for formalities between brothers, and that he would treat Li Xuanle to his family's roast chicken after they went out. Only then did Li Xuanle realize that the delicious roast chicken from last time was actually made by Zhao Hao's mother. Li Xuanle asked him why he was selling them for 88 each since they were from his own farm. Zhao Hao replied seriously that it was a small business, but he would definitely let him eat them for free this time. Hearing this, Xia Bingxue smiled and reminded Zhao Hao that Li Xuanle would have at least several million in assets after he left, and she would also get him a Xiaoshang VIP card, so he wouldn't have to spend too much money at high-end restaurants. Upon hearing about the Xiaoshang VIP card, Zhao Hao's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly asked Li Xuanle to lend him the money to buy a house. Li Xuanle was speechless. This guy was really good at scheming. At this moment, Xia Bingxue suddenly said softly, "Speaking of which, Li Xuanle has a little to do wrong to me." Li Xuanle was stunned. What had he done wrong to her? His mind raced, trying to recall if he'd acted recklessly while drunk, since he'd never even drunk alcohol before. Zhao Hao stared wide-eyed at Li Xuanle in disbelief. "Brother, you too?" Chapter 47 Star Skills. rebirth from the ashes. Zhao Hao looked heartbroken, as if he had imagined some outrageous scenario. He stammered for a long time before finally managing to say, "Big brother, you have to give your buddy some mental preparation." Li Xuanle stood to the side, watching him like he was an idiot, remaining silent the entire time, waiting for him to continue his performance. Xia Bingxue, however, was completely confused and quickly interrupted. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhao Hao looked at her, still with an innocent expression, and was about to explain what she meant by getting you, when Xia Bingxue immediately warned him not to talk nonsense. Only then did Zhao Hao realize that Xia Bingxue had just been complaining that Li Xuanle had made extra money off her when he sold the magic cloak, and later caused her to lose a month's living expenses. Li Xuanle was puzzled when he heard this. He had only earned an extra 1,000, so why was it related to living expenses? Xia Bingxue had no choice but to explain that she and Tan Huan had made a bet on who would win in the competitive dungeon between Li Xuanle and Lin Yu. She had bet on Li Xuanle to lose and naturally lost in the end. Li Xuanle gave a strange smile. "You bet I lost, and you still have the nerve to say that?" Xia Bingxue immediately fell silent. Li Xuanle then added casually, "Remember, I am invincible. Never bet I will lose in the future, or you will definitely lose." Zhao Hao immediately followed suit, flattering her, saying that if he had been there, he would have bet everything he had on Li Xuanle to win. Xia Bingxue pouted and didn't argue further. Li Xuanle brushed the dust off his clothes, stood up, and said, "Let's go. We've rested enough. Let's continue the challenge." The group continued their journey through the 100th-floor demon tower. Since Li Xuanle truly grasped the use of infinite stacking, his monster-clearing speed skyrocketed. If the maze mode hadn't been so time-consuming, he felt he would have been out much sooner. 5 days passed quickly. On the playground of Fengshu Academy, Guan Shanhua looked solemnly at the 40 or 50 students in front of him. Li Chun, Lin Yu, Wang Hao, Wang Teng, Tang Xiaosan, and others were in the group. They were the top 50 students of their grade who would be participating in the 3 academies competition. But Li Xuanle, Xia Bingxue, and Tan Huan still hadn't returned. Guan Shanhua grew increasingly uneasy, especially considering Xia Bingxue's special status. If something happened to her, the trouble would be immense. He suppressed his worries and looked at Yang Yu. "Make one last call. If we still can't get through, we'll leave." Yang Yu immediately dialed, but still couldn't get through, so he could only shake his head. Guan Shanhua gritted his teeth and ordered, "Students, let's go." Although Li Xuanle was missing, Li Chun and Lin Yu were still there, and the academy was still a favorite to win the championship, with a good chance of winning. Meanwhile, in the final level of the 100-layer demon tower, Li Xuanle was staring at the phoenix engulfed in flames before him. The surrounding temperature had noticeably increased. This was the strongest monster he had ever encountered. Level 87 star, Phoenix Reborn, with 80 million HP. Before the phoenix could even make a move, Li Xuanle raised his hand and unleashed 4 green orbs of light, slamming them into its body. The phoenix didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was instantly killed. Cleared. Faced with such a high HP monster, his poisonous healing effect was even more terrifying. After the phoenix fell, several dazzling items dropped to the ground. Li Xuanle immediately cleaned his backpack, picked up all the loot, and looked at the exit, muttering to himself, finally cleared the level. He had spent the entire past 2 weeks here. He didn't have time to examine his equipment closely and headed straight for the exit. Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and the others, having witnessed his instant kill of Phoenix, were so used to it that they quickly followed. After a dizzying spin, the 4 finally left the secret realm and returned to the outside of the stone cave. They immediately took out their phones and found that each of them had more than 20 missed calls. Li Xuanle looked at Zhao Hao. "Ri Qian, call Teacher Yang back." Zhao Hao immediately did as he was told. Yang Yu was preparing to depart with the group, feeling depressed. Suddenly, her phone rang, and she answered it immediately. Zhao Hao said on the other end that the 4 of them had just left the secret realm. Yang Yu was taken aback, then said urgently, "Come back quickly. The teacher guarding the gray mist forest teleportation array is still there, and the competition between the 3 academies will start in 2 hours." Zhao Hao agreed and hung up immediately. Yang Yu listened to the dial tone, feeling annoyed, and thought to herself that she would have to teach this kid a lesson later. After Zhao Hao relayed the message, Li Xuanle remained nonchalant. "Since we can catch up, let's go." The four of them immediately sped off towards the gray mist forest, their figures moving as fast as 4 streaks of light. On the way, Li Xuanle took a moment to check the loot dropped by the Phoenix. 2 7-star equipment pieces, 2 6-star equipment pieces, and 2 7-star skill books. He was more interested in the skills than the equipment. He first looked at the first skill book. Skill name, Resurrection. Job requirement, Priest. Level requirement, no restriction. Skill effect. When cast on a target who has been dead for less than 1 hour, it will revive them. The skill has a 24-hour cooldown and a casting range of 1 meter equal to the caster's level. Skill level, 7 stars. Chapter 41 7-star skill, Southern Bright Fire. Resurrection. Li Xuanle was shocked. He hadn't expected to obtain a resurrection skill book. Although it could only be used once every 24 hours, it was already incredibly powerful. Keep in mind, this is resurrection. Healers are rare to begin with, let alone healers who possess resurrection skills. Li Xuanle didn't hesitate at all and immediately learned the skill. From that moment on, he had gained a trump card that held the power of life and death. As long as others still had the will to live, no one would dare to easily offend a healer who could resurrect people. Thinking of this, Li Xuanle couldn't help but smile, and then looked at the second skill book. Skill name, Nanming Fire. Class requirement, Mage. Level requirement, no restriction. Skill effect, summons a ball of Nanming Fire with a diameter of 10 meters. It is extremely powerful and yang, and the higher the intelligence, the stronger the damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Casting range, 100 meters by 100 meters. Skill level, 7 stars. Nanming Fire, a mage skill, 7 stars. After reading the information, Li Xuanle's gaze fell on Xia Bingxue. He couldn't use this skill, so he might as well ask how much it was worth. He went straight to the point. How much is a 7-star mage skill book worth? Xia Bingxue stopped in her tracks and looked at him sharply. What skill book? Nanming Li Fire should be of the fire element. Are you sure it's the 7 stars? Xia Bingshue's beautiful eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. In all the years her family had been in business, they had only ever seen 6-star skill books. 7-star skill books were practically impossible to come by. As soon as she stopped, Li Xuanle, Tan Huan, and Zhao Hao also stopped. Li Xuanle nodded in confirmation. Yes, Nanming Li Hua, a mage skill, 7 stars. Tan Huan and Zhao Hao were stunned. They had never even seen a 6-star skill book before, let alone a 7-star one. Zhao Hao was so excited that he danced around. Big brother, can I take a look? Li Xuanle didn't hide anything and directly took out the skill book. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the skill book surrounded by 7 stars. Xia Bingxue felt like she was dreaming and couldn't help but ask, Li Xuanle, can you sell me this skill book? Li Xuanle was straightforward. If the price is right, it doesn't matter who I sell to. Anyway, I can't use the mage skills. How much do you want to sell it for? At market price. Xia Bingxue hesitated for a moment, looking slightly embarrassed. To be honest, there is no fixed price for 7-star skill books on the market. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanle immediately understood. So, you can ask for any price you want? Seeing his shrewd look, Xia Bingxue had a feeling that she was about to be taken advantage of, so she could only nod and say, more or less. Li Xuanle thought for a moment, then tentatively offered, 5 million. Xia Bingxue said directly, I'll add another 5 million, making it 10 million. You shouldn't be at a disadvantage. If it's not enough, I'll make up the difference later. For a rich second generation like her, 10 million wasn't outrageous. After saying that, she took the skill book from Li Xuanle and used it the next second. Looking at her excited expression, Li Xuanle immediately wondered if he had underestimated the value of this thing. Zhao Hao and Tan Huan couldn't judge the price either, only knowing that such high-end goods must be shockingly expensive. Tan Huan felt she would be willing to pay 10 million, but unfortunately, that wasn't an assassin's skill. Xia Bingxue took out her staff and waved it gently. 50 meters away, a fireball 10 meters in diameter slowly emerged, like a blazing sun, radiating terrifying heat. The surrounding plants instantly dehydrated and withered, and even Li Xuanle and the others felt the scorching heat. Li Xuanle couldn't help but ask, Xia Bingxue, you won't use this against me in the future, will you? Although he won't die, being hit by such flames would likely be worse than death. However, he's extremely fast, and while the fireball is powerful, its speed isn't insurmountable, so he should still have a chance to dodge. In comparison, his god-level skill, Poisonous Milk, is almost as fast as light, making it truly unavoidable. Xia Bingxue answered seriously, "Of course not." After saying that, she waved her staff, and the fireball, as bright as the sun, moved rapidly in that direction before crashing into the valley not far away. Boom! The river water boiled instantly, as if it had been boiled on the spot, and countless fish and shrimp came to the surface, looking like they were already cooked. Xia Bingxue couldn't hide her smile at all. She was clearly extremely satisfied with the power of this skill. Li Xuanle hadn't expected Nanmingli fire to be so terrifying. However, in his opinion, it was still far inferior to his own Poisonous Milk. If this skill is already this overpowered, how strong will those two 7-star equipment pieces be? He took the opportunity to examine the 2 pieces of equipment. Phoenix Wings Cloak, 7-star, level requirement 70, with bonuses to intelligence, stamina, charisma, and strength attributes. Active skill, Soaring Through the 9 Heavens. Allows for continuous flight for 30 minutes, with a 30-minute cooldown. Phoenix Featherstaff 7-star, level requirement 70, comes with high intelligence and stamina. The skill Phoenix Power can increase all attributes by 10%. Li Xuanle was overjoyed after reading them. These 2 7-star equipment pieces actually came with their own skills. One allowed flight, and the other provided a comprehensive attribute boost. If he were to sell them, they would likely fetch an astonishing price. But he definitely won't sell it, at least not that cloak. Equipment that lets you fly? Are you kidding me? At this moment, Xia Bingxue urged, "Hurry up, we've already been delayed for a while." Li Xuanle didn't have time to look at the remaining 2 6-star equipment pieces, so he could only continue on his way with the 3 of them. On the other side, at Phoenix Academy, seeing that Guan Shangyue had already set off with the participating students, Yang Yu had no choice but to make a phone call. A deep voice came from the phone. "Yang Yu, what's up?" Yang Yu immediately reported, "Ding Guan, Li Xuanle, Xia Bingxue, and the other 3 are on their way back." "What? They've already made it back?" "Right," Guan Shangyue said in a deep voice. "Then we'll go over there first. You arrange for the 4 of them to come as soon as possible. If they make it in time, let them enter the competition instance." "Yes, Ding Guan." Zhao Hao was not originally qualified to participate, but Li Xuanle managed to elevate his ranking to the top 50. In Li Xuanle's words, he couldn't let his brothers fall behind others. Chapter 42, Sorry I'm late. The championship is definitely mine. Li Xuanle and his companions were still heading towards the teleportation array in the Grey Mist Forest. Having just cleared the 100-floor Demon Tower, they had gained a great deal from the trip. Li Xuanle had leveled up to level 45, Zhao had a level 43, and Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan had both reached level 40. Even more outrageous, the 4 people's backpacks were almost completely filled with equipment and gems. There was a huge pile of equipment ranging from 1 to 7 stars, as well as hundreds of attribute gems, star-up gems, and equipment upgrade gems. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan were both shocked. They were originally only level 18, but after following Li Xuanle through the secret realm, they had leveled up by 22. It's important to know that leveling up after level 30 is extremely difficult. If they hadn't encountered the 100-layer Demon Tower, they would be at most just over level 30 now. What surprised Xia Bingxue the most was obtaining a 7-star skill. This gave her more confidence for the upcoming competition among the 3 major academies. However, she knew in her heart that she couldn't possibly win the championship because she simply couldn't defeat Li Xuanle. Inside the Wulong City Arena, the atmosphere was already bustling with activity. Ordinary spectators, members of various adventure guilds, members of the Xia Kingdom's law enforcement team, and representatives from the 3 major universities were all present. Although not many truly important figures had attended, their presence was still significant. The annual 3 Great Academy competition is about to begin. The participating academies are Tunglong Academy, Fengshu Academy, and Heibai Academy, and the competition will last for about a week. Similar events are also being held simultaneously in hundreds of cities across the Xia Kingdom. At Fengshu Academy, Guan Shangyue was directing 40 or 50 students to line up. He glanced at the time. It was already 9:55, only 5 minutes left before the start of the match, but Li Xuanle, Xia Bingxue, Tan Huan, and Zhao Hao still hadn't appeared. Time ticked by, and Guan Shan grew increasingly impatient. Finally, in the most prestigious seat in the arena, a spirited middle-aged man picked up the microphone and announced that the competition was over. According to last year's rankings, Tunglong Academy was in first place, followed by Heibai Academy, and finally Fengshu Academy. The speaker was none other than Zhuge Tianming, the mayor of Wulong City, an 88-level swordsman. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Shanhai, the dean of Tunglong Academy, beamed with pride, leading 50 students toward the entrance to the arena dungeon and entering in an orderly fashion. Soon after, Mei Xingqin, the dean of the Black and White Academy, also led his students into the instance. Finally, it was the Phoenix Chick Academy's turn. Guan Shangyue frowned, still worried about the 4 people who were late in arriving. Zhuge Tianming reminded him, Guan Shangyue, it's your turn at Phoenix Academy. Guan Shangyue had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Mayor Zhuge, we are still short 4 students. Zhuge Tianming said calmly, for short is for short. We can't wait for you. Guan Shangyue was helpless, but he understood the rules, so he could only lead Li Chun and the others toward the dungeon entrance. Lin Yu comforted him in a low voice, saying that the champion would definitely be from Fengshu Academy, and whether Li Xuanle and the other 3 came or not would not affect their victory. Wang Tung echoed this sentiment. After all, the team also included Li Chun, Lin Yu, and the monstrous Tang Xiaosan. After witnessing Tang Xiaosan's strength last time, Wang Tung originally wanted to cause trouble, but Guan Shanyue's words, he has the Xia Kingdom's law enforcement team behind him, immediately silenced him. In this world, strength comes first, money second. Few dare to provoke the authority of the enforcement team. Guan Shanyue nodded reluctantly, watching the students enter the instance one by one, feeling somewhat more at ease. After all the students from Fengshu Academy had entered, the dungeon entrance would close in 3 minutes. Just then, Zhou Shanhai approached Guan Shanyue and teased with a smile. Old Guan, what are you worried about? You guys can't win the championship anyway. Mei Xingqin added, you've been last for several years in a row. Aren't you used to it yet? For more students won't change anything. Guan Shanyue blushed at her words, but still gritted her teeth and replied, this time it might not be so. Mei Xingqin disagreed, saying that Black and White Academy had produced a shadow Saint Assassin this time, and the championship was undoubtedly theirs. Zhou Shanhai immediately retorted, saying that Tunglong Academy had a sword saint, and the championship would definitely be theirs. The 2 argued evenly. Mei Xingqin believed this was a survival dungeon, and the shadow assassin had the strongest survivability. Zhou Shanhai, however, proudly revealed that Tunglong Academy, besides the sword saint, also had a holy poison mage. Upon hearing holy poison mage, Mei Xingqin's expression changed slightly. That was the top-tier hidden class of poison mage, rarely seen even in history. Guan Shanyue was also surprised. He hadn't expected Tunglong Academy to have such a class of practitioners. Mei Xingqin was silent for a moment, then turned the conversation back to Guan Shanyue, saying that no matter what, Fengshu Academy probably wasn't qualified to compete for the championship. Zhou Shanhai also joked from the side, saying that they had things like Sword Saint, Summoner, and #1 Poison Healer, which sounded fancy. Mei Xingqin asked curiously if the poison milk could compare to the Holy Poison Mage. Zhou Shanhai laughed even more smugly, saying that it definitely couldn't compare. Guan Shanyue snorted coldly, turned around, and returned to his seat, suppressing his anger. It wasn't that he didn't want to compete, but he was worried that if he did, Phoenix Academy would really lose, and he would be slapped in the face even harder. Just then, a female voice suddenly rang out. Dean Guan, the 4 of them are here. Guan Shanyue suddenly stood up and looked in the direction the voice came from, only to find that the speaker was Yang Yu. Beside her, Li Xuanle, Xia Bingxue, Tan Huan, and Zhao Hao were rushing over. Guan Shanyue glanced at the time. The deadline had just arrived. He didn't care about anything else, immediately striding forward and urging repeatedly, Hurry, hurry, hurry. Li Xuanle and his 3 companions arrived at his side with astonishing speed. Their equipment gleamed brilliantly, and Guan Shanyue knew at a glance that they must have made a tremendous haul this time, which immediately boosted his confidence. He immediately led the 4 of them at a jog towards the entrance of the arena dungeon. Seeing this, Zhuge Tianming asked, Guan Shanyue, what are you doing? Guan Shanyue quickly explained that the 4 students had already arrived, but the timing was just right, and he wanted to let them in. Zhuge Tianming stated that late entry required the approval of the other 2 deans, and then looked at Zhou Shanhai in extinction. The two were casual in their attitude, nodding in agreement without hesitation, and even adding a sarcastic remark that since Fengshu Academy had been at the bottom for so many years, having a few more people meant having a bit more hope. Guan Shanyue's face flushed again, and his back seemed to grow even heavier. Zhuge Tianming nodded to let them pass, and Guan Shanyue immediately waved to urge the four of them inside. Li Xuanle walked to the back. Before entering the dungeon, he turned back to look at Guan Shanyue's slightly lonely figure and calmly said, "Sorry I'm late. The champion will definitely be me." Chapter 43, Step Back. I'm about to show off. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xuanle strode confidently into the instance, his retreating figure bringing a sense of relief to Guan Shanyue. He hoped so. He held on to that hope every year, but every year an unexpected event would occur. The situation became even more complicated after hearing that a holy poison mage had emerged from Tunglong Academy. Soon after, Zhuge Tianming picked up the microphone and announced that time was up, the dungeon entrance was closed, and everyone began watching the match. The giant projection screen in the arena lobby lit up, displaying a live image of the dungeon's interior. Based on past experience, this competition would likely conclude in 1 or 2 days, or possibly drag on for a week. After a dizzying spin, Li Xuanle opened his eyes and found himself standing on the bank of a wide river. There was no one around, only the sound of flowing water and the chirping of insects and birds in the distance. Looking around, the dungeon features mountains, forests, rivers, and various monsters and beasts. A semi-transparent number hangs in the sky, displaying the number of challengers, 150/150. At this moment, a prompt popped up on his character panel. Welcome to the 150th challenger to the survival of the fittest instance. Congratulations on randomly obtaining the last Dragon Ball. Please go to the Dragon Ball Tower in the far east, collect all 7 Dragon Balls, and activate them to protect the last one. The next second, a golden Dragon Ball appeared in his hand. Li Xuanle stuffed it into his backpack, but the golden light emanating from him was still dazzling. Anyone with eyes could tell he was carrying a Dragon Ball. But he wasn't worried at all. Since becoming invincible, he hadn't been afraid of anyone. He even thought that as long as he didn't go to the Dragon Ball Tower, no one else would ever be able to collect all 7 Dragon Balls. Thinking of this, he chuckled, put his hands in his pockets, and slowly walked eastward. While others were busy grabbing resources and guarding against ambushes when entering a dungeon, he seemed to be enjoying a leisurely stroll, admiring the scenery as he walked. Outside the instance, the audience was glued to the projection screen. The images kept changing. Some encountered monsters, some ran into hostile challengers, and others had already started moving at full speed. Li Xuanle, however, stood out from the crowd with his relaxed demeanor. Soon, people started gossiping, saying that he was surrounded by golden light, yet acted so swaggeringly, as if he were on vacation, and that he was bound to fail sooner or later. Inside the dungeon, Li Xuanle took out a 5-star staff. He'd gotten it from the 100th-floor Demon Tower. Its stats were decent, so he'd make do with it for now. Xia Bingxue had told him this thing could sell for tens of thousands. He doesn't lack equipment now. He just needs to monetize it. Once the dungeon is over, he plans to go to Xia Bingxue's family, sell that batch of equipment, and achieve financial freedom. Just as they were lost in thought, a quarrel suddenly broke out ahead. Some people were mocking Phoenix Academy for always being at the bottom of the rankings, while others were angrily scolding Tunglong Academy for being too arrogant. After a few words, the sound of fighting rang out. Upon hearing someone insult his college, Li Xuanle immediately became displeased. He could insult his alma mater himself, but not outsiders. He pushed aside the tall grass and rushed over. Ahead, a student from Phoenix Academy was being attacked by 2 students from Soaring Dragon Academy. Not only were 2 against 1, but they were also hurling insults at each other, which immediately enraged Li Xuanle. He charged into the battle and shouted, "You trash from Tunglong Academy, come and die." His voice was loud and clear, full of confidence, and the 3 of them were stunned. The student from Fengshu Academy was the first to recognize him, excitedly calling out, "Number 1 poisonous milk, Li Xuanle." The 2 from Tunglong Academy, however, looked puzzled and burst into laughter upon hearing the words poisonous milk. They mocked what kind of ridiculous profession this was, and even claimed that their academy had a holy poison mage. Li Xuanle was too lazy to waste words, and simply cast a rejuvenating wind on his classmate, causing his health points to rise rapidly. The two from Tunglong Academy then realized that he was actually a healer, and their laughter grew even more arrogant. They found having a healer's support troublesome, so they decided to kill Li Xuanla first. The next moment, the two men, one wielding a sword and the other a saber, charged at Li Xuanla simultaneously, as if preparing for a combined swordplay. Students from Fengchu Academy hurriedly warned, "Li Xuanla, be careful." Li Xuanla glanced back at him nonchalantly. "No big deal. Step back. I'm about to show off." With that, he waved his staff, and 2 balls of green light instantly struck the 2 students from Tunglong Academy. 10 green halos simultaneously appeared above their heads, and they immediately felt something was wrong, but couldn't pinpoint where the pain was. Li Xuanla even turned around and asked his classmates if their heads looked like they were wearing green hats. The classmate immediately nodded, saying it was exactly like that. In fact, Li Xuanla could have easily defeated them, but he insisted on teasing them first, letting these 2 guys taste the feeling of being humiliated. The 2 from Tunglong Academy exchanged a glance, and were stunned to find that they both actually had green lights above their heads. One said, "Bro, you got a green hat on your head," and the other said, "You have one too," completely clueless about what kind of skill this was. Li Xuanla crossed his arms and laughed. "This is called the Yama's life-taking technique. 3, 2, 1, die." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them instantly turned into white light and disappeared. The numbers in the sky changed from 150/150 to 150/148, then jumped to 150/144. Clearly, fighting was taking place elsewhere, and some challengers had already been eliminated and sent out of the instance. Li Xuanla looked up at the numbers, thinking that Zhao Riqian, with his luxurious equipment, probably wouldn't be carried away so quickly. Just then, the students from Fengchu Academy, who had just been rescued, walked over. He introduced himself as Zhang Peng and thanked Li Xuanla. Li Xuanla looked away and casually said, "It's nothing, we're all family." Zhang Peng then noticed the golden light emanating from him and immediately widened his eyes, asking, "Li Xuanla, do you have a dragon pearl on you?" Chapter 44, Ruthless Destruction of Flowers. 2 school beauties. Li Xuanla nodded without hesitation. Yes. Upon hearing that the Dragon Ball was with him, Zhang Peng breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began to flatter him. "Then I'm relieved. Among the top experts in our academy, I think you're the most powerful." Li Xuanla glanced at him. "Your words are quite insightful, better than Zhao Hao's." Zhang Peng chuckled and quickly said he was just telling the truth. Li Xuanla seemed to see through his thoughts, but was too lazy to expose him. He casually waved his staff and used the wind of rejuvenation to restore some of Zhang Peng's health. Then Li Xuanla asked him where to go next. Zhang Peng said eastward, so Li Xuanla casually asked, "Shall we go together?" Zhang Peng hesitated, worried about holding Li Xuanla back. Li Xuanla, however, was unconcerned. "My legs are thick enough that you can't drag me down." If anyone else had said this, Zhang Peng certainly wouldn't have believed it, but since it was the number 1 poisonous milk, a term used to describe someone who is overly optimistic or unreliable, he immediately chose to cling to this powerful figure. He certainly wouldn't miss such a rare opportunity to get close to a strong person. So the 2 headed east, one after the other. However, Li Xuanla's pace remained ridiculously slow, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll in a dungeon. Zhang Peng, after holding back for a while, finally couldn't help but ask, "Isn't this too slow?" Li Xuanla said calmly, "You don't understand. Sometimes people need to slow down, to have eyes that can see beauty and to appreciate beautiful things." Zhang Peng listened with a blank expression, feeling that the level of the first poisonous milk was too high, far beyond what someone like him who only thought about leveling up and making money could comprehend. But not long after, Zhang Peng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he lowered his voice and said, "I've discovered beauty." Li Xuanla was taken aback, thinking he had truly grasped the meaning. But Zhang Peng pointed to a spot not far away and excitedly exclaimed, "There's a beautiful woman there. No, 2 beautiful women." Li Xuanla looked over speechlessly and, sure enough, saw 2 girls fighting not far away. One was wearing a black and white academy uniform, and the other was wearing a Tunglong Academy uniform. Both were extremely beautiful and had outstanding figures, not much less so than Xia Bingxue. Zhang Peng whispered a reminder that, according to the rules, all challengers who weren't from this academy had to be sent away. But looking at the 2 beautiful women, He hesitated. After all, beauty is power. Li Xuanle, however, didn't care at all. Don't panic. Let's take a look first, and then I'll ruthlessly destroy the flower. Zhang Peng's gaze towards him suddenly became complicated. To be able to make a move on two such beautiful school beauties. No wonder he's known as the #1 poisonous jinx. His poison is truly deadly. At this moment, the two girls spoke as they fought. Ouyang Qing from the Black and White Academy said coldly, "You, Lin Xiao, you start fighting without a word?" Lin Xiao from Tunglong Academy retorted, "You, Ouyang Qing, are no pushovers either. I thought the Black and White Academy school beauty was just a pretty face, but I didn't expect you to have some real talent." Li Xuanle then realized that the two women were the school beauties of Black and White Academy and Soaring Dragon Academy, respectively. Adding to Xia Bingxue, whom he had met before, he had now seen all three school beauties. Outside of the dungeon, most viewers were focused on the battle scene between the two school beauties. Both were swordsmen, their moves swift and agile, and coupled with their pretty faces and dashing demeanor, it was indeed a very entertaining spectacle. Di Meixingchen and Zhou Shanhai were also watching this scene. Compared to other chaotic battles, the duel between these two was clearly more pleasing to the eye. Soon, some sharp-eyed viewers spotted two figures hiding in the bushes in the distance, and someone immediately shouted, "What are those two men sneaking around looking at?" Many people joined in the jeering, saying that if they recognized the two, they would definitely beat them up later. The students from Fengshu Academy, however, recognized them clearly. The two were indeed Li Xuanle and Zhang Peng. Some felt ashamed, while others simply told them to stop hiding and watch openly, ideally sending the two school beauties away. But as soon as they said it, they realized that if they actually sent the two school beauties away, they would probably be condemned by everyone. Guan Shangyue sat to the side, calmly watching the screen. He naturally recognized Li Xuanle, but this act of secretly watching a girl was indeed easy for people to gossip about. Just as everyone was discussing this, Li Xuanle finally appeared in the instance. He led Zhang Peng out of the bushes and stood openly in front of Ouyang Qing and Lin Xiao. The two school beauties were startled by the sudden appearance of the figure and stopped simultaneously. Ouyang Qing glanced at their school uniforms and asked first, "Are you from Phoenix Chick Academy?" Zhang Peng nodded immediately and then introduced, "That's right, and the person next to me is none other than Li Xuanle, the #1 poisonous milk of Fengshu Academy." Upon hearing the name, Lin Xiao looked at Li Xuanle with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Putting everything else aside, this guy was definitely good-looking. Ouyang Qing then pressed further. "What do you mean by poison milk?" Zhang Peng explained, "A wet nurse who can release poison." Upon hearing about the poison, Lin Xiao immediately took 2 steps back. She knew that her academy also had a Saint Poison Mage, whose methods were unpredictable and difficult to guard against. Now that another one had appeared who could use poison, it was natural to be wary. Ouyang Qing's expression changed slightly. "So, we've already been poisoned?" Li Xuanle shook his head nonchalantly. "You're overthinking it. I haven't even released the poison yet." Lin Xiao and Ouyang Qing exchanged a glance, as if they had instantly reached a tacit understanding. The next second, the two of them attacked simultaneously, their long swords pointing directly at Li Xuanle. Li Xuanle didn't expect the two to be so decisive. They turned around and ran away at an absurdly fast speed. Outside the instance, Zhou Shanhai and Mei Xingchen subconsciously looked at Guan Shangyue, only to find that he had already turned his head to the side, as if he hadn't seen anything. The audience instantly became excited, cheering and shouting to take down this #1 jinx, saying that being handsome is nothing special, and that removing him would be doing a service to the people. But at that moment, Li Xuanle in the scene suddenly raised his hand, and with a gentle wave of his staff, 2 balls of green light instantly hit Ouyang Qing and Lin Xiao. Everyone was stunned. This guy actually dared to poison 2 of the most beautiful girls in school? 3 seconds later, Ouyang Qing and Lin Xiao were simultaneously transformed into white light and sent out of the instance. After a brief silence, the entire room erupted in chaos. Wow, this guy is really ruthless when it comes to destroying flowers. 2 of them are school beauties, so his future path is probably going to be quite bumpy. Chapter 45 Qin Wanchuan, that old schemer. My goddess is gone just like that. Li Xuanle is too cruel. He needs to be taught a lesson. This guy is probably going to become the public enemy of all the boys at Tunglong Academy and Black and White Academy. My future looks bleak. It would be best if their Phoenix Academy school beauty was also carried out. A murmur rippled through the audience. Zhou Shanhai and Mei Xingchen exchanged meaningful glances with Guan Shanhua. This boy from Fengchu Academy was truly audacious, ruthlessly destroying a young woman without hesitation. Although such actions were permitted in the competition, the risks were considerable. They all knew that Ouyang Qing and Lin Xiao had quite a few protectors behind them. Li Xunla's actions today had essentially made him a target of a lot of hatred. Guan Shanhua noticed their gazes but pretended not to see them, continuing to stare at the screen. To him, this was just a competition. In the end, it was all about who could protect the 7 Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, in another part of the audience, a young man watched the scene with great interest, his eyes even showing a hint of lingering enjoyment. The nameplate next to him clearly read, representative of the Super God Academy. On the other side, in the elimination zone, Ouyang Qing and Lin Xiao looked at each other after being carried out of the dungeon, their expressions not looking too good. They usually practiced their skills in competitive dungeons and had never encountered anyone who dared to be so ruthless towards them. But today, they ran into Li Xunla, a tough nut to crack, who actually managed to poison them out of the game. Ouyang Qing pouted angrily. You, Li Xunla, the #1 poisonous oracle, you really are poisonous. Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain. This guy is awful. But after cursing, Lin Xiao had to admit, but his poison is really abnormal. I couldn't even last 3 seconds. Remembering something, Ouyang Qing asked if Tunglong Academy also had a Saint Poison Mage. Lin Xiao nodded, but said that person's poison was far inferior to Li Xunla's. She could at least last 20 seconds and could even detoxify. The two were unaware that Li Xunla could actually easily defeat them, but he just didn't show it off. Inside the instance, Li Xunla watched calmly as the 2 beauties vanished in a flash of white light, continuing his journey eastward. Unbeknownst to him, he had already incurred the wrath of countless male students from both academies. Zhang Peng looked at him with admiration and gave him a thumbs up. Boss, you really are something else. Li Xunla casually replied. It's nothing, just something I did on the spur of the moment. Zhang Peng reminded him that everything happening inside the instance was being watched in real time from the outside, and that scene just now would definitely attract a lot of protectors. Li Xunla, however, put his hands in his pockets and didn't care at all. A protector of flowers? I'm not afraid. Zhang Peng was completely convinced. If it were him, even if the school beauty begged him to do it, he would first think about whether he would get beaten to a pulp. Just then, Li Xunla suddenly sensed danger. He looked around in confusion, but saw nothing. The next second, a whooshing sound rang out. A gleaming dagger flashed and pierced his back in the blink of an eye. Li Xunla instinctively leaned forward and took half a step back, barely avoiding a fatal blow, but his back was still slashed by the dagger, and his health instantly dropped from 100% to 66%. There's an assassin. He reacted instantly and started running, cursing under his breath. Which cunning old man is even more cunning than me? A deep voice came from the shadows. I will spread the news that you poisoned the 2 school beauties, and then plenty of people will come after you. Li Xunla asked, Who are you? The other party only replied with 3 words, Qin Wanchuan. Want to have a fight? Now is not the time. We are bound to fight. I'm retreating first. Li Xunla's expression darkened slightly. He immediately waved his staff, using the wind of rejuvenation to heal himself. His health was restored to full, his wounds healed, and the pain disappeared. He looked around, but still couldn't see the other person. This Qin Wanchuan was like a ghost. He was the first person to injure him, and he was indeed something special. What left him speechless was that Zhang Peng had already been dealt with by the other party. Just as Li Xunla was on guard, another cold light struck like lightning. Compared to before, he reacted much faster, his body suddenly sinking down while he waved his staff, shooting 2 balls of green light behind him. You cunning old fox, Qin Wanchuan, you want to scheme against me again? A voice came from the shadows again. All's fair in war. I'm really retreating this time. Li Xunla's eyes lit up, and he immediately waved his staff in the direction of the sound. 450 dagger-sized green lights shot out densely, like a volley of arrows. When the enemy is poor, strike with precision. When they are rich, unleash overwhelming firepower. If Qin Wanchuan is caught between 2 of these, he'll essentially be finished. Li Xuanla gave a nonchalant snort. Good luck. In the shadows, Qin Wangchuan was finally struck by a green light, and his health began to plummet. His expression changed, and he immediately took a potion and fled as fast as he could. This poison milk made him uneasy. He hid in a far corner and watched helplessly as his health dropped to 3% before finally stopping. Qin Wangchuan let out a long breath and muttered under his breath, "This poison is fucking insane." He knew very well that if he hadn't been taking medication to replenish his blood, that attack might have killed him. Even worse, he had taken all the antidotes, but they had almost no effect. Fortunately, a clone blocked a beam of green light for him. Otherwise, if he had been hit by 2 beams, he would probably have been completely wiped out. What exactly is that green light? Is it poison? Or some other skill? Qin Wangchuan grew increasingly fearful as he thought about it. That kind of overwhelming firepower was simply impossible to defend against. Outside the instance, countless viewers lamented the disappointment. It's such a pity the poison healer wasn't killed just now. If that assassin had been any more ruthless, he might have killed him. He just said his name is Qin Wangchuan. Could he be the shadow assassin, that hidden class from the Black and White Academy? Even top-tier experts couldn't kill this healer. Guan Shangyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xuanla had almost gotten into trouble just now, but thankfully he held on. Mei Xingqian was so anxious that she kept slapping her thigh. She was so close to eliminating this poisonous milk, a term used to describe someone who is unlucky in love. It was such a pity. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Wangchuan had also nearly died at the hands of Li Xuanla. In the instance, Qin Wangchuan temporarily refrained from further provoking Li Xuanla. He decided to wait until Li Xuanla was engaged in combat before making his move. Just thinking about the Dragon Ball on Li Xuanla's body, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse inwardly. What a pity! Damn it. Chapter 46. 3 school beauties, all died of poison? Qin Wangchuan cursed as he ran eastward, constantly spitting out drugs. He dared not entangle with Li Xuanla any longer. That guy was too strange, a nanny who could poison people and poison them ridiculously. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Even when he encountered hidden classes like Sword Saint or Blade Saint, they had never posed such a strong threat to him. As he ran, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. As long as the news of Li Xuanla poisoning the 2 school beauties spreads, plenty of people will naturally come looking for trouble for him. He won't need to do it himself. On the other side, Li Xuanla gripped his staff and slowly walked eastward. He remained vigilant throughout, instantly unleashing hundreds of green beams of light at the slightest disturbance. He didn't believe an assassin could completely evade stealth. His health dropping to 66% just now also puzzled him. He clearly had an immortality talent, so why was he still losing health? Was it that his health was forcibly locked at 1%? He pondered for a moment while scanning the area ahead. However, the tall thatched grass blocked his view, preventing him from seeing very far. Looking up, he saw that the number of challengers had changed to 150/122, meaning that 28 people had already been eliminated. Several miles away, 2 figures were facing off. The boy looked at the woman opposite him and said in a surprised tone, "I know you, Xia Bingxue, the school beauty of Fengshu Academy." Xia Bingxue didn't recognize him, but she knew from his school uniform that he was from Tunglong Academy. She asked warily, "Who are you?" The boy spoke calmly, "Xia Li Bai." Xia Bingxue then remembered the name, Xia Li Bai, the hidden profession Sword Saint. She stared at him and asked if he wanted to make a move. Xia Li Bai shook his head. "You also have the surname Xia, and so do I. We're practically from the same family, so I won't make a move against you for now. I want to find your academy's Sword Saint, Li Chun." Xia Bingxue said she didn't know where Li Chun was. Xia Li Bai didn't press the matter further, only saying, "If we have to fight at the Dragon Ball Tower, I will still take action." Then he left with his sword. Watching his departing figure, Xia Bingxue breathed a sigh of relief. This Sword Saint gave her a dangerous feeling. Even with the southern bright fire, she might not be able to hit him. But just as she relaxed, a pale green mist suddenly appeared around her, covering an area of 4 or 5 meters, enveloping her entirely. Immediately afterward, her health began to slowly decrease. Xia Bingxue immediately realized something was wrong. It was poison. She quickly darted a few steps away, trying to escape the area. Just then, a male voice came from the thatched roof. "Xia Li Bai may not kill you, but I will show no mercy to you." A dark-skinned boy slowly walked out, watching her with interest. Xia Bingxue, while taking pills, asked coldly, "Who are you? Did you poison me?" The young man chuckled. "My name is Feng Wuqing. As a holy poison mage, it's only natural for me to use some poison, isn't it?" Xia Bingxue recognized his school uniform immediately. He's from Tunglong Academy. Outside the dungeon, the audience erupted in chaos. No one had expected that all three school beauties might die from the poison. Some people angrily denounced the poisoner for being despicable. Some threatened to settle scores with the holy poison master, and others gloated, saying that since the school beauty of Phoenix Academy was also poisoned and taken away, now it's fair. Guan Shanyue's expression was somewhat unnatural. He never expected that the most beautiful girl in his college would also be poisoned. Was this retribution? Zhou Shanhai and Mei Xingchen laughed, their words implying that good and evil are rewarded accordingly. They glanced at Guan Shanyue's slightly flushed face, as if to say, "We never thought you'd end up like this." Guan Shanyue pretended not to see it, keeping his eyes glued to the big screen. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was everyone else who was. Inside the instance, Xia Bingxue's face was icy cold. She hadn't expected to be tricked like this. This Feng Wuqing was even more cunning than Li Xuanle. At least Li Xuanle used poison openly, while he hid in the shadows, giving no one time to react. She stomped her foot in anger and waved her staff lightly. In the next instant, a huge fireball with a diameter of 10 meters condensed in the air, its light dazzling, like a blazing sun hanging in the sky. The high temperature spread, directly carbonizing the nearby thatch. 7-star skill, Nanmingli fire. Feng Wuqing's expression changed drastically. He had thought that the school beauty was mostly just a pretty face with average fighting ability, but he didn't expect Xia Bingxue to have such a skill. He couldn't help but ask, "Your skill seems pretty advanced?" Xia Bingxue said coldly, "Anyway, that's enough to kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed her staff, and a fireball as fierce as the sun crashed down on Feng Wuqing. Feng Wuqing's expression changed drastically, and he turned and fled. In his view, Xia Bingxue was already poisoned and was bound to die, so there was no need for him to stay and risk his life. With a deafening roar, the fireball crashed to the ground. Everything except the soil and rocks instantly turned to carbon, and even the surrounding thatch was ignited, the fire spreading rapidly. Feng Wuqing narrowly escaped the area, sweating profusely, but dared not stop and continued to run wildly into the distance. Xia Bingxue watched him flee into the distance, stamping her foot in frustration. Her health was still dropping slowly, and the drugs weren't stopping it. Was she really going to be carried away by this guy? She tried everything to no avail, and could only watch helplessly as her health dropped. Just when she was about to give up, she suddenly felt as if a spring breeze had swept over her. The blood volume not only stopped falling, but even started to rise slightly. Xia Bingxue was stunned. The bleeding has stopped. She was utterly astonished, yet the wind felt strangely familiar. The next second, a familiar voice rang out. "Oh ho, what a coincidence." Xia Bingxue reacted instantly. It seems to be Li Xuanle. Chapter 47. The Holy Poison Mage versus the number 1 Poison Healer. Thinking of this, Xia Bingxue immediately turned around and looked in the direction from which the sound came. It was indeed him. That familiar face belonged to Li Xuanle. Just now, Li Xuanle noticed a sudden surge of heat nearby and, out of curiosity, rushed over. He had focused entirely on his constitution, making him incredibly fast. Now, leaning on his staff as if it were a wooden stick, he calmly looked at Xia Bingxue. He said calmly, "I noticed your blood levels weren't very healthy, so I used a revitalizing wind on you." Xia Bingxue then realized that her health had not only stopped declining, but was also slowly recovering. Her clear eyes brightened, and a touch of emotion appeared in her gaze as she looked at Li Xuanle. She thanked him softly, and the despair and discouragement she had felt earlier dissipated considerably at that moment. Outside the instance, the audience was stunned by what they saw. Some exclaimed in surprise, never expecting that the poisonous healer, Li Xuanle, would actually save the school beauty. Others joked that he had really pulled off a heroic rescue. Everyone thought Xia Bingxue was also going to be poisoned and taken away, but then a healer appeared out of nowhere, instantly changing the situation. Zhou Shanhai and Mei Xingchen had complicated expressions. It's somewhat unfair that the school beauty of Fengshu Academy wasn't taken away. And to make matters worse, it's Li Xuanle, that jinx, who's always good at predicting bad luck. It's really a headache. Guan Shangyue remained calm. He had already witnessed the power of Xia Bingshue's skill, which might prove very useful later. He was quite satisfied with Li Xuanle's actions this time. In the instance, Li Xuanle waved to Xia Bingxue. It's nothing, we're classmates after all. After the resurgence effect cooled down, he gave Xia Bingxue another treatment. Her health steadily recovered, and she was no longer in danger of dying in a short term. Li Xuanle glanced around and noticed that a large area of thatch had been burned, so he asked her if there had been a fight just now. Xia Bingxue nodded, mentioning that her opponent was the holy poison mage Feng Wuqing. If it weren't for Li Xuanle's healing, she probably wouldn't have survived. After listening, Li Xuanle stroked his chin and asked, "Where is that person?" Xia Bingxue replied, "They ran away." Upon hearing that the other party was not dead, Li Xuanle immediately became vigilant. Since they had escaped, they might come back to ambush him, just like the assassin Qin Wangchuan before, who ran away on a whim, only to turn around and stab him in the back. These kinds of cunning old foxes are the most troublesome. As the two talked, a faint green mist silently enveloped them. Xia Bingshue's expression changed. "Oh no, they've been poisoned again." Li Xuanle remained calm and immediately used the rejuvenating wind to heal the two. The skill had a 10-second cooldown, and the recovery effect was considerable, at least enough to stop their health from dropping any further. He glanced around coldly. That guy really didn't go far. The next second, he noticed movement deep in the grass on his right and immediately rushed over with his staff. Li Xuanle was extremely fast, flashing out like a shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he saw someone running away. But when it comes to running away, that's precisely his forte. In just a few breaths, he caught up with the other person. Xia Bingxue followed closely behind. Her speed was equally impressive. Li Xuanle, like a cat teasing a mouse, kept a slight distance as they ran side by side, casually asking, "Are you the holy poison mage Feng Wuqing?" Seeing that he couldn't shake off the two, Feng Wuqing simply stopped, his face extremely ugly. Li Xuanle and Xia Bingxue also stopped. Feng Wuqing admitted dejectedly, "That's right, I am Feng Wuqing. Li Xuanle nudda. Yama Li Xuanle." After saying that, he also gave himself and Xia Bingxue another sip of milk. Outside the instance, the audience immediately became excited. One is a holy poison mage. The other is the #1 poison healer. When these two poison masters clash, who is more poisonous becomes everyone's biggest concern. Some predict Feng Wuqing will win, while others think Li Xuanle is more outrageous, and the scene suddenly becomes lively. Guan Shangyue and Zhou Shanhai stared intently at the big screen. This is no longer just an individual duel. It's more like a head-on confrontation between Tunglong Academy and Fengshu Academy. Whoever loses will look bad. Guan Shangyue was not worried, because he knew very well how terrible Li Xuanle's poison was. Zhou Shanhai grew increasingly panicked. He had witnessed firsthand how Li Xuanle carried away two of the school's most beautiful girls in 3 seconds, a feat Feng Wuqing clearly couldn't accomplish. Even more outrageous was that Li Xuanle was also a healer, able to poison himself while simultaneously restoring his health. A sense of foreboding rose in Zhou Shanhai's heart, and he even felt that dying together with his opponent would be the best possible outcome. Inside the instance, Li Xuanle looked at Feng Wuqing with great interest. "I heard you're quite skilled with poison?" Feng Wuqing's expression was uncertain, and he could only reply, "It's all right." Li Xuanle said quietly, "What a coincidence, I can do that too." Feng Wuqing was taken aback, looked him up and down, and asked hesitantly, "Are you a poison mage?" Li Xuanle shook his head. "No, I'm a pastor." "What? A wet nurse?" Feng Wuqing stared at him in disbelief, her mouth agape. A nanny claiming to be able to release poison. It sounded like a joke. He even suspected that Li Xuanle had bought some poison and was deliberately playing tricks. But Li Xuanle readily nodded in agreement. Feng Wuqing's eyes darted around, and he suggested, "How about we have a poison releasing contest?" Li Xuanle readily agreed. "Okay, I'm going to start." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his staff, and 2 beams of green light instantly struck Feng Wuqing. 2 green halos immediately appeared above Feng Wuqing's head, and his health points began to steadily decline. Feng Wuqing's expression changed slightly. Not to be outdone, He raised his hand and released a cloud of dark green poisonous gas, which drifted towards Li Xuanle. This cloud of poison gas wasn't fast, but it was extremely potent. In comparison, the light green poison mist he used before was more concealed and suitable for ambushes, although it caused slower damage. Li Xuanle could have easily dodged, but he stood still. In the instant he was poisoned, he felt that his blood loss rate was indeed faster than Fang Wuqing's. There's something there, but not much. Li Xuanle was full of confidence, and with a wave of his hand, more than a dozen green beams of light struck Fang Wuqing. Fang Wuqing's expression changed drastically. Seeing his health points plummeting as if they would be depleted in seconds, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell kind of poison is this?" Li Xuanle replied calmly, "The King of Hell's deadly poison." Chapter 48, Xia Li Bai vs. Devouring Python, unaware of the aureole behind. Fang Wuqing was filled with resentment, but could only turn into white light and be carried out of the instance. Li Xuanle chuckled and immediately used the wind of rejuvenation to heal himself. That ball of poison had indeed quickly reduced his health to half. This surprised him somewhat. It seemed the title of Holy Poison Mage was well-deserved. But he remained calm, knowing he possessed the SSS-level talent of immortality, and a mere drop of poison wouldn't kill him. Xia Bingxue hurriedly asked him if he was all right. Li Xuanle blurted out, "I'm invincible. How could I be all right?" Xia Bingxue pouted and gave him a disgruntled look. This guy was really not modest. Outside the instance, Fang Wuqing, who had been eliminated, felt increasingly uneasy. He was a holy poison mage with an A-level passive talent that could reduce poison effects by 99%, practically making him immune to poison. But Li Xuanle's poison just now wasn't weakened at all. The King of Hell's deadly poison? Is that stuff really poison? Fang Wuqing sat in the elimination zone, scratching his head in frustration, filled with doubt. Lin Xiao, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but speak up. "You, a Saint Poison Mage, actually couldn't beat that poison healer?" Fang Wuqing's face darkened even more, and he muttered to himself that he shouldn't bring up things that were hard to say. On the other side, Guan Shangyue finally felt relieved and chuckled softly. Li Xuanle really didn't disappoint. He had been worried that the Holy Poison Mage would become a variable, but he didn't expect him to be sent away so quickly. Zhou Shanhai, the dean of Tunglong Academy, looked grim. The Holy Poison Mage was one of their academy's trump cards, but he was gone in less than an hour. He felt a mix of emotions. The audience erupted in commotion. A poison mage losing to a healer in a poison casting contest? It seemed utterly absurd. Someone had barely finished expressing their disbelief when someone suddenly shouted, "Finally, a normal, exciting battle." Inside the instance, Li Xuanle and Xia Bingxue traveled together, continuing their journey eastward. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Blade Saint Xia Li Bai, who was originally focused on finding the Sword Saint Li Chun, unexpectedly encountered Lin Yu. Two people with intense fighting spirit clashed, instantly escalating the tension. Lin Yu didn't waste any words, immediately summoning the colorful, sky-devouring python. The giant python coiled out, its size even larger and its aura even stronger than before. Xia Li Bai gripped his long sword, his figure swaying swiftly, his gaze fixed intently on the giant python. He looked at Lin Yu and said in a deep voice, "Your giant python seems to have grown quite a bit stronger." Lin Yu replied smugly, "Of course." The words had barely left his lips when both sides attacked simultaneously. Xia Li Bai's blade flashed repeatedly, each strike accompanied by a sharp, whistling sound. The devouring python opened its massive jaws, unleashing a stench of blood, and with a sweep of its giant tail, stones flew from the ground. The battle quickly intensified. Xia Li Bai constantly dodged and weaved around the giant python, sometimes closing in on its head, sometimes slashing at its tail, each strike vicious. The devouring python, relying on its massive size, fought him head-on. Lin Yu stood by, watching the battle, his tension mixed with barely concealed excitement. This fight was not only about his honor, but also a test of the devouring python's strength. Blade light and python shadow clashed, and shockwaves exploded outwards in layers. After the dust settled, Xia Li Bai remained standing firmly, and the devouring python had not fallen either. Xia Li Bai quickly realized that killing this giant python was too difficult. The real key to victory lay with Lin Yu. He immediately changed his strategy and shouted, "1,000 overlapping blade shadows." His longsword instantly transformed into a dense array of blade shadows, which he then condensed into a giant blade beam more than 10 meters long with a single strike. Heavenly Blade Slash. The enormous blade shadow, carrying a terrifying aura, hurtled straight towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu immediately recognized the explosive damage of this attack, inwardly cursing the blade saint's ferocity, and promptly controlled the devouring python to return to defense. He dared not take the blow head-on, and could only retreat while approaching the devouring python. The next second, with a loud bang, the blade struck the giant python, cleaving a huge wound in its path. The giant python howled in agony, but Lin Yu used it to block the attack and barely escaped. Seeing that the python was seriously injured, he immediately had it drag him along as they raced into the depths of the forest. Xiao Li Bai wanted to give chase, but found that the devouring python was extremely fast and difficult to catch up with in a short time. He pursed his lips, then sheathed his sword and turned around, figuring that everyone would eventually go to the Dragon Ball Tower in the east anyway. His body was already glowing with the light of Dragon Balls, which he had stolen from other students. Once he killed his opponent, the Dragon Balls would naturally explode. Xiao Li Bai, carrying his long sword, continued walking eastward. At this moment, Lin Yu and the devouring python were resting in the forest. He chanted the devouring recovery technique in a low voice, and the devouring python's health began to recover, and its hideous wounds gradually healed. Seeing the giant python gradually recover, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but curse. How come Xiao Li Bai is so powerful? He and the devouring python were both level 46, even higher than Li Xuanle. Because he had been leveling up on his own, the devouring python's attributes had grown considerably. Even so, he still couldn't defeat Xiao Li Bai just now, which made Lin Yu feel very frustrated. Just as he was feeling indignant, a sharp whooshing sound suddenly came from behind him. A gleaming dagger appeared abruptly and plunged into his back, instantly drawing blood. Lin Yu had just uttered the curse, "Which old bastard," when the excruciating pain erupted completely. He instantly transformed into a beam of white light and vanished, the devouring python dissipating with him. The next moment, a figure slowly materialized, uttering in a low voice, "Pursuit and killing are the specialties of an assassin like me." Chapter 49. Young people, they're so young. He was none other than Qin Wanchuan, the shadow assassin who had followed him all the way. He's the old schemer Li Xuanle was talking about. Qin Wanchuan's lips curled up slightly, as if his scheme had succeeded, and he muttered to himself, "Everyone says that Lin Yu is an important fighting force for Fengshu Academy. Now that he's gone, all that's left should be Li Chun and Li Xuanle." He crossed his arms and then thought of two other people. There's also the Sword Saint Xiao Li Bai and the Holy Poison Mage Feng Wuqing. But he didn't know that Feng Wuqing had already been sent out of the instance by Li Xuanle in frustration. The next second, Qin Wanchuan's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot again, entering stealth mode. Outside the instance, Guan Shangyue witnessed this scene and was so angry that he slapped his thigh. "Mei Xingqian, your assassin is taking advantage of people in distress." Mei Xingqian remained calm and composed, saying confidently, "If an assassin doesn't fight like this, are you expecting him to jump out and fight head-on?" Zhou Shanhai chimed in sarcastically, "Old Guan, if we're talking about going too far, your number one poison healer first took away 2 school beauties, and then took away my holy poison mage. Wasn't that going too far too?" Guan Shangyue tried to argue, but he didn't take advantage of the situation. Mei Xingqian replied calmly, "In this world, survival to the end is the only way to win." Guan Shangyue fell silent. Because that's absolutely true. In dungeons, only the result matters, and any means are acceptable. The audience seats also became lively. Some people were still marveling at how Xiao Li Bai's strike had managed to create such a large wound on the giant python. Some people think that Xiao Li Bai is obviously stronger than Lin Yu, but Lin Yu's giant python is indeed very cool. More and more people are looking forward to the battle between Xiao Li Bai and Li Chun. One is a sword saint, and the other is a saber saint. Just thinking about it makes people's blood boil. As for the shadow saint assassin Qin Wanchuan, although he is strong, he is not very entertaining. He always sneaks up and attacks, and he is not even as interesting as Li Xuanle, the poison healer. At this moment, Lin Yu is looking dejected in the elimination zone. He never expected that he would be ambushed and eliminated by an assassin. Upon hearing from those around him that it was Qin Wangshuan, the Shadow Saint assassin, who made the move, Lin Yu immediately broke through his defenses. Qin Wangshuan was already a top-tier assassin, yet he chose to strike after he had fought with Xia Li Bai. That's just too outrageous. Lin Yu couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse. That old bastard, he deserves to die a horrible death. He scanned the elimination zone and, not seeing Li Chun and Li Xuanle, breathed a sigh of relief, silently chanting in his heart, Li Chun, Li Xuanle, you two must avenge me. Inside the instance, with his hands in his pockets and a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, Li Xuanle swaggered eastward. Xiao Bingxue walked alongside him. Li Xuanle looked up at the sky and found that the number of challengers had changed to 150 out of 108. That means 42 people have already been eliminated. This speed was even faster than he had imagined. Xiao Bingxue glanced at it as well, a hint of worry on her face. I wonder how many people are left in our academy. Li Xuanle remained completely calm. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, victory will surely be mine. Xiao Bingxue turned her head to look at him. The challengers here are not monsters, nor are they ordinary murderers. They all have their own methods. Where do you get your confidence? Li Xuanle casually replied, it comes from the very core of my being. Xiao Bingxue couldn't help but chime in, so he's a tough nut to crack? That's one way to understand it. The two chatted as they walked, and before long, they heard a dispute coming from ahead. There are 12 of us from Tunglong Academy against just 2 from Fengchu Academy. Isn't this like cutting melons and vegetables? Don't think you can bully Phoenix Academy. You're just relying on your numbers. Calling for backup is also a skill. Don't you understand? Come on, let's have a one-on-one fight. Young man, you're too young. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Hand over the Dragon Balls right now. Call me Grandpa, and I'll give it to you. Upon hearing the words Dragon Ball, Li Xuanle and Xiao Bingxue immediately quickened their pace. The two pushed aside the waist-high thatch and quickly got a clear view of the situation ahead. 12 students from Tunglong Academy are surrounding 2 students from Fengchu Academy, forcing them to hand over the Dragon Pearl. Li Xuanle recognized the 2 people at a glance. Dragon Nig Bang O Surudman Li Xiang. They had met before in the Super Dead dungeon. At this moment, Wang Hao was radiating the unique light of the Dragon Ball, clearly indicating that the Dragon Ball was with him. Upon seeing Li Xuanle and Xiao Bingxue appear, Wang Hao and Li Xiang were overjoyed, almost bursting into tears of happiness. Without saying a word, Wang Hao took out the Dragon Ball from his character's inventory and tossed it to Li Xuanle. Boss, I really can't protect this Dragon Ball if I leave it to you. Li Xuanle took the Dragon Ball and could only reluctantly take out a relatively inferior 1-star equipment and stuff the Dragon Ball inside. His package was already full. If he wanted to put something in, he had to take something out first. Just then, Wang Hao pointed towards Tunglong Academy and reminded them, Boss, they still have a Dragon Ball on them. Li Xuanle looked in the direction he pointed and saw that a burly student opposite him was also radiating golden light. The man stared at Li Xuanle and said disdainfully, Big boss? What big boss? He's just a handsome guy at best. Li Xuanle was stunned for a moment, unable to tell whether it was an insult or a compliment. However, he was too lazy to waste words, raised his hand and waved his staff, and 5 balls of green light instantly flew out, hitting the 5 people opposite him. 4 people were instantly killed, and the remaining person only lasted for 2 more seconds. The students from Tunglong Academy were instantly terrified. Before they could react, Li Xuanle unleashed 5 more balls of green light, and the second group of 5 fell down as well. The last 2 people turned and ran. Li Xuanle chuckled and raised his hand again. 2 balls of green light chased after them, instantly sending them out of the instance. He is now level 45, and his spellcasting range has reached 450 meters. Even if these 2 run desperately, how far can they run? The entire process of the 12 students from Tunglong Academy being wiped out from the moment they made their move took only 5 or 6 seconds. Wang Hao and Li Xiang stared blankly at Li Xuanle, their faces full of shock. Boss, you're this strong now? Li Xuanle said casually, I've always been very strong. Wang Hao immediately clapped, and Li Xiang followed suit. That's outrageous. This poisonous milk is much more potent than the one I saw in the Academy dungeon last time. Wang Hao quickly ran over, picked up the Dragon Ball that the other party had dropped, and handed it to Li Xuanle. Boss, Whether our Phoenix Academy can win or not probably depends on you. Li Xuanle was full of confidence. No problem. Don't worry. I'll definitely win. He took the Dragon Ball, hesitated for a second, and then handed it back to Wang Hao. You hold it for me. I trust you. The thought of having to throw away equipment after putting the Dragon Ball into his inventory made Li Xuanle's heart ache. That's all money. Moreover, he knew that Xia Bingshua's package was also packed full. Wang Hao's eyes lit up immediately. Boss, you really trust me that much? Li Xuanle nodded. Of course, I think you have the potential to achieve great things. Wang Hao immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. As long as I'm alive, I'll definitely keep this Dragon Ball safe. Li Xuanle looked at the equipment on the ground, felt a pang of heartache for a moment, and then picked it up. Then he took out one of the Dragon Balls and handed it to Li Xiang. Get one for me too, I trust you. Xia Bingxue rolled her eyes, so hard they almost reached the sky. Isn't this a classic example of Piyue? Chapter 50 Sword Saint Li Chun vs. Blade Saint Xia Li Bai. Holy crap. Li Xiang never expected that Li Xuanle would actually entrust the Dragon Ball to him for safekeeping. He was overjoyed, feeling an even greater weight on his shoulders. It seemed he could finally contribute significantly to the Academy's championship victory. His gaze toward Li Xuanle grew even more admiring, and he immediately patted his chest to assure her, Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. Li Xuanle nodded and stuffed the equipment he had just acquired back in his backpack. Level 31-star equipment was worth at least a few thousand yuan, so he certainly couldn't refuse the money. As for the Dragon Balls, he wasn't worried. All 7 Dragon Balls were indispensable. As long as he controlled one of them, everyone would eventually be unable to bypass him. The 4 continued their journey eastward together. By this time, the number of challengers in the instance had dropped to 96. Outside the instance, Zhou Shanhai, the dean of Tunglong Academy, was furious, pounding his chest and stamping his feet. In just a few seconds, they had lost 12 people. His face was grim, and he stared at Guan Shanyue with resentment, as if questioning, Look at the mess your Phoenix Academy has made. Guan Shanyue pretended not to see it, and even couldn't help but smile. You guys were so smug before, now you know the pain, right? Li Xuanle did a great job. He deserves a bonus when we get back. Mei Xingxin from the Black and White Academy sat silently, a half-smile on his face, watching the scene unfold. Currently, the Black and White Academy had suffered the fewest losses, and the fiercer the battle between Tunglong and Fengshu, the more advantageous it was for them. Within the instance, Qin Wangchuan continues to lurk in the shadows, relentlessly assassinating students from Tunglong Academy and Fengshu Academy. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably, like a god of death lurking in the shadows, reaping one challenger after another. So far, the greatest danger he had encountered was only Li Xuanle's dagger-like green light. Apart from that, no one else could truly threaten him. One challenger after another was carried out of the instance, while he stood in the shadow of a hill, his gaze fixed on the valley ahead. In the valley, 2 figures were locked in a tense standoff, swords drawn. Hidden class, Sword Saint Li Chun. Hidden class, Blade Saint Xia Li Bai. These 2 highly anticipated masters have actually met. Moreover, both of them are radiating the light of Dragon Balls, clearly indicating that each of them possesses one. In the deserted valley, a chilling atmosphere permeated the air. Li Chun stood tall and straight, long sword in hand, its blade gleaming coldly, his eyes as deep and unfathomable as the sea. Xia Li Bai gripped a long sword, its blade straight, exuding an air of unparalleled arrogance. Li Chun looked at him, slightly surprised. You still managed to find me. Xia Li Bai's fighting spirit surged. We'll have a battle sooner or later. Who is stronger, the Sword Saint or the Blade Saint? This is an answer that not only they want to know, but everyone outside is also waiting for. Without further ado, Xia Li Bai struck first, his blade tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound as he aimed directly at Li Chun. Li Chun's eyes sharpened, and his figure vanished instantly, leaving only an afterimage in his place. Xia Li Bai's strike missed, but he remained calm and immediately turned to defend himself. But the next second, Li Chun appeared behind him, his long sword like a snake emerging from its hole, piercing straight for his heart. Xia Li Bai reacted extremely quickly, leaning his body back abruptly while simultaneously sweeping his sword horizontally. The blade struck the back of the saber, producing a crisp metallic clang. The two exchanged attacks and defenses so quickly it was dazzling. Li Chen's swordsmanship was elegant and agile, sometimes gentle, sometimes sharp. Xiao Li Bai's saber technique was wide and sweeping, each strike carrying a do-or-die spirit. In the valley, two figures clashed and collided repeatedly, creating shockwaves that echoed with the sounds of metal striking metal. Qin Wanchuan, watching from the shadows, was filled with excitement and couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Amazing! 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 He had never seen such a spectacular duel. Such a battle was simply exhilarating. After a brief but intense battle, Xiao Li Bai suddenly slashed his blade at the ground, the powerful blade energy carving out a deep trench. Using the force of the recoil, he leaped into the air, his blade aimed directly at Li Chen's brow. Li Chen remained calm, and with a slight flick of his wrist, the longsword transformed into a streak of light, accurately striking Xiao Li Bai's blade. The two forces collided in midair, creating a deafening roar. In the end, Xiao Li Bai's sword strike was forcefully neutralized. He landed and sheathed his sword, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. That move just now was sword control. Xiao Li Bai knew that Li Chen knew sword control techniques, but after actually fighting him, he realized how terrifyingly proficient the opponent was. He could do it almost effortlessly with consummate skill. His gaze grew even more intense. "You're really strong." Li Chen's voice was deep and steady. "You're not bad either." Outside the instance, all the spectators held their breath, afraid of missing a single glance. When the two briefly paused, the scene erupted in chaos. The Sword Saint versus the Blade Saint. So cool. After watching for so long, this is the most exciting one yet. Don't stop, keep going. Tunglong Academy Dean Zhou, Shanghai, and Guanshan Yue were equally focused, so nervous they almost forgot to breathe. These two are the star figures of their respective academies, and once a winner is decided, the balance of this contest could very well tilt completely. Guanshan Yue, in particular, desperately needed a victory to restore the reputation of Fengshu Academy, which had been ranked last for several years. Inside the instance, Xiao Li Bai and Li Chen faced each other from a distance, their expressions becoming solemn. Xiao Li Bai's eyes gleamed, and he slowly raised his long sword, then suddenly swung it. 1,000 overlapping blade shadows. Countless sword shadows materialized from the long sword, densely packed, instantly covering the area in front. He immediately leaped into the air and slashed down fiercely at Li Chen. "Li Chen, get ready. Heavenly Horizon, 1//." Li Chen's pupils contracted slightly, his eyes surging with fighting spirit. He could actually dodge, but at this moment he didn't want to. In the blink of an eye, 4 long swords appeared before him, spinning rapidly. Li Chen quickly formed hand seals and uttered a low shout. Sacred sword control technique. In the shadows, Qin Wanchuan's eyes widened in shock. Saint sword control technique? Chapter 51. Sacred sword technique vs 10 heavenly slashes. That's incredible. Qin Wanchuan knew very well that the sacred sword control technique and the ordinary sword control technique differed by only one word, but they were on completely different levels. Ordinary swordsmen might have a chance to buy a sword control technique skill book if they were lucky enough, but the sacred sword control technique was a special skill that was extremely rare and hard to come by. The last person to master the sacred sword technique was named Mei Changshu, a graduate of Langya Academy. It said he had already entered the cosmic cube and was fighting for humanity. Qin Wanchuan pondered, resting his chin on his hand, guessing that Li Chen most likely learned this skill automatically when he triggered the Hidden Sword Saint class. It could also be an ability brought about by some kind of talent. He couldn't figure it out, but one thing was certain. Li Chen's strength was probably even above Xiao Li Bai's. Outside the instance, everyone was stunned. The fact that someone in this year's class knew the Holy Sword technique was an earth-shattering revelation, instantly igniting the entire scene. Guanshan Yue was so excited his face was trembling. He knew Li Chen was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong, even possessing such an incredible skill. Judging from this, Phoenix Academy's victory this time was almost guaranteed. Mayor Zhuge Tianming of Wulong City also widened his eyes. The appearance of the Holy Sword technique is of great significance to Wulong City, and may even raise Wulong City's status in the Xia Kingdom and affect the distribution of luck crystals. In areas covered by the luck crystal, no game monsters will appear. Every city has them, just in varying numbers. A talent like Li Chun is enough to bring more attention to Wulong City. In the audience, Zhao Chongqing, the representative of the Super God Academy, couldn't help but sigh. As someone sent to various cities to scout out geniuses, he had seen many prodigies, but Li Chun still surprised him. Besides Li Chun, he was also somewhat interested in Li Xiunla. The priest's skills were strange and powerful, giving him the feeling that he could kill 10 people in one step, leave no trace for 1,000 miles, and disappear without a trace after the deed was done, concealing his merits and fame. Zhou Shanhai, the dean of Tunglong Academy, and Mei Xingqin, the dean of Hebei Academy, both had somewhat solemn expressions. If nothing unexpected happened, this year's champion would most likely fall to Fengshu Academy. Inside the instance, for longswords spun rapidly before Li Chun, their sword shadows appearing in layers, their imposing aura seemingly trembling even in the surrounding space. Soon, a massive sword shadow stretched across the sky, heading straight for Xiao Libai. Xiao Libai's heavenly blade slash was equally powerful, but was still slightly inferior to the vast sword shadow. However, at this moment, Xiao Libai's lips curled up slightly, appearing confident and composed. He sneered inwardly. Probably no one expected that he still had a real trump card. 10 slashes across the ends of the earth. As soon as he finished speaking, the single blade shadow instantly split into 10. The 10 blade shadows erupted simultaneously, their momentum surging like a raging torrent, incredibly powerful. This was precisely his S-rank talent, a 10-fold amplification. It allowed him to increase the power of his skills 10-fold in a short period of time. Xiao Libai's aura surged once more, barely managing to contend with Li Chun. Qin Wangchuan, who was watching the show from the sidelines, was once again stunned. These two actually had hidden skills. How were others supposed to compete with them? The next moment, Li Chun's enormous sword shadow collided fiercely with Xiao Libai's 10 sword shadows. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and a terrifying shockwave swept through the valley. Li Chun and Xiao Libai were both thrown back, their health points plummeting. The surrounding plants and trees bent over from the impact, and even Qin Wangchuan couldn't help but raise his hand to block the shockwave. But at that moment, Qin Wangchuan tensed up, his eyes instantly burning with intensity. He saw Li Chun being thrown back by the shockwave. Not far from him, his body clearly unsteady. He remained in stealth, undetected by anyone. As an assassin, why wait for such an opportunity to strike? Without hesitation, Qin Wangchuan drew his dagger, lunged forward, and stabbed Li Chun in the back. Li Chun only felt danger approaching from behind, but it was too late to react. A piercing sound of air being cut rang out, and he only saw a cold glint in his peripheral vision. Then, a sharp pain shot through his back, and his entire body turned into white light and vanished. Xiao Libai's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing this scene. He could hardly believe it. There was actually an assassin lurking nearby, waiting to reap the rewards. If he had been the one thrown back, he would likely be the one dead. Cold sweat broke out instantly. Xiao Libai picked up his long sword, turned around, and quickly left. He was in extremely poor condition and absolutely could not be targeted by this assassin. He needed to catch his breath first. Outside the dungeon, the audience erupted in chaos. Holy crap, this assassin is too cunning, taking advantage of someone in distress. Was that Qin Wangchuan from the Black and White Academy? He actually assassinated Li Chun. What a cunning old fox, even more despicable than the #1 poisonous milk. But he's an assassin. What's wrong with what he did? Guan Shanyue's face was ashen as he glared angrily at Mei Xingqin, wishing he could beat him up on the spot. Li Chun was his greatest asset, and now he was gone. Lin Yu was gone too, both killed by Qin Wangchuan, taking advantage of the situation. Although Fengshu Academy still has Li Xiunla, he is, after all, a priest, and his survival skills are truly worrying. Guan Shanyue clutched his chest, almost unable to breathe. Mei Xingqin was happy, but he couldn't show it. What he had just done was indeed somewhat opportunistic and dishonorable. However, he quickly suppressed his emotions, because ultimately winning was what mattered most. Inside the instance, Qin Wangchuan watched Li Chun transform into white light, a slight smile playing on his lips. He knew his methods weren't exactly honorable, but this world was, after all, a world where the strong prey on the weak. An assassin should have the awareness of an assassin. Showing up and confronting enemies head-on for the sake of so-called face is completely against his principles. As long as he survives to the end, everyone will still remember him. Then, he looked in the direction Xia Libai had left, his figure blurred, and he quickly reached out. On the other side, Li Xuanle, along with Xia Bingxue, Wang Hao, and Li Xiang, strolled leisurely towards the Oriental Seven Dragon Ball Tower. They looked more like they were taking a walk in a dungeon than coming to a competition. As he walked, he wondered if Zhao Ritian had already been carried out. That guy was decked out in all that luxury gear. Could he have just been given away for nothing? Just as I was wondering, a series of cursing sounds suddenly came from ahead. I, Zhao Ritian, have 100 ways to kill you. Do you believe me? Believe it or not, I, Yi Liangshun, have 1,000 ways to kill you. Look at my fancy outfit. It's dazzling. My gear isn't bad either. It's sparkling and shiny. Let me tell you, I, Zhao Ritian, have an older brother, the #1 poisonous milk of Fengshu Academy. I, Yi Liangshun, also have an elder brother, Yi Xiao, the #1 mage of the Black and White Academy. Damn it, my older brother can eat shit. Holy crap, my older brother can eat 10 pounds. Chapter 52. The world is all white. Only I am black. Li Xuanle, who is usually carefree and nonchalant, turned pale instantly upon hearing this. This Zhao Ritian was always undermining him behind his back. He should have shut him up sooner. Xia Bingxue, standing nearby, couldn't help but giggle. She rarely saw Li Xuanle get the short end of the stick. The contrast was too stark. Wang Hao and Li Xiang also turned their heads away, suppressing their laughter. The top jinx of Fengshu Academy was actually said to be able to eat shit. Most people wouldn't dare say that. Only Zhao Hao, who was close to Li Xuanle, dared to be so reckless. Li Xuanle rushed to the scene and saw a student from the Black and White Academy wielding a long knife, exchanging insults with Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian also held a long sword, and both were fiercely opposed, yet no one made a move for a long time. The two men's swords were like decorations. They shouted more fiercely than anyone else, yet their feet remained firmly planted on the ground. Li Xuanle watched this scene, his eyes immediately filled with contempt. Outside the instance, countless spectators watched the two bicker without actually fighting, laughing uproariously. Some said it was a clash between Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong, while others said that if no one stopped them, they could keep arguing until the end of the match. Some even joked that the #1 poisonous milk and the #1 mage were really unlucky, forced to eat shit, and they even had to say 10 pounds of it. Everyone could see that these two were just gentlemen who used words, not fists. In the instance, Li Xuanle's sudden appearance stunned both Zhao Hao and Yi Liangshun. Zhao Hao's eyes widened, and his voice trembled slightly. Be big, brother. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangshun immediately burst into laughter. You're his older brother? The #1 jinx? You're quite handsome. Come on. He said you can eat shit. Show me. A vein throbbed on Li Xuanle's forehead as he raised his hand and swung his staff. A burst of green light struck Yi Liangshun instantly, killing him before he could even react. Seeing that Li Xuanle's expression was off, Zhao Hao quickly stammered an explanation. Big brother, listen to me. I only said that because I was forced into it. Li Xuanle ignored him, and another beam of green light struck Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao noticed his health bar dropping rapidly and panicked, crying out, Big brother, don't do this. I was wrong. Li Xuanle snorted coldly, turned his head, and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the number of people had become 150 to 72, with less than half of the challengers remaining, and the competition was only going to be more intense. Zhao Hao quickly grabbed his hand and begged for mercy. Big brother, give me some milk. I promise I won't talk nonsense next time. Li Xuanle asked calmly. Did you do something wrong? I was wrong. I was really wrong. Zhao Hao admitted his mistake sincerely. Li Xuanle then casually cast rejuvenating wind on him, restoring his health to normal. He then warned Zhao Hao, if you tarnish my reputation again, I'll take back all your equipment. Zhao Hao nodded repeatedly, agreeing faster than anyone else. But Li Xuanle knew in his heart that, given Zhao Hao's personality, this obedience would probably only last for 2 minutes. Just as the group was preparing to continue forward, a huge commotion suddenly came from all around. The next second, countless spells and arrows rained down from the shadows. The skills instantly overwhelmed everyone, and Li Xuanle didn't even have time to react before feeling his entire body suffer severe injuries. He glanced around and saw everyone around him vanish in a flash of white light. Even Xia Bingxue was eliminated. 2 Dragon Balls exploded on the ground, clearly belonging to Wang Hao and Li Xiang. Li Xuanle immediately checked his health. Only 1% remained. He wasn't dead. He had been locked in a state of invincibility. His immortality talent had indeed taken effect, saving his life at the crucial moment. Although the excruciating pain was unbearable, the successful first verification of his talents still made him smile. Outside the instance, the most nervous person was Guan Shangyue. He had already seen the Black and White Academy's ambush on the screen. His palms were sweaty, but he could only watch helplessly as everything unfolded. He desperately wanted to rush in and warn them, but there was nothing he could do. Just like when he watched Lin Yu and Li Chun being assassinated by Qin Wangchuan. He felt unwilling but helpless. If Li Xuanle's team is completely wiped out, Phoenix Academy will be finished. Guan Shangyue grew increasingly disgusted with the Black and White Academy style. These people always like to hide in the shadows and do dirty work. But Mei Xingqin, the dean of the Black and White Academy, didn't think so. In his view, the result was the most important thing. The means were utterly insignificant, because their school motto was, "All the world is white, only we are black." In the elimination zone, Lin Yu and Li Chun stared intently at the large screen. Lin Yu slapped his thigh in anger, cursing the Black and White Academy as full of cunning people. Li Chun couldn't help but say in a deep voice that he really wanted to kill these guys with his own hands. Lin Yu was filled with worry, feeling that Phoenix Academy was likely to miss out on the championship again. But Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at the screen and said, "Wait, Li Xuanle isn't dead yet." Inside the dungeon, Li Xuanle waved his staff, first healing himself, and his health quickly recovered. At this moment, all his teammates were gone, leaving him standing alone. Around him, 20 or 30 students from the Black and White Academy had already appeared. From the crowd, a calm young man stepped forward and carefully sized him up. The other party spoke with interest. "The number 1 poisonous milk, Li Xuanle? Hello, my name is Yi Xiao." Li Xuanle felt that the name sounded familiar. Yi Xiao continued, "You just killed my little brother, so I wiped you all out." Li Xuanle nodded in realization. "Oh, you're Yi Liangqin's older brother, the one who can eat 10 pounds of shit?" Yi Xiao's forehead immediately creased with annoyance. He cursed Yi Liangqin inwardly, thinking he deserved to die for talking nonsense everywhere and ruining his own reputation. He suppressed his anger and retorted sarcastically, "You believe everything they say? Are you really capable of eating shit?" Li Xuanle's lips twitched, realizing that this guy was no pushover either. So he immediately changed the subject. "Putting everything else aside, why do you Black and White Academy always do such petty and underhanded things?" Yi Xiao remained indifferent, unconcerned. Only the result matters. The process doesn't. Li Xuanle narrowed his eyes. "So you approve of using any means necessary?" Yi Xiao said confidently, "Of course. Don't you know our school motto?" Li Xuanle really didn't know it, and he was too lazy to learn about such things. Yi Xiao stared at him and said, word by word, "The world is all white, only I am black." Chapter 53. Willing to endure darkness alone for the sake of light. Li Xuanle suddenly realized, and said in a strange tone, "Oh, so what you call black is doing things behind people's backs." Yi Xiao was taken aback by the question. He usually only focused on honing his skills and had never studied these things before. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't come up with a coherent answer. Li Xuanle shook his head, his face full of disappointment. "I thought I was uncultured enough, but I didn't expect you guys to be even less cultured than me. No wonder your social atmosphere is so off." As he spoke, he lectured everyone on the spot. Like a teacher, the complete saying is, "All under heaven is white, only I am black. Non-aggression is the Mahis school. Universal love is my lifelong pursuit. You've taken half of it and misused it. Your cultural understanding is lacking." He looked at the group from the Black and White Academy and continued to mock them. The black they're talking about isn't the kind of black that involves underhanded tactics, but rather the kind that willingly guards the darkness for the sake of the light. Outside the instance, Mei Xingqin, the dean of the Black and White Academy, was already starting to lose his composure. 20 or 30 students had surrounded one person, but instead of making a move, they were being publicly lectured. In such a grand setting, with the mayor watching and other colleges observing. Where would he put his old face? Mei Xingqian cursed inwardly. Why aren't these people making a move yet? Do they really want to listen to him continue spouting nonsense? Looking at Li Xuanla on the big screen, Zhuge Tianming thought the kid was actually quite interesting. Guan Shangyue couldn't help but clap his hands softly and whispered, "Well said." The voice wasn't loud, but it was just loud enough for Mei Xingqian to hear. Mei Xingqian blushed slightly, feeling even more embarrassed. In the audience, the students from Black and White Academy were also stunned, and even began to seriously ponder the meaning of those words. So, alone in black didn't mean everyone else was openly honest while he was the only one doing dirty tricks behind people's backs. Yi Xiao, as the leader, felt humiliated and angrily interrupted. "Enough! Your death is near." Li Xuanla remained calm and said indifferently, "It seems my words have touched your soul, so you're eager to take action." Yi Xiao stopped talking and raised his staff to attack. But Li Xuanla was prepared. With a gentle wave of his staff, 20 or 30 green orbs of light flew out and landed precisely on each of the Black and White Academy students. The next second, Li Xuanla took off running, not wanting to fight any longer, leaving everyone standing there bewildered. Yi Xiao and the others were completely taken aback. A priest could be so fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Before they could even react, someone cried out, "My health is dropping like crazy." "Me too." Yi Xiao also noticed his health points rapidly decreasing, and his expression changed drastically. He stared in the direction Li Xuanla had fled, gritting his teeth in anger. Just moments ago, Li Xuanla had been righteously condemning others for being cunning, but now he himself was even more ruthless than anyone else. In less than 10 seconds, the 20 or 30 students that the Black and White Academy had managed to gather were all turned into white light and carried out of the instance. 10 seconds later, Li Xuanla quietly ran back, picked up the Dragon Balls from the ground, and wrapped them directly inside his school uniform. He couldn't bear to throw away his equipment to make room for the Dragon Balls. He now possesses 4 Dragon Balls, one of which was obtained by Yi Xiao. Li Xuanla pursed his lips, somewhat displeased. "Looks like I'll have to do this hard work myself." He walked a few steps eastward, then suddenly stopped and collapsed into the tall thatched grass, saying, "I might as well rest for a while." Li Xuanla lay in the grass, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, looking quite content. At the same time, he was pondering a problem. His resurrection spell seemed utterly useless here. In the dungeon, a person who dies turns into white light, leaving no trace of their body. He guessed that resurrection magic could only revive people who had actually died in reality, and was useless in this artificial dungeon. Outside the instance, Guan Shangyue saw the students from the Black and White Academy being carried out, and immediately his beard bristled and eyes widened as he shouted, "Good! Well done!" The shout was completely unrestrained, and Mei Xingqian's face grew even uglier. Zhuge Tianming couldn't help but glance at Guan Shangyue, but said nothing. He understood that Guan Shangyue was seething with anger. Lin Yu had been taken away by the Black and White Academy through underhanded means. Li Chun had been ambushed and eliminated, and even Li Xuanla had almost been surrounded and killed. Zhuge Tianming was equally puzzled. Why hadn't Li Xuanla died amid such a dense barrage of attacks? Was it simply because he was a healer who could secretly heal himself? In the elimination zone, Lin Yu, Li Chun, Xia Bingxue, Zhao Hao, and others couldn't help but slap their thighs when they saw this scene. Well done. These people deserve to die. It's so satisfying. My brother avenged me. It's a good thing Li Xuanla didn't die. If he had died too, there would have been no hope for Fengchu Academy. It seems there's still a chance. I hope he can kill Qin Wanchuan. That guy is too despicable. He actually took advantage of people's vulnerability to assassinate Lin Yu and Li Chun. While everyone was relieved, they all had the same question in their minds. Why wasn't Li Xuanla killed under that kind of firepower? Was he really forcibly healing himself? Of course, only Li Xuanla himself knows the answer. Inside the instance, Qin Wanchuan, his expression cold, stealthily moved through the wilderness. His figure was like a ghost, moving silently, and he would simply take down anyone who wasn't from the Black and White Academy. He originally intended to follow Xia Li Bai, but the other party was too fast and had long since disappeared. So Qin Wanchuan headed towards the Oriental 7 Dragon Ball Tower, while also dealing with the challengers along the way. He looked up at the sky. The number of challengers had increased to 150 to 22. He had 2 Dragon Balls, one from Li Chun, while Xia Libai had another one. That makes 3, for short. Qin Wangchuan was unaware that the remaining 4 were currently in Li Xuanla's hands. He carefully analyzed the situation. Lin Yu and Li Chun had already been eliminated by him. Apart from Xia Libai, the others did not seem to pose much of a threat. But the next moment, he suddenly remembered someone. Li Xuanla, that poison-milking priest. This easily overlooked guy had almost carried him away before. Qin Wangchuan rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He really hoped that Li Xuanla had already been dealt with by someone else. After all, that guy's green light was indeed somewhat eerie and terrifying. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. At this moment, Li Xuanla was resting in the grass, holding 3 Dragon Balls. There was one more in his character's backpack, making a total of 4. His only regret now is that he shouldn't have thrown away a piece of equipment at the beginning of the game to release the Dragon Balls, since that thing might be worth several thousand. Li Xuanla casually swung his legs across his back, gazing at the azure sky, occasionally checking his backpack. Inside were mostly equipment and gems of 3 stars or higher. Tan Huan, Xia Bingxue, and Zhao Hao's backpacks were almost entirely filled with 1-star and 2-star items. All of this was deliberately arranged by him. Chapter 54. The Dragon Ball Tower. Activate the Dragon Balls. He worried that the 3 young men were too inexperienced and might not be able to stay true to themselves when faced with advanced or even top-tier equipment. If they did something outrageous, it would be troublesome. Having lived 2 lives, he always needed to be cautious. Thinking this, he subconsciously reached for his pocket, only to freeze in shock. Damn, I forgot I didn't have any chewing gum. After a 20-minute rest, Li Xuanla immediately got up and sped eastward. He changed his strategy, deciding to end the match as soon as possible, sell his equipment, and then enjoy a life of luxury. Xia Bingxue and Zhao Hao have already been eliminated by the combined fire, but it's unclear whether Tan Huan has been eliminated. Time passed slowly, the competition continued, and before they knew it, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Almost there, Li Xuanla said, looking into the distance as he hurried along. He had put all his attribute points into body, making him as fast as a streak of light. The further east he went, the more ferocious beasts and monsters appeared, constantly jumping out to block his path. Most of them were between level 20 and 60, posing no threat to Li Xuanla. After swiftly defeating several waves of monsters, he finally figured out the pattern. These monsters weren't attacking randomly. They were after the Dragon Ball in his hand. Li Xuanla had a vague guess in his mind. The dungeon quest required activating the 7 Dragon Balls and protecting them until the end. Perhaps the so-called protection wasn't about preventing other challengers, but rather preventing the monsters in the dungeon from stealing the Dragon Balls. The problem is, when that time comes, how many monsters will swarm in? The mission only says to defend to the end, but it doesn't say that you can definitely succeed. Now that I think about it, there seems to be another meaning hidden in those words. Filled with doubt, he continued running. Finally, the outline of a tall white pagoda came into view. As he drew closer, the pagoda became clearer and clearer. It stands majestically on a vast land. Its entire body is white as jade and as smooth as a mirror, as if carved from a single piece of jade. The tower pierces the clouds, and the golden disk at its top glitters in the sunlight, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The white pagoda was surrounded by a meadow, with wildflowers blooming everywhere in vibrant colors. Li Xuanla ran alongside, exclaiming, "This environment is surprisingly nice." Soon, he arrived at the white pagoda and circled it. The white pagoda had only one large door, about 5 or 6 meters high and 3 or 4 meters wide, with a plaque above the door that read, Dragon Ball Pagoda. So this is the place? Li Xuanla swaggered in, holding his staff in one hand and the clothes containing the Dragon Ball in the other. Upon entering the tower, the most striking feature is the 7 1-meter-tall circular stone pillars. The tops of the pillars are cone-shaped, with fist-sized grooves at the tips, just large enough to hold a Dragon Ball. Clearly, these 7 stone pillars were used to house the 7 Dragon Balls. He looked around, and then saw an inscription in the center of the tower. Note, once you start placing Dragon Balls, the Dragon Ball Tower will emit Dragon Ball energy, attracting all monsters in the dungeon to frantically try and steal them. Challengers outside the tower will also face relentless pursuit by monsters. The more Dragon Balls you place, the more frenzied the monsters will become. After reading it, Li Xuanle's expression immediately turned strange, even somewhat gloating. The more you release, the crazier the monster becomes? He held the 4 Dragon Balls in his hands, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, as if he had discovered some interesting way to play. He walked to the tower entrance and looked up at the sky. 150/18. So, besides me, there are 17 other people? Li Xuanle muttered, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes darting around. A moment later, he chuckled and turned back into the tower. Sorry, you guys are too slow. We'll have to ask the monsters to speed you up. After saying that, he picked up a Dragon Ball and slowly placed it on one of the stone pillars. Buzz. A powerful and vast aura emanated from the Dragon Ball Tower, mysterious and ancient. In an instant, all the ferocious beasts and monsters in the dungeon went berserk, surging towards the Dragon Ball Tower from all directions. At the same time, all surviving challengers received a notification. Attention! The Dragon Balls have been placed in the Dragon Ball Tower, and monsters have begun to rampage. Please approach the Dragon Ball Tower as soon as possible, or you will be relentlessly hunted by the monsters. Current number of Dragon Balls placed. 1. Reminder: the more Dragon Balls you have, the stronger the monsters become. The first notification had barely ended when the second one started ringing out immediately. Current number of Dragon Balls placed. 2. Then, the third and fourth lines appeared in quick succession. The final number displayed was a staggering 4 Dragon Balls. All the challengers were stunned. How could someone have placed 4 in the blink of an eye? It happened so suddenly, giving them no time to react. Even worse, they would soon be relentlessly pursued by monsters. This forced everyone to head to the Dragon Ball Tower immediately or face certain death. The most shocked of them all was Qin Wangchuan, the Shadow Saint Assassin. He had already seen the White Tower, and it was very close, but he couldn't understand who could place 4 Dragon Balls at once. Keep in mind, he only had 2 in his possession. Filled with immense doubt, Qin Wangchuan immediately headed towards the Dragon Ball Tower, simultaneously entering stealth mode once more. But the next second, he suddenly realized that although he had entered stealth mode, he was not actually invisible. Why? Did stealth fail? As if struck by a sudden thought, Qin Wangchuan immediately took out 2 Dragon Balls from his character's inventory and tossed them aside. Sure enough, after losing the Dragon Balls, he could become invisible again while in stealth mode. So, once a Dragon Ball is activated, the other Dragon Balls will also be affected. He stared at the 2 Dragon Balls on the ground, feeling hesitant. Should we leave the Dragon Balls here and sneak in to see who's inside the tower? Just as he was unable to make up his mind, an uninvited guest was rushing over. That person was none other than the Sword Saint, Xia Li Bai. Qin Wangchuan's eyes darted around, and a plan immediately came to mind. Chapter 55 Assassin's Attack turns into an assassination. Suddenly, the man kicked the 2 Dragon Balls towards Xia Li Bai's path, then immediately went into stealth mode and disappeared without a trace. In reality, he had already approached the Dragon Ball Tower, lurking in the shadows outside the tower like a ghost ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, Li Xuanle stood in front of the tower gate with his hands in his pockets, gazing at the open field outside. He knew there might be assassins nearby, but with his strength, there was no need for him to play mind games. He'd kill gods and Buddhas alike if they stood in his way. Anyone who dared to come would die. The only thing he needed to be careful about was avoiding getting hurt himself. In the sky, the numbers displayed. 150/5. Only 5 people remained. Li Xuanle rested his chin on his hand, wondering who the remaining 4 would be. He figured that Qin Wangchuan, that old schemer, was definitely still around, maybe even hiding nearby. So he casually pulled out a gleaming staff from his backpack. The staff was adorned with 5 pale gold stars, clearly a 5-star item, but Li Xuanle used it like a cane, completely disregarding its value. He muttered to himself, "Looks like it's coming to an end." Just then, a slender figure suddenly appeared not far away. Li Xuanle looked closely and saw that it was Tan Huan. He hadn't expected that 2 of the last 5 people would be from Phoenix Academy. It seemed that assassins possessed stealth abilities and were indeed highly capable of surviving. Tan Huan rushed over quickly and shouted, "Li Xuanle, let me in." Li Xuanle immediately stepped aside to let her into the tower. Tan Huan was trustworthy, and he wasn't worried. He couldn't help but say, "You're really something, managing to survive until now." Tan Huan laughed and said, "It's all thanks to the fact that I added a lot to my constitution attribute. But I know you're more clever. You're just too lazy to scheme." She walked in the Dragon Ball Tower and was surprised to see 4 Dragon Balls already arranged inside. You place 4 by yourself? Li Shunla nudda. Tan Huan sighed. It's a bit unexpected, but I'm numb when it comes to you. She looked around and asked, what do we do next? Li Shunla looked towards the door and said calmly, just guard the door. Tan Huan frowned, but we're still missing 3 Dragon Balls. Li Shunla, however, was quite certain. Someone will definitely come knocking on our door. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze sharpened as he noticed a figure rapidly approaching across the open field. Upon closer inspection, he even doubted his own eyes. The person who arrived was none other than Tang Xiaosan. He was the guy who failed to show off in the arena dungeon. Li Xuanle was unaware that Tang Xiaosan had easily defeated Wang Tong, so he was quite surprised. The fact that Tang Xiaosan had survived until now meant he was definitely not as simple as he seemed. He suddenly spoke up. I didn't expect that of the remaining 5, at least 3 are from our college. Tan Huan also walked to the door and looked into the distance. Does he look like Tang Xiaosan? Li Xuanle nodded. Yes, it's him. Outside the instance, people began to discuss it. They believed that once the Dragon Balls were placed inside the Dragon Ball Tower, the pace of the competition would accelerate. Now, there are only 5 people left. All 3 colleges still have players. Everyone is watching closely to see who will win the championship. Looking at the remaining list, Guan Shanyue felt a surge of hope. Fengshu Academy still had Li Xuanle, Tang Xiaosan, and Tan Huan. They might very well be able to take first place. His only worry was Qin Wangchuan, the shadow assassin. Li Xuanle and Tang Xiaosan were both range classes and were relatively afraid of assassins. Although Tan Huan is also an assassin, he is clearly inferior to Qin Wangchuan. More importantly, Qin Wangchuan has not yet truly unleashed his ultimate move. Zhou Shanhai, the dean of Tunglong Academy, and Mei Xingqin, the dean of Heibai Academy, also became nervous. Mei Xingqin was relatively relaxed. He knew Qin Wangchuan well. He was a gifted assassin and also the hidden class, Shadow Saint Assassin. In his view, if only one person could survive in this instance, that person would definitely be Qin Wangchuan. The person who survives to the end will be the champion. Thinking of this, Mei Xingqin's lips curled up slightly, as if victory was already in his grasp. On the other side, Zhou Shanhai, while trusting the sword Saint Xia Li Bai, lacked confidence. The dungeon contained Qin Wangchuan and the enigmatic Li Xuanle, who even had 2 helpers by his side. At this moment, inside the instance, Tang Xiaosan was preparing to greet Li Xuanle. But the next second, a sudden change occurred. A huge blade shadow tore through the sky, carrying astonishing power, and slashed straight at Tang Xiaosan. Tang Xiaosan noticed the commotion, turned his head, and his expression instantly changed. He knew very well that if he were to be stabbed, he would surely die. He immediately rolled forward, dodging the attack in a sorry state. At the same time, Li Xuanle quickly gave him a mouthful of milk. But no one noticed that Tan Huan had already entered stealth mode and was rushing towards the direction from which the blade shadow had been emitted at top speed. She planned to seize the opportunity to assassinate him. If successful, Phoenix Academy would at least secure first or second place. Thinking of this, Tan Huan's heart raced. He gripped the dagger that concealed its light and quietly approached Xia Li Bai, the sword saint who was not far away. Tang Xiaosan had just dodged the blade and was in a very disheveled state. Xia Li Bai was somewhat surprised to see him, even resorting to rolling around. The next moment, Xia Li Bai shouted in a low voice, 1,000 overlapping blade shadows. The long sword in his hand instantly conjured countless sword shadows, which he then swung down fiercely. Hundreds upon hundreds of sword shadows densely packed towards Tang Xiaosan. Tang Xiaosan was extremely frustrated. A swordsman was using ranged attacks. How was he supposed to fight him? If Xia Li Bai got close, he could control him with his mental chains. But Xia Li Bai deliberately avoided getting close, giving him no chance at all. It's unfair, so unfair. These were Tang Xiaosan's last thoughts before he turned into white light. Xia Li Bai watched Tang Xiaosan disappear, a slight smile playing on his lips, before looking up at the sky. 150/4. 3 people remain. He immediately became alert. Just then, a piercing sound suddenly rang in his ears. Xia Li Bai glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a dagger gleaming with a ghostly light appear beside him, stabbing fiercely toward his back. His expression changed, and without hesitation, he rolled forward. He didn't care about the puddle of sewage in front of him. With a snap, he got a minor scrape on his back, but it wasn't serious. Xiao Libai steadied himself and looked back at the spot where he had just been, only to see a scene that surprised him. The one who ambushed him was a beautiful girl. She had already revealed herself, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and a dagger was stuck in her back. Chapter 56, instantly killing Xiao Libai, shocking the entire audience. What's going on? The dagger in Tan Huan's hand was still stained with blood, clearly the weapon she had just used to stab herself. But where did the dagger on her back come from? She, an assassin, was also assassinated? Before Xiao Libai could figure it out, Tan Huan's figure had already turned into white light and been teleported out of the instance. She looked towards the white tower one last time, her gaze landing on Li Xuanle, her eyes filled with resentment. This happened so fast that everyone was stunned. In the blink of an eye, Li Xuanle didn't even have time to cast the revival wind on Tan Huan. 2 students from Phoenix Academy were eliminated in a row, and the number in the sky changed accordingly. 150/3. Li Xuanle's face darkened. He gripped his staff and charged out of the Dragon Ball Tower, staring coldly at Xiao Libai. The next second, he swung his staff, and 2 balls of green light shot out like lightning, instantly striking Xiao Libai. Xiao Libai had no time to react before his figure turned into white light, and he was teleported out of the game. Under Li Xuanle's very nose, 2 students from Fengshu Academy were eliminated in succession, which clearly angered him. After Xiao Libai was carried away, 3 Dragon Balls fell out of his body. 2 of them were the ones Qin Wangchuan had deliberately thrown out earlier. Although Xiao Libai was suspicious at the time, he still picked them up, but before he could even enjoy them, he was instantly killed by Li Xuanle. Outside the instance, the audience area instantly erupted in chaos. An assassin being assassinated by another assassin? That's outrageous. Xiao Libai is eliminated, and Tunglong Academy's 3rd place is set. The number 1, Poisonous Milk, actually defeated Xiao Libai in an instant. Who could have imagined that? Now only Qin Wangchuan and Li Xuanle are left, right? Neither of them are easy to deal with. One poisons the school beauty to promote her, and the other specializes in scheming against people. It would be best if they all died together. Then everyone would be happy. Zhou Shanhai, the dean of Tunglong Academy, looked disappointed, yet it seemed as if he had expected it. Even Li Chun, who had mastered the Holy Sword technique, had been eliminated, so Xiao Libai's elimination didn't seem entirely unacceptable. The Holy Poison Mage was carried away by Li Xuanle, and the Blade Saint Xiao Libai was also instantly killed by him. Zhou Shanhai felt that this Li Xuanle was simply outrageously abnormal. In the elimination zone, Li Chun, Lin Yu, and the others stared wide-eyed. Xiao Libai didn't struggle at all. He was simply hit by 2 green lights and eliminated immediately. The attack was simple, yet terrifyingly bizarre. They couldn't help but wonder if Li Xuanle's poison had evolved again. Before, it required some maneuvering and negotiation, but now it could instantly kill someone. Shocked as they were, Li Chun and Lin Yu were also excited. Li Xuanle had become the last hope of Phoenix Academy. Whether they could take 1st place depended entirely on him. On the big screen, only Qin Wangchuan and Li Xuanle's perspectives remained. Everyone fell silent, waiting to see the final outcome. In the instance, Li Xuanle looked up at the sky. 150/2. There's only one person left. Based on what had just happened, he was almost certain that the remaining person was Qin Wangchuan. However, Li Xuanle remained calm. He bent down, picked up the 3 Dragon Balls, and slowly walked toward the Dragon Ball Tower. The shadow assassin Qin Wangchuan was indeed troublesome, but he wasn't afraid because he had a talent: immortality. As he walked, he remained vigilant, his staff always firmly in his hand. At the slightest disturbance, he was ready to instantly unleash his divine skill, poisonous healing. Hundreds of green beams would then spread out, and surely one would strike his opponent. Outside the instance, everyone held their breath, staring intently at the large screen. The final showdown between the 2 masters was about to be decided. Guanshan was incredibly nervous. Only one person was needed to decide whether Fengshu Academy would come in 1st or 2nd. He never imagined that the final decision would fall on Li Xuanle, the student who arrived late. Mei Xingqin, the dean of the Black and White Academy, was equally nervous, his fingers gripping the hem of his clothes tightly. Who was Xiao Libai? He was a sword saint who could go toe-to-toe with Li Chun. Yet such a person was instantly killed by Li Xuanle. This means that Li Xuanle could also easily defeat Qin Huangquan. The key to victory now lies in who seizes the initiative first. Currently, Qin Huangquan, with his stealth advantage, clearly has the upper hand. Mei Xingqian looked at Li Xuanle on the screen and suddenly felt that he looked familiar, so she whispered to Guan Shanyue, "Isn't this guy the one who was late at the end?" Guan Shanyue nodded. "That's right." Mei Xingqian was immediately filled with regret. He was the one who had agreed to let the late student from Fengshu Academy enter, but he never expected that this person would now become the biggest variable hindering Black and White Academy from winning the championship. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, and his face grew increasingly pale. In the elimination zone, some people took the opportunity to place bets. "Come on, let's bet on the final champion. Is it Li Xuanle, the #1 jinx, or Qin Huangquan, the shadow assassin?" "I'm betting on Qin Huangquan." If the healer is fighting the assassin, shouldn't a normal person bet on the assassin? Zhao Hao, Tan Huan, and Xia Bingxue immediately became interested when they heard about the betting. Without saying a word, Zhao Hao bet all of his only 68,000 Xia coins on Li Xuanle winning. Tan Huan and Xia Bingxue also bet on Li Xuanle without hesitation. They remembered that in the 100-layer demon tower, Li Xuanle had said that if they didn't bet on him to win, they would lose. Moreover, they had witnessed Li Xuanle create miracles far too many times. With odds of 1 to 10, the three were overjoyed. Skalkal bet 6,8,000, Xia Bingu bet 8,000, Antan Quan also bet 8,000. If Li Xuanle wins, they can earn 10 times their initial investment. Zhao Hao was so excited his hands were trembling. "Big brother, you absolutely have to win. If you win, I'll have the down payment for a house." Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan both rolled their eyes at him. On the podium, Mayor Zhuge Tianming also stared intently at the large screen. Representatives from the Adventurers Guild, the Super God Academy, the Super Spirit Academy, the Extraordinary Academy, and the Xia Kingdom's law enforcement team were all waiting for the final result. In the instance, Li Xuanle, holding 3 Dragon Balls, leisurely walked towards the entrance of the Dragon Ball Tower. He knew very well that Qin Huangquan, who was hiding, would definitely take this opportunity to make a move. Sure enough, just as he was about to reach the door, something unexpected happened. A piercing whistling sound came from behind. The next instant, a dagger gleaming with a cold light stabbed fiercely into Li Xuanle's back. Li Xuanle grinned. "Since we're already here, Chapter 57 Shadow sans assassin, sans clone technique. We have to leave something behind." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xuanle leaned forward without hesitation, waving his staff, and dozens of green lights shot out in all directions. As the dagger grazed his back, several beams of green light shot precisely behind him. Li Xuanle vaguely saw the green light seem to have hit something, and his heart immediately calmed down. He looked up at the sky. 150/2. The numbers remained unchanged. After waiting a while longer, there was still no movement. Li Xuanle fronat. Could his opponent possibly block his divine skill? Poisonous milk is poisonous? That was almost impossible. With a sense of doubt, he quickly rushed into the Dragon Ball Tower and placed the remaining 3 Dragon Balls in order. The next second, an immense pressure swept out from the tower, enveloping the entire instance world. All monsters' attributes were boosted, and they began to surge towards the Dragon Ball Tower. At the same time, Li Xuanle received a notification. All 7 Dragon Balls have been activated. Only the last challenger remaining in the dungeon can summon Shenron to defeat the monsters. Otherwise, all challengers will face an endless stream of monsters. Qin Huangquan naturally received this notification as well. Li Xuanle quickly understood the rules. To summon the dragon, only one person could remain. In other words, only one of him and Qin Huangquan could survive. The problem is that Qin Huangquan is nearby and still in stealth mode. Going out to face enemy fire is also inconvenient due to the towers blocking the way. However, Li Xuanle was not flustered. He was immortal. At most, he would suffer some pain, and he would definitely be the one to win in the end. Soon, a rumbling tremor came from the ground, as if countless colossal creatures were charging towards them. An endless army of monsters was approaching. Li Xuanle stood in the center of the Dragon Ball Tower, gripping his staff tightly. Every second, he would unleash hundreds of beams of green light, sweeping indiscriminately in all directions. He was certain that Qin Wangchuan wasn't inside the tower. If he were, he would have been struck by the dense green light long ago and died instantly. Outside the tower gate, Qin Wangchuan felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the green light continuously shooting out. He had already tried, and these green lights were impossible to dodge. He sent out a clone to stealthily infiltrate the tower to assassinate, but it was instantly hit by 6 or 7 green lights, and then a few more in the next second. Its health plummeted, and it vanished in just a few seconds. The current situation is like two scoundrels with cheat codes locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Outside the instance, the audience was also extremely tense. Some lamented that one was relentlessly unleashing poison, while the other was relentlessly invisible. Neither could kill the other. Others worried that if this dragged on, the monster army would arrive, and the Dragon Ball Tower would be surrounded by monsters. How would they manage to handle that? In fact, the two people inside the instance knew better than anyone else, because the dense footsteps were getting closer and closer. Qin Wangchuan started to panic. Once the monsters surround the White Tower, his hiding space will be completely compressed. At that point, with no room to move around, he will have nowhere to hide. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Sacred clone technique." The next second, 8 figures that looked exactly like him appeared on his left and right. This is his S-rank talent. At level 10, he has 2 clones. At level 20, 4. At level 30, 6. And at level 40, 8. The clones possess the same abilities as the main body, but their talents cannot be stacked, and their damage is only half that of the main body. The audience outside the instance instantly erupted in chaos. 8 clones, plus the original body, made it 9 against 1. This scene left everyone completely stunned. Qin Wangchuan didn't hesitate any longer. He had to take a gamble. The monsters were advancing wave after wave from all sides. He didn't think he could hide from the endless horde of monsters by using invisibility. He could dodge one wave, but what about 10 or 100? When the area within a 10-mile radius was full of monsters, he wouldn't even be able to walk. This instance clearly doesn't overlook the special cases of stealth classes, so he has no choice but to fight with his back against the wall. Inside the tower, Li Shunla remained calm. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong with the direction of the tower gate. The green light that had just shot out had been absorbed by something. Previously, the green light would travel a long distance, but this time it disappeared far too quickly. Li Shunla immediately became alert. The next instant, a piercing sound of air being cut came from all around him. He suddenly saw 7 gleaming daggers appear simultaneously, blocking almost all escape routes in all directions. Li Shunla was startled. How could there be 7 blades? Without a second thought, he could only unleash 5 bursts of green light forward. In an instant, the dagger in front of him vanished, and he charged forward, dashing out of the tower gate at top speed. At the same time, he said coldly, "Qin Wangchuan, you're doomed to lose." He turned and waved his staff, sending dozens of green beams shooting wildly towards the spot where he had just been. Several of the green beams clearly struck their target. Just when he thought he was safe, he heard the sound of something cutting through the air again in his right ear. Li Shunla immediately unleashed 5 balls of green light, one of which struck something. But before he could even catch his breath, another cold light pierced the air from his left. "You're so good having fun. You really know how to have fun." Li Shunla couldn't help but complain. At this point, he had no time to dodge and could only take the dagger head-on. As the excruciating pain shot through him, he swung his staff, unleashing 5 beams of green light, 2 of which were absorbed. Clearly, his opponent had been hit. 2 seconds later, the numbers in the sky finally changed. 150/1. Li Shunla looked at his health points again. They were down to only 1%. It's locked in. Sure enough, if it weren't for his extraordinary talent, he might not have been able to defeat Qin Wangchuan in this battle. Qin Wangchuan clearly used a clone-type skill just now. For an assassin, the clone technique is one of the most powerful skills, and he has obviously mastered it to perfection. Li Shunla recalled the plan he had just executed and felt a lingering fear. The opponent had first sent 7 clones to force their way into the tower to assassinate him. After he rushed out, they arranged for clones to launch a surprise attack on the right side, while the main body took action on the left. It has to be said that Qin Wangchuan has taken the clone technique to an art form. Li Shunla waved his staff, casting a healing spell on himself. His health slowly recovered, and his wounds gradually healed. Outside the instance, Qin Wangchuan was already sitting in the elimination zone, looking completely bewildered. Why? Will it be me who dies, not him? Chapter 58. Winning the championship, ignoring the two school beauties. Qin Wangchuan believed he had calculated everything flawlessly and used his skills to the fullest, yet he still lost. What puzzled him even more was that he had clearly stabbed Li Xuanle, yet the latter hadn't died. Fearing his clones wouldn't be enough to inflict damage, he even personally attempted the assassination with his main body, but still failed. Qin Wangchuan's expression remained etched with doubt. He could only conclude that Li Xuanle must be hiding a powerful trump card. Unlike his frustration, Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, Tan Huan, and others off the field were already excited. They had all won tenfold by betting on Li Xuanle. Zhao Hao was so excited his face turned red. The down payment was finally secured. He couldn't help but mutter, "Big brother is really something. His legs are so thick. It feels so good to hug them." Lin Yu, standing nearby, was also overjoyed, slapping his thigh in delight. He had long disliked Qin Wangchuan, but he never expected that this cunning old fox would survive all the way to the end and finally be dealt with by Li Xuanle. He couldn't have been happier. Li Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xuanle's killing of Qin Wangchuan could be considered revenge for him. After all, he was most dissatisfied that his sacred sword technique, which was obviously ridiculously strong, was eliminated by a sneak attack. However, the reputation of the Shadow Assassins truly instilled fear in everyone. Qin Wangchuan's assassination attempt just now, with his clone and main body working in perfect coordination, was something even they might not have been able to withstand. Li Chen pondered himself that if he used the holy sword technique to protect himself, he might be able to restrain his opponent. But it was only a possibility, since such a sneak attack was too difficult to defend against. On the other side, Guanshan was so excited his face was trembling. Fengshu Academy had been at the bottom for several years, but now it had finally taken first place, which could be considered a complete vindication. He just didn't expect that Li Xuanle would actually win. Before entering the instance, Li Xuanle confidently declared that he would definitely be the champion, and Guanshan was still half believing him at the time. He couldn't help but wonder if Li Xuanle was truly confident, or if he was just lucky. Did this kid have some trump cards he hadn't told him yet? Not far away, Mei Xingqian, the dean of the Black and White Academy, turned pale and then flushed, looking as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. He now only regretted one thing. Why did he agree to let those late students enter the dungeon? Without Li Xuanle, Qin Wangchuan would undoubtedly be number one. Mei Xingqian pinched her thigh hard, cursing inwardly that she deserved it. Zhou Shanhai, the dean of Tunglong Academy, had a similar expression. At that moment, inside the Dragon Ball Tower, the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly rose into the air, rotating along a mysterious trajectory. Soon, a phantom golden dragon shadow gradually solidified, becoming as enormous as a truly awakened dragon. The golden dragon's scales shimmered, its eyes shone like jewels, and its long tail swung as if containing boundless power. The next second, it slammed its tail against the ground. A tremendous shockwave swept across the entire instance world, seemingly carrying the laws of heaven and earth. All the monsters that were swept by the shockwave trembled in fear, as if they were naturally suppressed. Immediately afterwards, the monster army retreated like a tide and quickly disappeared. Watching this scene, only one thought popped into Li Xuanle's mind. Everyone go home. Everyone find their own mother. He then received a notification. Congratulations, you are the challenger who persevered to the end. Your virtue has increased by plus 300. You're about to be sent out of this world. 2 seconds later, Li Xuanle's figure became illusory, transforming into a streak of white light and leaving the instance. After a dizzying spin, he appeared in the victory zone of the arena. He was the only one in the entire victory zone. The eyes of more than 100 people in the elimination zone, several deans, Mayor Zhuge Tianming, representatives from several universities, the law enforcement team, representatives from the Adventurers Guild, and countless spectators were all on him. The colorful lights shone on Li Xuanle, making him stand out even more. Combined with his already handsome looks, many young girls in the audience screamed. Mayor Zhuge Tianming, holding the microphone, announced with a smile, "Congratulations to Fengshu Academy. Congratulations to Li Xuanle. First place in this competition. Second place goes to Qin Wangchuan of He Bai Academy, and third place to Xia Li Bai of Tunlong Academy. He continued, saying that the individual champion will receive 3 million summer coins, a 6-star selectable equipment piece, and a 6-star selectable skill book. The champion academy will receive a 4-star dungeon, 10 million summer coins, and a large amount of supporting resources. The prizes for the runner-up and third place decreased accordingly. Following this, Zhuge Tianming announced that the winning individuals and academies should proceed to the prize area to receive their awards, marking the successful conclusion of the competition. After listening, Li Xuanle looked at Guan Shanyue and found that the other party was waving at him. So he walked over. Just as he passed the elimination zone, school beauty Lin Xiao and Ouyang Qing jumped out angrily, blocking his way. Ouyang Qing spoke first. Li Xuanle, how are we going to settle this score for poisoning? Li Xuanle glanced at the two women casually and said, don't worry about the details. After saying that, he pushed the two beautiful women aside and continued walking towards Guan Shanyue. Ouyang Qing and Lin Xiao had never been wronged like this before and immediately grabbed his arms on either side. No, this can't be left like this. Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow. As a poisonous healer, it's perfectly reasonable for me to use poison, right? Ouyang Qing pouted. Reasonable? Do you know how many people behind us think it's unreasonable? Li Xuanle was getting impatient. Ding Guan was still waiting for him, so he asked, and then? What do you want to do? Lin Xiao glared at him. Of course we're here to get revenge. The arena is upstairs, and a lot of people are still not convinced. Li Xuanle broke free from their grasp, his tone confident and forceful. Not convinced? Then let them all come at me. I will fight to the bitter end. Chapter 59 6-star skill, Divine Protection. What? All of them? Lin Xiao and Ouyang Qing stared wide-eyed at Li Xuanle, as if they had heard something outrageous, unable to believe their eyes. Ouyang Qing thought she had misheard and checked again. Lin Xiao also stared at him, waiting for his answer. Li Xuanle simply said, yes, if they're not convinced, let them all come at me. I'll fight them to the bitter end. After saying that, he walked towards Guan Shanyue with a nonchalant air, completely ignoring the reactions of the two school beauties. In the elimination zone, students from all 3 academies heard these words. Those from Phoenix Academy gave a thumbs up, while students from the other academies gritted their teeth, their eyes seeming to say, who are you looking down on? Ouyang Qing immediately felt embarrassed and shouted at him, Li Xuanle, if you're so capable, don't leave later. See you in the 2nd floor arena dungeon. Lin Xiao echoed him with a sullen face, clearly wanting him to suffer a bit. Li Xuanle didn't even turn his head, only leaving behind the words, we'll see how I feel then. Zhao Hao watched from the sidelines with eyes full of admiration. Seeing him remain so calm in front of 2 of the school's most beautiful girls, he could only think one thing. No wonder he's the eldest brother. Soon, Li Xuanle followed Guan Shanyue to the rewards area. To his surprise, the person personally handing out the rewards was none other than Zhuge Tianming, the mayor of Wulong City. Zhuge Tianming was in good spirits. He shifted his gaze from Guan Shanyue to Li Xuanle's face, scrutinized him for a few seconds, and then said with a smile, I really didn't expect that the champion would be a priest. Li Xuanle casually replied, just lucky. Zhuge Tianming added, they all say you're a poisonous milk, and now it seems your poison is indeed extraordinary. Guan Shanyue nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Li Xuanle's poison was indeed unexpected. Zhuge Tianming looked at Guan Shanyue, his tone meaningful. Old Guan, your Phoenix Academy has quite a few talented people this time. In the future, we'll probably have to rely on you for the luck crystals in Wulong City. Upon hearing this term, Li Xuanle couldn't help but ask, what is a Qi luck crystal? Guan Shanyue explained solemnly that the luck crystal contains good fortune, and no game monsters will appear in the area where it is located. The fact that the 9 districts of Wulong City have been able to continue to this day is precisely because of its protection. Li Xuanle understood. So, with the luck crystal, monsters can't get in? Guan Shanyue nodded and then shook his head. You could say that, but it's a consumable. Once the luck inside is exhausted, it will become ineffective. Zhuge Tianming continued. If Li Xuanle, Li Chun, Lin Yu, Xia Li Bai, Qin Wangchuan, and others have the opportunity to enter the Super God Academy in the future, they must find a way to obtain the luck crystal and create a way for the people of Wulong City to make a living. Li Xuanle was somewhat puzzled. Does the Super God Academy have a luck crystal? Zhuge Tianming shook his head. No, but there is a way to obtain the luck crystal there. As for the specific details, only the people from the Super God Academy know. At this point, Zhuge Tianming's tone became more serious. Wulong City's 9th district was already on the verge of collapse, and hundreds of other cities in the Xia Kingdom also needed the Qi luck crystal to survive. He looked at Li Xuanle and said earnestly, "With great power comes great responsibility. I hope that you, the younger generation, can shoulder this responsibility and ensure the long-term peace and stability of the Xia Kingdom." Guan Shangyue and Li Xuanle both nodded solemnly. Then, Zhuge Tianming took out a briefcase. "This is the champion's reward, 3 million Xia coins." Li Xuanle's eyes lit up, and he immediately took it. Then, Zhuge Tianming opened 2 large boxes, one containing several 6-star equipment pieces, and the other containing several 6-star skill books. Choose one of the following, a 6-star equipment or a 6-star skill book. Li Xuanle wasn't very interested in equipment, so he casually picked out the long sword that looked the most valuable and then focused his attention on the skill books. Zhuge Tianming was puzzled. "You're a priest, why didn't you choose a staff, but instead chose a long sword?" Li Xuanle answered frankly, "Because a long sword might be more valuable." "So you're planning to sell it?" "Right." Zhuge Tianming was speechless for a moment. 6-star equipment was extremely rare and highly sought after, yet he treated it as if it were a commodity. Little did he know that Li Xuanle already had several pieces of 6-star equipment in his inventory, and even 2 7-star pieces. Soon, Li Xuanle's gaze fell on a skill book. Skill name, Divine Protection. Job requirement, Priest. Level requirement, no restriction. Skill effect, cast a shield on a target for 30 minutes. The higher the intelligence, the stronger the shield. Cool down, 20 seconds. Casting range, 100 meters by 100 meters. Skill level, 6 stars. The shield skill would perfectly reduce the risk of injury. Li Xuanle didn't hesitate and said directly, "This one." Zhuge Tianming nodded in agreement. Li Xuanle immediately learned the skill, feeling much more at ease. Now he could not only run fast, but also cast a shield on himself. Once he levels up and puts on the Phoenix Wings cloak, combined with the flying skill soaring through the 9 heavens, the thought alone makes him look forward to it. In fact, he was extremely lucky to have encountered the 100-floor Magic Tower Secret Realm. Under normal circumstances, 6-star and 7-star monsters are very rare, and the corresponding equipment and skill books are even rarer. Most ordinary adventurers can only handle 5-star monsters at most. Li Xuanle stuffed the 6-star longsword into his backpack and looked at Guan Shangyue. "Dean, may I leave now?" Guan Shangyue nodded. "Okay. By the way, tell the students to disperse on the spot. From now until the university's unified exam, it's all free time. Go out and experience society and get a taste of its harsh realities." Li Xuanle was taken aback for a moment, but still nodded in agreement and returned to the crowd with his briefcase. He stood at the very back, with Zhao Hao right in front of him. Zhao Hao immediately leaned over and asked, "Big brother, what equipment did you choose?" "Sword." "A 6-star sword?" "Yes, a 6-star sword." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a deep voice came from ahead. "Li Xuanle, how about selling me a 6-star sword?" Chapter 60 Sword, Saint Li Chen's Unsolicited Request. Li Xuanle looked up and saw that the person who had come was Li Chun. He had always had a good impression of this person. He was like an ascetic monk, yet also like a hidden dragon, which gave him a sense of kinship. Li Xuanle nodded and said, "Okay, how much are you prepared to offer?" Li Chun said the market price was roughly between 300,000 and 600,000, and he was willing to offer 500,000. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanle readily agreed, considering they were classmates. But Li Chun quickly became somewhat embarrassed and said he would pay later. Li Xuanle could tell that he seemed to be short of money, but he was also puzzled. How could a sword saint with a holy sword technique, who could easily kill monsters and get equipment, be short of money? Li Chun paused for a moment, then explained that his sister was in a vegetative state and had been kept alive by intravenous nutrition, which cost a lot every day. He had just paid a large sum of money, so he couldn't afford to pay it back right now. Li Xuanle stared at him for a while, and finally nodded. "I believe you wouldn't joke about your sister." After saying that, he handed over the sword directly, not worried at all that the other party would renege on the agreement. Li Chun took the long sword, his eyes filled with gratitude, and promised to repay the money as soon as possible. Li Xuanle waved his hand, saying there was no rush. He would repay it when he had the money, and that he was not short of money at the moment, and shook the briefcase in his hand. When Li Chun saw the box, he paused for a moment and asked if it contained 3 million xia coins. After receiving confirmation, he hesitated for a long time, then suddenly pulled Zhao Hao aside, stood in front of Li Xuanle, and said seriously, "Then, could you lend me your money for an emergency? I'll pay you back within a month." Li Xuanle frowned. "Within a month?" Li Chun nodded, saying he was going to a mysterious place to make a fortune. Li Xuanle told him to wait a moment, then turned to the students and announced that Dean Guan said from now until the university's unified exam was free time, and everyone could go out and experience society and get beaten up. He then dismissed them. After saying that, he pulled Li Chun aside and asked him if he really needed the money urgently. Li Chun reluctantly admitted that his sister's daily expenses at the hospital were 10,000 yuan. His parents had died fighting monsters as adventurers half a year ago, and the family savings had long been exhausted. Li Xuanle then realized that Li Chun's situation was even worse than his own. He was just an orphan, while Li Chun not only lost his parents, but also had to support his comatose younger sister on his own. Li Chun had only managed to persevere until now by desperately killing monsters to earn money after awakening the Sword Saint class. However, the daily cost of 10,000 is still a huge burden for him. Unlike Li Xuanle, he isn't lucky enough to farm equipment and exchange it for money in the 100th floor Demon Tower. Without further hesitation, Li Xuanle handed him the briefcase directly. "I'll lend you this money for now. You don't need it right now. You can pay me back when you have the money." If it were someone else, he would never have been so quick to agree, but Li Chun's character and sacred sword technique were worth trusting this time. More importantly, Li Xuanle was about to start selling equipment and was only one step away from financial freedom. He casually asked about the mysterious place Li Chun had mentioned, and Li Chun only replied with 4 words, "The land of divine punishment." Li Xuanle was taken aback and asked what kind of place that was. Li Chun said that the land of divine punishment was related to the Academy's unified examination, and he would find out soon. Seeing that he was still keeping him in suspense, Li Xuanle didn't bother to ask any more questions and just patted him on the shoulder, telling him to go ahead and do his work as he had other things to do. Li Xuanle turned and left with a flourish. Li Chun stood there, a surge of gratitude for being trusted welling up inside him. 3 million, enough for his sister's nutritional supplements for about 10 months. He had originally hoped to win the competition to obtain this money, but ultimately missed the opportunity. He shook his head, picked up his suitcase, and immediately headed to the 9th District Hospital. On the other side, Li Xuanle walked to a corner, his back to the others, and asked Zhao how to call Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan to prepare to sell equipment together. He felt restless if he didn't sell equipment for a day. Not long after, Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan were brought over. Li Xuanle got straight to the point, telling everyone to set off to sell equipment. Zhao Hao, however, reminded him that the school beauties from Black and White Academy and Tunglong Academy were looking for him everywhere, and told him to go to the arena on the 2nd floor. Li Xuanle, hands in his pockets, said nonchalantly, "They say I should go? That would make me lose face. Let's go. Selling equipment is the important thing. Let's ignore them." With that, he hailed a car, and the 4 of them quickly got in. In the car, Zhao Hao suddenly remembered the briefcase containing 3 million yuan and hurriedly asked where it was. Li Xuanle closed his eyes to rest and replied calmly, "I lent it to Li Chun." Zhao Hao was shocked on the spot. 3 million yuan was lent out so easily. That was enough for a decent house. Li Xuanle simply said that the money was lent to Li Chun to save his life, and that Li Chun knew the saintly sword technique, so he trusted him. Meanwhile, the arena in Wulong City was in complete chaos. People from Black and White Academy and Tunglong Academy had been waiting on the 2nd floor for ages, searching everywhere for Li Xuanle, the #1 healer from Fengshu Academy, but they couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. Ouyang Qing and Lin Xiao looked grim. They had specifically gathered a group of people, intending to teach Li Xuanle a lesson, but they hadn't expected him to slip away so easily. Yi Liangchun, Yi Xiao, the holy poison mage Fang Wuqing, and even the Shadow Saint assassin Qin Wangchuan all waited in vain. Ouyang Qing gritted her teeth and said that there was free time before the university's unified exams, and she would definitely find an opportunity to teach Li Xuanle a lesson. Lin Xiao also snorted coldly and said that she would never let him go next time she found him. Soon, Li Xuanle followed Xia Bingxue to her family's equipment specialty store. The store was very large, seemingly occupying an entire floor. There were many salespeople inside, who greeted Xia Bingxue as soon as they saw her. Xia Bingxue nodded in response, then excitedly called out towards the office, "Brother, I'm here. Something good has happened. Come out quickly." A clear voice came from inside the office. "Is that Bingxue? What good news?" Xia Bingxue said with a smile. "I've brought a distinguished person with me. A very distinguished person." Chapter 61. 80 million. Instant financial freedom. Xia Bingxue turned around gracefully and instructed the sales clerk with a smile, "Please arrange a quiet room for my 3 friends and bring them some tea. Don't neglect them." After saying that, she looked at Li Xuanle and Tan Huan and said, "You two sit down for a while. I need to talk to my brother about the situation." Tan Huan nodded in agreement. Soon, Li Xuanle and the other 2 were led into a quiet room. Li Xuanle leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed, in a very casual posture. Zhao Hao sat down in his place, then leaned close to his ear and whispered boastfully, "Big brother, I just made 680,000. Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow. "What? 680,000? Why didn't you call me for such a good thing?" Tan Huan crossed his arms and smiled smugly. "We bet you'd win. The odds are 1 to 10. We've made a killing this time." Li Xuanle then realized what was happening, got up, picked up an orange from the coffee table, and said while peeling it, "I told you long ago, you have to bet on me to win this kind of thing, otherwise you'll definitely lose." Zhao Hao also grabbed a few oranges and nodded repeatedly. "Big brother's right. I'll bet all 68,000 on you, and it'll turn into 680,000 directly." Li Xuanle, biting into an orange, nodded in satisfaction. "Your move was brilliant." Zhao Hao ate very quickly and lamented that fresh fruit was expensive now, and many orchards outside the city had been taken over by monsters. Li Xuanle glanced at him speechlessly. This guy really knew how to take advantage of others, not even letting go of a few oranges. Not long after, Xia Bingxue led in a handsome young man. The young man was radiant, and his features bore a resemblance to Xia Bingxue's. Xia Bingxue introduced, "This is my brother, Xia Changhe." Then she said to Xia Changhe, "Brother, these 3 are Tan Huan, Li Xuanle, and Zhao Hao." The 2 sides nodded to each other in greeting. Xia Changhe's gaze quickly fell on Li Xuanle, his tone filled with curiosity. Li Xuanle, the #1 poisonous milk of Fengshu Academy, champion of the 3 academies competition, truly impressive. Li Xuanle put down the orange and replied seriously, "It's all right." Xia Changhe smiled and got straight to the point. "I heard from Bingxue that you have a lot of equipment. Are you willing to sell it to us?" Li Xuanle straightened his legs and nodded, saying, "That's right, several hundred pieces." Xia Changhe immediately clapped his hands, his face beaming with excitement. "Great, very welcome. Would it be convenient for us to take them out and count them?" Li Xuanle asked, "Right here?" Xia Changhe said politely, "The warehouse is right next door, come with me." A moment later, a small mountain of equipment had been piled up in the warehouse. Xia Changhe's eyes lit up, and he immediately arranged for people to take inventory. The final count showed 304 1-star equipment pieces, 256 2-star equipment pieces, 148 3-star equipment pieces, 88 4-star equipment pieces, 25 5-star equipment pieces, and 7 6-star equipment pieces. In addition, there are a total of 156 gems, including attribute gems, equipment upgrade gems, and star-up gems. After an hour of evaluation, Xia Changhe smiled and gave a price. The total value of these items is about 67.8 million. What do you think? Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow, surprised that it was worth so much money. At this moment, Xia Bingxue suddenly remembered something and added, "All right, there's also a 7-star skill book, 2 5-star equipment pieces, and the cost of leveling me up. Let's just say it's 80 million. What do you think, Li Xuanle?" Upon hearing this, Xia Changhe's expression immediately changed. A 7-star skill book? He had never seen anything at the 7-star level before. Xia Bingxue chuckled. "I've already learned it. It's called Nanming Lihua, and it's a mage skill." Xia Changhe nodded. Since Xia Bingxue had learned it, it naturally had to be included in the calculation. After a quick calculation, he looked at Li Xuanle. "Then the total price is 80 million. Are you satisfied with this price?" Li Xuanle rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment. 80 million? That'll do. Xia Changhe didn't hesitate and immediately said, "Okay, if you have any good stuff to sell us in the future, how about it?" Li Xuanle nodded slightly. "All right, But I remember there's also a Xiaoshang VIP card. Xia Changhe immediately replied, yes, Bing Xue told me. It just takes a little time to process the card, but I'll send it to you once it's ready. Li Xuanle thought for a moment, and after confirming that nothing was missing, he gave Xia Changhe his bank card number. Xia Changhe transferred the money on the spot. Li Xuanle couldn't help but smile when he saw the balance in his account. 80 million. It felt like suddenly receiving a windfall, instantly achieving financial freedom. Even after 2 lifetimes, looking at that string of numbers couldn't help but stir his emotions. Seeing that he was satisfied, Xia Changhe reminded him, brother, if you get any good equipment in the future, remember to sell it to us. Li Xuanle smiled and stood up. We'll talk about it later. Once we've finished our business, we'll leave. Taking the opportunity, Zhao Hao grabbed a few more oranges and followed behind Li Xuanle. Li Xuanle's lips twitched, and he could only explain, my brother here really likes to eat oranges. Please excuse the rudeness. Xia Changhe was very polite. Take a few more if you like. Zhao Hao was taken aback for a moment, then happily patted a few more. Thank you, Boss Xia. Xia Changhe smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing, take care. Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao left them all. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhao Hao followed behind him and asked, big brother, shall we go get some roast chicken? It's absolutely free. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanle felt something was off, then realized, your mom roasted the chicken? Zhao Hao nodded. Yes. Li Xuanle immediately approved. This is a good idea, let's go. The two flagged down a car and headed straight for Zhao Hao's mother's roast chicken stall. On the other side, Tan Huan stayed behind and stayed with Xia Bingxue. Xia Changhe gave Xia Bingxue a thumbs up. Bingxue, you did a great job this time. The quality of this batch of goods is top-notch, with some even reaching 5 or 6 stars. They can definitely be the store's prized possession. I'll go tell Dad about your achievement. Xia Bingxue nodded happily. Okay, brother. Before leaving, Xia Changhe added, you must maintain this connection. Xia Bingxue readily agreed. After Xia Changhe left, Tan Huan leaned close to her ear and asked, Bingxue, what do you think of Li Xuanle? Xia Bingxue thought for a moment and said, that's pretty impressive. He'll probably become one of the most powerful people in the future. Tan Huan nodded. I also think that he has changed a lot after changing jobs, just like Li Chun, who was unknown before changing jobs but soared to great heights after changing jobs. Xia Bingxue said, thoughtfully, for many people, changing jobs is a turning point in their lives. Tan Huan then asked, isn't your Xia family one of the top families in the Xia kingdom? Since you want to gain a voice, don't you consider recruiting such talent? Xia Bingxue shrugged. Of course we want to, but I can't make the decision. I've already mentioned it to my dad. It's not just Li Xuanle, but also Li Chun, Lin Yu, Qin Wangchuan, and even top talent from other cities. My family is keeping an eye on them. We'll be sending people to contact them soon. Tan Huan laughed and said, I didn't expect you to be so quick. Xia Bingxue raised her chin. That's right. I hope the Xia family can be the best this year. Tan Huan suddenly asked, then who do you think is the #1 among the top performers in Wulong City this year? Xia Bingxue replied without hesitation. Is there even a question? It's definitely Li Xuanle. Chapter 62, I said I would make it up to you sooner or later for what I owe you. As night deepened, Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao got out of the car and slowly walked along the street toward Zhao Hao's mother's stall. Along the way, the two noticed something was definitely off about the area. There were many more adventurers on the streets, and every now and then they could see groups of fully armed people huddled together, talking in hushed tones. There were even law enforcement teams present. Zhao Hao looked on in confusion and couldn't help but ask Li Xuanle, brother, why are there so many adventurers? And an enforcement team too. Li Xuanle casually replied, you're asking me? Who should I ask? Zhao Hao thought about it and felt that something big might really happen, but he quickly shook his head and said that even if something did happen, it had nothing to do with a nobody like him. Li Xuanle smiled and said that he now had some self-awareness. Zhao Hao, however, said seriously that he felt he probably couldn't rely on Li Xuanle for much longer. Li Xuanle was taken aback and turned to ask him what he meant. Zhao Hao said that Li Xuanle would enter the Super God Academy sooner or later, while he definitely wouldn't be able to get in. Therefore, he had decided to put all his attribute points into labor from now on and not rely on others forever. Li Xuanle didn't care much. Although everyone aspired to attend the Super God Academy, for him, going out into the wild to grind monsters and loot equipment could earn him 80 million in 20 days, and the pay might not be worse than at the academy. Zhao Hao wanted to argue, but couldn't find the words. Li Xuanle was too lazy to dwell on it, so he put his arm around Zhao Hao's shoulder and said, "Why think so much? Let's go play PUBG." Zhao Hao immediately put aside his distracting thoughts and followed along with a laugh. As they walked, Li Xuanle remarked that Zhao Hao's idea was actually quite good. His current speed was sufficient, and allocating attribute points to labor would indeed be more suitable for him to establish himself in the future. Zhao Hao nodded, saying that they couldn't rely on him all the time. Li Xuanle looked at him with some relief and casually took out 24-star labor attribute gems and gave them to him. These gems are enough to increase the labor attribute by 400 points, and Li Xuanle told him to use them sparingly. Zhao Hao was stunned when he received them. Li Xuanle remained calm. For the past 3 years, he and Zhao Hao had always teased each other, but they had never truly fallen out. In the past, Li Xuanle had a tough life, relying not only on the snacks hidden in his love letters, but also on Zhao Hao's meals. He knew Zhao Hao's family wasn't well off, but he still shamelessly mooched off him for a long time. Zhao Hao never held it against him, so in Li Xuanle's heart, this brother held considerable importance. That's why Li Xuanle didn't hesitate to split the money from the equipment dropped in the previous Super Ghost dungeon with Zhao Hao. Not long after, Zhao Hao saw his mother's stall and immediately ran over excitedly to help. Li Xuanle glanced at her. Zhao Ma was in her 40s, her face and hands weathered, and her clothes were old. In front of her was a barbecue cart, on which were placed chicken, duck, fish, and various barbecue seasonings. Zhao Hao laughed and called out, "Mom, bring 2 roast chickens, the biggest ones. This is my best brother, Li Xuanle. Let's eat roast chicken." Zhao's mother was very happy to see her son return, but she soon noticed that his equipment was unusual and obviously quite valuable. Zhao Hao proudly said that Li Xuanle had helped him get this outfit, which was worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother was immediately stunned and repeatedly said that she couldn't possibly accept such a thing. Zhao Hao laughed even harder, saying that his older brother was very capable and that this little thing was nothing to Li Xuanle. Li Xuanle stepped forward, unusually abandoning his usual nonchalant demeanor, and greeted her respectfully. "Hello, Auntie. My name is Li Xuanle." Aunt Zhao smiled and praised him for being handsome, then quickly invited the 2 of them to sit down, saying she would grill 2 large ones for them. After Li Xuanle sat down, he felt a pang of unease. He finally understood that Zhao Hao's family was indeed poor, and his parents earned their money through hard work. Yet, Zhao Hao had always covered for him all these years, never uttering a single complaint. At this moment, Zhao's mother told Zhao Hao not to interfere and to go keep his friend company, and also asked him to grab 2 bottles of cola. Zhao Hao quickly returned with the cola and invited Li Xuanle to sit down. As soon as Li Xuanle sat down, he noticed a weathered middle-aged man next to him smiling at him. The man also had a stall in front of him with a sewing machine on it. Zhao Hao followed his gaze and then remembered to introduce him. "Brother, that's my dad. He does some tailoring work." Li Xuanle immediately greeted, "Hello, uncle." Mr. Zhao responded with a smile, then called to Mrs. Zhao, telling her to bake 2 large ones for the 2 children. Mrs. Zhao, busy at work, replied that she had already started baking them a while ago. After exchanging greetings, Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao sat on a low stool and chatted. Zhao Hao suddenly remembered the adventurers on the road and asked Zhao's mother if she knew what had happened. Aunt Zhao said she didn't know either, only that those people had been here for several days. Li Xuanle glanced at Zhao Ma's barbecue stall, then at Zhao Ba's sewing machine, and finally fixed his gaze on Zhao Hao, asking him how much money he would need to buy a house, which he had mentioned last time. Zhao Hao said he hadn't asked for details yet, but he estimated that a 2-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment would cost at least 2 million, but he had already made the down payment, thanks to Li Xuanle. Li Xuanle then asked how much a 3-bedroom apartment would cost. Zhao Hao said at least 3 million, which was too expensive, and he wouldn't consider it. Li Xuanle was somewhat surprised and asked him what he would do if he got married and had children in the future. Zhao Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying that living was already tiring enough, and he didn't have time to think about things like marriage. Li Xuanle didn't say anything more. He took out his phone and fiddled with it for a while, then looked at Zhao Hao and said, "Qian, check your WeChat." Zhao Hao took out his phone and looked at it. His pupils dilated instantly, and his breathing became rapid. Li Xuanle actually transferred 5 million to him. Zhao Hao was completely stunned, stammering and unable to utter a complete sentence. Li Xuanle simply took his phone, calmly accepted the call, and then handed it back to him. Then, he said calmly, "I said I would make it up to you sooner or later. It's not morning now, but it's evening." Chapter 63. Not just adventurers. Law enforcers are killed without hesitation. "Brother, Zhao Hao stammered, staring at the transfer on his phone. He immediately wanted to return the money, repeatedly telling himself that while he liked to take advantage of small things, he absolutely couldn't take such a big one. Li Xuanle didn't reply, but glanced at the roast chickens on the barbecue cart priced at 68 each, his lips twitching slightly. If you remember correctly, Zhao Hao had just said 88 each. This guy really never stops trying to get a bargain. However, Li Xuanle didn't care at all. He said calmly, since Zhao Hao likes to take advantage of small things, then this time let him take a big one. Zhao Hao had just finished refunding the money and tried to grab his phone to accept it, but Li Xuanle was prepared and directly returned the transfer. He looked at Zhao Hao and said meaningfully, "Use this money to buy a bigger house, so you won't have to worry about money when you get married and have children." Zhao Hao stared at the extra 5 million in his account, stunned for a long time, as if he had won the lottery. Just as Zhao Hao was about to express his loyalty, Li Xuanle immediately interrupted him, telling him not to say anything mushy and to keep it to himself. Zhao Hao awkwardly scratched his head and could only swallow his words. Soon, the two began eating the roast chicken. The chicken was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, golden and crunchy, with an explosion of flavor in every bite. After finishing, Li Xuanle took a taxi back to his dormitory at Fengshu Academy, intending to savor the place one last time. After all, he was rich now and could always live off campus in the future. Zhao Hao felt sorry for his mother's hard work and decided to stay and help her out. After Li Xuanle walked away, he pulled his parents aside and said mysteriously that his brother had just transferred 5 million to him. Upon hearing this, Zhao's parents were immediately alarmed. They had worked hard their entire lives and never earned this much money. Their first reaction was that they couldn't accept it. Zhao Hao explained helplessly that he had already tried to return it, but Li Xuanle wouldn't accept it and even wanted him to buy a house. Zhao's parents' expressions became complicated. After a long while, they sighed. "Our son's brother is so reliable. This time, his help is even greater than what we as parents have given him." Zhao Hao looked in the direction Li Xuanle had left and said proudly, "My older brother is an extremely capable person." It was quickly past 10 o'clock at night. Li Xuanle lay on his simple bed in his dormitory, scrolling through the news, the aroma of roast chicken still lingering in his mouth. Just then his phone vibrated. It was a call from Zhao Hao. He had barely answered the phone before he could even speak when a heart-wrenching cry came from the other end. "Son, wake up!" Interspersed with this was a string of angry curses. Then, Zhao's mother pleaded with him, saying that Zhao Hao claimed to be very powerful and begged him if he could save someone, that Zhao Hao was dying. Li Xuanle's expression changed. He was fine just a moment ago. How could he suddenly be on the verge of death? He immediately pressed for details about where the person was and what had happened. Zhao Ma choked back tears as she said that Zhao Hao was right where they were eating roast chicken when several adventurers robbed him of his equipment and beat him half to death. Li Xuanle sprang from his bed and rushed out of the dormitory. Death was impossible. He had a resurrection skill. A taxi ride there would take at most 20 minutes, and as long as the person hadn't been dead for more than an hour, he could use Nirvana resurrection to bring them back to life. Inside the car, Li Xuanle's face was grim. Zhao Hao was very fast. Normally, even if he couldn't beat him, he could escape, unless something held him back. What puzzled him even more was that there was clearly an enforcement team at the night market. Why was no one doing anything about adventurers stealing equipment? Not long after, he arrived at the 9th Street night market in the 9th district of Wulong City. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a huge crowd surrounding the roast chicken stall. With a grim face, he pushed his way through the crowd and coldly shouted, "Make way! All of you, make way for me!" After the crowd dispersed, he saw Zhao Hao covered in blood and unconscious. Zhao's parents were on top of him, crying uncontrollably. Li Xuanle's anger surged instantly, his voice icy. "Who the hell did this?" A middle-aged man with a scar, reeking of alcohol, stepped forward, his eyes filled with malice and disdain. He glanced at Li Xuanle and sneered. "You called a student like this?" Besides, this student's gear looks pretty good. Why don't we just strip him too? Li Xuanla stared at him, his gaze like a knife. Did you do this? The scarred man nodded nonchalantly, saying that monsters were about to descend upon the 9th district, and it was reasonable for them, the adventurers guarding this place, to lend him a couple of pieces of equipment. After speaking, he gestured to the 4 people behind him to take action. Li Xuanla didn't move, only coldly asking them if they weren't afraid of the enforcement team. The scarred man looked at him with mockery, laughing at his youth. Li Xuanla's face remained calm as he slowly said, "Young? Then I'll do what young people should do." The next second, he took out his staff and waved it lightly, and 4 balls of green light shot out instantly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The green lights accurately struck the 4 adventurers. Before they could even scream, they collapsed to the ground, completely lifeless. The scene fell instantly silent. You could hear a pin drop. All the onlookers were too terrified to utter a sound. Li Xuanla stared at the 4 corpses on the ground, his face devoid of any remorse, as if he were merely looking at a few people sleeping on the floor. The scarred man sobered up considerably in an instant, his eyes widening as he stared at him in disbelief. You killed 4 adventurers with semi-law enforcement status? Li Xuanla looked up at him, his tone icy. 4? No, 5. If you mess with me, I'll kill even law enforcers, let alone adventurers. Chapter 64. Zhao Hao's resurrection stuns everyone. What? You dare kill a law enforcement officer? The scarred drunk man sobered up instantly, staring intently at Li Xuanla, his face pale, his voice trembling. Where exactly do you work? Li Xuanla did not answer, but simply raised his staff, and a beam of green light struck him directly. He said coldly, "Within 100 seconds, hand over the stolen equipment and reveal your backing." His gaze was like an ice blade, making the scarred man tremble with fear. Li Xuanla withdrew his gaze, squatted down, and checked Zhao Hao's breath, only to find that he was completely lifeless. His own brother was killed just like that. Li Xuanla's face instantly darkened, and his killing intent surged once more. He hadn't expected things to suddenly deteriorate to this extent. Beside them, Zhao's parents were crying so hard they could barely stand. Li Xuanla's face turned cold, and another beam of green light fell on the scarred man. Your life is less than 50 seconds left. After speaking, he gently waved his staff, and a mysterious white light the size of a fist appeared, which enveloped Zhao Hao as he pointed the staff. The scarred man then realized that his health was plummeting uncontrollably. He panicked completely and quickly pulled out all the equipment he had stolen from Zhao Hao and placed it on the ground. He dared not resist. The scene of Li Xuanla instantly killing 4 of his companions was still fresh in his mind. He had never seen such a bloodless method of killing before. As an adventurer who had spent years teetering on the edge of death, he knew when to back down. But this time, he misjudged. From the very beginning, Li Xuanla had no intention of letting him go. Soon, Zhao Hao slowly opened his eyes, still somewhat dazed. Li Xuanla used Revival Wind to heal him, then added a layer of golden protective light from Divine Protection. "So, you're awake?" Zhao's parents, wiping away their tears, immediately rushed over and hugged Zhao Hao tightly, as if he would disappear again if they let go. Zhao Hao came to his senses, looked around, and was surprised to see Li Xuanla. "Dad, Mom, what brings my older brother here?" With red eyes, Zhao Ma explained that she had heard Zhao Hao say that Li Xuanla was powerful, which was why she called for help. Zhao Hao panicked upon hearing this. "Mom, how could you do this? What if it implicates my older brother?" Aunt Zhao lowered her head, completely at a loss. Li Xuanla waved his hand. "Ri Qian, don't mention Annie. You've come to the right person for this." At this point, more and more people gathered around to watch. They were all stunned to see Li Xuanla use a mysterious white light to save Zhao Hao, who had already lost all life. Resurrection spell? Is this person pastor? But nowadays, very few people are willing to choose a priest. What's even more absurd is that if he were a priest, how could he have instantly killed 4 adventurers with semi-law enforcement status? The more the crowd thought about it, the more confused they became. Several adventurers nearby heard the commotion and came to see what was going on. After confirming that Zhao Hao was all right, Li Xuanla asked him, "Ri Qian, what exactly happened just now?" Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and said that a few adventurers came to eat roast chicken, but they didn't pay after they finished. He disagreed, and when they noticed that he had good equipment, they just started to rob him. Li Xuanle frowned. You're fast enough. You should be able to escape without any problem. Zhao Hao's voice turned serious. My parents are still here. What will happen to them if I run away? They even used my parents to threaten me. Li Xuanle was not surprised after hearing this. He had long suspected that Zhao Hao surrendered because his parents were being held hostage. Otherwise, with Zhao Hao's level 43, full constitution stats, and decent equipment, ordinary adventurers wouldn't have been able to catch him at all. Li Xuanle pointed to the equipment on the ground. Put these on first, then go home right away. Zhao Hao quickly put on his gear, and the next second he saw 4 lifeless corpses on the ground, and he froze. Brother, you killed people? Li Xuanle said calmly. So what if I killed him? Having lived 2 lives, his mindset was no longer as flustered as that of a young man like Zhao Hao. At this moment, the Scar Man turned pale and hurriedly shouted, I'm almost out of health. Save me. Li Xuanle said coldly. You're hopeless. As soon as he finished speaking, the scarred man fell straight down, as if he were asleep. 5 corpses lay on the ground, and the onlookers gasped in shock. Li Xuanle pulled Zhao Hao aside and earnestly instructed him. Quickly, you 2 go back immediately. I'll handle things here, trust me. Zhao Hao refused to leave, but his parents held him tightly, and the 3 of them eventually left in a hurry, not even bothering to pack up their things at the stall. Li Xuanle stayed behind alone, waiting for the enforcement team to arrive. He showed no sign of panic, and Eva bought a few boxes of chewing gum and chewed them slowly. He didn't leave because he feared the enforcement team would come after Zhao Hao's family if he did. Now that he'd intervened, he was determined to suppress the matter completely. As for the future, that would have to be up to Zhao Hao to grow up on his own. Just then, an adventurer stepped out from the crowd, stared at Li Xuanle for a long time, and suddenly asked, Are you Zhao Ritian? Li Xuanle was taken aback. The nickname Zhao Ritian was given to Zhao Hao by him. How can anyone else call him that? He looked up at the other person and felt that he looked somewhat familiar. The man quickly said, It's me, Qin Xuan. You're the one who saved us during the 5-star 1,000-year tree spirit incident. Li Xuanle then remembered that he had indeed saved several people during the wilderness trial, and the leader seemed to be named Qin Xuan, who was also a member of the life and death adventure team. The name he left behind was Zhao Ritian. Qin Xuan pulled Li Xuanle aside and asked in a low voice, Did you kill these 5 people? Li Xuanle nodded. Yes. Qin Xuan's expression turned grave. That's a big problem. They are adventurers with a semi-law enforcement status, which means they're the henchmen of the law enforcement officers, and they have someone backing them up. Li Xuanle smiled faintly. I'll meet force with force and water with earth. I'm not afraid. Qin Xuan said earnestly, Brother, you saved my life. I remember that. I can contact my father. He's also one of the law enforcers. He can help you out. Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow. Your father? Yes, my father, Qin Tian. Li Xuanle said thoughtfully. Qin Tian? Your name reminds me of someone else. Qin Xuan asked who. Qin Wanchuan. Qin Xuan's expression changed slightly. How do you know him? Li Xuanle immediately sensed something was wrong. Is there really a connection? Qin Xuan remained silent for a moment before saying in a low voice, He is my half-brother. Chapter 65, God-level skill, divine teleportation. Oh, there's more to this story? Li Xuanle looked at Qin Xuan and casually pulled out a piece of chewing gum. Want one? Qin Xuan was stunned to see his calm expression. You still have a mind to chew gum? Do you know how troublesome it is to kill someone in the city? Li Xuanle muttered to himself. Trouble? What trouble? Seeing that Qin Xuan didn't take it, he put the chewing gum back. Qin Xuan pondered for a moment, then explained simply. There may be game monsters descending on the 9th district recently, which is said to be related to luck. The higher-ups have sent a large number of adventurers here to prevent and protect them. Before the crisis is over, they also have a semi-law enforcement status. At this point, Qin Xuan's tone turned serious. However, it is true that some people will use this identity to cause trouble, and such things are not uncommon. Li Xuanle then understood, his voice slightly cold. But they killed my brother. Qin Xuan was taken aback. Where is your brother? I saved him. Resurrect. Qin Xuan looked surprised. You have resurrection magic? Li Xuanle didn't hide anything. Yes. Qin Xuan's eyes immediately changed. If that's the case, there's still room for maneuver. Healers with resurrection skills are highly sought after everywhere. Li Xuanle, however, didn't care at all. It's a piece of cake. No need to worry. Seeing that he remained calm, Qin Chuan couldn't help but ask, "Do you have a powerful backer?" Li Xuanla thought for a moment and shook his head. "So, you're very rich? Enough to cover this up?" Li Xuanla shook his head again. He wasn't sure if he was rich, and he had no intention of solving the problem with money. Qin Chuan was even more puzzled. "Then why are you so calm?" This boy looked only 17 or 18 years old, yet he could kill someone in the city without batting an eye. Qin Chuan knew very well that once he was on the lookout for law enforcement, he would hardly be able to stay peacefully in the city anymore. Li Xuanla chewed his gum and said jokingly, "It's simple because I'm tough." These words, however, seemed to carry a tremendous weight in Qin Chuan's ears. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose outside the crowd. "Get out of the way! Who's causing trouble here?" The onlookers immediately parted to make way, whispering among themselves, "The enforcement team is here. This kid is in big trouble. Being taken in won't be pleasant. The enforcement team is ruthless." Soon, 3 law enforcement officers in black uniforms entered. Their uniforms bore white circular badges containing a gold sword and shield, the very symbol of the Xia Kingdom's law enforcement. The leader had a square face and sharp eyes. He saw the 5 adventurer corpses on the ground, his expression immediately darkening. He scanned the group and asked, "Who did this?" Li Xuanla crossed his arms, chewing gum as he answered, "I did it." Seeing his calm demeanor, the other party became suspicious. Observing that Li Xuanla's equipment was quite good, they guessed that the young man might have some background, so they softened their tone. "My name is Tang Long, captain of the 5th Law Enforcement Team in the 9th District of Wulong City. Please show your identification." Li Xuanla rummaged through the documents for a while, before finally finding his ID card and handing it over. Tang Long took the document and frowned slightly. Li Xuanla, 18 years old. He thought for a moment, seemingly unfamiliar with any important figure surnamed Li, but still dared not be careless. After taking his photo and registering him, he asked, "What do you do for a living?" "Student." "Which college?" "Phoenix Chick Academy." Upon hearing this, Tang Long's expression shifted slightly. His younger brother, Tang Xiao-san, was also at Fengshu Academy, and he did seem to recognize the name Li Xuanla. He suppressed his doubts and continued, "Why did you kill these 5 adventurers?" "They killed my brother." "Where's your brother's body?" "I resurrected them, and I sent them back first." A hint of surprise flashed in Tang Long's eyes as he looked at Li Xuanla again. Resurrection skills were extremely rare. They were indeed legendary, but generally required a very high level and were mostly only learnable by priests. However, the priest class had long since declined, and almost no one wanted to choose it. He asked uncertainly, "Are you sure it was someone who died and then came back to life?" "Yes." "What job did you choose?" "Priest." Tang Long's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "Li Xuanla, are you the #1 poisonous milk from Phoenix Academy?" This time it was Li Xuanla's turn to be surprised. He hadn't expected that the other party knew about him. He said casually, "That's what they call me." Tang Long raised an eyebrow. "My younger brother, Tang Xiao-san, is at Phoenix Academy. He mentioned you to me." Li Xuanla nodded. "I know him." Recalling the information he had heard, Tang Long asked again, "I heard you're a top talent at Phoenix Academy?" Li Xuanla did not respond, but remained silent. Tang Long's expression turned serious. "I know you are talented, but you killed 5 people. I'm afraid this matter won't be so easily resolved." As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his voice and said meaningfully, "But you're lucky. You have a resurrection skill." Li Xuanla remained outwardly nonchalant, but inwardly he sneered. If these people actually made a move, they would be the ones who were lucky. He put his hands in his pockets, waiting for Tang Long to continue. Tang Long leaned close to his ear and whispered, "There's someone who urgently needs a resurrection skill, and this matter happens to fall under his jurisdiction. If you go to see him, the matter can be resolved peacefully." Li Xuanla asked calmly, "You mean he desperately needs a resurrection skill, so he wants to see me?" Tang Long smiled and said, "That's right. This is very important to him, not only for himself, but also for the people in this area." Li Xuanla asked directly, "What are the benefits?" Tang Long answered decisively, "The advantage is that from now on, you can do whatever you want in District 9. Seeing Li Xuanla deep in thought, Tang Long added, "Not only you, but your brothers can also walk around with impunity, and no one will bother them anymore." Hearing this, Li Xuanla was indeed somewhat tempted. He was already quite capable of getting by on his own, But Zhao Hao's parents also had a business to run, so having someone to look after them would naturally make things more secure. Just as he was pondering this, a cold notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! You have a system task to complete. Li Xuanle's heart skipped a beat. His system hadn't given him any benefits in a long time. Was it planning something big this time? He immediately checked the task. 1. Agree to meet the other party. Completion reward. Obtain the skill book, divine teleportation, God level. 2. Refuse to see the other person. Completion reward. Obtain the skill book, 5-second true man, God level, divine teleportation, 5 seconds of true manhood. These are all God level skills. Li Xuanle was immediately conflicted. He was already immortal, so 5 seconds of invincibility wouldn't mean much to him. But teleportation was clearly much more practical. With a God-level skill right in front of him, it would be a real shame to pass it up. Ultimately, for the sake of this teleportation ability, he decided to go and meet that person. He raised his eyes and said in a calm tone, "Let's go and meet the person you mentioned." Chapter 66, Hexagonal Poisonous Milk, with no weaknesses. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification sound rang in Li Xuanle's mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the skill book, Divine Teleportation. He immediately checked the skill information. Holy Teleportation, exclusive to priests, no level limit. The passive effect is a holy state, immune to all control effects. The active effect is teleportation, allowing instantaneous movement within a range of level multiplied by 10 meters, with a 1-second cooldown. Skill level, God tier. Nice. Li Xuanle couldn't help but smile, and immediately learned the skill. This way, he'd definitely need to increase his intelligence, ensuring ample healing output and granting him immunity to crowd control and teleportation. A hexagonal poison healer, with absolutely no weaknesses. Just then, Qin Chuan suddenly darted out from the side, leaned close to Tang Long's ear and whispered, "Brother, although this young man has committed a crime, he is my savior and my brother. My father is Qin Tian, who is also a member of your law enforcement team." Tang Long was taken aback and looked at Qin Chuan carefully. He certainly knew the name Qin Tian. He was the deputy director of the 9th District Law Enforcement Bureau of Wulong City, with more power than him, the captain of a law enforcement team. Tang Long asked him his name. Qin Chuan said his name was Qin Chuan and that he was Qin Tian's son. Tang Long, however, remembered that Qin Tian's son was named Qin Wan Chuan. Qin Chuan's tone was somewhat unnatural, and he only said that Qin Tian was his younger brother. Tang Long seemed to understand something, then patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder. "Okay, I got it. But this guy is really capable. I'm not here to deal with him. I'm here to introduce him to someone." Qin Chuan was stunned. He couldn't hear Tang Long and Li Xuanle's whispers, so he could only look at Li Xuanle in confusion. Li Xuanle smiled faintly. "Thanks, brother. Don't worry, I'm fine. By the way, my real name is Li Xuanle." Qin Chuan murmured the name to himself, watching Li Xuanle, Tang Long, and the others leave in their car, his face still showing worry. Not long after, Zhao Hao, who had been pulled away by his parents, hurriedly ran back. But the crowd had already dispersed, the 5 corpses had been disposed of, and Li Xuanle was nowhere to be found. Zhao Hao frantically pulled around, asking people, "Where did that student go? What about the one who's about my age?" Seeing his anxiety, Qin Chuan asked, "Are you looking for Li Xuanle?" Zhao Hao nodded quickly. Qin Chuan recognized him as the one who had fought against the 5-star 1,000-year tree spirit with him back then, along with 2 beautiful girls. Zhao Hao also remembered Qin Chuan and quickly asked where Li Xuanle had gone. Qin Chuan told him that Li Xuanle had left with the law enforcement team, and that the man's name was Tang Long. He said he was taking him to meet someone. Zhao Hao frowned. "Who do you know?" Qin Chuan smirked. "Probably a big shot." Zhao Hao was still uneasy and asked again if it was true or false. Qin Chuan could only say it was half true and half false, which made Zhao Hao even more frustrated. Qin Chuan comforted him, saying there was no use in worrying, and then turned around and dialed a number he hadn't called in many years. The contact name was written with 4 words, "Heartless Old Man." After the call connected, a deep, surprised voice came from the other end. "De Chuan, why are you calling me all of a sudden?" Qin Chuan was silent for a moment before speaking. "I have a friend who got into trouble. His name is Li Xuanle. He was taken away by Tang Long. Can you help me find out what's going on?" The other party pressed for details about who this friend was. Qin Chuan only said that it was a friend who had saved his life. Upon hearing the name Li Xuanle, the other party's tone became noticeably harsher, but he still agreed to help. He then asked Qin Chuan how he and his mother were doing and offered to transfer some money to them. Qin Chuan refused, his voice tinged with bitterness. No need. You should use your money to nurture your Xiao Chuan. Just ask about Li Xuanle's situation for me. That'll be my thanks. The other party said there was no need for thanks between father and son, but Qin Chuan hung up the phone immediately, afraid that his mother would blame him if she found out. On the other end of the phone, a gray-haired man in his 50s stared blankly at the floor and sighed. After all these years, she still hasn't forgiven me. He is Qin Tian, the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau of the 9th District of Wulong City, and the biological father of Qin Wangchuan, the Shadow Saint Assassin, and Qin Chuan, the adventurer. However, the two sons are half-brothers. Qin Chuan put away his phone and sighed deeply. If Li Xuanle hadn't saved his life, he would never have contacted Qin Tian, because back then, Qin Tian abandoned his wife and children to marry the daughter of a wealthy merchant. Qin Chuan was only 4 years old at the time. He and his mother both hated this man, especially his mother, who had repeatedly warned him not to go to that damned father. Qin Chuan looked dejected as he walked to the cold noodle stall and ordered a bowl of cold noodles and mashed potatoes. On the other side, Li Sun sat leisurely in the car, not at all like someone about to face trouble. He was pondering the divine teleportation he had just learned. Tang Long looked at him calmly, somewhat surprised. You seem very composed? Li Xuanle casually took out his phone. What else? Remembering the grand competition between the 3 academies today, Tang Long asked which academy had won. Li Xuanle casually replied, Phoenix Chick Academy won. Tang Long then asked who held out until the end, and Li Xuanle calmly said, Me. Tang Long looked incredulous. You? Don't joke around. Is it Li Chun or Lin Yu? Tang Xiaosan said those two are very strong. Li Xuanle didn't even look up. I told you it was me. They didn't stay until the end. Tang Long still couldn't accept it. How could a wet nurse possibly last until the end? Li Xuanle retorted. What's wrong with a healer? Are you underestimating healers? Tang Long muttered. Aren't healers supposed to be harmless? Li Xuanle remained unfazed. Otherwise, who do you think killed those 5 adventurers? Tang Long fell silent. Tang Xiaosan had indeed said that this kid could use poison. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become wary. What if Li Xuanle didn't cooperate? Would he also be poisoned to death? He wasn't afraid of a direct confrontation, but he was wary of this strange skill. Like his brother's mental chains, which could control thoughts, it was equally difficult to defend against. At this moment, Li Xuanle suddenly asked, I heard that there might be a monster invasion in the 9th District. What? Tang Long was taken aback, seemingly surprised. Who told you that? Li Xuanle uttered 2 words calmly. Qin Chuan. Chapter 67 Dragon Knight, Wang Hao. Contracted Leganpate. Tang Long nodded thoughtfully, saying that the man was right. The luck crystal in the 9th District was indeed running out recently, which was why adventurers needed to be sent in advance to prepare for the event. No one knew when the monsters would suddenly appear. Li Xuanle put down his phone, resting his chin on his hand in deep thought. It was another luck crystal. This wasn't the first time he'd heard of it, and he was gradually becoming more curious. Tang Long sensed something else in his words, and asked if he had heard it from someone else. Li Xuanle casually replied that Mayor Zhuge Tianming had mentioned it not long ago, instructing him to try his best to obtain some luck crystals for Wulong City when he went to the Super God Academy. Upon hearing this, Tang Long's expression immediately changed. He hadn't expected that this student could be connected to the mayor of Wulong City. If Li Xuanle truly won first place in the 3 academies competition, then he would indeed have a chance to get close to Zhuge Tianming. Thinking this through, Tang Long reconsidered his position. This young man had a limitless future, and he couldn't afford to offend him easily, at least not now. Li Xuanle, however, simply said that they had met once and didn't think there was anything to brag about. Tang Long pondered for a moment, then said that if he could really get into the Super God Academy, he would likely become the pride of Phoenix Academy in Wulong City. After saying that, he took out a pack of cigarettes, handed one to Li Xuanle, and asked him if he wanted one. Li Xuanle refused without hesitation. Tang Long didn't say much either, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled out the window. Just then his phone rang. Tang Long answered the phone and asked Xiao Pang what was going on. The other party reported that the 5 adventurers who died did not have much of a background, but one of them was a bit troublesome. His name was Lin Hu, and he was the cousin of Lin Lei, the deputy director of the 3rd District Law Enforcement Bureau of Wulong City. Upon hearing the name Lin Lei, Tang Long's tone noticeably sombered. The deputy director of the 3rd District Enforcement Bureau was not someone a mere captain of the 9th District Enforcement Team could easily provoke, not to mention that the Lin family was a top-tier family, its status no less than the Xiao families. After hanging up the phone, Tang Long took another drag of his cigarette, his eyes half closed in thought. He looked at Li Xuanle, who was still playing on his phone, and said seriously, "If it weren't for Director Wang's kindness to me and his constant reminders to find someone with resurrection abilities, I really wouldn't want to get involved in this mess." Li Xuanle stopped what he was doing, turned his head, and asked him if things were a bit difficult. Tang Long said frankly that involving the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau was indeed tricky. As soon as he finished speaking, the cigarette in his hand burned to the end, burning his fingers and making them tremble. Li Xuanle smiled and said, "It seems this matter is quite hot to handle." Tang Long nodded in agreement. Li Xuanle looked out the window and said casually, "Why don't we just let it go and let him deal with it himself?" Tang Long stared at him and asked how he planned to face the situation. Li Xuanle simply replied, "It's simple. If gods come, I'll kill them. If demons come, I'll kill them." A rare maturity and ruthlessness shone through his young face. These words sent a chill down Tang Long's spine. After a moment of silence, he reminded Li Xuanle that the information stated he was an orphan, which did indeed justify his actions, but as long as there were attachments, killing alone was not an option. For example, could he protect his brother for the rest of his life? Li Xuanle fell silent. Zhao Hao, his brother, had been with him for many years and had helped him a lot. If Zhao Hao were in trouble, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. But people always have to part ways, and he couldn't be there for him every moment. Tang Long continued, "In this world, you can't just be good at fighting. You also need connections and background. Without a network, the other side could easily take matters into their own hands, hire adventurer assassins to wipe out his brother's family, and then kill them to cover their tracks. You wouldn't even be able to find any evidence then." Li Xuanle appeared unconcerned because his true confidence stemmed from the god-level skills granted by the system. He could challenge anyone, but Tang Long's words weren't entirely without merit. Shortly after, Tang Long led Li Xuanle out of the car and arrived in front of a brightly lit building. This was the 9th District Law Enforcement Bureau of Wulong City. The two entered the building and went up to the door of an office on the 2nd floor. Tang Long knocked on the door, and a deep voice came from inside, telling them to come in. In the office, a middle-aged man in his 40s with short hair sat in a chair, his face filled with worry, as if he were resting with his eyes closed. His name was Wang Hong, the director of the 9th District Law Enforcement Bureau and an 82-level swordsman. Tang Long cut to the chase, saying, "Director Wang, I brought you the person you're looking for." Wang Hong's eyes snapped open, his gaze first falling on Tang Long, then shifting to Li Xuanle. Tang Long introduced him as Li Xuanle, the #1 poisonous milk of Fengshu Academy, and also the #1 in the 3 Great Academies competition. Upon hearing these titles, Wang Hong's eyes flashed with surprise, clearly not understanding what #1 poisonous milk meant. Tang Long added that he had gotten into some trouble and needed Director Wang's help to deal with it. He had killed 5 adventurers with semi-law enforcement status in the city, one of whom was named Lin Hu, the cousin of Lin Lei, the deputy director of the 3rd District Law Enforcement Bureau. Upon hearing the name Lin Lei, Wang Hong frowned immediately. The 3rd District held a higher status than the 9th District, and Lin Lei's network of connections was not simple, not to mention the top-tier Lin family behind him. The top-tier family forces are spread across more than 100 cities, deeply entrenched and extremely difficult to deal with. Even provoking just one of them could lead to being secretly attacked at any time. Wang Hong pondered for a moment, then looked at Li Xuanle and asked if he really had the resurrection skill. Li Xuanle nodded and said he did, but there were limitations. It could only be used once every 24 hours. The target could not have been dead for more than 1 hour, and it could only resurrect one person. Upon hearing this answer, Wang Hong leaned back in his chair, his eyes darting around. After a moment, he said that if that were the case, he was willing to take the risk. Li Xuanle casually asked what they needed the resurrection skill for. Wang Hong only said 2 words, to save people. Li Xuanle pressed for details on who to save. Wang Hong replied in a deep voice that his nephew, Wang Hao, had a hidden profession, Dragon Knight. Li Xuanle was taken aback and said that he knew Wang Hao was his classmate. Did he really need to protect him? Wang Hong nodded and said it was necessary because Wang Hao was about to contract a dragon pet. Chapter 68. This young man definitely has a secret, a big secret. A dragon pet? Li Xuanle was somewhat surprised. He knew that Wang Hao was a hidden class, the Dragon Knight, but he had never had a dragon, which was why his strength seemed ordinary, only slightly stronger than a regular knight. But once a Dragon Knight contracts with a dragon pet, their combat power will inevitably surge. At that point, even facing Lin Yu's devouring python, they probably won't be at a disadvantage. Is Wang Hao finally about to take off? Wang Hong slowly stood up, his expression solemn. We have found clues about the dragon pet, but the contract process is very risky, so we have been looking for someone with resurrection skills, just in case. Li Xuanle nodded, indicating his understanding. Wang Hong then seemed to remember something and asked if he was a student at Fengshu Academy. Li Xuanle casually replied, his attitude remaining nonchalant. He had no reverence for these high-ranking officials and dignitaries. After all, he genuinely had the power to back him up. Wang Hong, observing this, was even more astonished. A mere student, a nanny, actually possessed resurrection skills. Based on his years of experience, Wang Hong immediately realized that this young man was hiding a secret, and a big one at that. He pressed for details about the resurrection skills rating, and Li Xuanle simply replied with 2 words, 7 stars. Wang Hong couldn't help but sigh. Resurrection skills were already rare, and 7-star skill books were even rarer. Li Xuanle didn't reply, but instead walked to the table, picked up an orange, and asked if he could eat it. Wang Hong told him to eat whatever he wanted, but he was increasingly surprised. He was the director of the 9th District Enforcement Bureau, and his subordinates treated him with utmost respect. Yet Li Xuanle showed no restraint whatsoever. This composure didn't seem feigned. Wang Hong re-examined him, and the more he looked, the more he felt that this young man wasn't ignorant and fearless, but truly possessed sufficient confidence. After a moment, Wang Hong spoke seriously. Besides a dragon pet, there is something even more important that requires your resurrection skill. Li Xuanle asked what it was, and Wang Hong mentioned the luck crystal. Li Xuanle's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected to hear that again. Wang Hong looked at Tang Long, signaling him to leave first, as he needed to speak with this person alone. Tang Long agreed, gave Li Xuanle a deep look, and then left. Wang Hong handed him 2 oranges and asked him to sit down and talk. Li Xuanle didn't stand on ceremony, sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and continued eating the oranges, looking very casual. Looking at his arrogant demeanor, Wang Hong couldn't help but ask, I'm curious, do you still have anyone you respect? Li Xuanle thought for a moment and replied half-jokingly, I do have people I respect, but no one I fear. He gently tossed the orange peel into the trash can. Wang Hong's pupils constricted slightly, his mind racing, wondering what gave him the audacity to say such a thing. So he asked again, so, according to you, you don't need anyone else to smooth things over for you? Li Xuanle said frankly, that's right, I don't need it. Wang Hong lit a cigarette, stared at him, and asked, then what is his request, or what does he want? Li Xuanle swallowed the orange and cleared his throat. I have a brother who I could normally protect myself, but I can't always take care of him. Since I'm here, I might as well mention him. Wang Hong immediately realized, you killed him because of him? Li Xuanle nodded in acknowledgement, then stood up and said that Wang Hong didn't need to take any risks. He just needed to take care of his brother's small business and make sure no one bullied him. As for Lin Hu and Lin Lei, if they really come knocking, just say that Li Xuanle did it, sever ties with his brother, and don't cause trouble for Zhao Hao. That's all the demands you have. Wang Hong was quite surprised after hearing this. He hadn't expected Li Xuanle to be completely unafraid of Lin Lei and the others. No wonder he hadn't paid much attention to him from beginning to end. Having such a brother was truly a blessing for Zhao Hao. It turned out that Li Xuanle didn't want him to suppress the trouble. He just wanted the Law Enforcement Bureau to clearly pin the responsibility on him, preventing unrelated people from getting involved. Wang Hong's eyes showed a hint of admiration. You're loyal. What's your brother's name? Zhao Hao, Class 2, Grade 3, Phoenix Academy, the Cowardly Swordsman. Wang Hong nodded, then confirmed. But if Lin Lei really comes after you, can you handle it? Li Xuanle's voice was soft, yet carried weight. If they cause me trouble, I'll make them. Wipe them out. Wang Hong's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but wonder how much of what he said was true and how much was false. Li Xuanle seemed to see through his thoughts and casually added, "Believe it or not, no one can kill me." Looking at his calm face, Wang Hong felt that the other party was not bragging. No wonder he won the championship in the 3 major academies competition. Wang Hong realized that this kind of person could only be befriended, never befriended. He then asked Li Xuanle what level he was, and the answer was level 45. Level 45, a healer, yet fearless. Wang Hong wouldn't believe it wasn't a huge secret, but at this moment, he felt a surge of joy. The risk of Wang Hao acquiring a dragon pet is too great. His family only has one hidden profession, the Dragon Knight. If they can successfully contract a dragon pet, the Wang family will definitely have a chance to become a top-tier family. That's why he specially assembled a team, but he still has no confidence. After all, seizing a dragon's pet is like snatching something from under the dragon's nose, even more dangerous than taking food from a tiger's mouth. What they lack is someone with resurrection skills. If Li Xuanle is truly capable, he can not only help Wang Hao obtain the dragon pet, but also provide protection when collecting the luck crystal in the 9th district. The most important thing now is to cultivate a good relationship. Thinking of this, Wang Hong smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of your brother's matter. You need to do 2 things for me. First, help Wang Hao obtain the dragon pet, and second, collect the luck crystals." Li Xuanle picked up another orange, a half smile on his face. "If you do 1 thing for me, and I do 2 for you, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage?" Wang Hong hadn't expected this kid to be so shrewd, and immediately changed his tune. "Then I'll promise you 1 more thing. Is that all right?" Li Xuanle, however, was in no hurry and said slowly, "No rush. Tell me first, what's the deal with collecting luck crystals? I'm a little curious." Chapter 69, A Grand Gift of Poisoning Techniques. Various ways to unleash poison. With a hint of worry, Wang Hong walked to the window and said in a deep voice, "In areas covered by the Qi luck crystal, game monsters will not descend, allowing the people to recuperate in peace. However, Qi luck will continuously deplete. Once it is exhausted, the monsters will reappear, and they will never be completely eradicated. Even after being killed, they will continue to descend." Li Xuanle nodded, indicating that he knew that. Wang Hong continued to explain that there were 2 main sources of luck crystals. One was allocation from above, and the other was active collection. Li Xuanle immediately grasped the key point and asked who allocated them. Wang Hong said it was naturally the city government. He had already applied, but there weren't any extra luck crystals available. Li Xuanle immediately guessed that the only option left was to collect them actively, and he had heard that only the Super God Academy had a way to obtain luck crystals. Wang Hong was somewhat surprised, not expecting Li Xuanle to already know this. He nodded in acknowledgement that the Super God Academy possessed the key to the spatial teleportation array into the cosmic cube. In that vast world, complete Qi luck crystals could indeed be found, but they had to compete fiercely with all races for them. Li Xuanle became interested and asked if there were any incomplete luck crystals. Wang Hong told him that what they were looking for was precisely the fragment of the luck crystal. Li Xuanle secretly found this intriguing. Guan Shanyue had only mentioned the cosmic cube before, but hadn't mentioned the teleportation array, key, or the fragments. Seeing his interest, Wang Hong reminded him that with his strength, entering the Super God Academy shouldn't be difficult. But Li Xuanle wasn't very interested, saying he'd see, since there were still some assessments to be taken, and he was too lazy to bother with them. Wang Hong picked up the glass full of goji berries, took a sip, and said unhurriedly that this kind of exam was not difficult for Li Xuanle at all, and the place where they were looking for dragon pets and collecting fragments of luck crystals happened to be the same place as the Super God Academy's assessment location. Li Xuanle was taken aback and asked where the place was. Wang Hong uttered 4 words in a heavy tone: "The Land of Divine Punishment." Upon hearing this name, Li Xuanle's eyes flickered. He remembered that Li Chun had also mentioned going to the Land of Divine Punishment. Wang Hong continued, "It's fraught with danger there, a place where death is a near certainty. Even those above level 70 only dare to venture into the outermost perimeter. The Land of Divine Punishment contains fragments of auspicious crystals. Although not as complete as a whole crystal, they still contain auspicious energy and can maintain the operation of the safe zone for a short time. However, obtaining these fragments is extremely difficult and dangerous." Li Xuanle, however, became more interested and casually asked how long a complete luck crystal could be used. Wang Hong said that a 1-star crystal could last for 3 months, a 2-star crystal for 6 months, and a 10-star crystal for 30 months. Only then did Li Xuanle realize that luck crystals were actually divided into star levels. He then asked how long the fragments would last. Wang Hong replied that it depended on their completeness. The more complete they were, the closer they would be to the lifespan of a complete crystal of the same star level, but they certainly wouldn't exceed that. Li Xuanle then asked where the real danger lay. Just as Wang Hong was about to continue speaking, Li Xuanle suddenly interrupted, saying he also wanted some water. Wang Hong glanced at the goji berry tea in his hand and asked if he wanted some goji berries. Li Xuanle immediately refused, saying that as a young man, he didn't need any. Wang Hong pointed to the water dispenser next to him and said the disposable cups were on the bookshelf. Li Xuanle went over to get the cups, but found several very colorful books on the shelf, each with an extravagant cover. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Wang Hong's cup had more goji berries than water. He muttered to himself, "These books should at least be put away. Is it appropriate to leave them out like this?" Wang Hong calmly replied that they were all stuffed into his hands by his underlings, and gave him a knowing smile. Li Xuanle shook his head and turned to get some water. Wang Hong continued, "The Cosmic Cube's spatial teleportation array is located somewhere in the land of divine punishment, and people from other countries will also enter there. The ferocious beasts and monsters in the land of divine punishment are at least 5-star or higher, very high level, and extremely difficult to kill. What's more troublesome is that the number of monsters there is enormous, and they keep descending, making them impossible to kill completely. They seem to be guarding the teleportation array, or perhaps preventing humans from approaching it." Li Xuanle pondered as he drank water. Difficult to kill? That wasn't an issue for him. With the Yama's life-taking technique, not even a god would survive, let alone a monster. His only worry was whether it would be too dangerous for Li Chan to go to that kind of place. He asked where the luck crystal fragments were specifically located in the land of divine punishment. Wang Hong replied that they were found on the monsters and ferocious beasts, and there was a chance they would drop after being killed. Li Xuanle immediately understood. That meant as long as he killed enough monsters, he could obtain the fragments. Wang Hong nodded, but his heart was still troubled. The land of divine punishment was usually only frequented by level 100 powerhouses, and even then, they needed excellent equipment and beaded gems. Even so, many level 100 experts were unwilling to fight head-on, because killing hundreds of monsters might not even yield a single fragment. Li Xuanle confirmed that the dragon pet Wang Hao was looking for was also in the land of divine punishment. Wang Hong gave an affirmative answer. Li Xuanle fell into deep thought. Those monsters posed no threat to him, but to others, it was likely a completely different story. He then asked about the equipment dropped by monsters in the land of divine punishment. Wang Hong raised an eyebrow and said, "That goes without saying. At least 5-star monsters drop at least 5-star equipment, though the drop rate is low, but every piece is top quality." Upon hearing this, Li Xuanle's lips curled into a smile. At least 5-star equipment, and all of high quality. This was exactly what he wanted. This way, he could not only level up, but also obtain equipment, collect luck crystals, and incidentally help Wang Hao capture a dragon pet. The plan was perfect. Have Wang Hao take care of Zhao Hao while he was away. His inventory was limited, and he didn't care for 2 or 3-star equipment. If the land of divine punishment only offered 5-star equipment, he could sell it for a fortune. This wasn't some place of divine punishment. It was clearly paradise. Just as Li Xuanle was about to agree, the system's cold notification suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding! You have a system task to complete." Li Xuanle was somewhat surprised. Why was the system being so diligent lately, giving out more benefits? He immediately checked the task, and 2 choices appeared before him. Option 1. Agree to Wang Hong's request and receive an exclusive poison skill package, including the Killing Heart and Soul Poison, Obedience Poison, Disfigurement Poison, and Smiling Half-Step Instantaneous Poison. Option 2. Refuse Wang Hong's request and receive a healing package, including the Healing Technique, Major Healing Technique, Extraordinary Healing Technique, and Super Healing Technique. Li Xuanle's lips curled into a wider smile, his heart overflowing with joy. He had already planned to agree, and the system was now showering him with a poisonous prediction gift pack. Wasn't this forcing him to go further and further down the path of poisonous predictions? As for the healing technique, It's better to inconvenience others than to compromise myself. So he answered without hesitation, I agree. When do we leave? Chapter 70, I wanted to find you a job, but you wanted to steal from my house. Wang Hong pondered for a moment before finally speaking. If you're ready, you can do it tomorrow. Li Xuanle immediately nodded. Okay, tomorrow then. No sooner had he finished speaking than a system notification sounded in his ear. Looking at his mission inventory, he saw several new skill books. He examined them one by one and discovered they were all 5-star skills, and their names were increasingly absurd. Obedience poison. If the poisoned person does not obey orders, they will experience excruciating pain and lose blood. Disfigurement poison. This poison can drastically alter and uglify the victim's appearance. Smiling half-step poison. After being poisoned, the victim can only laugh and cannot walk, otherwise they will go mad from the pain. Killing heart poison. As long as the victim has murderous intent, they will suffer immense inner torment. After reading them, Li Xuanle felt that none of these poisons seemed like legitimate things. But without the slightest hesitation, he learned them all, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face. Things were about to get interesting. At this moment, Wang Hong asked him, by the way, how much virtue attribute do you have now? Li Xuanle glanced at the screen and saw that it showed 666 points. He remembered that he had gotten 466 points from clearing the 100-floor Demon Tower and another 300 points from winning the Dragon Ball Tower dungeon. So he should have had 766 points. Now that he was 100 points short, he was probably deducted for killing 5 people. He frowned and casually replied, 666. Wang Hong was taken aback. What's 666? I'm asking about your virtue attribute points. 666 points. Wang Hong was immediately shocked. 666 points of virtue at level 45 was an outrageous number. Li Xuanle asked with some doubt, is it very high? Wang Hong explained that 300 points qualify one to become a law enforcement officer, 400 points qualify one to become a law enforcement team leader, 500 points qualify one to become a deputy director, and 600 points qualify one to become a director. Li Xuanle immediately became interested and stared at him, asking, what? Are you going to give me the position of bureau chief? Wang Hong almost lost his composure, cursing inwardly. I wanted to find you a job, and you want to steal from me? This is shameless. He laughed and said, it's not that I'm stingy, it's just that you're too young to handle the position of bureau chief. Li Xuanle rubbed his face and said casually, don't worry, I'm not interested in your position. It's just an empty title. He never liked being an official. All those intricate details were too troublesome. He was just making a casual joke. Wang Hong then suggested, how about I make you a team leader for law enforcement? It'll make things easier for you in the future. After clarifying the situation, Li Xuanle learned that the enforcement captain only needed to listen to Wang Hong and could ignore everyone else. He originally didn't want to be ordered around, but Wang Hong made it clear that their relationship was merely cooperative and having a title would make things easier. After thinking it over, Li Xuanle agreed. Since he had no burden, he felt he could handle the position of bureau chief, even if it were given to him. Wang Hong asked him for his ID, intending to have his subordinates process it. Li Xuanle handed it over, still somewhat doubtful. Is the appointment of the enforcement team leader so hasty? Just an ID card is enough. Wang Hong calmly replied, keep things simple for now. In times of crisis, even verbal appointments are acceptable. Li Xuanle suddenly had a strange idea. Aren't you afraid of getting fake certificates? Wang Hong said calmly, execute them on the spot if they are caught. Li Xuanle was speechless for a moment, then crossed his legs and asked about the important matter. How many people are we going to the land of divine punishment tomorrow? What kind of lineup? Wang Hong rubbed his stomach and glanced at the time. It was already 11 p.m. He said he was a little hungry and wanted to go get some barbecue, so they could chat while they ate. Li Xuanle's appetite immediately whetted at the mention of barbecue, even though he had just eaten roast chicken a few hours earlier. Just as the two were about to leave, Wang Hong stopped again. Wait, I'll call Tang Long to come along. Before long, the three arrived at a roadside barbecue stall. As soon as they sat down, Wang Hong casually reminded Tang Long, you said you'd treat me to barbecue last time. Now's your chance. Tang Long was taken aback, but immediately nodded. After all, Wang Hong had helped his brother with a mental skill book, so this meal was indeed on his behalf. He asked Wang Hong what he wanted to eat, and Wang Hong replied casually, "Whatever you want, I'm not picky." Tang Long immediately understood and immediately ordered a variety of items. Lamb skewers, beef skewers, pork skewers, grilled chives, grilled eggplant, as well as grilled pork kidneys, grilled lamb kidneys, and grilled lamb chops. Li Xuanle couldn't help but say, when he heard about kidneys, "I don't use pork kidneys or lamb kidneys." Tang Long smiled and said, "I didn't order yours, but I can add it for you if you want." Li Xuanle fell silent. What was going on with these two? Eating 10 servings of pork kidneys and 10 servings of lamb kidneys between them. Did they have a grudge against kidneys, or were they just that weak? He shook his head, saying he was overthinking it. Tang Long then asked Wang Hong if he wanted a drink. Wang Hong sighed and said that he had been under a lot of pressure lately, and his luck crystal was almost depleted, which was causing him great distress. As the head of the 9th District Enforcement Bureau, he was responsible for the security of the entire area, but he didn't have many truly powerful combat personnel at his disposal. Moreover, he wasn't the only one facing this problem. All districts had to find ways to locate fragments of the luck crystal every so often. Tang Long took Wang Hong's suggestion to drink less as a direct reference to 2 cases of beer. While ordering more beer, he comforted Wang Hong, explaining that many cities and regions in Xia Kingdom faced similar pressures, until the guardians of Xia Kingdom brought back the new Qi Luck Crystal. Each region had to shoulder the responsibility of collecting the fragments themselves. Upon hearing the new term, Li Xuanle casually asked, "What is the guardian of Xia Kingdom?" Tang Long explained that the so-called guardians of Xia Kingdom are super powerful figures who can enter and exit the cosmic cube, specifically to collect luck crystals. Examples include level 100, Sword Saint Mei Changshu, and level 100, Blade Saint Hui Dao. Li Xuanle pressed further, asking what else they did besides collecting crystals. Tang Long replied that they were also responsible for protecting the safety of the Xia Kingdom, defending against threats from other countries, and even getting their approval for the change of ruling families in the Xia Kingdom. Speaking of these people, Tang Long's eyes were filled with admiration. Li Xuanle then asked how many guardians there were. Tang Long replied that there were 11 on the surface, the 11 strongest people in the Xia Kingdom. As for whether there were any more in secret, he didn't know. Li Xuanle waved his hand, steered the conversation back to the main topic. "We've gone off on a tangent. Who are the people going to the land of divine punishment tomorrow?" Wang Hong said seriously, 6 top adventurers of level 70 to 80, plus Wang Hao and you. Tang Long then remembered the crucial issue and looked worried. Wang Hao and Li Xuanle are at such low levels. I'm afraid. Wang Hong had clearly made arrangements beforehand. 3 people will protect Wang Hao, and 3 people will protect Li Xuanle. There shouldn't be any major problems. Li Xuanle didn't reply, but muttered to himself, "I just hope he doesn't end up having to protect that group of people." He actually said he would protect him. Chapter 71 Departure, the Land of Divine Punishment. Soon, the barbecue was placed on a small wooden table, and the aroma of cumin filled the air. Watching Wang Hong and Tang Long devour kidneys, Li Xuanle couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking their eating manners were truly unsightly. But then he thought, if he couldn't beat them, he might as well join them. So he picked up a skewer and started eating too. I must say, it actually tastes pretty good. Tang Long handed him a bottle of beer and asked if he wanted a drink. Li Xuanle shook his head decisively. He really couldn't stand the taste of beer and preferred baijiu, Chinese liquor. Wang Hong and Tang Long didn't force him and started drinking on their own. After a few bottles, the two became more talkative. Wang Hong looked at Li Xuanle with bleary eyes and suddenly asked, "Brother, I always feel like you have a big secret about you." Li Xuanle, with a piece of garlic-flavored eggplant in his hand, replied casually, "You talk as if you have no secrets. These days, who doesn't have something on them?" After he finished speaking, he stuffed the eggplant meat mixed with pickled radish in his mouth, the sour and refreshing taste making him look very satisfied. Tang Long was curious and pressed for a clue. Li Xuanle looked up at him and said, "Why don't you reveal the secret in the mobile browser first?" Upon hearing this, the two immediately stopped asking questions. After laughing, Wang Hong's expression turned serious again. "If the chances of success in this trip to the land of divine punishment are too low, you should retreat quickly and not risk your lives." Li Xuanle glanced at him. "What? You don't think this operation is a good idea?" Wang Hong nodded, admitting that the probability of this happening was indeed low. Not only him, But even the six top adventurers and Wang Hao himself weren't very confident. But even if there was only a sliver of a chance, he still wanted to try. Li Xuanle said calmly, "You still have to have dreams. What if you see a ghost?" He then changed the subject. "If this really works out, will I get any extra benefits?" Wang Hong paused for a moment, then said after a moment of contemplation, "If Wang Hao successfully contracts with the dragon pet, no matter how the situation changes in the future, Wang Hao will always be Li Xuanle's friend. As long as he asks, Wang Hao will never refuse." Wang Hong then added that if Li Xuanle could collect any number of luck crystals, he would be a major contributor to the 9th District. From now on, he could do whatever he wanted in the 9th District and would have priority access to all resources. Li Xuanle nodded, but then raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is there any material reward?" Wang Hong immediately stated that as long as the fragments of the luck crystal were brought back, he would help apply for a reward of no less than 20 million. Li Xuanle was finally satisfied. Money wasn't the point. The point was attitude. Sincerity in doing things brings satisfaction. Just then his phone rang. It was Zhao Hao calling. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Hao asked anxiously, "Brother, where are you? How are you?" Li Xuanle casually replied, "It's nothing. We're having barbecue." Zhao Hao was taken aback. "Barbecue? You're all alone." "There are two more friends." Li Xuanle glanced at Wang Hong and Tang Long, one the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau and the other the captain of a law enforcement team. Zhao Hao was still worried and repeatedly confirmed that he was really all right. Li Xuanle told him that the matter had been resolved. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao became excited and thanked him repeatedly. Li Xuanle reminded him that he was going on a long trip soon and told him to behave himself. Zhao Hao immediately tensed up. "Big brother, you weren't exiled to the frontier, were you? Or are you in jail?" Li Xuanle's forehead swelled with anger, and he cursed, "Go to hell. Can't you speak properly?" After saying that, he gave a few brief instructions and hung up the phone. The next morning, Li Xuanle woke up in a hotel next to the Law Enforcement Bureau building. After washing up, he went to meet Wang Hao and the others as agreed. The hotel was arranged by Wang Hong and was of a high standard. Before setting off, Li Xuanle also received the enforcement team leader's credentials from Wang Hong. Soon, he met Wang Hao. Behind Wang Hao stood 6 well-equipped high-level adventurers. Upon seeing Li Xuanle appear, Wang Hao's eyes widened. "Boss, it really is you." Li Xuanle nodded calmly. "It's me." Wang Hao excitedly grasped his hand. Last night, Wang Hong called him, saying that Li Xuanle would be going to the land of divine punishment with him, and that he possessed resurrection abilities. At first, Wang Hao thought his uncle was joking, but Wang Hong repeatedly emphasized that this was no joke. This news completely stunned Wang Haojian. In his eyes, Li Xuanle was no ordinary genius. He was the #1 poison healer of Fengchu Academy, the #1 in the 3 major academy competition, capable of poisoning, killing, healing, and even resurrecting. Doesn't this mean we're holding other people's lives in our hands? He had searched for a long time, but couldn't find anyone who could be resurrected, only to find that the person was right beside him. This finally gave him a glimmer of hope for his plan to contract a dragon pet. The 6 top adventurers also sized up Li Xuanle, their eyes filled with surprise. Among them was a dashing woman. The short-haired middle-aged man spoke first. "Hello, my name is A Long, and I'm the captain of the adventure team. The other 5 are named A Hu, A Nyo, A Mao, A Go, and A Qian." Li Xuanle almost couldn't hold back after hearing it. Even the name A Yin came out. This name was too casual. A Mao is the only woman in the team. A Long looked at Li Xuanle and continued, "I heard you're a priest and have resurrection skills." Li Xuanle nodded. "Yes, I'm a pastor." A Long then asked, "Is your milk supply sufficient?" Li Xuanle frankly stated, "The poisonous milk is quite strong." The burly adventurers looked at each other, clearly not understanding what this was all about. Wang Hao quickly explained, "Brothers, this wet nurse is no ordinary person. I was nursed by her, and while I can't say her milk supply was plentiful, it was basically useless. Don't count too much on her treatments. Her poison might be more promising." Li Xuanle smiled slightly. What he said makes perfect sense. He knew very well that he was currently relying mainly on a kiting strategy, so he hadn't invested much in his intelligence attribute. Although he had an intelligence staff, its healing ability was only so, barely better than nothing. Fortunately, his 5-star skill, Revitalizing Wind, could still come in handy. Once he gets divine teleport, he can focus his attributes on intelligence and won't need to use sprint anymore. Wang Hao glanced at everyone and said, Captain Along, lead the way. We'll talk as we go. Along nodded. Okay, let's go. Li Xuanle followed the others in the car, a muscle car SUV, one of two in total. He asked curiously, Are we driving to the land of divine punishment? Along shook his head. What are you thinking? The car can't get to the land of divine punishment. We'll drive to the teleportation array first, then teleport to the border, and finally walk in. Li Xuanle nodded. Along's tone became serious. The land of divine punishment is extremely dangerous. It is located at the intersection of multiple countries, and there are not only high-level ferocious beasts and monsters, but also the possibility of encountering enemy forces. Li Xuanle replied, I've heard of that. Along continued to warn, especially you two young geniuses, you are more likely to become targets for the enemy, to nip them in the bud. So be very careful. Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow slightly, but inwardly sneered. Nip it in the bud? Who will kill whom at that time is really uncertain. Chapter 72 Dragon Clan, Contract Technique? A piece of cake. Li Xuanle suddenly understood why the entrance examination for the Super God Academy was held in the land of divine punishment. This place is brutal and bloody. Without truly experiencing life-or-death battles, even the strongest talent is just a paper tiger. Only real combat can hone true strength. Of course, Li Xuanle is an exception. His skills are almost like cheat codes. He's invincible as soon as he leaves the mountain. At this moment, Along spoke up with concern. Actually, the chances of this plan succeeding are very low. Finding the fragments of the luck crystal is extremely difficult. Almost no one has ever succeeded. Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow. Do you have to be so pessimistic? Along sighed. It's not pessimism. Deputy Director Qin Tian said that the 9th District's luck crystal can only last for another 30 days at most. Wang Hao nodded in agreement, adding, It is indeed very difficult. Some people in the 9th District have already started transferring their assets. Li Xuanle fell silent. 30 days, which is a month. As long as he gets back within 20 days, it shouldn't be a problem. During this time, he should try to collect as many fragments as possible to avoid having to make another trip. To be on the safe side, he immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Hao, telling them to stay in other areas for a while. Then, Li Xuanle looked at Wang Hao and asked about another matter. What exactly happened with your contracted dragon pet? Tell me about it. Wang Hao explained that he is a hidden class, Dragon Knight, and upon awakening, he possesses a dragon contract spell that allows him to contract only one dragon creature. Along and the others rolled their eyes upon hearing this. Only one animal can be contracted? Ordinary people don't even have hidden professions, and he's complaining about not having enough? It's infuriating. Li Xuanle wasn't envious at all, but continued to ask, what if there's a second contract? Wang Hao shrugged. The first one will fail. Li Xuanle was slightly surprised. So that means it can be replaced? That's not bad. Wang Hao looked dejected. Brother, it's good enough to be able to contract one. I have no idea whether we can succeed this time. He had carefully studied the dragon contract technique, and the conditions were very demanding. The lower the target dragon's health, the higher the success rate. And if it was a cub, the success rate was even greater than that of an adult. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanle's expression suddenly froze. The lower the health, the higher the success rate? Isn't this exactly what he's got his grasp? His death slash can deduct health based on a percentage. So, just use it on the target first, then heal them to keep them alive, right? Why has this task suddenly become a little easier? He asked curiously. So what are you planning to do this time? Wang Hao said that their original plan was to find dragon cubs, first try to reduce their blood volume, and then he would cast a contract spell. Li Xuanle chuckled. So humble? Wang Hao said helplessly. The dragon cubs are at least 8-star ferocious beasts, and they are ridiculously fierce even in their youth. Li Xuanle rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment before saying directly, Okay, I'll help you form a dragon pet contract first. After you succeed, you can go back, and I'll go find a luck crystal by myself. What? Wang Hao stared at him, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even Wang Hao wasn't confident of success, yet Li Xuanle spoke as if he were just casually helping out. Wang Hao knew he was very strong, especially when facing powerful bosses, but this wasn't an ordinary monster, but a dragon. He didn't know that Li Xuanle's poison reduced his health as a percentage. Wang Hao only knew that his poison was very potent, but dragons had high resistance and large size, so even the strongest poison might not be effective. Li Xuanlin noticed his hesitation and patted him on the shoulder. You know my poison is very potent. When you encounter dragon creatures, just tell me which one you want. Wang Hao's lips twitched. Which one do you fancy? You can't really be picky? But he immediately nodded. Big brother, my uncle said that as long as you can help me successfully contract a dragon pet, I will never go west if you tell me to go east. Li Xuanlin said calmly. We'll see. Just don't fawn over women like that. Wang Hao quickly explained. I was actually faking it. I got close to Xia Bingxue because of her background. Li Xuanlin glanced at him in surprise, and Along and the others were equally astonished. However, what they cared about more was Wang Hao's attitude towards Li Xuanlin. Could a student in his 40s, still not graduated, really be that amazing? Along couldn't help but ask. You just said you were going to find the luck crystal alone? Li Xuanlin nodded calmly. Yes. Ahu frowned. Young man, what level are you? Level 45. Ahu immediately questioned. Level 45? And a priest at that? How could you possibly go to the land of divine punishment alone? Let alone level 45. In his opinion, even level 65 is not enough. Wang Hao quickly explained. Brothers, you don't know. His name is Li Xuanlin. He's a genius among geniuses, a freak among freaks. You could say he's the #1 young person in Wulong City. Ahu looked Li Xuanlin up and down again. Apart from being somewhat handsome, there seemed to be nothing particularly special about him. If he had to say something, it would be that he possessed a rare and invincible confidence. Wang Hao continued. He won the championship in the 3 major academies competition yesterday, instantly killing the Blade Saint and going head-to-head with the Shadow Saint Assassin. After listening, Along nodded. So, there's indeed something here. But this is the land of divine punishment, where the monsters are at least level 50 or 60, and most of them are 5 or 6 stars or higher. Ahu also warned in a deep voice, even we level 70 or 80 job changers have to be careful when dealing with 5 or 6-star monsters. He's only level 45, it's too dangerous for him. Li Xuanlin took out chewing gum from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and said calmly, I don't want to say how amazing I am, but I can definitely do it. You don't need to doubt me. After saying that, he leaned back in his seat, tilted his head back, and closed his eyes to rest. He keeps saying he's invincible, but there are always people who don't believe him. There's no point in explaining further. Is he supposed to buy a megaphone and shout everywhere? He's really invincible? After an unknown amount of time, Wang Hao gently patted his shoulder. Big brother, let's go, get off the bus. We've arrived at the teleportation array. We'll be at the border soon. After that, we'll have to walk to the land of divine punishment. Just as everyone was about to move, Along suddenly stopped them and said solemnly, Wait, everyone put this on first. Chapter 73, 5-star Social Beast, Netherworld Wolf. Li Xuanlin took a closer look and was speechless. What Along had taken out was a pile of face masks, and the designs were more and more outrageous than the last. There were beautiful women with red lips, gorillas grinning, and old dogs sticking out their tongues. Wang Hao looked visibly resistant and couldn't help but complain. Is this thing really necessary? He felt that it was a waste to wear this thing on his handsome face. Along earnestly reminded everyone that the land of divine punishment would not only encounter ferocious beasts and monsters, but also might run into experts from other countries. Wearing masks would at least reduce exposure. Ahu added that some people are extremely cruel, and it cannot be ruled out that some of the remaining experts from the island nation are causing trouble. Once they fall into their hands, their fate will not be good. After hearing this, everyone could only take a mask and put it on. Soon, the group looked at each other and almost burst out laughing. The only one who seemed normal was Mao, the only girl in the group who had prepared a regular mask. The scene became very strange. Mao looked like a normal adventurer, while everyone else looked like a weirdo with erratic behavior. Seeing that everyone was ready, Along took out a few more maps and distributed them, saying, one for each person, so that if anyone gets separated, they can still find their way to the same destination using the map. The destination has been marked. It's located on the northern 3rd Ring Road. He went on to explain that the land of divine punishment is roughly divided into 5 rings, with the teleportation array of the cosmic cube at the very center, which must never be approached. Li Xuanlin looked at the map and asked what the significance of the 5-ring division was. Along replied that outside the 5 rings, there were basically 5-star monsters, and the further into the inner rings you went, the higher the star rating of the monsters, and the more ferocious they became. After giving these instructions, Along led everyone off the vehicle and headed towards the border teleportation array. After a dizzying moment, Li Xuanle found that they had arrived at the southwestern border of the Xia Kingdom. There are many adventurers stationed nearby, but the true land of divine punishment lies beyond the border. According to Arlong, that area does not belong to any country, so powerful individuals from all nations can enter. The group continued southwest. The road ahead was unpaved, consisting only of desert, swamps, forests, wetlands, and fog, which they had to traverse on foot. Li Xuanle followed behind the group, constantly using divine teleportation. 1 second he was in the same spot, and the next he appeared dozens of meters away, leaving everyone stunned. Along then understood why Li Xuanle dared to say he was going to find the Qi Luck crystal. With such agility, stopping him was virtually impossible. But Along still had doubts. No matter how strong his movement skills were, it didn't mean he could kill 7 or 8-star monsters. Those high-level ferocious beasts had extremely high defense and resistance, making them difficult to kill with ordinary negative effects and poisons. Unlike Along's worries, Li Xuanle was in a very good mood at the moment. Even though he already possessed the divine skill, poisonous milk is poisonous. He was still amazed by the effect of divine teleportation. This skill has no casting time, no wind-up or recovery animation. It's true instantaneous teleportation. In a flash, a person disappears from one spot and suddenly reappears in another. So Li Xuanle completely let loose, disappearing after taking 1 step and reappearing hundreds of meters away. Then he would disappear again, flashing to an even greater distance. Hundreds of meters per second, then hundreds more per second. Along, Wang Hao, and the others watched with envy, their minds filled with only one thought. This poisonous milk, a term used to describe a person's prediction of a lucky jinx, is ridiculously strong. The group traveled for half a day. Along stopped, looking at the gray mist-shrouded space ahead, and warned in a deep voice, "Brothers, be careful. We've reached the edge of the land of divine punishment. Monsters and ferocious beasts may appear at any time. Don't be careless." Everyone nodded in agreement, but Li Xuanle didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, he began to ponder what weaknesses he might have, and after thinking for a long time, he realized that apart from not being high enough in level, he didn't seem to have any shortcomings. He used to worry about being controlled or trapped, but the passive holy state of holy teleport makes him immune to all control, and teleportation allows him to appear anywhere within the skill's range. More importantly, this skill has a cooldown of only 1 second. Li Xuanle sighed inwardly. God-level skill is indeed different. Now, as long as he levels up, his strength will increase dramatically. Even his previous alchemy-based poison-trapping style has completely evolved into a teleportation-based poison-throwing style. It feels like he could throw poison directly into his opponent's mouth if he wanted to. Looking at Li Xuanle, who was appearing and disappearing like a ghost, Wang Hao couldn't help but shout, "Big brother, what amazing skill have you learned this time? That's awesome." Li Xuanle moved swiftly, appearing instantly in front of Wang Hao, startling him. Li Xuanle asked in confusion, "What did you just say?" Wang Hao was about to repeat himself when his expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed urgently, There's a ferocious beast over there." Everyone immediately followed his gaze. Sure enough, a huge wolf-like beast slowly emerged from the bushes 100 meters away, its eerie green eyes fixed on them, drool dripping from its mouth. The ferocious beast was long and thin, its body shimmering with a faint dark green hue, surrounded by distorted light, making it appear as if it were half real and half illusory. Along's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in disbelief, "Netherworld wolf!" Li Xuanle glanced at it without even blinking and casually waved his staff. A ball of green light shot out, instantly striking the Netherworld wolf. The next moment, the Netherwolf collapsed to the ground, even dropping a piece of equipment. Li Xuanle teleported to the corpse, picked it up, and glanced at it. It was actually a 5-star leg armor. He decisively stuffed the equipment into his character's inventory, then casually flashed back to Wang Hao and said, "What you just said doesn't seem to be this." Wang Hao stared at his smooth and effortless maneuver, speechless for a long time. Along, Ahu, and the others were also completely stunned. This was a 5-star social beast, and it was just gone like that? But Along quickly realized what was happening, and his expression changed drastically again. Oh no. Everyone be careful. The netherwolves are pack beasts. There must be quite a few more nearby. Everyone immediately became alert, drawing their weapons and standing guard. Only Li Xunla remained unconcerned, even taking out some chewing gum and starting to chew. He gazed leisurely at the edge of the land of divine punishment, his heart unmoved, yet secretly filled with anticipation. He had finally arrived. Now he could truly unleash his full potential. It was as if countless high-level equipment were waiting for him to pick up. Li Xunla's lips curled up slightly. This will be a massacre. Chapter 74, A Dragon? Nothing more than a giant reptile? Li Xunla gracefully gripped his staff, ready to unleash a massacre. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement around. Apart from crickets jumping around on the ground and the chirping of insects and birds in the distance, not even a single netherwolf appeared. He had been all prepared for nothing, thinking he could easily pick up a bunch of equipment. Li Xunla glanced at Along, his eyes seeming to ask, "Where are the floods and beasts you were talking about?" Ahu couldn't help but look at Along. "Didn't you say it's a social animal? Where's the group?" Along looked puzzled and shook his head, saying, "I don't know either. This situation is indeed a bit abnormal." Li Xunla put away his staff and dusted off his sleeves. "Don't waste time. Let's go find the dragon first. After you're done, you can go back, and I'll go find a luck crystal." After saying that, he took out a map to confirm the route. They had been walking for most of the day and were still 30 kilometers away from their destination. The location marked on the map was Dragon Tooth Valley. The group continued their journey, traversing mountains and valleys. Wang Hao was the slowest in the group, being the lowest level. Li Xunla, with all his points allocated to Constitution, was already fast, and with Divine Teleport, he was ridiculously fast. He even calculated that if his level reached 100, the teleportation distance could reach 1,000 meters. 30 kilometers would be 30 teleportations, which theoretically would take 30 seconds to cover. This ability is truly outrageous. He can poison an enemy, and 100 seconds later, he can run 100 kilometers away. Li Xunla sighed inwardly. This cheat is indeed too powerful. The system probably won't be giving him any more benefits for a long time. 2 hours later, the group finally arrived near Dragon Tooth Valley. Along the way, they encountered several powerful, ferocious beasts, but Li Xunla easily killed them all, and naturally, all the equipment ended up in his pocket. Dragon Tooth Valley is a vast jungle valley, its ground covered with exaggerated footprints, clearly not left by ordinary monsters. In the distance, the deep, resonant roar of a dragon can be faintly heard. The group peered into the valley from the outside. Li Xunla stared intently and saw several enormous dragons in the valley, with wings on their backs. They looked more like the lizard dragons of Western legends, completely different from the Eastern dragons he had imagined. However, these dragons were indeed awe-inspiring. Some spewed frost, while others breathed out flames, making them look incredibly fierce. Li Xunla remained calm and asked Wang Hao directly, "Which one do you fancy? I'll save it for you. I'll kill the rest." Wang Hao was stunned. Along and the others were also dumbfounded. This was a dragon, not some wild monster from the roadside. How could Li Xunla talk about it like he was choosing a pet? They vaguely saw 3 giant dragons in the valley. Those were 3 dragons. Even if someone said there were 3 gods standing in front of them, they still felt Li Xunla could probably take them down. Some people even began to wonder if they had simply come here to lead the way and run errands. Li Xunla continued to observe the valley. The 3 giant dragons were all different. One was sky blue and spewed frost. Another was fiery red with raging flames. And the third was earth-colored and was constantly manipulating the soil to surge. He guessed that this last one would most likely be the earth dragon. Then he turned to Wang Hao and asked, "So, which one do you like?" Wang Hao swallowed hard and whispered, "The blue one, the one that spews frost." Li Xunla nudda, "Hey, but I want to leave the party, so I'll have to collect the experience myself. Do you guys have any objections?" Wang Hao immediately shook his head. "Big brother, no objection. I'm already very grateful to be able to contract a dragon pet." Along and the others quickly shook their heads. Who dared to object? They wanted to gain experience points too, but only if they were alive. They still clearly remembered the scene of Li Xunla instantly killing the ferocious beast. Seeing that no one objected, Li Sun was delighted and immediately disbanded the team. rushing towards Dragon Tooth Valley alone. Before approaching the valley, he made a point of checking his resurrection skill's cooldown. 24 hours had passed, and the skill had recovered, giving him more confidence. At this moment, the 3 giant dragons seemed to sense something was wrong, and they all looked up and sniffed the air with their huge nostrils. Wang Hao, watching from a distance, clenched his fists nervously, staring intently at the valley. He remembered Li Xuanle's instructions. As soon as he saw the other party beckoning, he should immediately step forward and unleash the Dragon Clan contract technique. The contract technique's range was only 500 meters. He didn't even dare to breathe too heavily. Li Xuanle teleported into the casting range and first glanced at the information about the fiery red dragon. Flame Dragon, an 8-star ferocious beast, level 80, with 400 million HP. Its attributes are off the charts across the board, and it possesses both fire breath and dragon roar. One can cover 100 meters in flames, and the other can weaken enemies with its roar. The other 2 are the Frost Dragon and the Earth Dragon, with similar attributes. Both are top-tier ferocious beasts. Just as Li Xuanle was checking the information, the 3-headed dragon also spotted him and pounced almost simultaneously. Flames and frost spewed from the 2 giant mouths, while the Earth Dragon churned up countless clods of earth, hurling them at him in a devastating barrage. Li Xuanle reacted swiftly and calmly. He waved his staff, and 2 orbs of 200% green light instantly struck the Flame Dragon and the Earth Dragon. Unsurprisingly, both dragons were instantly killed. The next second, Li Xuanle had already teleported to a safe location. The spot where he had been standing was now a scene of devastation, blasted by frost, flames, and mud. He thought to himself, "Luckily I have teleportation, otherwise I would have taken a real hit from this area of effect attack." Then, he raised his staff, and a blade-like green light struck the Frost Dragon. The Frost Dragon's health immediately began to drop. To be on the safe side, Li Xuanle gave it another healing spell, while deliberately making sarcastic noises to attract its attention. A dragon? It's nothing but a giant reptile. Chapter 75, Life or Death hangs in the balance. Li Chun is surrounded. Li Xuanle was toying with the Frost Dragon when he suddenly caught a glimpse of light flashing beside 2 fallen dragons. His eyes lit up. Anything dropped by an 8-star ferocious beast was bound to be something special. The next second, he teleported over and put all the glowing equipment, gems, and skill books in his backpack. Without even taking a closer look, he immediately flashed away to continue restraining the Frost Dragon. The Frost Dragon had been driven mad by his torment. It was like swatting a mosquito that it could never hit. No matter how it pounced or breathed frost, it couldn't touch Li Xuanle at all. The furious roar of the dragon shook the surroundings, but it had no effect on Li Xuanle. On the contrary, with the continuous depletion, the Frost Dragon's aura grew weaker and weaker, and its health gradually dwindled. "It's time." Seeing the dragon's health drop to 3%, Li Sun immediately beckoned to Wang Hao. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and mustered his courage, sneaking up behind the dragon, ready to unleash the dragon contract technique at any moment. Soon, the Frost Dragon's health was reduced to only 0.01%. Li Xuanle immediately shouted, "Wang Hao, attack!" Without hesitation, Wang Hao unleashed his skill. A mysterious white light shot out from his body, instantly striking the Frost Dragon. The dragon's massive body stiffened, its eyes becoming vacant, as if it had lost consciousness. 10 seconds later, the Frost Dragon's gaze cleared again. It remained majestic, but no longer arrogant. Instead, it looked at Wang Hao docilely. Wang Hao shouted excitedly, "I did it!" Li Xuanle shook his head, his face full of regret. "What a pity. If we had killed it, we could have gotten some more good stuff. Shouldn't you compensate me for this loss?" Wang Hao was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Brother, name your price. My family has plenty of money." Li Xuanle waved his hand and said, "Forget about the money. Just promise me one thing. When I'm not in District 9, protect Zhao Hao and his family for me." Wang Hao immediately nodded. "No problem. Once I level up with this Frost Dragon around, not many people in Wulong City will be able to mess with me." Li Xuanle was satisfied then, and looked at the Frost Dragon again, asking in confusion, "Why is it still level 80? It wasn't affected by your level." Wang Hao was also confused. He was only level 36, but the Frost Dragon was still at level 80. Both of them had originally thought that pets would have the same level as their owners, just like Lin Yu's devouring python. After thinking for a moment, Li Xuanle said, "That's fine too. You can go to the edge of the land of divine punishment to level up, or to be on the safe side, go straight back to Wulong City. It's not safe here. There might be adventurers from overseas." After thinking it over, Wang Hao decided to return to Wulong City first. The 9th district was not peaceful recently, and game monsters could appear at any time. His uncle also asked him to go back and help as soon as possible. Li Xuanle nodded. "Then you guys go first." Wang Hao looked at him. "And what about you, brother?" Li Xuanle, hands in his pockets, said calmly, "The fundamental solution still lies in the luck crystal. I need to continue collecting fragments, upgrade my character, and bring back any loot I find." After saying that, he checked the skill book that the dragon had dropped in his backpack, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. That skill book was actually a 6-star skill, sword control technique. He was somewhat disappointed, but also pleasantly surprised. He was disappointed that the 8-star dragon only dropped a 6-star skill book, but pleasantly surprised that he had finally obtained the sword control technique he had promised Zhao Hao. Li Xuanle handed the skill book to Wang Hao. "Since you're going back to Wulong City, take this to Zhao Hao and let him learn it. Can I trust you?" Wang Hao patted his chest and assured him, "Big brother, of course you can trust me. You're the one who got this 8-star dragon for me." Li Xuanle nodded. "Okay, let's go back quickly." Wang Hao controlled the frost dragon, lowering its head and mounting its back, instantly exuding an aura of dominance. Even Li Xuanle couldn't help but feel a little envious. However, he knew he wasn't fortunate enough to have that kind of luck. Wang Hao respectfully clasped his hands in farewell, then rode the frost dragon back the way he came. Along, and the others were also taken with him, heading straight back to Wulong City. After the others left, Li Xuanle immediately felt much more relaxed. Now, with no worries, he gazed at the vast land of divine punishment, his eyes burning with fervor. Then, the massacre began. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped deeper into the land, officially beginning his hunting journey in the land of divine punishment. The 2 dragons he had just killed only allowed him to level up. At this rate, to continue leveling up, he needed to kill many more powerful monsters. The land of divine punishment is vast and boundless. Li Xuanle is currently in the 3rd ring area, and he decides to continue deeper into the 2nd ring, and even the 1st ring. The stronger the monsters, the better the loot they drop, and the higher the probability of finding luck crystal shards. He was not afraid of adventurers from enemy countries, nor was he afraid of so-called level 100 experts. From that day on, Li Xuanle became a perennial jungler in the land of divine punishment, diligently slaughtering one high-level ferocious beast after another. No powerful beast could last more than 2 seconds against him. Day after day, more than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, at 10 a.m., the Wulong City Arena instance was bustling with activity. Countless people were watching the standoff between the 2 sides within the instance. One side was led by Lin Xiao and Ouyang Qing, with a large group of students standing behind them, including Feng Wuqing, the holy poison mage of Tunglong Academy, Xiao Li Bai, the sword saint, Feng Xiao, the number 1 mage of Black and White Academy, and Qin Wangchuan, the shadow saint assassin. The other side was led by Lin Yu and Wang Hao, followed by Tang Xiaosan, Wang Teng, Tan Huan, Xia Bingxue, Li Xiang, and others. Since Li Xuanle disappeared, Ouyang Qing and Lin Xiao have been unable to find him, so they have been constantly mocking him as a coward and a shrinking turtle, and even including people from Fengshu Academy in their insults. The proud Lin Yu couldn't stand it, and Wang Hao, a die-hard fan of Li Xuanle, couldn't stand it either. The 2 of them put their heads together and publicly challenged each other. "If you're so capable, come and compete in the Wulong City Arena." Thus, a spontaneous competition among students from the 3 academies was formed. The higher-ups at all levels chose to turn a blind eye. More competition among young people would actually improve their skills. Meanwhile, in the land of divine punishment, Li Xuanle was walking through the jungle when he suddenly heard the sounds of fierce fighting ahead. He teleported to the edge of the battlefield and saw a man being attacked by several people. The man was covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. After carefully examining the area, Li Xuanle's gaze suddenly darkened. The person being besieged was none other than Li Chun. Chapter 76. Annihilating the remnants of the island nation and reviving Li Chun. Li Chun's expression was solemn, several flying swords protecting his body. He hadn't expected to be besieged by the remnants of the island nation's forces. The four opponents were all ninja assassins. Their ninjutsu was agile and unpredictable, and their levels were significantly higher than his. Li Chun was only level 55 at the moment, so he estimated they were at least level 80 or 90. If they were ordinary adventurers, they would have died here long ago. Fortunately, he still had the holy sword control technique. Li Chun let out a low shout, and his protective flying sword spun rapidly, producing a buzzing sound. A sword shadow tens of meters long instantly condensed in front of him. With a wave of his hands, a terrifying sword shadow slashed fiercely towards the four people. The sword's momentum was domineering, as if it could tear the sky apart. The attackers were all masked, and only their eyes betrayed their fear. Someone whispered in alarm, "Mei Changshu." Another immediately denied it, saying that Mei Changshu's sacred sword technique was even more terrifying. They discovered that Li Chen's mask had fallen off, revealing him to be a young Chinese man, and their murderous intent intensified. The island nation had already fallen. They absolutely did not want to see such a promising young man from China survive. With a deafening boom, the sword's shadow slashed down, cleaving a massive chasm in the earth. But the four people vanished into thin air, having somehow managed to evade the attack using ninjutsu. Li Chun cursed under his breath, knowing he couldn't delay any longer. He waved his hand, summoning his giant sword, which hovered in front of his knees. He leaped up, preparing to fly away on the sword. Just then, four ninja assassins leaped up from all four directions, their ninja swords gleaming coldly, and slashed at Li Chun with lightning speed. It's that same trick again. Every time he tries to escape on his sword, his opponent suddenly appears to intercept him, stabs him a few times, and then disappears again using ninjutsu, never engaging him in a direct confrontation. This sophisticated and ruthless tactic was driving Li Chun crazy. He became increasingly anxious. He couldn't die. His sister was waiting for him in the hospital, and he still owed Li Xuanla 3 million, which was due in a few days. He had all his equipment ready, intending to go back and sell it to pay off his debts, but who knew he would run into this group of cunning old bastards. Li Chun once again swung his sword to block the attacks of the two men, and then used his flying sword to intercept another. But he was powerless to stop the final strike. Based on past experience, the other party should just stab him again, wearing him down without much force, slowly torturing him to death. But this time was different. The man used all his strength to plunge his ninja sword deep into Li Chen's back. With a soft thud, Li Chen looked down and saw the tip of a knife emerging from his chest, blood dripping down the blade. A sharp pain exploded within him. Everything went black, and his life force was completely depleted. Even on his deathbed, he gritted his teeth and uttered, "You damned island bastards." Then, Li Chun collapsed, completely lifeless. The four assassins gave a cold smile. This young man was too tenacious and knew the holy sword technique. He absolutely could not be allowed to live. Moreover, in their view, the fall of the island nation was inextricably linked to Mei Changshu's holy sword technique. If Mei Changshu hadn't killed those experts who entered the cosmic cube, the island nation wouldn't have fallen to its current state. Just as they were talking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the four of them. He was a young man from the Xia Kingdom, with an exceptionally handsome appearance. His long black bangs fell over his eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, as if he were looking at his prey. The four were startled. Before they could react to how he had appeared silently, they saw him gently raise his staff. The next second, four beams of green light struck the four men instantly. The ninja assassins didn't even have time to use their ninjutsu before they collapsed to the ground, all dead. The person who arrived was Li Xuanla, who had just arrived at the edge of the battlefield to watch the battle. Watching the remnants of the four island nations be wiped out, Li Xuanla curled the corners of his lips and uttered indifferently, "Trash, destined to be trash." Then, he looked at Li Chun, who was lying on the ground. Li Chun was covered in wounds, clearly having been tortured for a long time. Li Xuanla felt a little fortunate. If he hadn't possessed the divine teleportation ability, being entangled with such a treacherous profession would have been extremely troublesome. He wouldn't have died, but he would certainly have suffered a lot. He then understood the system's intentions even more. When faced with sonic control or ninjutsu entanglement, running fast might not be useful. Once caught in the trap, one might be controlled and suffer pain indefinitely. Li Xuanle didn't delay any longer and waved his staff. A ball of white light the size of a fist surged out and quickly entered Li Chen's body. A few seconds later, Li Chen slowly opened his eyes, his body tensing instantly, clearly still thinking he was in battle. Li Xuanle used rejuvenating wind to heal him a few more times. Now that Li Xuanle is level 66, thanks to his divine teleport for survival, he has put all his attribute points into intelligence, making his healing output quite ample. Furthermore, since rejuvenation wind is a mid to high level recovery spell, its healing effects become apparent very quickly. Li Chen looked closely and realized that the person in front of him was actually Li Xuanle. He wondered if he was hallucinating and couldn't help but rub his eyes. But that excessively handsome face was undeniably real. He hesitated before speaking. Li Xuanle? Li Xuanle nodded. It's me. Li Chen was stunned. How did you get here? Li Xuanle smiled enigmatically. I've come to collect my debt. You haven't paid it back yet, and you think you can just run away and avoid your debt? It's not that easy. Li Chen could tell he was joking, but a lot of questions still lingered in his mind. He couldn't help but ask, You resurrected me? Li Xuanle suara dasisveli, resurrection. As he spoke, he took out some chewing gum from his pocket and casually asked Li Chen if he wanted a piece. Li Chen waved his hand in refusal, but was deeply shocked. Isn't Li Xuanle supposed to be a jinx? He can kill people, that's one thing, but he can even revive them? Doesn't that mean he's in charge of even the king of hell? Li Chen looked at Li Xuanle with incredibly complicated emotions, and couldn't help but ask, You actually know resurrection magic? What level skill is it? Li Xuanle casually said, 7 stars. The target's death must be within 1 hour, and it can only be used once within 24 hours. Li Chen took a deep breath. That's pretty abnormal. I don't think anyone in Wulong City has ever heard of having a resurrection skill. Li Xuanle smiled and said, It's all right. Compared to that, my poison is more interesting. He recalled the various poison spraying skills he had recently acquired, which he hadn't actually used yet, and was planning to find an opportunity to try them out. Li Chen was taken aback. Your poison is more interesting? Li Xuanle looked at him and smiled meaningfully. Yes, would you like to try some? Chapter 77. Poison released by sword. Egg yolk shattered. Of course not. Li Chen immediately shook his head. Who would play around with poison for no reason? I'm not Shinnong, the legendary Chinese deity. Li Xuanle nodded, put his hands in his pockets, and asked him what his plans were next. Li Chen said he would go back to Wulong City to sell equipment and pay back the money he owed him. Coincidentally, Li Xuanle was also preparing to go back to sell equipment. Li Chen offered him a ride, since his sacred sword control technique was different from ordinary sword control techniques and could carry 2 people. Li Xuanle said he was sorry, but there wasn't a trace of embarrassment on his face. Li Chen looked at his nonchalant attitude and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This guy really has a thick skin. A moment later, Li Chen dusted himself off and sighed softly. It seems I owe you not only money now, but also my life. This debt is piling up, and it's really not going to be easy to repay. Li Xuanle merely glanced at him with a half-smile, without replying, and turned to walk up to the 4 fallen adventurers. He pulled off their masks and found that they did indeed look like Japanese, sleazy, and sinister. He frowned and asked Li Chen, How did you get involved with these people? Li Chen slapped his forehead, as if he remembered something, and quickly said that he had discovered the remnants of the island nation in a valley in the eastern part of the land of divine punishment. There were quite a few of them, about a dozen or 20. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanle's eyes lit up immediately. A dozen or so remnants of the island nation? Shouldn't we wipe them out before going back? Li Chen, however, was somewhat worried, saying that these adventurers were of a very high level and knew ninjutsu and stealth, making them treacherous and difficult to deal with. He thought that he must have been sneaked over by them. Li Xuanle fell into deep thought. Li Chen suddenly asked him curiously, How far can you release your poison? Li Xuanle raplia calmly, sisin sashanta maters. In the past 20 days, he has been frantically slaughtering monsters and ferocious beasts, and his level has reached 66. The number of targets for the spell Poisonous Milk has been increased to 660, which means that he can instantly cast 660 dagger-like green lights, and the casting range has also reached 660 meters. At the same time, the distance of Holy Teleport also increased to 660 meters. His backpack was now more than half full, filled with equipment he had acquired during this period. He himself couldn't remember how many high-level ferocious beasts and monsters, ranging from level 60 to 90, he estimated at least 1,000. The drop rate was still ridiculously low, but fortunately, the quality of the dropped equipment was quite good. There are 107 5-star equipment pieces, 65 6-star pieces, 26 7-star pieces, and 8 8-star pieces. Strangely, not a single gem of any kind has dropped. As for the luck crystal fragments, only 6 have been collected so far. Thousands of ferocious beasts have dropped so few. No wonder even level 100 veterans are unwilling to risk their lives here. The drop rate is so low it's practically bankrupt. What's even more outrageous is that none of these fragments are 50% complete. 2 are 1-star, 2 are 2-star, and 2 are 3-star. It's ridiculous that an 8 or 9-star monster would drop only 1 or 2-star fragments. Upon hearing the distance of 660 meters, Li Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited. How about I fly you around on my sword for a couple of times, and you release poison in the air? Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow. You mean overwhelming them with firepower? Shaking the yokes off their heads? Li Chen nodded. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Li Xuanle gave a strange smile. I never expected you to be this kind of person, Li Chen. Li Chen replied matter-of-factly. Anyone would do the same thing when faced with them, right? Li Xuanle immediately agreed, flying on a sword and releasing poison in the air. Isn't that practically like a bomber? This time, those treacherous and vicious remnants of the island nation must be blasted back. They've already destroyed their country, yet they still dare to stifle young talents. It's simply intolerable. Without further ado, Li Chen raised his hand, and a giant sword hovered steadily in front of him. The sword was flat, with light expanding outwards from all sides, as if it had solidified into a tangible form. He pointed to the blade and explained that those seemingly shiny parts were actually as hard as steel. You could step on them without falling. Li Xuanle nodded in understanding. Li Chen was the first to leap onto the giant sword, then called to Li Xuanle, go. Li Xuanle also boldly jumped up, only to find after landing that the sword was incredibly stable. He inwardly scoffed. This is real air suspension. There's nothing but air below. Li Chen turned back to remind him that they'd be going fast later, so he'd better hold on tight to avoid falling. Li Xuanle looked at Li Chen's waist, then his neck, and finally his shoulders, saying hesitantly, Brother, it seems like we can't make a move here. Li Chen sighed and told him to just grab the back of his shirt. Li Xuanle nodded, not bothering with formalities, and decisively grabbed his shirt. After confirming that he was steady, Li Chen flicked his finger with practiced ease. The giant sword silently rose into the air, then rapidly accelerated, flying towards the direction where he had discovered the remnants of the island nation. The journey was quiet, save for the strong wind that stung their faces when they flew fast. Li Xuanle stood on his sword, watching the scenery rush past below, and couldn't help but exclaim, Your sword control is truly elegant. While controlling the direction, Li Chen said, Absolutely, this is the holy sword control technique. Moreover, my talent is S rank. The higher my rage value, the stronger my attack power, with no upper limit. Li Xuanle simply replied casually, That's all right. Li Chen was immediately surprised. He had expected the other party to be shocked, but the other party's tone was so calm, as if he had heard something trivial. This made Li Chen realize that Li Xuanle's talent was probably no less than his own, and might even be stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so nonchalant upon hearing about S-level talent. Meanwhile, Li Xuanle's mind had drifted to another question. He was wondering if divine teleportation could actually be used in the air. If it works, then even if you fall off the sword, you can instantly teleport back onto it. Thinking further, as long as you can go wherever you want within the casting range, wouldn't you be able to constantly control your position while in the air? It teleports upwards 660 meters per second, and even after a second of free fall, it wouldn't fall much, then it continues to teleport upwards. This cycle repeats, almost like stepping on your own foot to ascend to heaven. Thinking about this, Li Xuanle fell silent. Goodness, he really couldn't think about it too much. His abilities seemed to be getting increasingly abnormal. Chapter 78, Damn it. How can someone who rides a sword be so shameless? Li Xuanle himself felt that he was now ridiculously strong. But another voice inside him told him that all of this made perfect sense. After all, He'd gone through all this trouble to travel back in time. If he wasn't a little twisted, wouldn't it have been a waste of his trip? He suppressed his distracting thoughts and focused his gaze ahead. At this moment, Li Chun was carefully controlling his sword, carrying the two of them towards the target valley. The land of divine punishment was fraught with danger. Flying beasts and monsters could appear in the air at any moment, and no carelessness was allowed. Meanwhile, in the Wulong City Arena instance, the two sides are already at loggerheads, and the atmosphere is about to explode. Feng Wuqing, the holy poison mage of Tunglong Academy, sneered, "Your Fengshu Academy only has Lin Yu to show for himself. Where do you get the guts to fight against the two academies?" Feng Xiao, the top mage of the Black and White Academy, also joined in the mockery, saying that since the Phoenix Chick Academy dared to tell them to send all their troops, wouldn't it be disrespectful if they didn't send all their troops? At the back of the group, Xia Li Bai and Qin Wangchuan stood leisurely. They hadn't originally wanted to come, but had been persuaded to, and had already stated that they would only intervene as a last resort. With Li Chun and Li Xuanla absent, they felt it would be beneath them to intervene. Upon hearing the mockery, Wang Hao immediately retorted, "Whether I can win or not is one thing, whether I dare to fight is another." Lin Yu also said in a deep voice, "You say that everyone at Phoenix Academy is a coward and a shrinking turtle. Then we will prove today that we are not." Yi Liangchun immediately shouted, "Since you're here, hurry up and go back to your deaths, and then call Li Xuanla and Li Chun here." Wang Hao, too lazy to waste any more words, directly summoned an 80-star, level 80 frost dragon. The dragon's appearance unleashed a devastating aura that swept across the entire area, instantly drawing gasps of astonishment. This was a living, breathing level 80 frost dragon, which even surprised Lin Yu. However, he was not to be outdone and immediately summoned the devouring python. The python's massive body coiled in the center of the field, echoing the frost dragon from afar, its aura reaching its maximum. Xia Li Bai and Qin Wangchuan's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this. What's the point of fighting now? But the matter wasn't over yet. Lin Yu's lips moved, and he summoned another fiery red bird, the Bifong. It flapped its fiery wings and hovered in the air, dazzling and domineering. Although smaller than the frost dragon, it was equally awe-inspiring. Xia Li Bai and Qin Wangchuan's hearts sank. Lin Yu actually had two incredibly ferocious beasts, and Wang Hao, the Dragon Knight, was beside him. This lineup was simply unreasonable. The two school beauties, Lin Xiao and Ouyang Qing, were also stunned. With three ferocious beasts before them, the strength of Fengshu Academy was clearly excessive. Lin Yu smirked and said loudly, "As you wish. Since you're here, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Hao immediately controlled the frost dragon to take off and unleashed a torrent of icy breath at the opposing crowd. Lin Yu also commanded the devouring python and the Bifong bird to charge into the enemy ranks. Without hesitation, Xia Bingxue swiftly waved her staff, a massive fireball that sent chills down everyone's spines quickly coalesced. 7-star skill, Southern Bright Fire. The fireball shot out from where the staff pointed, crashing into the crowd. With a deafening roar, the intense heat and flames instantly wiped out a group of students, leaving the ground a mess, stained with what appeared to be sweat or something else entirely. Feng Xiao, the top mage of the Black and White Academy, was not idle either. He waved his staff and released water magic, sending a huge ice ball crashing down on the Phoenix Academy, taking many people with it as well. Feng Wuqing, the holy poison mage of Tunglong Academy, also made a move quietly, releasing clouds of poisonous mist among the crowd of Fengshu Academy students, a sneaky tactic that was impossible to defend against. As soon as the melee began, the scene descended into chaos, with shouts and curses erupting everywhere. Some cursed the other side, saying that if they were going to kill someone, they should just kill them, but they had to aim for vital points. Others yelled that the other side was using some kind of monkey stealing peaches technique. Still others had their underwear ripped off and were so angry that they started cursing on the spot. Meanwhile, in the land of divine punishment, Li Chun spoke as he flew on his sword. "Li Xuanla, do you see that valley ahead?" He pointed to a spot not far away. Li Xuanla looked in that direction and indeed saw a huge valley, shaped like a basin. "I see it. Is that the place?" "Yes, directly east of the valley. Let's go kill these beasts." Without hesitation, the two continued forward. Li Xuanla rested his left hand on Li Chen's shoulder, while his right hand gripped a dazzling 7-star staff. Although he had an 8-star staff in his inventory, his level was too low to use it, so he had to make do with this 7-star staff, which had the highest attributes. For Li Xuanle, the strength of the staff does not significantly affect skill damage. At most, it affects the healing effect. Li Chun reminded them, "We're almost there." Li Xuanle nodded. "I'm ready. I can provide fire support at any time." As soon as Li Chun finished speaking, his sword's speed suddenly increased, heading straight for the east of the valley. A few breaths later, the two had already entered the valley area. On the ground, more than a dozen figures gathered together, whispering amongst themselves. From a distance, they looked no bigger than mice. Suddenly, someone noticed a flying sword appearing in the air, with 2 people standing on it. "Look, something's happened." Everyone was immediately startled, their faces showing panic. Those skilled in swordsmanship mostly came from the Xia Kingdom, and they had a deep-seated grudge against it. In their eyes, everyone who could fly on a sword was someone to be trifled with. But the flying sword merely swept past their heads without stopping. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, they felt as if they had been swept by a green light, as if a flashlight had passed over them. They looked at each other, then their gazes fell on the tops of each other's heads. "Why is there green on your head?" "Don't talk nonsense. No, you're the one with it on your head." "You have it, and he has it too." Everyone quickly realized that they each had about a dozen green halos above their heads, making them look like a row of green hats. Finally, someone's expression changed drastically. "No, my health is almost depleted." "Holy crap, it's poison." "Oh no, take the drugs right away." "It's no use. It's too late." The last person roared in despair. "You son of a bitch. How can someone who wields a sword be so despicable?" Chapter 79. Monsters descend on District 9. Complete fall. A few seconds later, all the living creatures in the valley collapsed to the ground, completely lifeless. Li Chun flew back to the valley on his sword, hovering in midair to carefully examine the area, confirming that there were no survivors below. Li Chun smiled with satisfaction. These cunning old foxes had used underhanded tricks to kill him before, and now they were reaping what they sowed. Most of the frustration in his heart had finally dissipated. He looked at Li Xuanle and couldn't help but say, "Your poison seems a bit outrageous." Li Xuanle calmly replied, "My poison reduces health by a percentage." Li Chun pressed for how long it would last, and Li Xuanle simply said, "Until death." Li Chun was taken aback, then recalled the scenes in the arena dungeon, and asked him why he could still instantly kill enemies. Li Xuanle explained that was just an advanced use of poison. In a real fight, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could instantly kill everything in sight. These words gave Li Chun a new assessment of his strength. He suddenly remembered something, and his eyes lit up. "I previously discovered a ferocious beast, at least a 9-star one. Can you kill it?" Li Xuanle's tone remained calm. 9-star? I've killed no less than 10 of them, and I'll kill 10-star monsters without hesitation. Lead the way. He had indeed found more than 10 9-star ferocious beasts and monsters before, but unfortunately, killing them all didn't yield any good loot. For ordinary people, the high-level monsters in the land of divine punishment are extremely risky, yet the rewards are pitifully low, making it simply not worthwhile. Only someone with Li Xuanle's monstrous strength would bother to kill these creatures. Seeing how confident he was, Li Chun immediately nodded. "Okay, but the beast is in the cave. It might take half a day." Li Xuanle didn't care. The luck crystal could last for 10 days. Half a day was nothing. Meanwhile, in the Wulong City arena, the two groups were already locked in a fierce battle, with only Lin Yu, Wang Hao, and Xia Li Bai remaining on the field, while Qin Wangchuan had long since disappeared. Just then, someone rushed into the instance, shouting urgently, "Wang Hao! Lin Yu! Stop fighting! The 9th district has fallen. Monsters have descended. We need your ferocious beasts to fight them." The newcomer was none other than Tang Long, the captain of the 9th District Enforcement Team. Unable to reach him by phone from within the instance, he had to come in person. Lin Yu's Devouring Python and Bifong Bird, as well as Wang Hao's Frost Dragon, were all capable of inflicting massive damage on monsters. Lin Yu's 2 ferocious beasts have now reached level 55, growing into 7-star ferocious beasts, with strength far exceeding that of ordinary level 70 or 80 adventurers. Wang Hao's Frost Dragon, on the other hand, was already a level 88-star ferocious beast and in just over 10 days, it brought him to level 56, with overall combat power even surpassing Lin Yu's. Upon hearing Tang Long's words, Wang Hao and Lin Yu immediately stopped fighting. Wang Hao's expression changed. Has the 9th district truly fallen? Tang Long said in a deep voice. The luck crystals have run out, and monsters have begun to descend. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Hao turned and left, saying, Go back and help. Lin Yu glanced at the remaining members of Black and White Academy and Tunglong Academy, coldly tossing out, This isn't over yet. We'll see next time. He then quickly left as well. After exiting the instance, Wang Hao immediately mounted the Frost Dragon and flew towards the 9th district. Lin Yu, on the other hand, rode the Bifong bird at full speed towards the 9th district. Phoenix Academy is located on the edge of District 9 and District 8. At this moment, Mayor Zhuge Tianming is holding a remote meeting with a solemn expression. The meeting is with the district heads and law enforcement bureau chiefs of the 9 districts. He asked in a deep voice, The 9th district has fallen. Are there really no extra luck crystals that the other 8 districts can spare? The answers were almost identical. The 1st district had none. The 2nd district was also collecting fragments. The 3rd district only had 2 months of luck left, and the other districts were equally powerless. Zhuge Tianming's face was gloomy as he looked at Wang Hong. As the director of the 9th District Law Enforcement Bureau, what are your plans now? Wang Hong replied that the fragments of the luck crystal had been collected and law enforcement officers and a large number of semi-law enforcement adventurers had been stationed there, but there were probably not enough people. Zhuge Tianming immediately ordered other regional law enforcement bureaus to send adventurers and law enforcement officers to provide support as originally planned. After the meeting, the law enforcement bureaus in each region quickly sprang into action. At this moment, in the hazy sky of District 9, house-sized orbs of light kept falling, crashing onto high-rise buildings, streets, and roads like dumplings being dropped into a pot. After the ball of light landed, monsters emerged from it, eating people and destroying everything in their path, excitedly yelling, So many girls! So many girls! Ha ha ha! Countless people who had changed their professions were forced to hide. While the adventurers and law enforcement officers stationed there were all mobilized to hunt down the descending monsters. The entire 9th district was instantly plunged into chaos. Wang Hong dialed Li Xuanle's number for the 18th time, but it was still switched off. Li Xuanle's phone had run out of battery on the 10th day, so Wang Hong had no choice but to give up. Through the window, he could already see the carnage outside, but he knew in his heart that the only real solution was the luck crystal. Killing monsters alone would only provide a temporary delay, because there were simply too many monsters to kill. This situation is not uncommon in other cities of the Xia Kingdom. This is why the Guardians bear such a heavy responsibility. They must constantly search for the luck crystals to maintain the operation of each city. And there is still about a month until the Guardians' promised return. On the other side, Zhao Hao and his family of 3 stood at the edge of the 8th district, watching the white mist orbs descending from the sky above the 9th district, their faces filled with worry. They had received a warning from Li Xuanle long ago and had taken refuge in the 8th district beforehand, also sending him a message to tell him not to worry. Therefore, Li Xuanle knew they were safe and had no worries. Half a day later, Li Chun was flying low on his sword when he suddenly warned, Watch out, we're almost at the beast's cave. Li Xuanle calmly replied, No rush, my legs are a little numb, and there's no seat. Chapter 80, What the hell kind of ferocious beast is this? A fiery Qilin. Li Chun couldn't help but glance at Li Xuanle, thinking to himself, Damn, is there even a seat in here? He might as well go into the transportation business. Li Xuanle rubbed his leg and said nonchalantly, Don't worry, I can kill monsters instantly. Li Chen's lips twitched. Can't you be a little more modest? Li Xuanle smiled. What's there to be modest about? Just do what you want. Li Chen was speechless, yet somewhat envious. In his view, the main reason Li Xuanle lived such a carefree life was that he was not short of money and did not need to be as cautious as others. Soon, the two arrived at a cave halfway up the mountain. The cave entrance was as big as a house, and the surrounding rock walls were charred black, as if they had been repeatedly baked by high temperatures. Li Xuanle looked at the cave entrance and asked, Do you know what kind of beast is inside? Li Chen lowered his voice and replied, I don't know. It's a 4-legged beast with horns on its head. It should be able to breathe fire, and the surrounding area has been dried out. Li Xuanla surveyed the charred surroundings and couldn't help but mutter, "Looks like they've had a camping and barbecue here." A thought suddenly struck him. Could this place really be the Fire Qilin Cave? Maybe it could even produce a Qilin arm? Thinking of this, Li Xuanla cleared his throat and suddenly shouted into the cave, "You beast in the cave, come out here right now." The shout echoed all around, startling Li Chun, who was standing cautiously to the side. He had never expected Li Xuanla to be so reckless upon arrival. Li Chun looked at him in astonishment. "You're going to start yelling without even checking the situation?" Li Xuanla gripped his staff, looking calm. "It's an instant kill anyway. Why bother checking the situation?" He never intended to hide his abilities, nor did he like to play dumb. He always claimed to be invincible, yet there were always people who didn't believe him. Soon, loud thuds echoed from the dark cave, as if some enormous creature was approaching. Li Xuanla turned his head and warned, "Step back. I'm about to release the poison." Li Chun immediately retreated, leaping onto the giant's sword, ready to help him escape. The rumbling sound grew closer. The ferocious beast inside the cave had clearly been alerted. Before the ferocious beast could even appear, a towering flame erupted from the depths of the cave. The next second, raging flames spewed out of the cave entrance. Li Xuanla immediately shouted, "Li Chun, get away!" Li Chun hurriedly told him to mount his sword, but Li Xuanla directly used divine teleport and instantly appeared dozens of meters away. The blazing flames swept through the cave entrance, instantly charring the nearby vegetation into a pile of black charcoal. Li Xuanla raised an eyebrow slightly. The power of this fire was no weaker than the Nanmingli fire. However, he remained calm and simply stood at a distance, waiting for the ferocious beast in the cave to appear. After the flames subsided, a colossal beast engulfed in flames emerged from a cave. Its size rivaled that of a giant elephant, with a dragon's head, lion's eyes, a tiger's back, a bear's waist, snake scales, horse's hooves, and a swirling bull's tail, exuding an extremely ferocious aura. Li Xuanla was shocked. This was definitely a Fire Qilin. He immediately checked the information. The ferocious beast in front of him was named Fiery Qilin, a 9-star ferocious beast, level 90, with a life value of 9 billion, all attributes at 2,888, and attack and defense at 3,888. Its skills are also extremely abnormal. The fires of purgatory can scorch souls. Its trampling of mountains and rivers can cause earthquakes hundreds of meters high, and its soul roar can control the souls of surrounding creatures. The description even states that it was originally a legendary divine beast, but due to going mad, its temperament changed drastically, and it became a scourge to all living beings. The note only says, "A ferocious beast that combines physical, magical, and speed abilities. It is advised not to provoke it." After seeing it, Li Xuanla could only think of 2 words, awesome. This was the strongest ferocious beast he had ever seen, bar none. An ordinary person encountering it would probably not even have a chance to escape. Upon spotting Li Xuanla and Li Chun, the Fiery Qilin immediately opened its mouth and spewed out a high-temperature fire dragon, which hurtled towards the two of them, causing a wave of heat to instantly rise into the sky. Li Xuanla teleported away easily, dodging the attack. Li Chun, on the other hand, flew away on his sword, narrowly avoiding the attack. Without delay, Li Xuanla raised his hand and waved his staff, sending out 2 orbs of green light instantly. Each orb contained hundreds of dagger-like green rays. Amazing skill. Poisonous milk is poisonous. The green light struck the Fiery Qilin precisely. The once arrogant 9-star beast let out a defiant roar, its massive body crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Li Chun, who had flown far away on his sword, turned back, his face filled with shock. He knew that Li Xuanla had said he could instantly kill everything in the world, but seeing the 9-star Fiery Qilin being instantly killed still seemed outrageous. Won't this land of divine punishment become his backyard from now on? And that teleportation-like divine skill just now was too overpowered. It was even more exaggerated than his sword control technique. Li Chun made no attempt to hide the envy in his eyes. Li Xuanla, on the other hand, teleported to the corpse of the Fiery Qilin and found that only one piece of dazzling equipment had dropped from it. He shook his head, thinking the drop rate was really low. He glanced at it briefly. It was a 9-star equipment, the Fire Kirin armor, requiring a level of 90. It added 600 to each of intelligence, stamina, charm, and strength, and also came with the active skill Soul Roar, which could disorient enemies within a 30-meter radius for 5 seconds. Li Xuanle was slightly surprised when he saw the attributes. This armor had no weaknesses and was ridiculously powerful. But when he saw that it could only be worn by level 90, he immediately put it back into his backpack. He then looked at Li Chun and casually asked, "Is it okay if this piece of equipment belongs to me?" Li Chun glanced at the equipment already in his backpack and smirked. "You were the one who killed him. What can I say?" Li Xuanle nodded. "All right, let's head back and have some fun."